And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger with planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Tingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Almost 7 months ago to the day, we all collectively watched the world's largest rocket take flight. For today, we sit at the precipice of the future, awaiting this mammoth machine's second flight. But this time, we get the added bonus of hot staging. People around the world, from all walks of life, will turn their attention briefly to this magnificent spectacle. And in some people, they'll find joy, inspiration, excitement, and most importantly, hope for the future. Today, we welcome you to another NSF live stream for Starship's second flight. I'm Jack Beyer. I'll be your host for this portion of the broadcast. And we've got a team of so many people. I think like 40 to 50 people worked on everything that went into this. So it's not just about me. I'm just the voice you're hearing right now. We'll be cycling hosts in and out throughout the broadcast. But also, I'm joined, as ever, by our competent cohort of co-hosts, starting off with Mr. Adrian Bile. Adrian, how are you doing?
I'm excited. I'm nervous. Like there's also nervousness in this, but I'm looking forward to the next 9 to 12 hours to come. What's to come? And I'm just looking forward to what's gonna happen here. I'm really, really excited.
This is a big day for a big rocket, and I think we're all extremely excited. Also extremely excited, I'm sure, is Max. Max, do we have you?
You absolutely should. And good evening, everybody. And good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be watching from in the world. Difficult to believe that we are currently about 7 months post Flight 1, and we didn't even think that the second flight would be possible in this time frame. And here we are. And we are not actually. It isn't too far from now. So I am very excited to see her take to the skies for a second time.
Indeed. And we are about just under 8 hours and 50 minutes away from the opening of the window. It is a 20-minute window. And once again, this is Starship's second flight, everybody. I mean, I hope chat, I don't actually have chat open right now like I normally do. So chat, I hope you're all freaking out and really excited because let's do this. Let's launch this thing. Also, in the background, we have a large number of people who help everything work and do so much for NSF. In fact, the person running the stream, Kevin Michael Reed, thank you for being in the background and pushing the levers and pulling the buttons and running in the giant human-sized hamster wheel. And thank you to everybody else who is helping out on today's broadcast. If I named everybody's name, it would literally take way too long. But we also have a bunch of people in the field. Of course, Mary is out here. Das is setting up at a different location than myself. And we have Sean on site as well. So whole bunch of people here. Roger and Daniel. Okay, again, I'll stop with the names. But thank you, everybody, for putting so much work into this. Y'all, this is the second flight of Starship. And we hope that we're bringing you the best views that you can possibly get today. So with that, I will remind you all that if this is your first time watching NSF, type your questions into chat, and we will see your questions pop up in some software. But while we wait for those questions to come in, let's roll a video. All right. That was a fantastic video that Sawyer edited with a whole bunch of amazing footage, including NSF's own. And if that doesn't get you hyped up about what we're about to see today, I don't know what will. But holy cannoli, that puts it all into perspective, how far we've come and how far we're going to go. I mean, to the moon and Mars and beyond. Adrian, does that video hype you up? Because it hyped me up.
I'm now completely hyped. I was hyped before, but like seeing the whole journey again from the Starhopper days all the way to here. This is amazing. And yeah, I mean we all three witnessed the first one, and you two will also witness now the second one. And I'm so looking forward to see Starship fly again. Like this is if you're a rocket fan, how can you not be excited for this? Like, it's impossible. It captures everybody.
I mean, even if you don't like rockets, I, as a human being, want to see as much cool things happen in my lifetime as possible. And I would classify this as a cool thing. Max, how are you feeling right now, buddy?
I try before every launch, especially every big launch like this, I try to not get too excited really until I see plumes below where they should be coming out. But it's after watching any reel of footage that rewinds 3, 4, 5 years into the infancy of a program's testing campaign. Golly, we really have come so far, and Starship, it really is just the embodiment of the maximum capability of what humans are currently capable of engineering with their own hands, and it's difficult to convey even in a quarter of that feeling over any kind of video or any kind of stream. But for those lucky enough to be out there tonight and seeing this behemoth in person, it really puts everything into perspective. So after watching that video, I do have a little bit of butterflies, so I'm ready to go.
I'm not sure if maybe Jack is. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, right now, of course, I was there for the first one. Max, you were there for the first and second one. Is there a difference how you see this versus the second one? Like, do you feel different now, or is it just like April?
Not only did you and I watch it, I was right next to you watching it.
Yes,
from our location, it was really, really special. But around the first flight, we really didn't know what it was going to look like, right? I mean, we know roughly what the exhaust from the Raptors looks like individually, sometimes in groups, but we didn't know what the plume would look like when 30 plus all fire together. We didn't know how fast it was going to move off the pad exactly, or even if it was, quite frankly, going to be in control. There was just so much. There were so many unknowns. But of course, now we know after flight one, and I've said it a few times since getting here a few days ago. Flight one had this whole party atmosphere around it because we had never seen a vehicle of this size move under its own power toward the sky before. In terms of what its purpose is. And it was just a miracle to get it off the pad and over the water. For Flight 2, it's much more different. We are now down to business, and especially with all the upgrades they've made both to the vehicle itself and the launch pad, it's time to get down to business and really prove that Starship is a truly capable launch vehicle. So I am a little bit nervous, though, to be honest with you. I am a little bit nervous.
How come? What makes you nervous?
Well, I mean, Starship is still unproven, especially after the results from Flight 1, of course. Us and the world all saw what happened. Until it succeeds, you don't know exactly what's going to happen or what it's going to look like, or is it even going to succeed in the first place? I mean, we didn't even get to stage separation on Flight 1, right? And so I think the goal that many people are looking forward to is can we get to stage separation, and can we fire the Raptors on ship and successfully hot stage from the booster? I think that milestone alone would be a huge achievement, but of course, that we are in uncharted territories now with that staging method, both with SpaceX and this type of launch vehicle as a whole of this scale and magnitude.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It feels like this next step, right? This next generation coming, and I'm really looking forward to see the journey. I mean, we already saw a quite long journey, as you saw in this video, but it feels like it's like. It feels already so long, but in a weird way, it's still just started, right? There's still Mars.
I hadn't realized it had been almost 7 months, or around 7 months, until Jack mentioned it in the intro, and it was just like, golly, it's really been that long now, hasn't it? And I remember I tweeted after the first launch. I tweeted pictures of the launch pad aftermath, and I publicly said it would be difficult to see this launch complex being used or repaired in under 12 months. And here we are 7 months later getting ready to fly for a second time. So I'm eating my own words there. And it's also crazy to think about that while Booster 9 and Ship 25 are getting ready to fly, by SpaceX standards, they're already ancient. Which is absolutely crazy to think about, because they have boosters and ships lined up to fly after this with all new upgrades, newer technology, and they're also fresher. Booster 9 and Ship 25 are nearing 1 year old now, which is bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so we also have to talk about expectations here, right? At some point, because this question will come haunt us. At some point, somebody will ask, what do you consider this a successful flight? What's your expectation for this? And I think, Max, we should get it out of the way here. So, I will throw this to you first, because right now I have the host power here, so I can throw the question to you first and then follow up with that. Where would you call it a successful flight? What's your expectation?
I mean, expectations are exponentially higher compared to Flight 1, because, of course, Flight 1, it was a success in a lot of people's eyes if it just cleared the tower. Not so much with Flight 2. There are different layers to this, and I will elaborate on that. In that, first, can they ignite all 33 Raptors simultaneously on the orbital launch mount successfully and keep all 33 lit at liftoff? That's point number one. And if they can do that, and of course, if the water-cooled steel plate and deluge system survives, that of course is a huge success in itself. But in terms of the actual flight post tower clear, golly, if they can make it at least to hot staging and have a successful ignition of the Raptors on ship, even if it does go in somewhat of a skewed direction that isn't necessarily recoverable, if they can get to hot staging and demonstrate the engineering that went into making the hot staging ring in the first place, while it won't be quite as much of a successful feeling as ship making it all the way to Hawaii, just from my personal standpoint, I would call that a major step forward.
I absolutely agree. That's kind of my expectation here as well. And I want to also bring Jack here in with this question. Jack, when would you call this a successful flight today? Like, is there like a single milestone where you say, yeah, that's it? Oh, I think I believe we cannot hear Jack right now.
Yep, unfortunately.
Yep. No problem. So we will of course start to also answer your question, as Jack said before, and look at what you want to know for today. And we will start with that right now, and look at questions here that we have in the question queue here. Oh, that's an interesting one, but that's already a bit looking in the future. But so we had now a 7 months turnaround, right, Max? We have 7 months of
correct.
No Starship launches.
No Starship launches, correct.
We have heard about in the past that they want to turn these around faster, get into a faster cadence, and also they kind of need because of Artemis, right?
Yes,
so what do you think if this goes well and doesn't spark a rock tornado? When do you think you might go to Boca again?
Oh boy. Well, assuming they can get off the pad and get the vehicle over the water, so it won't somehow come back down and nuke the entire pad, and or the water deluge system has proven itself a reliable system and a viable system. I would say anywhere from the realm of 4 to 8 weeks, they could potentially be ready for Flight 3.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you right now, Jack. Again, what's your expectation? When Flight 3?
Max, you said 4 to 8 weeks.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna agree with that. It really, and just to sorry about the issues I'm having here. I'm troubleshooting some stuff, but the answer to your question before, Adrian, about what is success here, in a lot of ways, kind of hinges on the answer of when is Flight 3, because it's the same as Flight 1. We don't want to do significant damage to the pad. And if they can get this thing away from all of their infrastructure that they've built, and if the deluge system, which is brand new, can prove that it works, and the pad isn't that messed up, then yeah, I think, Max, you're right. 4 to 8 weeks, we could see another flight sometime early next year. Basically no problem. Maybe I'm just riding the pre-launch adrenaline rush, but I really do think that if everything goes right, then the turnaround could be very fast. Now, that also, of course, depends on what does Starship do. I don't know if you already asked the question of how far we think it'll get into flight, but that sort of matters here as well, because if it does not get to Hawaii, and even really then still, there will likely be an FAA anomaly investigation, which is fine. That happens when something goes awry, and that won't take a super long time to resolve, but it will take time. So between pad furbishment and an anomaly investigation, yeah, I think 4 to 8 weeks is a reasonable expectation of time. I would say first quarter of next year. That's my long-winded answer.
I go with first quarter of next year, by the way, for the record. But I think it will be late in the first quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, if you told me the next flight's in March, I'd be like, cool, we got an increase in cadence here. And I expect we'll see many flights next year.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Let's do some more questions. How about that?
Let's do it.
Yeah, please.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Charles is asking, what happened with the grid fin actuators yesterday? Adrian, do you want to take us through that whole shenanigans?
Yeah, there was a moment yesterday when we were all excited. Some of us maybe a bit panicking, but somewhere between panicking and excited for a launch. And well, then it happened to be that they had an issue, and we suddenly saw them moving into destack operations, which was not really this thing we want to see. Like suddenly, I think there's this video that Das posted where suddenly the hot staging transporter stand is going behind him. It's like,
yes.
Not a good thing.
Yeah, we were all standing around waiting for camera setup to begin.
Yes, we were.
And that was occurring. And in fact, Das was at the location for camera setup, waiting with the new danger cart, which is what I'm calling the trailer. I'm just gonna call it that on air, and hopefully that'll become its name. And yeah, we saw those go by, and we saw that they were going to destack, and that was kind of like, what's going on here? And then of course, official confirmation came on Twitter. But I think I cut you off, Adrian. Continue.
No, it's all good. We want conversation here, right? So Elon Musk then confirmed on Twitter, on X.
I'm on cam, by the way.
That the situation was that apparently a grid fin actuator was broken and needed repair or replacement, and we saw then destacking because the grid fin motors are below this hot staging ring, which is kind of a complicated place to get to, because to to get to this area, you need to remove the hot staging ring. The problem is there's a ship on top of it. So you need to get the ship off to remove the hot staging ring to then get to these actuators. And it looks like they didn't only replace one, but more looking like 3. Yeah, it was definitely, it didn't look like there were only like one part that they accessed. So there were some repairs done, but to be fair, they did it in a very short time, just a 24-hour delay, and they restacked the ship. And now we are here again in a countdown, and maybe just 8 hours and 28 minutes away from the liftoff of the biggest rocket of all time.
It's crazy to think about how destacking operations doesn't seem to be as big of a deal as it used to be, because it used to take it was a multi-hour process before, right, in terms of stacking and destacking ship. But over these few months, they have demonstrated the fact that they can get this stacked and destacked in somewhere around 30 to 40 minutes, which is, for all things considered, for a vehicle of this size and magnitude, it's actually I would say that's very healthy and very substantial. So when Jack and I were out there seeing destack operations, I don't know exactly how he was feeling, but I wasn't quite panicking. But it also, so sometimes when you hear about something going wrong with a launch vehicle, especially a few years ago in Florida with Falcon 9, that's not normally a quick process, depending on what they have to repair or replace. But the fact that the feeling about having to destack for some kind of repair, and that doesn't feel like very panicky or scary in terms of thinking about, but yeah, it's not that huge of a deal anymore.
Yeah, it's wild how rapidly they're able to stack and destack now. I mean, I remember the days where it would take, I want to say hours. I don't know if that's fully accurate, but it would take a long time. I mean, and now it's like you look over and it's like, oh, it's already stacked, or oh, they're already destacking it. So it's pretty wild. But that's a good question there from Charles. We did see those grid fin actuators replaced, and hopefully we don't see any grid fin wackiness as this thing goes uphill today. Well, it's not today yet, but it'll be today in a few hours. Anyways, let's do some more questions. Does that sound good?
Send it.
That sounds fantastic. And I think we also... Yeah, here you go.
No, please.
We also have this amazing shot from SpaceX that they 5 hours ago showed on X. And I think... So, these new spotlights are just very good for photo shooting.
Wait. Did you just call it X?
Yes.
He did.
Are you starting to call it X now? Because I'm pretty sure you used to call it Twitter, like pretty recently.
It's slowly happening.
To be fair, he called it Twitter like 4 minutes ago, so he's going back
and X.
All right, I have thoroughly derailed things for the first time tonight. It won't be the last time tonight. Anyways, I'll let you continue, please. This is a cool picture, and I do like the spotlights. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's it. I like spotlights. Sorry. Now the problem is continuing it now sounds very unepic, because it's like that was the end. So it's like, but you're like, well, I like spotlights.
Yeah, can we get the lower third? Can we change the lower third to say Adrian likes spotlights for like 5 seconds? Anyways, moving on. Let's do some more spotlight questions.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, it might be his call sign now. Although, really, I feel like Adrian's call sign would need to be like a Lord of the Rings character's name or something.
Ooh, probably.
Maybe Sting? Isn't that Bilbo's sword or something like that? I don't know.
Yes, and it glows
you
when orcs are nearby.
Do you glow when orcs are nearby?
There's one very important component that doesn't exist in the real world that would be needed to test this potential theory.
All right, that's fair. All right, so once again, Flight 2 of Starship. We've got 8 hours and 24 minutes on the clock. The launch window opens at 7 a.m. local time and runs for a scant 20 minutes. However, we should see signs fairly early on that the tank farm is spooling up and that we are progressing appropriately into the flow. So, I mean, while we're waiting for this, there's so many thoughts that go through your mind. In fact, I just saw a tweet come up from SpaceX saying that they're about to launch Starlink, and all I saw was propellant load begin. And I was like, what? Oh, right. There's a Starlink coming up. But anyways, 2 hours to go for this not 2 hours, 8 hours to go for this launch. But while we're hanging out and waiting for things to start spooling up, let's go watch another video. How cool is that? That happened today. That was today.
Yeah.
That was today. I
Yeah.
can't believe I saw that and photographed it, and I like that just got me just as excited as seeing it. I'm not even messing around. I mean, wow. There are so many people out here. It is like it's like a festival. It's a rocket festival. I don't know how else to describe it. I've seen crowds like this before out here, but only really for Flight 1. It's insane the number of people, of all walks of life, and families and friends and people who worked hard on this vehicle. And to give them a little extra treat today with a Polaris team flyover, Polaris crew, I should say. I mean, that's astounding. That was outstanding and astounding. And what a cool video. Like, absolutely exceptional. And the fact that we had so many angles of it from so many cameras, and we were able to immediately put that video together with all of the cool shots that we had on Starbase Live of that flyover is so cool. And the only reason we can do that is because of the support of our members. Literally, there's things that we can only do because we have the support of all of our members. I mean, I'm looking at the queue right here, and it's 45 minutes old, and I'm sorry for that. But like Stan Hayes, becoming a launch director. Stan, that is one of our higher levels of support. Thank you, Stan. We can't do stuff like this without you. We have camera emplacements all around out here with a bunch of cameras on them, and maintaining those cameras, putting all of that stuff in place, it's no joke. So thank you to everyone for the support, but also thank you to the entire team that got this done. Adrian, you were in voice chat when they were tracking all of this, right? I was out getting blanketed in a swarm of mosquitoes and getting cool photos, if I may toot my own horn. But there was a whole other thing going on in our work VC, right? As everybody tracked this.
Yeah, absolutely. That was They were our SPL operators. They were all sitting there, and as there was like notice by Polaris that this was coming, they kind of got ready to track this. And it was such an impressive thing to hear them all coordinated and like tracking it and shouting out cameras that have it and trying to bring these views live to Starbase Live. Like, tracking these kind of things with these cameras is no joke. And they did such a great job. And these shots are from them. They tracked all of this. So it was such an amazing job. And they did so great. And that was then when instantly the decision was made, like, okay, we now got all of these shots. We kind of want to make a video out of this. So that's where this then came to be. And I'm so glad that Thomas actually made this video happen and cut it together in a record time here. So thanks for all of the SBA operators who brought these shots, and Thomas for editing it, because it's really amazing.
Yeah, and why is this so exciting, right? Because it's the Polaris crew, it's the Polaris program. They're going to be the first human crew to launch on a Starship. That's amazing. They're doing, so far they've announced the 3 Polaris crew missions. The first one is on a Dragon. The second one is also on a Dragon. Third one is slated to be on Starship. So, again, just everybody out here is so excited to see this thing launch. I know everybody watching is so excited to see this thing launch. But to give all the people who are braving the heat and braving the mosquitoes and excited about this launch, it might not launch tomorrow. That's the nature of rockets. So far, everything's great. Everything's green. We're looking good. Everything's looking good so far. But to give everybody that's here right now that bonus is really special. Max, how was the flyover for you, buddy?
So I had actually just finished setting up some more cameras, and so traffic around there. I got there kind of late, so there was bumper to bumper traffic on both sides of the State Highway 4. So I had almost missed it, but thankfully I found a spot to just kind of throw my car into it, and I think I only brought out a 16 to 35 mil lens to get all 3 aircraft together with the stack, because I was kind of hoping it would have been more at sunset, but the fact that it flew post sunset and there was some lovely pink light in the sky, it was wonderful. So I was out over by the dunes, so it was spectacular.
Truly spectacular. Just I can't thank Jared Isaacman and the whole Polaris program enough for doing what they did today. That was really special. So thank you. And once again, thank you to all of our members. Thank you to the people who are gifting memberships. I am trying to show you all on screen right now, Little Trucker Kennel Miniature Pinchers. Interesting name. Launch Director. Thank you so much. We have so many cool perks that we offer. There's a Discord that you can join at Capcom level and above. There's behind the scenes stuff. Really amazing perks that you can get. And the cool thing is that you get to support what we do, and you get this awesome coverage in return. So thank you so much. Oh man, that really, sorry, that revved me up a little bit. Dank Jeb, holy moly, Dank Jeb, long time supporter. What's up, Dank Jeb? he always pings me when there's a new chemical safety board video. So thank you for that. $200 super chat. Thank you so much. Again,
Wow.
can't do this
Holy
without
moly.
y'all's support. Dankjeb always comes out of the woodwork with large amounts of support. So thank you so much, Dankjeb. And there's no way that I can adequately express appreciation on stream for something like that. It's an insane amount of money. That is a huge amount of money. So thank you so much. I hope that our coverage continues to bring you joy and hope for the future, because we're looking at it right now. We're looking at the future. It's sitting there like 1,300 feet away from this camera. Speaking of, do you think this camera's gonna live? Let's. That's a question Jack. Someone named Jack Byer is asking. We're just gonna go there. We're just gonna go right there. Famously on Flight 1, our minivan, affectionately known as Danger Van, got nailed by a piece of flying debris.
Not just
one
nailed,
piece of flying debris.
Yes, multiple.
Yeah, and also not like only one. It was kind of like the first thing that came from that direction that directly took it out.
Like it's one thing to see like pebbles and small rocks being thrown, but it was almost a boulder that got completely hurled and smashed the C-pillars.
Yeah, it's insane. And that van out of commission. But the good thing is the van was an old, super tired van, and it probably wanted to be out of commission. Put me out of my misery. Right? But the thing is the gear in it that was much more important all lived. And we took that gear, and we got a bunch of new gear, and we put it into Danger Cart, or the trailer, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think we have an official name yet, but I'm calling it Danger Cart. And Daniel and Andrew and Das worked. I want to smack the table, but I'm not going to because my phone is propped up on a thing of paper towels. So it's like right there. There's paper towels right here. So I'm not going to smack the table, but I want to smack the table and say Das and Andrew and Dan worked so hard on this. And again, I hate to belabor the point. I'm sorry for doing it. I don't want to turn this into a PBS stream, but we couldn't do this. We could not have done this and bounced back from the destruction of Danger Van without y'all's help. So thank you. I'm going to continue trying to show people on the lower third. I'm already like 36 minutes behind, so I'm going to try and keep showing it. If I don't say your name, I'm sorry, but normally we try to get to everybody, but that's just the way launch streams go. Musical Wolves, I see you with the super chats. You're not dreaming. Thank you, Musical Wolves. And, if you can't support us monetarily, just hit the like button. That's amazing. Like, you know how YouTube works. I know you know how YouTube works. You don't need me to tell you how YouTube works. But really, hitting that like button makes a big difference. It tells people that, hey, this might be something you'd be interested in watching. And it doesn't have to be a monetary thing here. The people who are contributing via the memberships and the super chats, amazing. But they're doing the work for everybody that can't. And if you can't, hit the like button. Anyways, let's get back to some questions. How about?
There's the elevator, I think, just went up the tower. Just to point that out, so it seems like there's still some SpaceXers doing maybe some inspections there, some last minute looking at the vehicle, or maybe somebody's just gonna get a final good shot from like the top level. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe some final camera preps.
Yeah, who knows? And we should also point out maybe that we are just about 1 hour away from the hard roadblock being enforced, which will be the moment where they will start to clear people out of the area, or like finish actually clearing out people of the area in preparation for then to start tank farm conditioning and fueling. So just to point that out quickly while we are at it.
Excellent. So Adrian, that makes me want to ask you right now, what would we expect to be the time that the pad goes completely clear?
It's kind of a bit of a window, but usually with, at least compared with the last one, they kind of want to get this done early. They want to, as early as possible, clear the pad. They will enforce the roadblock scheduled at 12 a.m. or like right at midnight Central. However, I think that might also be the time when they basically have almost everybody out. I think that last time they started to clear the beach very early. They started to get people out of the pad area very early. And as soon as they could, enforce that roadblock and started operations. Because remember, they have this 20-minute window today that they need to hit. So every single second they get where they already can precondition their tank farm, where they can already work on their countdown, that's all seconds that matter. That's all seconds that count. And that gives you a bit of wiggle room in the countdown where you're not running to this target and maybe need to troubleshoot something or fix something while you're so under time pressure.
Good deal. Hey, everybody, it's Sean. Say hi, Sean.
Hi, what's up?
All right, let's do some more questions. Alex is asking, did we park the van in the same spot? If so, that's not really good. No, but we did park the trailer that we were just talking about. You're on stream. Hi, the camera's live.
Hi.
That's Dan. Dan worked on the trailer. Say something about the trailer.
The trailer's cool.
The trailer is cool. I can confirm. More questions. J.K. Lowell is asking, when they start carrying passengers, will they load the ship and then stack, or will they stack the ship and then load the passengers? I expect that the passengers will load onto the ship after fueling is done, sort of similar to how you don't have to crawl. You do not have to crawl. Adrian, what do you think?
I mean, in Falcon, they first put the people on and then load the rocket, right? And I expect with SpaceX wanting to go for efficiency, which they tend to do, they will also start to optimize this countdown. So I don't think there will be an easy hold point for Starship where they can just, I don't know, pause the operations once it's completely fueled and then be like, okay, now it's 1 hour to load everybody. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they want to make this efficient. They want to make this very much like the Falcon 9 operations in that sense. So I think actually there might be, at least in the early stages, I think there will be first passengers then fuel.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. First passengers, then fuel. Thank you. Max, what do you think?
You know, SpaceX was the first one to load a crew on before they fueled the rocket, right? Because SLS will already be fully fueled by the time the crew arrives at Orion. The space shuttle was already fueled. The Saturn V was already fueled. Depending on when they want to load crew, whether it be 2.5, 3 hours before launch, Starship fueling operations begin at around T-2 hours. So I wouldn't put it past them to. I mean, it could go either way, but I would say at least at first to add to your guys' point, I would think crew would be loaded first.
Good deal. More questions. Keep them coming, chat. At NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will see your questions pop up, and we will answer them. Let's see here. I mean, this one's pretty basic, but SpaceFacts is asking, do we think Starship will launch today? I'm going to say yes. I'm feeling real positive. Adrian?
Oh, we are now entering this phase of commentator jinx that a lot of people will maybe be very angry about in a few hours. So we'll see. But you know, there's these days where you just feel like it's gonna happen, and I think we all had that yesterday. Like yesterday, it didn't feel like it, right? Even before the whole grid thing happened, it didn't feel like it. I can't explain it. But yes, today it feels like it. It feels like this is the night, and I think we will see Starship launch in 8 hours and 4 minutes. And every time I say this countdown, this timing, I know Jack is like getting like excited because it's just 8 hours. We are 8 hours away.
I mean, you wait 7 months for something, and then
what's 8 more hours?
You know. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's constantly a month away. And then tomorrow. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Sean. Cool. Well, again, I do want to make sure we're thanking everybody for all of the support that lets us do what we do. So, like, I am Shredder, becoming a pad rat. Amazing. Matt Lewandowski, thank you so much for the super chat. They say good luck, NSF, and the whole SpaceX team from Fordham Rocket Propulsion Laboratory. Next stop, Hawaii. Hey, for real, that's awesome. Thank you, Matt. Thank you to everybody, like Brave Shoe. Thank you. Flip Diaz, becoming a Capcom member. Flip, you get Discord access. Join the Discord. Peter, thank you for the support. They say, we rise to seek new understanding. From the earth below to the moon above, so to far beyond the stars, for all mankind, go Starship. I love it. I love it. Oh, man. Placido? Placido? I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering your name. Becoming a flight engineer. Oh, I'm sorry I butchered your name. And feel free to @ me in chat and let me know how to pronounce that properly. But flight engineer is, again, one of our 2 highest levels of support. So thank you so much. That means the world to us. It's just surreal that we're sitting here now 8 hours and 3 minutes away from the opening of the window for Starship's second flight. And we get hot staging this time. It's like
Yes!
a bonus on top of a bonus. Adrian, do you want to tell us a little bit about what's going on with hot staging? We have a question here from Coding Loading asking, is the ship and the hot staging ring attached while the booster, with a booster using something? Like, how do they attach the hot staging ring to the booster? And if yes, how does it disconnect while staging?
They're like small pins, clamps. It's hard to describe that because I feel like if there would be any significant push force, these things would not hold anything. It's more like something that locks in and keeps it barely in place. But again, just to describe this thing of hot staging, because there might be some viewers here who are like not super up to date and they're now watching now because it's the second flight. There's a major difference between the first and second flight. That is hot staging. And what hot staging means is that they will ignite the second stage while it's still attached to the first stage, and while the first stage will still burn, which reduces gravity losses because you don't have this small part of coasting where you don't fight gravity. You don't use your time right now to fight gravity. You use that time while coasting a bit, and that's mitigated by this. There's also other advantages, but that would probably go a bit too deep right now. But overall, this would mean that you will see during the flight the plume of the Raptors basically emitting from this hot stage ring at the top and being like, it will probably push out of this grid area between the ship and the booster, which is very needed before this, because otherwise you will have an exploding interstage, which would be very bad, and B, will look probably very, very cool. Like, I think this will look very, very cool, and that's
yes.
making me excited. I'm like, I will throw this to Max because I'm just to keep this rolling. Max, how do you feel about hot staging, especially maybe as a photographer? Like, do you think cool shots?
Well, the initial thought that comes to mind when anyone mentions hot staging is alarming, because every rocket prior that has used the method of hot staging has been disposable, not reusable, right? So the immediate thought that comes to mind is certainly alarming, but assuming everything goes well and they are able to ignite the Raptors on ship and cleanly separate the stages, my word, I have a very special long lens that I'll be having with me for launch, and I'm trying to imagine how that image is going to look, because I don't exactly know how the exhaust of the Raptors is going to look in the upper atmosphere, given that they're powered by methane. Hopefully it looks spectacular for all the right reasons and not for all the wrong reasons. So, because we still don't know how, we still don't know how it's actually going to look or perform, right? That's why this is happening on a test flight, of course.
Test flights are the best flight, if you ask me, because you never know what you're going to see. That rhymed way too much. Ew. But no, really, that's one of the most exciting elements about test flight.
Calling you about Dr. Seuss for a few minutes now.
I need a cat in the hat.
Oh, gosh.
But really, Max, like, again, as a photographer, Max, Adrian, don't worry about it. As a photographer, Max, I think we both sort of did the same thing where we selected the lens that we were going to use to cover this launch with hot staging in mind. Is that accurate to say, Max?
Very accurate, because of course we have cameras over at the launch pad, so those users are taken care of, assuming they're not eaten alive by Raptor exhaust or debris. But yes, I think in terms of visual, the visual aspect of launch, of course, besides tower clear, the most anticipation lies at hot staging, because we don't know how that's going to look. So. And quite frankly, I'm so impatient to find out.
Yeah. So to reiterate and answer the question again, the hot stage ring connects to the booster with the same mechanism that would connect the ship to the booster, and the hot staging ring connects to the ship with the same mechanism that would connect the booster to the ship. It's just another ring in between the ship and the booster that duplicates both vehicles' interfaces. So. Yeah, that is hot staging in a nutshell. Adrian, did I interrupt you?
No, I'm just I forgot my point. This is the problem when you're on a stream and you're worried.
It happens.
Sorry, go on.
You know what? You know what also happens? Starlink. Oh. That's right. More internet satellites. Go internet satellites go. And while Starship will eventually be launching Starlink, this launch has no payload, at least as far as we know, and it certainly would be hard to get any payload in the rocket, given the tiny little payload door, which I think on 25, if I'm not mistaken, is welded shut. So no payload that we know of on Starship Flight 2. But Falcon 9, hanging out over at the Cape, is getting ready to launch Starlink in like 3 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. You can see Starship hasn't gone anywhere. It's there right on the right side of your screen. But we are just under 3 minutes out from the next Starlink mission. So, you know what? I heard you like rockets. So we got you a rocket to watch while you watch a rocket. Max,
we heard you like rockets?
Yeah, right. Yo, dog, I heard you like rockets. Max, you've covered a lot of Starlink launches out there in Florida. That's kind of your home turf. How does it feel to not be there for a change?
Oh, my precious late night Starlinks. Oh, my goodness. You know,
is this one hitting different?
This one is not hitting different because it's not hitting at all. To be completely honest, it wasn't even a thought until it was mentioned in the back channel, and then it was like, holy crap, they're watching Starlink tonight. I completely forgot about it. It feels very weird because I've only missed about 3 launches in the last couple of years. But of course, hopefully we're not missing one more tomorrow morning. But yeah, it feels really weird to be absent from Florida, but that's just, again, the sign of the times. I mean, I've only been gone for about 3 days now, 3 or 4 days, and we're already setting up another Falcon 9, and so that's just a sign of how far SpaceX and the Falcon launch cadence has come in just the last few years.
And just to point this out, because I see maybe some people here being confused, the countdown at the bottom is not for Starship. The countdown right now at the bottom is for a Starlink mission on a Falcon 9. Just to point this out. It just happened to align with this broadcast. It's a thing, and yeah, I mean, it's very. We apt, also have
right.
It's true
because part of Starlink's or part of Starship's purpose, like reason for existing, is to launch Starlink satellites, and not only that, but a much bigger, much more capable version than can be launched on Falcon 9, and that will enable a host of amazing new things, including maybe even like direct to your cell phone Starlink, which is sort of a nascent thing that SpaceX is working on right now with T-Mobile in the form of like emergency services. And, you know, the Apple ecosystem has a similar setup. But eventually, I wouldn't be surprised if we all have
Go for launch.
Use Starlink for cell signals. So here we go. 20 seconds to go for this Starlink launch. I'm sorry, I didn't even catch what number this is. What Starlink number is this?
It's
628, is it? 628?
628. Here we go. 5 seconds away from Starlink 628. Go, internet satellites, go.
And these internet satellites are indeed going.
We have liftoff, and it has cleared the tower.
Is it a statement for the cadence of SpaceX and the operational work of SpaceX that they operate the biggest rocket of all time in countdown right now, while also just routinely launching another rocket?
Yes.
It absolutely is. 100% it is. It's astounding, and it's amazing to see, and it makes me happy to see, because, again, I miss a lot on stream, so hopefully I don't get too annoying, but this is the future I think we all wanted to live in. There was such a long period of time, at least in my life, where it didn't seem like we were doing anything interesting in terms of space flight. And, the shuttle program ramped down, and there was just these horrible years of doldrums. And now we are getting into making spaceflight routine, making spaceflight airliner-like in its operations. And we're seeing the sheer, extreme cadence from SpaceX. Do we think they're going to hit 100 launches this year? It certainly seems like they're getting close.
That's a question I wouldn't dare to answer. That's a question I would always. That would be like a I wait for Alex to type in the back channel kind of question, where he would then tell me, no, right now they're on pace for 97.6, and I would be like,
we're
15,
cool. Alex says we're 15 launches away from 100. That's
Holy
wild.
Cow.
There are many rockets that have never even launched 100 times, let alone 100 times in a year.
And can we
so
also
here we go.
For a second, holy cow, that weather looked absolutely atrocious.
It did. It looked bad. Let's hope for better weather for Starship tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Should we should we talk about that? Should we say what we said
will, but
before?
for now, let's enjoy the rocket. Let's enjoy the rocket.
Okay.
We're coming up on Miko and stage SEP here.
This is one of the
That
best
is where the
parts.
booster will. Wow. Yeah, it is. So this is where the booster will shut down its engines, and unlike Starship, will not hot stage. Adrian, go ahead.
No, I said exactly what I wanted to say. It's so cool that we can now demonstrate a rocket that is not hot staging, and you will now see it detach in the Miko event and coast for a bit before igniting the second stage. And that's exactly what Starship will not do, and what Starship will prevent. This gravity loss, these few seconds, is exactly what hot staging aims to get rid of.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Right. It really is. It's a perfect encapsulation of what we were talking about just minutes ago. And there, you can see Falcon 9's first stage coming back to land, and you can see Falcon 9's second stage continuing to boost Starlink 628 into orbit. And it's just to have Starship in a picture-in-picture on screen like this really makes you think, how crazy is this going to be when we're watching Starlink launches on Starship? And it's just a commonplace thing. And, I mean, holy cow. It's going to be amazing.
That nozzle, that nozzle isn't stubby, by the way. I hate to say.
It's a good nozzle. It's the good nozzle.
Yeah, it's the good one, Max.
Oh,
don't bring your stubby nozzle talk into this.
You're outruled. 2 against 1.
Okay, this one time.
What? We won!
Every time.
We won!
Oh boy.
Good deal.
It's
so
are we getting worse with the minute?
Yes.
Like
So next thing coming up here will be the entry burn on Falcon 9's first stage. Is that correct, Adrian?
That will be correct. Yes. The next thing will be entry burn. And again, this not Starship, this Falcon 9. Just disclaimer. Big disclaimer.
Right, but you can just imagine the day when this is Starship. I mean, we saw the Falcon 9 first stage separate and extend its grid fins. That immediately made me think, hey, but the booster already has its grid fins extended. It's going to look a little bit different, but it's going to look so cool. And
it's
just so insanely exciting.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where you see these similarities between the both rockets, because there are a lot of similarities where SpaceX obviously went for something that worked, and they were like, okay, let's implement this again. But there's also things where you can see why they want a new rocket, right? But why they want to go this next step, because they probably want to go bolder steps. They want to change more, and with Falcon 9, they're kind of now in a place where this rocket is, I wouldn't call it like finished in development, because I know SpaceX, they never finish development until it stops flying. But there's not really, we wouldn't see suddenly hot staging on a Falcon 9. That's probably not gonna happen.
The day we see a Falcon 9 suddenly hot stage is going to be a bad day.
Yeah,
right.
That's probably, that booster's gonna have a bad time.
I mean, like all engineering decisions, it's a series of trade-offs, and if you don't hot stage, then you reduce a little bit of complexity, I suppose, on the first stage. You protect the first stage, which of course for Falcon 9 gets reused, but you lose some efficiency there. And with Starship, they're eking out every little bit of performance that they can out of the system. So that is the reason for hot staging on Starship. And here we go. We should see entry burn any second now.
Want to hear something interesting about entry burn, Jack?
Go.
That's also another thing that, you guessed it, Starship won't have.
Yes.
Because that's the thing they want to get rid of. Because they want to improve the shielding, so they don't need to slow down. They don't need to use the entry burn to do it. And I love this. I love how we can right now use this to explain things that are relevant for Starship.
It really is. So here we go. The next step for the first stage will be landing burn, and that is coming up here shortly, which will be right followed by second engine cutoff, or SECO, which is when the second stage engine shuts off. So coming up here, keep an eye on the screen. You can see Falcon 9 first stage on the left side. You can see its telemetry. You can see that it is scrubbing off speed dramatically.
You can see the plasma in the grid fins. Holy cow.
That was beautiful. And you can see the second stage. You can see its telemetry, and you can see it continuing to accelerate at a mind-bending speed. Just outstanding. And just, once again, trying to contextualize Starship as we watch this. I mean, we've all seen a lot of Falcon 9 launches. We've all seen a lot of Falcon 9 landings. And to sort of watch this particular launch with the added context of Starship being 7 hours and 46 minutes away from the opening of the window for its second flight is really something. So here we go. We're coming up on the landing burn. We should see that pop up on the left side as Falcon 9 reignites its engines to land. Sometimes the telemetry can be a little bit spotty and the signal might drop a little bit, but not unexpected. But let's see. There we go. We have engine startup on Falcon 9. Momentarily here, we'll see the legs deploy.
Going through the clouds.
Absolutely beautiful. You can see the grid fins actuating, doing their work. There's the landing zone. Come on, stick the landing.
There go the legs.
Bam.
Like clockwork.
And another happy landing.
Another happy landing.
Yeah, as if
Adrian.
Landing.
Yes.
As if landing
got
an
the
orbital class rocket wasn't a big deal, they also landed an orbital class rocket on a barge in the middle of the ocean. So there you go. That is Starlink 628, just launched out of Florida, and now back to Starship.
Can I bring Falcon 9 here in for another time?
Sure.
That landing probably wouldn't have been accurate enough for the booster if they want to land them on the grid on the chopsticks. So yes, that was impressive and they landed it, but if they want to land a booster between the chopsticks, they were a bit off target there. So I'm not sure if that would have worked with Super Heavy.
That's fair. I would say that's a sort of an anomaly. And anomaly is a loaded word when it comes to rocketry. That is different than we normally see. Normally they stick the landing almost in the bullseye like every time. So that was a little bit off, but that's okay. That's why they have the entire barge to land on. But good point. I mean, the landing of Super Heavy and Starship in the chopsticks is has to be so precise, or at least it seems like it's going to have to be so precise, that, yeah, I don't know if that would have cut it. But thankfully, SpaceX can take everything they've learned from the Falcon 9 program and landing how many rockets now? Coming up on 200, I think? 200 landed rockets? Alex will type in the back channel and correct me. But absolutely outstanding. I mean,
It's
wow.
It's even the 172nd in a row. 246.
246 landing. Holy cannoli.
That's insane. That's insane. So all of that delicious data, if I can call it that, is not going to go to waste when it comes to Super Heavy and Starship. And you better believe they've engineered the systems on both of those vehicles to be capable of landing with the chopsticks. So,
you know, I think before we move on from this, I think it's worth pointing out that it might, as crazy as this might sound, it might be easier to place Super Heavy in a more precise location, because unlike Falcon 9, the Super Heavy booster will have the ability to hover, where Falcon 9 cannot do that, even firing on one engine throttle all the way down, because it still has too much thrust.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it's probably a maneuver that SpaceX, in typical SpaceX fashion, will give less and less margin for, because I feel like sometimes they hate margins. They're like, how little can we make this margin for it to still work? Because less margin means more payload, and more payload means more better. It's a simple equation. So I wonder how they will optimize it over time. And also, to be fair, Falcon 9 doesn't need to be this accurate. There's also this argument you can make about, like, are they even going for the accuracy right now? Are they even trying to nail it every time? Or are they like, as long as it's in this general ballpark, rocket is fine? So I wonder if they could make it more precise, if they would have to.
Well, for all we know,
Well,
that was their planned bullseye target for tonight's mission. You know.
well, you say that, but really, they're optimizing surely for a number of things with these landings, and to me, one of the things you would want to optimize for is, yes, land on the barge, but also, if you can, minimize the stresses on the vehicle as much as possible to limit the amount of fatigue on the structure of the vehicle itself. So, you know, who cares if it's bullseye as long as the vehicle is as happy as possible? I don't know that, you know, for a fact that that's something that exists, but that's something I made up in my mind that seems plausible. So there you go. All right, well, we're coming up on the first milestone for tonight's flight, and that is the road closure, which goes into effect at midnight. So let's take a video, or let's watch a video about the countdown and what all the milestones and everything that we'll see tonight, and then we will go to some more questions from y'all. But let's watch this video about what we're going to see today.
Starship's day of launch operations will begin with the closure of Highway 4 at different points, enforcing different safety measures along the way. The pad will be cleared and Starbase, including Boca Chica Village, will be evacuated. Then the tank farm will enter into chill-down mode to condition it for the start of propellant load. During this time, the farm becomes very active with very visible venting, and the subcoolers are loaded with liquid nitrogen to prepare them for propellant load. Prior to that, though, the propellant lines that go to the orbital launch mount and up the tower also need to be chilled down. We'll notice this because both the mount and the tower will have a vent when it happens. At around T-2 hours, the SpaceX launch director should be giving the go for propellant load. And that's when things will get even more interesting. At T-1 hour and 37 minutes, the propellant load will begin on the booster and the OLM vent will disappear. Just a few minutes later, we'll start seeing frost on the booster liquid oxygen tank, followed a few minutes later by the methane tank. Unlike the booster, the propellant load for the ship is staggered, with liquid methane load starting at T-1 hour and 17 minutes, and liquid oxygen load starting at T-1 hour and 13 minutes. Starship will then take another hour or so to get fully loaded with propellant load, wrapping up first on the ship and then on the booster. The engines on each stage will start their own chill down sequence at T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, so we'll see both the engine chill pond and the ship engine chill pipes vent more heavily when this happens. In the final minutes, there will be a number of things going on other than wrapping up the propellant load, such as the flight termination system being armed, the vehicles taking command of the countdown, and much more. At T-minus 40 seconds, SpaceX has an optional hold point in the count where they can pause the clock for a few minutes and finish any tasks that are running behind. It can also be used to troubleshoot any issues found during the count. SpaceX held the clock on both attempts for Starship's first flight, and it still launched, so a hold at this point doesn't necessarily mean a scrub for the day. Now this is totally optional, so SpaceX could just proceed right through that point. Then the launch director will be giving their go for launch, and the launch pad systems will prepare for the last few seconds of the count. At around T-minus 25 seconds, the Fire X system will activate, spraying a mix of gaseous nitrogen and water to displace any residual methane and oxygen from the air and avoid fires and explosions before engine ignition. At T-minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector will start up, with water coming out from the plate itself just a few seconds later. Engine ignition will then occur at T-minus 3 seconds. At T0, the engine should ramp up to power and liftoff will be achieved 2 seconds after that. Once Starship is off the pad, the first stage of flight will begin, and Starship may very well stray off from the nominal plan SpaceX has for this mission. But under these nominal plans, Booster 9 and Ship 25 are set to ascend through the lower parts of the atmosphere, heading east and out above the Gulf of Mexico, reaching max Q 52 seconds into flight. The rocket will continue heading uphill and out over the Gulf, reaching the end of first stage flight around 2.5 minutes into flight. The stage separation sequence for Starship's second flight has lots of complexities given the new hot staging system. We have MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 39 seconds, but now it's not that all main engines cut off, but rather most engines cut off. Sort of like the first flight, but on purpose. Then the ship's vacuum engines will ignite right as the hooks at the top of the booster open and let it fly free. The booster will then initiate its flip, most likely with some of its engines running from the hot staging process, and then will reignite a yet undetermined number of engines for the boost back burn, which should start at T plus 2 minutes and 53 seconds. This is when the booster return portion will begin, but the vehicle will not return all the way back to the launch site for this flight. Instead, it'll target a point about 20 miles off the shore of the Gulf of Mexico. The booster is then set to initiate an 18-second landing burn at T plus 6 minutes and 30 seconds, after which we hope it'll softly touch down on the ocean. Of course, for that, it'll have to have survived a lot of previous events. While all that is going on, Ship 25 will be firing its 6 Raptor engines for about 6 minutes, achieving the desired ballistic trajectory that should bring it to Hawaii. In that trajectory, the vehicle will be flying east over the Gulf of Mexico, threading the needle between Cuba and Florida and flying over the Atlantic. Then it'll head south to Africa, the Indian Ocean, and finally the Southwest Pacific Ocean, where it is set to start re-entry. The nominal plan calls for Ship 25 to impact the ocean about 90 minutes after launch, but of course, many things need to go right before it reaches that point. Either way, it surely will be an exciting flight where SpaceX will definitely gather lots and lots of data.
I feel like we cannot hear Jack right now, so I will quickly jump in and thank Alicia for this amazing video, which was just shown here to give you a nice overview about what was happening here. Jack, do we have you again? Okay. Okay, let's see. We are just about 34 minutes away from them enforcing this roadblock. I'm not sure if we can check maybe in with the launch site and can check a bit if there's like still going, and especially checking in with the roadblock here, because the first thing we see is probably them enforcing a roadblock here. That has not happened yet. And just to explain it again, as we did on the wet rest rehearsal, the first thing that will happen is the enforcing of the regular roadblock, which will be there, and then down the line they will of course move that roadblock away, because that's not a safe area during flight. That's still way too close. So you really don't want to be there, even if you're there to secure the place, because at that point nobody should be there anymore to that you need to secure it for. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen here. Max,
Yeah,
what's the status?
Fantastic
Okay,
video, and sorry, I was talking while muted. I'm a big dummy. Fantastic video, and it's all about gathering data, right? Just as Elysia said. Today is the pursuit of precious data, because no matter what happens on Starship's flight, they have a whole bunch of other starships built and practically ready to go. Obviously not fully ready to go, but very close. So whatever happens with Starship Flight 2, all of that data will get rolled back in to the system and applied to the future vehicles. And this system is going to work. It's gonna work. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take to get there and how many flights is it going to take to get there. Adrian, go ahead, ask Max what you were going to ask Max.
I was just asking for a general vibe check. We are now about 1.5 hours already closer to this since we started, and yes, time flies here. That's the crazy thing, right?
Yes,
once you're live, once it's go, it's fly. So how you doing, Max?
I'm doing okay. I'm just watching the views that we have on Starbase Live to see if we can determine the amount of vehicles either coming in and or going out State Route 4. And it looks like there's definitely a lot fewer vehicles than when we began the stream, which is a definite indicator of the authorities on the beach probably giving people the old nudge, hey, time to go. This rocket is about to go in a few hours. So in terms of an overall vibe, I think for now, pretty stable.
There we go.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, and honestly, Max, I don't know if you experienced it. Certainly, it was pretty gnarly out there with the rising tide right around sunset. I think a lot of people were out on the beach, including myself, for the flyover. And that tide, with the recent rain and the wind and just the way the conditions are right now, was no joke. Suffice to say, Sean and I were slightly worried we might get stuck out on the beach, or have our cars swamped or something. Like, it was serious. So not only is it law enforcement probably giving people the nudge, but also Mother Nature as well. So there you go. Let's do some more questions? Question mark?
Send it.
I'm.
All right. Let's see. Boston Rain is asking, where does Starship and Booster get their electric power from? Adrian, you want to take that?
That's a. I mean, there are diesels at the launch site, next to the orbital tank farm. There's also probably a way to store batteries there somewhere. The problem is, it's not like we have a 360 camera we just have in the tank farm and everything, where we can just easily access this. They also have, since a bit ago, now power lines that they could also use to load this up. It's kind of not super known how they exactly charge this, and also when they charge this, because this might be a thing that they do maybe way earlier than fueling. They might do it while fueling. It's a bit of an unknown, but yes, it needs electrical power because, in contrast to the last one, which for example used hydraulic gimbling of the Raptor engines, this uses electric. So, and to use electric gimbling, you kind of need electricity. It's a necessary factor in electric.
Yeah, and kind of pulling the thread on this a little bit, there was recently a whole bunch of groundwork next to Highway 4 where the utility companies and SpaceX laid a whole bunch of conduit and put down new power lines all the way to the launch pad. So it's another one of those differences between this flight and the first one. On the first flight, next to the orbital tank farm, they had a whole bunch of semi-truck sized generators making many, many kilowatt hours of energy for the launch site. Now, at least in part, they have the electrical connection that they've established along the road. And the vehicle is powered through the quick disconnect interfaces, the quick disconnect arm for the ship and the quick disconnect for the booster. while in flight, the vehicles, we believe, at least back in the early days, they were powered by Tesla battery packs. I have no reason to believe that that has changed, but we haven't exactly seen a Tesla battery pack on a recent vehicle. So have to hedge a little bit there, but suffice to say, while on the ground, the vehicle gets power from the ground, and while on the air, both vehicles have a set of batteries. Good question. That's a really good question. Let's do some more. Paul, VDG, is asking, has the local evacuation notice been actioned yet? Well, the road isn't closed. It's closing in 29 minutes and 30 seconds. But that does not mean that Boca Chica itself has not been evacuated. In fact, Mary, I believe, tweeted earlier that she was leaving Boca Chica for the night. So there you go. People are leaving Boca Chica. And once we see this roadblock established in 29 or 28 minutes or so, we will see the entire area get cleared out. So quite exciting. Quite exciting. Michael is asking, so the window tonight is 20 minutes. If they don't launch in that 20-minute window, I keep saying tonight because it's 11:32 here in Starbase, but I should really be saying today. The window today is 20 minutes long. If they don't launch in the 20-minute window, what happens, Adrian?
What a easy question that totally doesn't have a very complicated answer now to follow. So, it kinda depends when they decide not to launch. If they, for example, would do it right now, they could probably try again tomorrow. That's the easy scenario here. The further we go into the countdown, the more complicated it gets, and the more caveat I have to attach here. Because they will get into an area where they need a 48-hour to 72-hour recycle. Around that. That's the expectation we have based on the first flight and based also on our knowledge about this. So, we are in a situation that that they will at some point need that. However, there's another technicality that now comes in. That is weather. So, yes, if they attempt today and they scrub, they could try again in theory probably Monday or Tuesday if they scrub late into the count. But upper level winds, as Adam has said in our countdown launch shows, kinda gets a bit iffy down the week, especially Monday to Wednesday. So we right now have a situation where they could try Monday, Tuesday, but they might not be able to because of weather. And then there comes the next caveat, because then it's Thanksgiving weekend. And thanks to an agreement with the county, they cannot schedule road closures between Thursday and Sunday on the Thanksgiving weekend. That would mean that we are suddenly in a situation where a scrub today could mean, in the worst case scenario, maybe again try on the 27th?
Right. Well, so it all depends on where in the count they scrub, right? If they don't get fully into propellant loading, then they do have potential road closures scheduled for Sunday and Monday as well. So we hope it doesn't scrub, but if it does at the appropriate time that will allow it, they do have backup days in the next 2 days. So there is that, but as you were saying, Adrian, there is a little bit of a restriction there in terms of around Thanksgiving. Are we seeing a bunch of cars leave the pad right now? That's what it looks like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we are kind of in the area where we could see one of the last pad. Nah, there's another car right now going to the pad. I retract my statement. Abort
no worries.
the question.
All right. You know what? I have a kind of a fun question here.
Uh-oh.
Kat Murphy is asking, can we do like 2 minutes of everyone commentating where they are watching from? Slumber party with 12,000 friends. Holy cow, there's 12,000 people watching?
Holy cow.
So chat, where are you watching from? Like, what country are you in? What city, what state, whatever. Where are you watching from? I am about 4 miles away with the NSF camera locations, safely outside of the exclusion zone, don't worry. But yeah, I am on site, the same place that I was for Flight 1, so hopefully the weather cooperates. Adrian, how about you, buddy?
I am watching from Germany, about 1 Atlantic away from this. And about just roughly 1 Atlantic. So yeah, in contrast to the first one, this one is sadly not close to me. So I will watch it on. Well, go ahead.
What's the conversion? How many Pacifics is that?
Oh gosh.
I think isn't the Pacific bigger than the Atlantic?
Much bigger.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So it's like probably somebody needs to convert that. What's Pacific to Atlantic? That's a very weird, like that's like football fields as a measurement, but even more impractical.
Adrian, how many whales per football field?
I am.
Max, where are you planning on watching the launch from today?
Oh goodness! So I'm currently commentating just down the boulevard in Brownsville. I'm currently just here talking to everybody and recharging a little bit because I was out in the field all day. Before I head out to a viewing location, an elevated viewing position over in South Padre Island. So that is where we will hopefully be putting all of our big lenses to use. So
excellent. All right. Well, it's just awesome to see everyone commenting where they're watching from. I see Hong Kong, Chicago. Val Thomas. I'm not going to repeat that, but that was a good one. Yellowstone National Park. Musical Wolf says, really? Musical Wolves? That's wild.
Wow.
That's wild.
Really?
Tokyo, Japan, Rhode Island, Arkansas, South Africa.
Holy cow.
Yeah, Stockholm, Sweden, New Brunswick, Canada. I mean, just so cool that we can do this and bring everybody. I mean, the reason we exist is to get people excited about spaceflight. And the fact that people from all around the world are watching is just really cool. So good question, Kat Murphy. Thank you for that. Where are you watching from, Kat? I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it pop up in... Somebody says right behind Jack. Who said that? Scott Thomas. Get out of here, Scott Thomas. You're not right behind me. You're not right behind me. Dan is right behind me. You can't... They see your shadow. That's Dan's hand. I can't confirm. That was like Home Improvement, where the guy's on the other side of the fence and they never see his face. You're the Home Improvement guy, Dan.
Quality show.
Yeah, quality show.
Just do that. You did not do that.
Oh, I did. Motorsport fan. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. They say, I love everything you guys do. Or no, they say, thank you for everything we do. In part, thanks to your content, I'm now in the aerospace industry designing a space station. You are all amazing. That's so cool.
Wonderful.
And again, the whole reason we exist is to get people excited about space flight, because we live in this new era, this new space race, if you want to even call it that. And just to hear that people enjoy what we do, and to hear that maybe some of those people are inspired to go on and work in an industry that contributes to this. Amazing. So thank you, L Motorsport fan. We really appreciate your support and everybody's support from tonight's stream. Orcal says turkey. They spammed the word turkey. I mean, it's almost Thanksgiving, so I feel like that was appropriate. There you go. But they're watching from Turkey. It's a Turkey. You know, it's a country, and it's a. Anyways,
go
Doug
on.
W. Well, you see, Adrian. No, Doug W. is asking any WB-57. Now, if you don't know what the WB-57 is, that is a high-altitude reconnaissance platform or camera platform. It is an old, actually, airframe based in from like the 1950s or 60s. But, Adrian, tell us if we're seeing anything going on with the WB-57s while we watch, on the left side of the screen, the sheriff clearing the beach and clearing the last of the cars out of the launch site. What's going on with the WB-57, buddy?
There's a very interesting development there, because there is a flight scheduled on a WB-57 from Ellington over a strange place called Boca Chica, at around 7 a.m. local time, which might kinda overlap with what is happening here. So not only kinda, it's totally for that.
Backseat of my truck.
There will be a WB 57 here that will track this launch and bring us some very nice aerial shots probably again. So
yeah, I think NASA has 3 of these aircraft, and they're absolutely beautiful machines, and the people that fly and operate them and maintain them, my heart goes out to them because they're doing such a cool job, and I truly hope that we get some amazing footage out of these vehicles, or this vehicle, because there will be one of them on site, I believe, for this launch. Because, I mean, it's a camera at 60,000 feet. Like, what more do you want? There's a giant gimbal in the nose of the plane. It's just so cool. So another one of those things that we watch out for with these launches. And yes, Doug W., there is any WB-57. I like that Doug's... and there is the flight plan on screen, actually, right there. So there you go. That is the flight plan that has been filed for tomorrow, today, whatever. It's 11:42. Time has no meaning. It's a flat circle.
We're getting there, or we're almost there. It's almost launch day.
Right.
Yeah, kind of halfway there.
I mean, it's insane to me a little bit. What? Go ahead. No, go ahead. Make your joke.
I make a Bon Jovi reference. Whatever. Go on.
Good job. It's wild to me because normally we go live for these sorts of things as far in advance as we can. And yet, because of the early window and because that it's only 20 minutes long, it's just 7 hours and 17 minutes to go until the window opens, which is utterly wild. We're coming up on this real fast, so holy cow. Cole Marsh, becoming a pad rep member. Thank you, Jacob Birch. Thank you so much. Trying to show your names on screen if my iPad will cooperate. Jacob Birch becoming a Capcom member. Again, Discord access. Our Discord's amazing. You can look at all the insane stuff that people have made in Kerbal in the gaming channel and all the other cool gaming content. You can look at the Starship channel. You can look at the General Spaceflight channel or the Food Chat channel or the Party Chat. There's so many different cool channels in our Discord. It's really a great place. So if you came in at a Capcom membership during tonight's stream, make sure you join the Discord because holy cow, it's awesome. Shout out to Moldy Space for making the most horrible things in Kerbal Space Program possible. And then sharing them with us so that we can all look at it slack-jawed like, you made a what? Adrian, what's the craziest thing you saw Moldy Space make in Kerbal?
Oh, that's a tough one. I remember a lot of SRBs, for sure, and a lot of different configurations. Some of them... not in a attachment that I think would be structurally sound. That's definitely one thing. Also, a weird combination of stages that shouldn't be combined already happening, and
right.
So it's wild.
Yeah, and there's not just like insane Kerbal things in the Discord too. There's of course a lot of really good information and just camaraderie. But anyways. Thanks, Moldy Space. You're awesome. Let's go to more questions. X-Bar is asking, are the chopsticks in launch position? Max, are the chopsticks in launch position?
It does not appear to be so as of yet, from what I can tell on the cameras. I'm not exactly quite sure how long before launch they will be moved out and clear of the launch vehicle. But, of course, they do have to do that in order for Starship to clear the pad, because the last thing you want is those chopsticks shearing those flaps off the vehicle. So as it stands right now, they are not, but hopefully that will be coming sooner rather than later.
Right. Adrian, do we have any indications from Flight 1 in terms of when we might expect to see those chopsticks move into launch position? Which, if this is your first Starship launch and you did not watch the first one, the launch position is where the chopsticks go from cradling the Starship to a little bit lower down on the tower, and they open wide to mitigate proximity to the thrust from the super heavy booster. But do we have any sort of inkling, Adrian, in terms of when the chopsticks will go into that position?
Oh god, this is going more down my what I think I remember, but I remember it being relatively early in the countdown, if I recall correctly, that them opening. but that's maybe just me. I'm looking it up right now. I'm kind of stalling for myself here, and that's
Here,
why I'm talking so slow.
I'll stall for you, Max. Stubby nozzle is bad, and you should feel bad for liking it.
That's how you killed that. That's how you. What? That was so out of left field. Come on.
I think I just broke Max. I'm sorry, Max.
God, that was like you gotta warn me next time, man. I wasn't braced.
You know, like the bodyguard, like jumping in front of the person's bullet. I instead was the person, and I grabbed you and held you in front of the bullet.
No, you were the bullet, Jack. You were the bullet.
So that's
wait, hang on. I'm being told we have a law enforcement officer at the roadblock. Let's see if we can get that on our cameras.
That's a good
sign.
one.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, we're coming up on 14 minutes away from the scheduled road closures. So, but Adrian, did you manage to find the answer while I was mean to Max?
They were already in launch position as of T-minus 5 hours before T0 for the first attempt. So I would expect them to open before they even start into going to fueling. And there it is. That's the flashy blue and red lights we all love to see here.
Awesome.
That are at the roadblock.
It's the one time. It's the one time it feels good to see.
That would be probably major milestone number 1, and this is when the vibes begin to increase in intensity, I would have to say.
Agreed.
Yes.
Oh, man, it's getting real.
It's getting real.
It's getting really real. Oh, goodness. Here's one. William Cap is asking, do you think salt air might be corroding the grid fin actuators? It's possible. The air and the sea out here, the sea spray, is no joke. I mean, you park on or near the beach for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you get back in your vehicle, and all of a sudden you're like, why is my windshield so hazy? It's because of the sea spray. It's no joke, and it is highly corrosive. Any unprotected metal will immediately start to experience corrosion. But Booster 9 has existed for over a year in fully stacked form. Right, Adrian? So it's had a lot of time to sit out in the elements.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point they have a very good experience with what these vehicles can endure out in the elements and what not. At least I would hope that. And also, Booster 9 is still, in comparison to what Booster 7 did, it's still relatively short. I mean, the first test of Booster 9 was in December 2022. So it's what? 12 months-ish?
Yes, almost a year.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just say Booster 7 had a bit of a longer testing campaign with a bit more steps. So I think that at this point they're confident that if Booster 7 endured it, Booster 9 will be happy to do it as well.
But go ahead, Adrian, sorry.
No. I insist.
Well, I was gonna say, while we're still on the subject of salt air and corrosion, that's also why, following every single static fire or launch at this point, the legs on the orbital launch mount have to be repainted with that special protective coating, because even within 2 or 3 days after a firing, we can see the metal that was underneath the paint begin to corrode immediately, because the salt air is just that potent to any metal or substance that is susceptible to corrosion. So it's no joke, and that's but with Starship being built of stainless steel, that helps a little bit or a lot.
Yeah,
depending on where.
I'm more worried about like stuff like electronics, for example. Like I think the main steel body is not really the thing that probably is the main concern, but there's also very like sensitive electronics, and there's more smaller parts and cables and everything like that, and these all get attacked by salt as well. Salt can be quite aggressive to basically everything. So I don't. For example, the launch computer for sure has some sort of like protection against the elements, because I don't think they would have it like sitting there in salt air without any protection.
Makes sense. Good question still. Oh man, Chandler Lane. As we are just under 10 minutes away from the road closure, Chandler is asking, assuming we make it to hot staging, how do we think the booster is going to hold up with three Raptors bearing down on it? I mean, 3, maybe 6. We don't know the exact order they're going to ignite the engines. Maybe they'll do the 3 RVACs first, and then ignite the 3 sea level engines after they clear the hot stage ring. We don't have any visibility into that, but Adrian, I'll let you go first. How do you think the booster is going to hold up?
That's a very, I bet that's also a question that SpaceX is asking themselves very, I think that's one of the main data points I want to have. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think they at least did some structural analysis on this, and they are probably decently confident that they did enough with the protection to protect the booster from the Raptors firing to it. But in the end, there's so much simulation you can do, and then there's flight. And there might be things they didn't anticipate. There might be things that just change. And, I think that's why they want to test it. They want to find it out and see what happens. My expectation is, I don't think it will completely have a major failure, the booster, because of the hot staging. However, I think there will be substantial damage to the hot staging ring and to maybe even the forward dome.
Yeah, makes sense. Max, what do you think?
I would have to agree with Adrian in that I'm very cautiously optimistic. I think the bulkhead will stand the best chance of survival if they end up staggering the ignition of the RVACs and the sea level Raptors, because from pictures, the top of the bulkhead is really not that far away from the bottom of the bells for the sea level Raptors. So I feel like igniting the sea level Raptors with that bulkhead still so close could breed some problems. So assuming they ignite the vacuum optimized Raptors first and then the sea level Raptors, I think there's a very solid chance that the hot staging ring could survive and do what it was intended to. But there are so many factors that we still don't even know about in these SpaceX flight plans. So they could ignite all 6 at once for all we know. So the long story short, TLDR, it depends.
It does indeed depend. I basically side with what both of you said. I expect to see some damage to at least the hot staging ring. If the booster goes boom, I won't be surprised. But hopefully the ship can get clear and do its thing, and SpaceX can get even more data on the flight of this vehicle in this configuration. Good question. Let's do some more. How about Sausage is asking, do we know why there's a window? I mean, the initial window on the 17th today, for 6 more minutes, was a 2-hour window. But we're coming up on a 20-minute window for Saturday morning. Do we know why, Adrian?
There's multiple reasons, because basically you need to there's multiple possibilities. Let's frame it like that. Because they need to have a closure here in the Gulf of Mexico where the rocket flies over. They need to have a clear path in space where they fly. They need to have a closure at the potential splashdown in Hawaii. And any of these having some sort of overlap or anything that could conflict with this, or basically maybe even a certain area or like a certain how to call it, like a debris field or anything that they don't want to fly through. There's like a lot of reasons that could be on the way that just blocks them from having this window longer. So far, nobody has confirmed to us why this window is shorter, but it's one of these reasons, because there is no goal for this to reach a certain moment in a certain orbit, because this has no payload. There's no placement of a satellite that will be done by this. So there's no timing. There's no instantaneous launch window, like, for example, if you want to go to the ISS, because it just flies past. It's probably some of these more softer factors. And one of these softer factors, which one we don't know, but one of these softer factors is the main reason for this.
Yeah. Continuing to see law enforcement clearing the area as we come up on the road closure in just 4 minutes. Can you believe it? We're getting to the first milestone. Like, let's do this. Let's go. Let's launch this thing. Holy, I don't even know what holy Starship.
Lick the stamp and send it.
Thank you. I'm just going to send it. Just send it. Oh my goodness. We're really getting into things here. And I'm just so excited. And once again, thank you to everybody for the support, because without it, we wouldn't be able to do this, and we wouldn't be able to share this with everybody around the world. And if you want to support us in another way besides the super chat or hitting the like button or tips.nasaspaceflight.com, then you can head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I'm completely doing this on the fly. I don't know if we are going to show shop.nasaspaceflight.com, but that's a thing. It exists, and you can get some sweet merch. We have a whole bunch of merch, including knitted sweaters, which you can see there in the bottom, and they're actually knitted, and they're great. In fact, I'm going to put one on a little bit because it's getting cold. So those are for the holiday. And Adrian, if you order by the 20th, that's yes. Good, right?
That's if you order before with the 20th, I should say, with the 20th of November, you have a guaranteed Christmas delivery. And again, both these beanies and these sweaters are knitted. They're not like a print on. They're actually knitted, and I think the team in Starbase can attest that they're quite nice.
Yeah, when they showed up, we literally all just put them on, and we're walking around the house in matching sweaters, laughing our tails off because it was hilarious that we were all matching. But also, they're really comfortable, so we put them on and left them on. So they're really cool. There's a bunch of different designs. There's a Starbase design. There's a Raptor Christmas tree design. There's a Crew Dragon design. There's the Raptor Christmas tree one. That's the one we were all wearing. It was amazing. So yeah, that's, another way you can support what we do is by heading on over to the merch store, get something for yourself or someone you love. Hey, maybe someone you love or one of your friends doesn't know what to get you, and you might just have to be like, hey, I know you don't understand why I stare at tanks for hours on end, but I assure you, this would be an amazing present for me. Please get this for me. You might just have to come out and say it. But anyways, there's all kinds of cool merch on the store, not just the knitted sweaters and beanies. We have a new calendar for 2024. There's actually two. We have a Starbase specific calendar, and we have a general spaceflight calendar. So there's that as well. Get yourself something for the new year. And of course, there are the metal prints as well. So all kinds of cool stuff on the shop. I could go on and on because the shop team really busts their butts to make some awesome stuff for y'all, and it's really great. So calendars, knitted shirts, metal prints, whatever you want to do, head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Support us and get something cool in return. Holy cow, this is getting really real. This is getting really, really, really real.
Yes, it is.
I'm kind of freaking out. So I apologize if I just don't even make any sense. But here we are, 7 hours to go to the opening of the window for Starship Flight 2. I want to bang on the table again. I'm gonna do it. There.
I dare you.
There.
No, louder, harder.
I'm doing it. We're getting there. We're really gonna do this today. Weather and ground systems and vehicle willing. We are really going to do this today. So I have a good feeling.
Something tells me this is going to be like infinite. If they do go at 7 or between 7 and 7:20, it is going to be infinitely more beautiful than Flight 1 for multiple lighting reasons or weather conditions. It's going to be spectacular in every single way.
Yeah, I am really hopeful that we don't get clouded out at my particular location. I think, Max, you'll probably be okay. but there was a little bit of concerning fog starting to settle on the area, which, again, you can't see on our cams because it's not in that particular area, but again, there's 7 hours to go. We don't know what the weather is exactly going to do. But
I believe, sorry to cut you off. I think the forecast for now today, like literally, like
it's today.
Ago. Yes, it's launch day, my guys. I believe the forecast called for fog that was marginally worse than it was this morning, but this morning wasn't intrusive. It was, if anything, it was pretty. So, if anything,
maybe we'll get. Go ahead.
It could be the prettiest and most spectacular launch we've ever seen because of the fog. You know, fog sometimes helps out with the scenery over at the Cape. So why not here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really beautiful, or at least it can be when it doesn't completely occlude things. Maybe we'll get some like cool flow dynamics between the fog and the exhaust. Maybe it'll look like Starship is rising out of a cloud. You never know. So
Jack, you're making me too excited now. Calm down. I'm going to have to ask you to calm down, sir.
Hopefully the rocket gods smile on us and we get to see some spectacular sights here. Oh, man. All right. I think, do we have another video to play? A history of SpaceX video. And we're going to watch that. And I believe Adrian are going to bow out for a little bit. And you'll come back to the founder of NASA Spaceflight, Mr. Chris Bergen, and Mr. Trevor Sesnick, who is one of our contributors as well. So let's watch that video, History of SpaceX, and then let's continue counting this clock down towards Starship Flight 2.
SpaceX has set its sights on Mars from the very beginning. This goal will be met by Starship over the coming decades, but that's in the future. Let's take a look back. How did SpaceX get to this point where they have the ability to even launch Starship? SpaceX, or more specifically their CEO Elon Musk, hasn't had his eyes on Mars just since the company was founded. In 2002, after making a substantial profit from the sale of PayPal to eBay, Musk proposed sending life to Mars, but not humans. Instead, a small pressurized greenhouse would be sent to the surface of the red planet, growing a handful of plants on an otherwise inhospitable world. This mission was meant to raise public interest in spaceflight, and specifically human missions to Mars. But this would never happen, as a new goal formed during the search for the greenhouse's launch vehicle. Along with a few knowledgeable friends, Musk realized that rockets could be made cheaper by making them rapidly and easily reusable, a feat that the space shuttle never quite reached. Thus, SpaceX was founded, and Musk went about recruiting experienced and motivated engineers in the aerospace field. The company decided to start small, a small 500-kilogram payload launch vehicle that could eventually be made reusable. Basically, make something that works, and then try to reuse it. This became the Falcon, named after the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. Later renamed the Falcon 1, this rocket was developed from scratch, using aluminum tank walls and two SpaceX-designed engines, Merlin and Kestrel. After 4 years of development, Falcon 1 lifted off for the first time on March 24, 2006. The flight ended around 30 seconds later when a fire led to the early shutdown of the first stage Merlin engine. The next two flights also failed for various reasons. But on September 28, 2008, Falcon 1 made it to orbit on its fourth flight, becoming the first privately funded liquid-fueled rocket to reach orbit. SpaceX attempted to recover the first stage via parachutes, but the stage burned up on re-entry. Falcon 1 would fly once more in 2009 before being retired. SpaceX then turned its sights to bigger and better projects, namely the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon capsule. The company was awarded a $1.6 billion contract in December 2008 for 12 cargo resupply missions to the International Space Station, using their proposed Dragon capsule. This contract saved the company from bankruptcy, kickstarting a long era of collaboration and partnership between NASA and SpaceX, a partnership that still lasts to this day. Falcon 9 took to the skies for the first time in June 2010, carrying a mock-up Dragon capsule to low Earth orbit. The flight was a resounding success, clearing the way for the two Dragon test missions afterward, Like Falcon 1, SpaceX tried recovering the first stage of Falcon 9 using parachutes, but those efforts failed as well. It was around this time also when development on what would become Starship and Raptor began. Falcon 9 underwent a major upgrade in 2013 with V1.1. This featured numerous upgrades, notably dedicated recovery hardware. SpaceX would now attempt to land Falcon 9 using its engines, something never done before with an orbital rocket. This new development path, combined with a 2014 contract to launch crew to the ISS, made SpaceX's future look bright. Several landing tests were performed, each getting closer to success. But then it happened. Falcon 9 had its first failure. During the flight of CRS-7 in 2015, a helium pressurization bottle broke loose inside the second stage, overpressurizing and bursting the tanks. The entire Falcon 9 and Dragon were lost. The investigation led to improved struts for the helium tanks, preventing a repeat of the event. On the next flight, SpaceX succeeded, by a long shot. This was the first flight of Falcon 9 full thrust, boasting even more performance upgrades over V1.1. But on this flight, the first stage performed the first ever propulsive landing of an orbital-class rocket. SpaceX had proven that recovery was possible. In April 2016, they did it again, this time landing a booster on the drone ship Of Course I Still Love You stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. This booster would be the first to fly for a second time the following year. But in September 2016, disaster struck again. Falcon 9 was preparing for a routine static fire test on Pad 40 when its second stage suddenly ruptured, leading to the loss of the vehicle and the Amos 6 payload. Pad 40 was severely damaged and was out of commission for over a year. Pad 39A was rushed online in 2017 before being upgraded for the first flight of Falcon Heavy in 2018. This flight was also a resounding success, sending a Tesla Roadster into orbit around the Sun, and recovering the two side boosters simultaneously. Crew Dragon took its first flight in 2019, carrying a mannequin and some cargo to the ISS. The following year, an in-flight abort test was performed, showing some spectacular views of the rocket exploding after the capsule safely ejected. Don't worry, that was all planned. Falcon 9 carried its first humans to orbit on May 30th, 2020. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley rode Crew Dragon Endeavour to the ISS for a 2-month stay before returning safely. Dragon has gone on to fly 10 additional crewed missions as of recording, with each being a success. To top it off, SpaceX has the contract for the first 2 lunar landers of the Artemis program, both consisting of Starship-derived landers. Today's Starship flight, although not as complex as the Starship Artemis lander, is paving the way for those missions. SpaceX has had a wild history over the past 2 decades, but their future looks brighter than ever.
Me in chat, because that was such a wonderfully smooth video by Ian there. His commentary is just like, you could just listen to that going to sleep, because it's just a wonderfully smooth commentary for a great video. We've done some great videos already, so really fascinating coverage of what is the second flight of the world's biggest rocket ever built by humanity. Let's just get this in context. This is a big milestone, not just for SpaceX, but for rocketry and the world in general. But first of all, less of me babbling on. Let's introduce who we got on with us. You lucky people. We've got Trevor Sesnick. Say hello, Trevor.
Yes, hello. I don't know if they're lucky or unlucky, but here I am.
Oh, they are lucky. And I do believe Max is either still with us or joining us. Max, are you still with us?
I am still with you, gentlemen.
Wow. Absolutely. Max is putting a shift in already. Wow, that's interesting. By the way, if you've got any questions, I'm going to say if you've got any questions, do want to space flight in chat. I've just looked at the panel of questions, and basically I was scrolling through it for about 3 years before I found the end of it. So we have lots of super chats and lots of questions to go through. I do apologize if we missed some. It's just a busy event, and we will miss quite a lot, but we appreciate everybody who is participating in any manner, be it just in chat, just randomly chatting with the community. We are a fantastic community, by the way, or just doing anything, because it really does help us. So thank you for all. Let's just summarize where we are right now in the countdown, because we are at net. Remember, it's a 20-minute window, so it doesn't have to go to the start of the window. We're at net 6 hours and 49 minutes and 40 seconds. Trevor, do you want to bring us up to speed on where we are heading into the big milestones?
Yeah, so as you said, we are we have crossed the T-minus 7-hour barrier, which is when the road closure window begins. And this road closure stretches all the way to 2 p.m. Central. And 2 p.m. Central. I almost said Eastern. And as we can see, the beach and other areas are starting to be cleared. So SpaceX is going to continue to push people further and further back as they prepare to start fuel load on the vehicle. In about 2 hours from now, so at T-minus 5 hours, the tank farm chill down will start. And this is when it will become more and more active to be conditioned to the correct temperatures needed ahead of propellant load. This is also when the methane and oxygen subcoolers will get filled with liquid nitrogen, which is used to further cool down the propellant to the super chilled state that they need to be in for Starship to use them. And then about 45 minutes before propellant load is when we expect to see the orbital launch mount vent start and CO2 load indications. And then at T-minus 2 hours, we will get the go for propellant load, with propellant load starting at T-minus 1 hour and 37 minutes. So that over those next 97 minutes, a bunch of events will occur, including obviously fully filling both the liquid oxygen and liquid methane tanks on both stages, filling the CO2 tanks underneath the chines, and then filling up the COPVs. At about T-minus 1 hour, the OLM hold-down clamps will open, and at T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, the engine chill will start. So that's when Raptor will run a little bit of cryogenic propellant through all of the turbo machinery to make sure it's cooled down ahead of full flow once ignition starts. Then at T-minus 15 minutes or so, the ship header tank will start being filled and we'll start seeing some venting. And then at T-minus 5 minutes and T-minus 3 minutes, the ship and booster propellant load will be complete respectively. And then that will take us to the T-minus 40-second optional hold point. So this is if they have any final issues that they want to work on the vehicle. They can stop at T-minus 40 seconds for up to 15 minutes, I believe, based depending on where they are in the window, since today's window is only 20 minutes. And then from that point, we will see where we go. We'll see FireX activate at T-minus 25 seconds, and then the flame deflector activates at T-minus 10 seconds for Raptor ignition at T-minus 3 and liftoff at T+2.
Wonderful. I've got several questions here, both supers and both are just regular questions, which kind of cover the same sort of thing. But they both give an opinion about how they've got into space exploration now, which I think is wonderful. I want to ask Max, because I don't really know the locations too well, will I be able to see the flight from central Louisiana?
Louisiana.
Yeah, that sounds like a long way away. Also, thanks for the stream tonight and tomorrow, encouraging me to pursue my future career in space exploration. There's lots of questions with that tagged on the end. I find that wonderful. But yeah, just for a location point of view, I know Texas itself is massive.
Yes.
Where do you think we'll be able to sort of like see any kind of glow from the engines as it's going uphill around the states?
You know, it's really tough to say because given the trajectory that Starship and Super Heavy are going to be taking, I don't believe. And also given the time of day too, which the sun will be up, so that alone will make it a lot more difficult to see from farther distances. And especially with it being methane too, it doesn't glow the same way RP1 and LOX do. So from central Louisiana, I would have to unfortunately say you're not going to be able to see it. And for Texas, I mean, of course, if you're in South Padre Island or somewhere along the coast for a few miles, I think you absolutely will, because it's kind of hard to miss a big 400+ foot tall tube of stainless steel flying under its own power into the heavens. But yeah, this one is just flying straight out over the Gulf. So, and especially with it being after sunrise, it's going to be difficult for anyone who's not local to see it, unfortunately.
Super, thank you. That's informative, especially for people not from the States. Xanarith, I just want to bring this up because this is just a wonderful thing. Hello, ASF crew. Thank you so much for all your work. Also, shout out to my dear friend Emil, who was kind enough to indulge my love for rockets and has always been there for me. That had to be read out. I think that's just a wonderful thing. And it's kind of a general turn in our chat. I've been on many other live streams on different subject matters where it's just not even worth reading. But our community, and spaceflight in particular as well, tends to be a different kind of like caliber of people. Can I say that? It always is a very nice comments, and it's very much appreciated when people take the time to type things in like that. So that definitely needed reading out. I just want to thank a few people as well. Bob Snow, he became a launch director, which is one of our top levels. Very much appreciated. Brian Green gifted 10 retail memberships. There's a lot of gifting that goes on in the chat these days on our live streams, and it is a wonderful thing that YouTube has done where you can literally support us, but also bring in a lot of people who may be massive fans of our channel but don't have the financial ability to go buy memberships on YouTube, which I can completely understand is most people, and they get a free membership just from a random person in chat. They may not probably know because YouTube doesn't allocate it to specific people. It does it randomly, and it's just a wonderful thing. So I think that always deserves a shout out. Also, a lot of questions, and I think I can round up a lot of people's questions here, is when do we expect, as a T-minus time, the tank farm to start ramping up? This is when the excitement will happen. Trevor, do you want to cover that one? Trevor?
Talking while muted.
Yeah, sorry, I've been muted so you guys don't hear my keyboard. Yeah, I covered that when I went over everything. So we're expecting it to be roughly T-minus 5 hours. So in probably 90 minutes or so from now, we could start seeing some activity in the tank farm.
Very good. Blake Alexander did 20 gifted memberships. That's crazy. And that definitely needs a shout out. I need to put it in there and press the right button. But Blake Alexander, if you didn't see it come up on the screen, you definitely did. And Bob Snow became a flight engineer, which is our top level. That's a wonderful level of support, Bob, and it is appreciated because this whole operation, I know from starting the site in 2005, and then suddenly, after many, many years, we decided, thanks to Mary's clips being so popular on our forum and breaking our servers, to start a YouTube channel. There's no aspirations, just other than to take the load off the forums. And suddenly this YouTube channel is now heading towards what might be 900,000 subscribers by the end of today. We don't know. That's probably asking too much, but it's a heck of a lot of people who are supporting us. But we've then been reinvesting everything we get from this back into things like you're seeing now with all these cameras on our land in South Texas, and trailer cam, the danger trailer, should we call it? That's built from scratch, and that did not come cheap. That was all built from scratch, and we put all our electronics and cameras into that, and that's just things we can do thanks to your support. So it is very much appreciated. So yeah, let's look at other questions here. It's mainly about what we're expecting to come up soon, and that's what we're coming in. It's not a fire at the tank farm. A lot of people are thinking that's a fire. It's not. It's the lights they've got there. I do believe they changed the lighting system related to the turtles, Trevor. Is that correct? They did a lot of work with the local wildlife to ensure that their construction on the coast there did not impact on the wildlife.
Yeah, I remember there was some talk about that, especially during the suborbital tank farm days when they had some lights out. I know there was something to it, but they've done so many lighting changes, like you said, that it's hard to keep track of exactly why they did each one.
Super. Right, here we go. We're getting to the depth now of the questions where we're asking things like SK asks, which is when do we think the first Starship will be reused and what will they do between launches? Right, here we go. We're going deep into the future now, I know.
Oh boy.
Let's set expectations properly. It's Max, I'm going to start with you first. When do you think we'll start seeing, like with the Falcons, when do you think we'll see the first Starship flying for a second time?
Are we talking booster, ship, and or both?
Let's go with booster because they're going to catch the boosters first. So let's go with booster.
Okay. So first reused booster. I would probably... Oh boy. It really depends on if they do end up managing to catch one successfully next year. Whether or not that one can actually be reused, I guess will be time will tell. I would say honestly probably give it around 2 or 2.5 years.
Trevor, what's your guess?
Oh boy, these questions are always so hard, and I understand when we get asked these why Elon is so bad about time estimates, because it is very difficult. I think the 2-year timeline that Max suggested is probably pretty reasonable for a booster. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to refly the first one that they catch. And if not the first one, almost certainly the second one, like what happened on Falcon 9. I just don't see them wanting to attempt to catch a booster for a little while now. So my guess is that the first catch attempt is probably about a year out. So I don't know, maybe optimistically a year and a half, somewhere in there.
That works for me. I also would set expectations accordingly. This is still a test program. As far as this launch, and I'll reiterate what I've been saying on Raptor Sides and monotonously on many streams already, this is about Booster 9's performance. People are already talking about, asking questions even, about how they will see it re-enter over Hawaii. I think that's asking a lot. Let's try and get the booster performance right this time, which is the upgrades. Booster 9 has got the upgrades compared to Booster 7 on the previous flight. They want to see a much better performance from the booster this time round. If they get hot staging, that's a win. That's a bonus with Ship 25 firing up. As far as Ship 25, which is not as upgraded as the future ships that we're going to see coming up with, like Ship 28 on the next flight, we believe, I think that's all a bonus. I would not class this as a failure if Ship 25 does not splash down in Hawaii. The success point will be to get to hot staging with a good trajectory, good performance from the Raptors on Booster 9. So that's very important to understand. And that's where we are right now. And that's important for the context going into the future. Once they do have a couple of good orbital velocity tests and maybe even some water landings, then we can start looking at Starlink launches and whatever. Trevor, I think you're going to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, we can see right now there are some workers on the quick disconnect for the ship, as you can see there with the flashlights. This is likely just final checkouts, which is probably a good sign that they're preparing to clear the pad.
Very good. I do have a question here about the flyover. People are enjoying the flyover video and they kind of missed it. You can actually scroll back in the live stream, but obviously a lot of people just want to keep watching live and listen to what's going on at this very moment. I am going to do what Nightbot can't stop me doing, which is spamming a link in chat. I actually clipped it from the live stream onto X, as they call it these days. I'm going to spam the link. If you can't miss that, it's a great video. I think Sawyer edited that one. It was literally from clips today. So he did a massive turnaround on that video. So there is a link in chat if you want to watch the video back on X or Twitter or what you want to call it. And that will suffice for that question. I'm going to thank these people. I'm going to be monotonous for a bit. Chat, please forgive me. I'm going to be monotonous for a bit, but I have to thank these people. George Vagras, thank you very much for your support. Hans Yolo, what a great name. I love that. Hans Yolo. Oh, that's very inventive. Zen Dragons became a Capcom member. You're on our Discord now. We'll see you in there. Stephen Cobb, thank you for your support as well. Daniel Morrison, also thanks. Zach, thank you for you. I'm putting them on the screen as well, so making sure people get shouts out both visually and audibly. Josh, how many spare lenses does Jack bring this time? I think I tell you what, I did see, I don't know if he published it on X or anything like that, but I did see Max and Jack with their lenses in like a lens competition. Max, do you want to talk about lenses for a second?
So as Jack and I were talking about in the first couple hours of the stream, we both knew that if Ship and Booster were able to make it to hot staging and they were to conduct hot staging, he and I both had the equal understanding that we would want a big piece of glass that can easily pull a clear, crisp image from super far down range. And of course, to do that, you need a lens with a lot of reach. So I have gone with a Canon 800mm EF 5.6 lens. And I may or may not be throwing a Canon 1.4 converter on that too. So that would come up to just shy of 1200 mil of zoom, which is a lot. And I think Jack had the Canon RF 600 f4, which is also a big unit. Yes, they are of similar sizes, but just some for the camera nerds out there, Jack's lens is it's less than half the weight of mine. My lens weighs I think 9 or 10 pounds, and Jack's is for how big it is remarkably light. So that was the philosophy he and I had behind going on and getting these lenses for this launch.
Yes, I totally agree with our lens choice there, Max. As an expert photographer myself, that all of that, I got some of the words. I understood some of the words you're mentioning there. I find that I get frustrated with people saying your iPhone can take wonderful photographs, and I can't with my iPhone take a wonderful photograph to save my life. I see these lenses, and I think, okay, that is such a different level. It's ridiculous. But that's where we get the wonderful photographs. And if you remember, you'll be seeing some of those in the membership areas because we do provide all our raw photographs, well, not raw photographs, our raw amount. How can I describe this? Basically, the full set. There we go. Thank you. The full set to our members. So you get lots of photography every single day in the member areas. So, yes, thank you for your support on that one. And thank you for the question. Lots of people asking about the Hawaii element of this mission. How will they... I'm going to summarize a lot of people's questions here. What do we think? Let's pretend this all goes so well. I know for a fact, I'm leaking a little bit here, but I've been told, so I'm going to leak. I'm allowed to leak because I tend to leak quite a lot. Is that SpaceX do have a team in Hawaii. So they are prepared in the event that Ship 25 does land in Hawaii. But Trevor... let's say it does land in Hawaii. Do we think it'll float and we'll have to literally recover it, or we'll have to scuttle it, or will it sink? What do we think?
Yeah, this is a good question. So, first of all, I want to say that in my opinion, even if Starship makes it to the planned, roughly 200 by 50 kilometer sub-orbit, whatever you want to call it, I find it very unlikely that it survives re-entry, and that's just because the one part of this vehicle that SpaceX has basically zero data on is re-entry. They've never gotten to a high enough velocity to truly test whether heat will be protected by that heat shield, or whether the ship will be protected by that heat shield. So I suspect they'll have some lessons to learn from there, which again is the entire point of this flight. That said, if by some miracle it does make it all the way through re-entry, they are going to go into a belly flop, but they are not going to do the final kick and burn like we saw on the suborbital test flights. So because of that, it will impact the ocean at terminal velocity, which will probably lead to enough damage to cause the vehicle to sink. However, if for some reason parts of the vehicle are floating, SpaceX will be ready to go make them sink.
Wonderful. There we go. Imagine if that is a question we actually have to answer live when we get to the end of this test flight. That would be absolutely incredible. By the way, I was talking about super chats and things like that and support. It's so important, by the way, but really appreciate it. But there's lots of ways you can do things for free. And it's just like liking the stream. And that really helps because it's working with the YouTube algorithm, which is a strange beast that lives somewhere at Google HQ. So I always appreciate when you help us that way. Just link and share it as well. Tell your friends. This is a cool thing to tell your friends, in fact. If you've got, like I have, friends who are kind of interested in rockets because they see it on the news and stuff like that, but they don't follow it like we do. All of us in chat right now, we're all hardcore, let's face it. Send them a link to this. I actually posted a link to our live stream on our football, which is soccer if you're American, forum, saying, you guys want to watch this? You want to watch this launch? And that's just one thing to do. Just link it everywhere because it is a cool thing to get your friends into the subject that you really love. So definitely link and share it and just pass it along. And it does help us as well, but it also makes you look cool to your friends. Trust me. I know. Right, okay. Moving on. Let's see where we are. We're still seeing cars moving around the pad area there. You can see on the screen just right now. So we're not currently at the pad clearing point, which is still a while off, but that's when it gets really exciting. I think people will find that once the dawn starts to break, we'll get the wonderful clear views, which we've got so many cameras out there, it's ridiculous. You wait to see what we've got for you installed later on in the stream. We've got lots and lots of cameras, close-up cameras as well, ready to show what will be his close-up cameras. And we go to the hotel camera. There we go. That is the wide shot. But that's interesting because a lot of people have gone to South Padre Island and Isablanca Beach. I think, Max, where are the two viewing spots out there? Is it South Padre Island and Isablanca Beach? Is that correct?
Yeah, so South Padre Island is going to be the most popular viewing location because you have Isla Blanca Park, which is, I think, the farthest south you can go at least on the north side of the pad. I think that's around 5 or so miles. And of course, some of the hotels to the north of Isla Blanca also have a great view if you're high enough up. I don't think there's any public viewing down State Route 4 going toward Brownsville. I don't think there is. So I want to say either somewhere in Port Isabel or South Padre Island are going to be your best places to watch publicly.
Wonderful. Donnie Parker gifted 50 Red Team memberships.
Holy cow.
That's bonkers.
Wow.
That's a lot. No, I was just going to say that's a lot. Thank you.
It is, Trevor. Yes, well done. I'm glad I stopped talking to let you do that. 50 gifted membership. That's crazy. That's 50 new friends you've just found, Donnie, because they've all got a membership thanks to you for a month, and it is kind of a big month to be a member because there's a lot going on. Let's face it, this is the first launch attempt to this Booster 9 and Ship 25. There's every chance, not to be a party pooper, there's every chance this could scrub. To launch first time is asking a lot of any rocket, really, apart from Falcon 9, which doesn't care. But it really just, Falcon 9 just goes, well, whatever.
Well, yes.
If it's not weather, I'll launch, I'm fine.
In fact, we had a Falcon 9 launch during this stream.
We did.
We did indeed, yes.
But Chris, you say it's too much to be asking to fly in the first time. Booster 7 and Ship 24 flew on only their second attempt. So I don't think it's too much to ask to fly in the first one, especially when you have one or two wet dress rehearsals that go pretty well, at least as far as we know. So I wouldn't put it past anybody for it to fly first time, and maybe not successfully, but at least to get off the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. The funny thing was, I did tell everybody in chat ahead of the Booster 7 and Ship 24 launch, expect about 3 scrubs, because I thought that would be realistic, just to eke out the countdown milestones and make sure everything was correct and right to go. Then we did actually kind of get the context of it that SpaceX just wanted to get it off the pad. And that made kind of sense, even though it did result in digging a hole to China as it ramped up its Raptor engines and sent concrete flying, as Danger Van would attest to. But now, it is a good point. It is a good point. We've seen a lot of milestone demonstrations, such as the wet dress rehearsal, and it all went very well. So it does bode well for this rocket, probably launching the first attempt, providing everything's right. I do question whether they will launch with engines out, like they did with Booster 7. Trevor, do you think they'll want all 33 engines, good chain of pressure, good ignition, good thrust, or do you think they'll launch it whatever?
I don't think either of those options. Elon has commented that the launch commit criteria are that they need to have 3 or fewer engines down, so they could launch with 30 again. However, the good thing is this time those are going to be ramped up significantly quicker. So the vehicle won't be sitting on the pad for a super long time like it was last time. So my personal prediction is that I suspect it lifts off with 31 or 32 engines. I think there'll be 1 or 2 down from liftoff.
That's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully, we don't see a lean at launch as well. A lot of people kind of missed it during the first launch, that the vehicle was leaning. Thankfully, it was leaning away from the tower. I reminded of the Regina launches where the first launch before Buran was with Polaris Station, and that literally was leaning towards the pad and had to do a thrust vector control to avoid it hitting the launch pad at Volcano. That is a video, if you put it into Google, you'll see it. It's crazy. And Starship's first launch was quite similar to that, but thankfully did not recontact the tower, which would have been seriously bad. It'd be more the case of flying concrete and flying launch tower. So we didn't want to see that at all. So this time around, we want to see a good, nice, straight launch out of the launch pad. And I'm just seeing, is that a plane going across? Or a
Looks
drone?
like a drone.
Yes.
It could be a drone. Yeah.
It is a drone. Look at the context of it now in the field of view. Yes, there we go. So SpaceX are probably just making sure their area is clearing. That'd make more sense for this part of the milestone. But yes, it's exciting. It's very exciting. We're still 6.5 hours away from the opening of the window. By the way, the window is 20 minutes long. That, to me, precludes... I mean, they'll have mini holds. We've seen during ship testing that they've had mini holds before T0. I think that 20-minute window absolutely caters for that. But as far as a recycle goes, Trevor, their options are quite limited with a 20-minute window. Yeah, correct?
Yeah, I mean, even if they had the full 2-hour window, they couldn't do a recycle in that amount of time. So once they're into fuel loading on the vehicle, they have the hold point at T-minus 40 seconds that I discussed earlier, and it seems like they can hold at that hold point for approximately 15 minutes. And then after that, the propellants would become too warm for them to continue on in a launch attempt. So it seems that as long as they are targeting the start of the window, they would have about 15 minutes to work any issues.
Very good. That'll work. I mean, that'll be exciting. That'll probably have the tension rising to the maximum possible limit as far as everybody in chat goes, because we'll know that we're holding. We'll be getting information from SpaceX at that time. So hopefully we do get at least an attempt today where they're getting to that process of being into the terminal count. And then if it launches, then we get really excited, because that is going to be a spectacular sight. I still go back to our video of the first launch. The thing that shocked me the most was the sound. It was blowing out our microphones. It was that loud, and I kind of like that. I personally think the way that the crackle came through was something I didn't expect. I thought that would be something restricted to maybe SLS and shuttle. Yes, I mentioned shuttle, boys and girls, because the SRBs are notorious for absolutely ripping the air. They are incredible when you hear SRBs crackling and breaking the air, and it is something you don't normally get from liquid engines. But this one, it reminded me of that, and that surprised me a little bit. I hope I'm not the only person. Max, did it surprise you? I was at the Starship launch.
I was just going to say, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the first thing I thought when the sound made it over to our viewing spot for Flight 1, because there was, Falcon 9, of course, crackles. SLS had a lot of crackle with those five-segment SRBs, but the amount of crackle that came from the Raptors on Flight 1 was staggering. It was completely unexpected. And we were about 6 miles away, and we could still feel the waves and the energy hit us. I've never heard a liquid fueled rocket sound as just raw and what's the word? Unbridled as super heavy.
That's a wonderful word by Max. Unbridled. I love that. That is fantastic.
To be fair, though, you've also never heard a rocket that has 75 meganewtons of thrust at liftoff.
Also true.
That's also true, yes.
Again,
this is the tallest rocket ever built, and it's also most powerful. It is an incredible feat of engineering. It is also less complex than the Space Shuttle, ironically. We talk about the comparison. I tend to bring up a lot because I tend to be one of those people who does that, where this is what Shuttle hoped to be. I was talking there not as they're very dissimilar vehicles, but the way the capability and the reusability, the rapid reusability was something the Space Shuttle was built to be and never, ever achieved. And they found that out before they even launched STS-1. With this one, we've got the aspirations, but the possibility now where they can have a rapidly reusable vehicle, but also the extra capability and not restricted to low Earth orbit. It is something that really will bring a game changer to the launch industry and the way we can probably start to look towards the moon and Mars, because Mars has always been 20 years away. Every time since I've been covering this for decades now, Mars has been 20 years away. Now I think we're under that limit because we've got a vehicle that will be capable of building, not just transporting people, but building a city on Mars. That is its long-term aspiration. So it's exciting times. I just want to thank Donnie again. Donnie Parker not only did that 50 gifted memberships earlier, but he ended the $99.99. There we go, Chris. There, think of the words. Super chat, which is bonkers. So thank you. And David Graper also did the same thing, $99.99. That is a crazy amount of support in anybody's purse strings. That really is just a massive level of support, and it is deeply appreciated. It will go back into what we do, because we do a lot of things. A lot of things don't make any money. In fact, a lot of things make a loss, but we pace it out like any business does, pace it out over what we do and what we can provide you, so we can have days like this. So it really does get reinvested, and it is very much appreciated, because without your support, we wouldn't be able to do it. Simply would not be able to do it. Lots and lots and lots of people just very excited about the launch, and several bacon references. Obviously, that was when Jack was on. Josh did $100 tip. Buy some bacon cooking gear for the Danger Cart. Did Jack name it? Did Jack name it the Danger Cart? Are we trying to make that stick now? Are we?
Honestly, I'm not against it. It sticks pretty well, in my opinion. Danger Cart.
Absolutely brilliant. By the way, we do have a super video on Starship development, which kind of nice little segue before I got distracted by the bacon question. A nice little segue into where we've been talking about this development. So if we have a chance to roll it, Patrick, let's roll that video.
Starship is just about ready for its second flight test, but it's come a long way from its initial design back when it was called the Big Falcon rocket. So how did we get here? The first prototype of Starship, called Starhopper, began assembly in late 2018 and flew 2 short hops in the summer of 2019. The designs changed, and after a few prototypes, we got on to our next vehicles for testing. That would be SN5 and SN6, which were essentially just the tank and engine sections of Starship. SN8 would be the first full-scale Starship vehicle to fly, but it didn't quite stick the landing. The same happened for SN9, SN10, and SN11. The first to land and stay intact would be SN15, flying and touching down in May 2021. Fast forward nearly 2 years after SN15 flew to the first integrated flight test. Utilizing Booster 7 and Ship 24, the flight came after years of vehicle testing and launch site construction. On April 20th, 2023, the complete Starship stack lifted off for the first time, although 3 Raptors had already flamed out at liftoff. Despite that, the vehicle pressed on. Eventually, though, it did spin out of control and was destroyed. Even though the flight wasn't a success, it did provide a trove of data for improvements. And improvements there were. Booster 9 and Ship 25 had extensive work done to upgrade them. After a few more static fires and testing of the new water deluge system, they were ready to try again. And that brings us to today, as we get ready for the second flight test. Godspeed, SpaceX. Good luck on Flight 2.
How cool was that? That was a great video. The wonderful turn to Sawyer, who you may be lucky people listening to later on. You get your pun tokens ready, because Sawyer will be on commentary at some point, not too distant future, as we get closer and closer to this launch. If you just joined us, yeah, we're at T-minus 6 hours and 16 minutes. We're not going to stop talking all the way through, and hopefully post-launch. We'll have wouldn't that be wonderful, a post-launch review? Just think of that. Launch is first time, we get at least a staging, and we can all say, we've made some good progress here with this massive rocket. That'll be wonderful. I just want to run through some thanks again. I might sound monotonous, but I'm going to do it because I really do think it's very much important to appreciate people. There's regulars like Bideford who always support us, even on the small Raptor-sized streams where it's just basically me babbling on, which is for an hour on a night. I tend to do that because I've got a microphone and I can do it. But I want to thank all these people. Peter Conrad, thank you very much for your support. Moldy Space Entries, a regular. Roger S, a regular. Curler Cats, a regular. Ryan asks, where are my Texas tank watching top T? Hang on, my Texas tank watching tank top T to wear while in Texas. That's wonderful. That is amazing. Yeah, I do believe for a while the Texas test tank top in the store, and it went crazy, and Jack still wears it to this day. It is a crazy bit of merch, but we do have a wonderful store, and the wonderful work of Mark, Pauline, and Adrian, and all the people in there have made it something to be proud of. So thank you for your support, and thank you to those who use the store, because again, that's another way. As you've seen the pinned message, by the way, there's a pinned message in chat which links on one single page to all the ways you can help us. And again, I don't want to sound like we're going on about this, because it's just an important thing to mention, and that's just one page you can click on, and it saves me babbling onto you in a chat when we're getting close to a launch of Starship. Well, we're 6 hours away, but you know what I mean. Thank you to Roger S, thank you to Color Cats, thank you to Ryan, and thank you to Aiden Also, amazing support, by the way, Aiden, $50. Molly has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. That is bonkers. Thank you for your support. Sienna did 5, which is, again, very much appreciated. Rory asks, can a fully fueled Starship get to moon surface and back to LEO to refuel? Right, let's talk about refilling, as Elon calls it. Trevor, for a moon mission, let's take HLS, for example. Do we have any kind of like rough estimates now on how many launches are involved in that? Because Starship for HLS has to be refilled on orbit.
Yeah, so unfortunately we don't have any super good estimates because that very much depends on the amount of payload that you're trying to bring to the lunar surface. So estimates have been anywhere from on the order of 5 tankers to refill Starship all the way up to like a dozen. So I think if you're wanting to deliver the whole 150 tons to the lunar surface, it's probably closer to that dozen figure. And if it's a smaller payload, it's closer to the 5 or so figure. However, obviously a lot of that is quite difficult to calculate when you don't have a finalized vehicle yet. So from these test flights, from today and from further test flights down the line, SpaceX will have a better idea of how much performance they have from the vehicle and then how many refillings they'll actually need.
Wonderful. Max, I got some questions about the danger van we had. Okay. You were there, weren't you, for the first launch? So you were there when we went to visit it, and it still started, I do believe. We got the memory cards back, didn't we? I do believe we got quite a lot. I know the remotes that were lined up at the pad as well all got smashed. Everyone's cameras got smashed. But as far as memory cards, I just want to talk about cameras for a little second. The cameras might get destroyed, but the memory cards inside, which take the, at least store the images, they mainly got recovered?
So of the entire media pool who set cameras inside the pad gates, who were fortunate enough to do so, a majority of them actually, as far as I've seen from social media and talking to colleagues, as far as I can decipher, only maybe 3 or 4 people got anything off of their cards, because while everyone's cameras like more than definitely fired at liftoff. Either some cameras were destroyed beyond the point of being beyond. I think most of them were destroyed to a point where the SD card slot or just that area of the camera was blown completely off. And I was just one of the lucky ones who had a camera who was blown to pieces, but that part of the camera was intact enough, and the SD card was still in the slot. But because the camera was still firing, when it got destroyed. The data that was put onto the memory card wasn't fully written or righted, however I guess you want to say it. So it was corrupted. So I had to go and do some data recovery to get about 25 or 30 images from the launch sequence. And I can't thank the SpaceX teams enough who went out and tried to pick up the, I'm sure, endless amount of camera debris on top of everything else, let alone identifying enough pieces to send back to people. So I was just one of the few lucky ones who actually got stuff out of it. So it was no camera survived that. Actually, that's not true. A colleague of mine, Scott Schilke, he uses full blown ammo boxes to put his cameras in, so they're already very well protected. And he actually, I think SpaceX found his ammo box because it's kind of hard to miss it, honestly. And I think the camera was still firing inside the box, and he was the only one to have a camera actually survive and still work. So of the entire pool, it had to have been around 60 people. Only 3 to 5 people really had any kind of benefit or good news out of it. So kind of a rough situation for a lot of people, but for everyone who was putting a camera there, we knew that was probably how it was going to end. So
very good. I just want to say, people got questions in chat. We've got a lot of questions, but we will pick out some very good talking points. If you've got a good talking point question, do ask us spaceflight in chat. It might take a while till we get round to it, but do ask it, and then we can find it. Cause we've got 6 hours to go. Let's face it. So we're gonna have a lot of time to read out questions. Just be patient if we don't read out within like a 10-15 minutes, because we have a queue that goes back like as long as my arm. And my arm's quite long, so there we go. But also, we've got actually a lot of questions about how our merch is really cool. I think that's really nice. I don't want to go on about the questions too much about the merch, but we can just mention the store, because the store is a wonderful thing I was talking about earlier, where Adrian, Mark, and Pauline have done some amazing work. Especially Pauline's artistic work is incredible. So we can bring up maybe parts of our store on stream. We can talk about it. Let's see if that works. See if my magical words make the store turn up on the screen. Let's see. Are we ready for it, Patrick? Let's have a look. Maybe. Yes, we do. There we go. Look at this. Wonderful. The Starship patch. That is Pauline's work. When she showed the design for it in work, we thought, that's amazing. When the finished product was done, we thought, wow, okay, that is properly amazing. That's available in our store. Now, it's a nice little thing to commemorate the milestone of this second launch, which may happen today. And it is a wonderful embroidered patch. It is properly done. It's a completely unique design by Pauline for us to put in the store. I really love it myself. I wasn't really into patches too much. Perhaps the space shuttle was like, that's great, and I'd send to that. But now we've got these patches for Starship, which I think are really unique and absolutely wonderful. So there you can go, get them in our store. I'm not a very good salesman. I could have done a splurge for that. Calendars! Yes, we've got calendars for people who like to know what day it is. Calendars. There we go. I just made that line up. But that has also got our photographers. They're in there. All our photography is in these calendars. You get the Starbase one, you got a General Spaceflight one, so you can get those in the store as well. I do believe there's a discount if you get both. So there we go. Check out the store. Check out the store. In fact, we could do a little thing. Nightbot is a very good advertiser for us. We can do a little thing in the store there where we can just put store into there and it'll come with a link to it. There we go. Marator, yes, your patch is still in the mail. It'll be coming soon. We do actually have a great system with the store where it internationally ships around from different hubs around the world. So a good thing for people like me, if I bought something from the SpaceX store, which I have, you'll find that you get a letter from the Royal Mail saying, okay, you need to pay a customs charge as well. Not with our store, because our store, with the UK, myself, will ship from the EU. If you're America, it'll ship from America. So it's kind of really fast to shipping, and also not extra charges. I always find that catches people out. So that's a wonderful thing. Okay, moving swiftly on.
Haha. Speaking of Swift,
yes.
Since
oh gosh, wow, Trevor.
I'm actually not going to talk about Taylor Swift, but since I am the Taylor fan, I will point out that the pad is looking a lot more empty. There are still a few cars at the pad and people, but this is looking good for them clearing the pad ahead of Tank Farm Chill, which we expect to begin in around an hour.
You know, we do have a chatbot command for Miss Swift, which is we are never ever hot staging together. Yes, there we go.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Taylor Swift, the savior of NFL ratings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
I'll note that we did invite Taylor onto today's live stream, but unfortunately she did not get back to us.
No, we did not. Are you serious?
We did.
Oh my gosh.
Trevor, we've got a surprise for you. Joining us now on commentary is Taylor Swift. Hello, Taylor. Say hello to chat. Imagine Trevor. I could just hear Trevor fainting in the background there.
It'll be all quiet, and then you'll hear a thud of Trevor hitting the floor.
Yes. So Taylor Swift, what do you think about the hot staging? Right, we're going off a tangent. It's typical me, this. We're going off a tangent. I'm going to go back to Donny Parker. Donny Parker, again, with another super chat. For Stubby, the best nozzle. Max.
No, wrong. No.
Let's go.
The question was for Max, Trevor. Max, do you agree with me that Stubby is the best nozzle?
Stubby is the king nozzle. Absolutely.
There we go. Moving swiftly on. Bideford is back again. Again, I always recognize names now. It gets to the point where people are so supportive of us, I recognize their names. If I ever meet you in real life, I'll buy you a drink because, seriously, the amount of support you put into us is crazy. But it's a good question as well. Bideford asks, where are you all hanging out for filming? Well, me personally, no. Trevor, I believe, is at home as well. But Max, you're out there, aren't you? Where are we planning to have our photography people, including yourself?
Yes, sir. So I'm currently down Route 4 in Brownsville, just kind of chillaxing and recharging after being in the field for pretty much the whole day. And then once I hop off here in a little bit, I will be heading over towards my viewing location in South Padre Island. I will keep that vantage point a secret for now because it is quite a view over there, and there will be some great stuff to come from there. So stay tuned. I think Jack and some of the other crew are down around 4 miles from the pad somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but they are very close. They are very close.
Very close. I do have a very good question here as well, by the way, from Eric, who asks, where are the flight control computers located on booster and ship? Trevor?
Yeah, that's a good question that we're not 100% sure of. We think that the flight controls computers are in the engine bay, or at least there's some electronics down there. And then there also seems to be some more communication systems in the forward section of the booster, so under the hot staging ring. And it's unclear what exactly each component does. And then on ship, it's up in the payload bay.
Very good. Again, Connor G, you've not just done a question. We've all supported us with 5 gifted Red Team memberships. My voice starting to go. 5 Red Team memberships you've gifted. That is amazing. But he also asked a question. In fact, just made a point. Happy launch day. You got 2 hours sleep. All ready to go for a few more before launch. Chat. I'm sorry, moderators in advance. Sorry about this, moderators. Chat. Let me know if you decided not to bother with sleep today. If you're going to go through, you're going to have a marathon. Stay with it until T0. If you are one of those people, mention it in chat, because I think there'll be a lot of no sleep gang in chat right now, especially with different people in time zones or what have you. I think the Europeans maybe get away with waking up on time a normal day to watch for what will be a 1 p.m. UK opening of the window, 2 p.m. European time, but the Americans probably might be all going through the night without sleep. Yeah, chat is going crazy.
There's not a lot of it. Yeah, there's not a lot of it happening over here right now. So
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the sleep word is today.
Oh, breaking news. If I was Alex, I'd start talking, interrupt me, because we have a cop at the roadblock. There we go. The police are there. That's a good sign.
It's a very good sign. We are probably nearing complete pad clear at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I only see like 2 or 3 vehicles.
Yeah. I was expecting some words of wisdom to follow that.
No, I was looking. This is when we need Adrian's old spreadsheets when he used to count the vehicle flux at the pad, which was ridiculous, and I'm so glad he did it.
Yeah, Alex has just noted that it's at the hard roadblock, and that's outside of Starbase. This is where we're looking at the video earlier from Alicia, talking about the propeller load process, but that starts the video off with a point of where the 2 roadblocks are. There are, as a deeper roadblock for a launch like this, where they have to have an exclusion zone. The village, I saw questions earlier, I can actually answer the question at the same time. The evacuations are something where the Boca Chica village is evacuated. It's mainly just Mary there now, a few other residents, and mainly SpaceX's. So it's quite a lot easier task. Just let everybody know they need to be out of the village by a certain time for our launch, and that evacuation was going to plan last we heard. So that obviously now is a point where it's probably happened because the hard roadblock is up and they'll be outside of that hard roadblock. Super duper. Thanks, more people. Look at this. So we've got Connor. Daniel, another regular. I'm going to put, in fact, Connor's didn't go on there. I'm going to put it onto the screen so Connor gets his name up in lights. The funny thing is, a lot of people like this because when they look back on the launch, we had 3 million views for the last launch, which is mainly a lot of people watching it back after it happened, because a lot of people go out there and maybe watching it in person, then they go back and watch the live stream of it, just like you do in normal TV programs. You watch it back in when your own time allows for it. So see your name come up is just really cool. Daniel did 5 Red Team memberships. Appreciate your support, Daniel. I always see your name come up, so I recognize these names, which continue to support us. Hef Williams has become a launch director. That's incredible support as well. Zanarith notes that this is incredible. Thank you for inspiring me to pursue my degree in aerospace, NSF. It started here. Also, thank you, Emil, for listening. That's basically you're repeating what you were saying earlier. You're thanking Emil. Whoever this Emil person is who got you into spaceflight is incredible, because you are into a wonderful opportunity in this future progress of spaceflight where there's a lot more opportunities for people who are now studying and then get the qualifications and then may get taken on by maybe SpaceX or Blue Origin or ULA or whatever they're going to become after ULA's bought out. But there's lots of companies out of Relativity Space, Sierra Space. There's so many companies out there you could get into, which are cool companies doing major futuristic things. So it's exciting, much more exciting than it had been previously. I will say that for a start, because I covered it back in the days where it was basically just Lockheed, Boeing, and people like that, and the space shuttle. There was not a lot else going on in the US, but now there's so many of these commercial companies. It's very exciting times. Brian Green, you've also gifted 5 red 10 memberships. Thank you very much for your support. Al Villa has become a flight engineer member. That's a top level. That's crazy support. Thank you so much. Lots of questions coming in as well. How long do you think it will take to get the next stack after flight 2? Hey, it's a good question. Right, this is a big talking point. This launch happens. It's off the pad. The pad has hopefully not suffered major damage. We don't think it will. We're quite confident it won't have the same problems as last time. When do we think the earliest opportunity will be for what we think will boost Tennis Ship 28 to be in a position where we're seeing right now, launch day? How long do you think it'll take? Trevor, you want to go first?
Yeah. So this is the kind of annoying answer, and that's that it really depends, and it depends on how today's flight goes, for 2 reasons. First of all, there's the GSE side, where if that gets heavily damaged again, which we don't think, like Chris was saying, it will. This GSE will hopefully survive better than it did on the first flight. But if they need to do more GSE repairs, that will put back testing and further delay them. But then on top of that, if today's flight doesn't go perfectly well, they'll need to conduct another anomaly investigation report with the FAA. And SpaceX showed with this review that process can be quite quick, right? SpaceX found in the span of 5.5 months or so, the 63 corrective items, which is very quick when you compare it to some of the other investigations that the FAA has done. For example, with New Shepard, Blue Origin had a list of, I want to say, like 19 corrective items or something like that. And that investigation took them over a year. So with all that said, I think the earliest we could see vehicles on the pad again is probably a month and a half, or on the pad maybe a few weeks after, and then a launch earliest, I would say 2 months, probably more like 3 months.
Max, what do you think?
So, assuming the water deluge system does its job and sustains minimal damage and nothing severe, both to that and also the pad and the GSE surrounding, I would honestly say anywhere from the time frame of 4 to 8 weeks. I guess it just depends on what has to be repaired and or replaced. But we still have really no idea how the water-cooled steel plate and deluge system are going to hold up under flight thrust, because I think they only managed to fire it at around half thrust for the static fires, but I'm not quite sure on that. So I don't think they've fired at flight thrust at the water deluge yet. So I guess we'll have to see.
Super. I will give my opinion shortly, but first of all, live breaking news. It looks like the SpaceX are clearing the pad. They look like they're congregating, ready to leave in their vans. So this is another milestone and another good point in time, with now T-minus 5 hours and 56 minutes to launch, or the opening of the window at least, where the SpaceX are clearing a pad. So this is an important milestone to note, that once these workers leave, I think we'll maybe have the pad clear. We'll keep an eye out for any other trucks, but this is obviously a sign it's happening, or at least they're starting to assemble for the departure as cars start to leave down Highway 4, which is incredible, by the way. Max,
things appear to be trending in the right direction, as we like to say.
Indeed, yes. Indeed, as Chris G would say. There we go.
Indeed, yes.
Indeed, yes. We still have his chatbot command in tribute to Chris G. Again, a wonderful part of our team. We have an incredible team here at NSF, and it is a testament to how good our team is that the 3 people we've lost have all gone to SpaceX, which is incredible. Chris G, Michael, and Thomas. And we all keep in touch, and they're doing well. And they say hello to chat. I'll say it on behalf. They would if I asked them, do you want to say hello to chat? They'll say yes. So I'm saying hello to chat on their behalf. Wonderful. Right. Again, I want to thank people just to mention. By the way, I do believe we've got our 4K member multi-box extravaganza member stream. All member levels, pad right above, every member level gets access to it. If you check out the community page of our channel, you will see, if you're at any level of member, where we have this crazy director's chair of a live stream where it's 4K multi-view, and that has restarted for the second part of the countdown, so you get full view of that. I will remember to put it into the member community part, but you'll see it on the YouTube video list if you're a member. And that is fun, because not only will this chat get crazy close to launch, it's quite good right now, I must admit. It's doing very well. Everyone's been very well behaved. But once we get close to launch, we get lots more people into this live stream. The chat might be going quite fast. The chat room in the member stream will be much more tame, so that'd be quite a nice option to have for chat while listening to us talking on the other window, on another browser. So there we go. Okie dokie. Let's just thank more people.
I have breaking news, by the way. Michael Baylor says hello to chat.
There we go. Live. Hello from Michael. There we go. How wonderful is that? Michael Baylor, who is, if he's listening, big shout out to Michael. He's so important to where we are right now, because I'm reading off a panel he designed, which is our question queues, our Sibber queues, and where we can control. Because if we were reading chat, we'd never keep up. It'd be scrolling off the end of the screen before 5 minutes are up. So it's important to have that panel thing. But the live stream production, all these tricks and things and what have you, our wonderful people in the background, Patrick and Kevin, who are running this right now, and Ryan, are really helping us. But Michael started this off. And without Michael, I don't think we wouldn't be here doing this, because it would be starting from scratch again. It was incredible support from Michael doing all that clever programming stuff. There we go. I've been nice to Michael. Michael will appreciate that. I'll even say well done to Arsenal, because Michael's a big Arsenal fan. Okay, moving on. Wesley Buck, amazing support there. Thank you for your support. I'm going to put it in there because it's a long one, but I appreciate your words. James, just thanks to host for the time, and thanks everyone else for this coverage. Thank you to you, James. Without you, we'll do it. Ryan Webber, I've heard his name before. Can't wait to see sparks fly and watch a beautiful daylight Starship launch. Go ahead and set a team. Is everybody ready for it? If you want to go onto our news site, www.nasaspaceflight.com, you will see an article about Starship in the preview. In fact, I'm going to link it in chat. I'm going to take this opportunity to spam chat again. Ready, chat? Get ready for some spam. Hang on. Let me find it. There we go. There's a link to it. Ryan wrote the preview article to this launch. Spam, 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 spam. Nightbot doesn't care. I can spam as much as I want. That will give you, if you're quite new to this, that's quite a good read to get really updated on where we are, where we've been, because it covers Boost 7 and Chip 24's flight. It covers this test launch and the future launches as well, all in one page. So that is a cool link to read if you probably got a question thinking, what's this all about? I've been linked to this live stream with Big Rocket. What's it all about? Click that link. It'll help you a lot. So that is an easy way to catch up. James Koff became a launch director member. That's crazy. Thank you. Big level of support again. I'm not like, I can't do it like Jack. Jack comes across like I want to come across by thanking people. My Yorkshire accent makes it sound very disingenuous for some reason. I don't know why. But trust me, I started this thing off back in 2005. And the level of support we're getting in 2023 is absolutely crazy. And I have pinched myself often with the support. It is appreciated beyond means. I can't really put it across in proper words, but I really do appreciate it. Andrew asked a question about becoming a mod. A good thing to do is come into our Discord. And all our moderators, we've got fantastic moderators who are always around helping us. We've got Starbase operators, people like that. It's a massive team behind the scenes. A lot of it is from people who've turned up and found us and got into our Discord and come across as great people, and obviously then become moderators, and it just works that way. That's a good path into NSF, by the way, so that is well worth mentioning. But thank you for your support, Andrew. CM Connell from Hawaii. RLT hot staging doesn't quite, for a few Chinese launches, use Chinese launches and hot staging, yes. Trevor, hot staging is not unique, is it? Hot staging is something that happens now and has happened before. Do you want to give it a little quick brief on what hot staging is and the other rockets that have done it?
Yeah, so hot staging is when you continue firing your first stage when you ignite your second stage. And the first question that you may ask is, why would you do this? That seems like you're increasing risk to the vehicle for basically no reason. And the answer to that is, you cannot ignite an engine in an inertial reference frame. And what that means is when you're not accelerating, so you're in space or you're between stages firing, the propellant, you have no forces on the vehicle. So what you're doing, or what the vehicle feels, is 0 G, and the propellant will just be floating around in the tanks, which is a problem when you're trying to start a rocket engine, because the rocket engine needs no gas bubbles in the propellant to ignite. Those gas bubbles can cause huge problems, and even in the worst case scenario, cause the engine to blow up. So you need the vehicle to be accelerating in some kind, by some method, when you ignite the stage. So there are basically two options to do that. The first is hot staging, which, like I said, is the first stage is continuing to burn as you ignite the second stage. So then you just use the acceleration from the first stage to make sure the propellant is settled. And the other option is like what Falcon 9 does, and that's when you can physically push the stages apart and then fire some ullage motors, which are just high pressure thrusters. So with the COPV, you can just kind of turn on a valve to accelerate the stage a little bit, which settles the propellant, and then you can ignite your engine. So what SpaceX was going to do on the first flight was have this weird kick maneuver where they would have a little bit of an acceleration on the Starship vehicle to settle the propellant before igniting the engines, and they decided to switch to hot staging. But hot staging is not unique. A bunch of the Soviet vehicles used it. For example, Soyuz still uses it. The N1 was going to use it. And then also a lot of the Titan rockets on the US side used it. And I believe some Chinese rockets use it as well, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know my Chinese spaceflight as well as, say, Adrian does. That said, I'm going to do a little pimp for us. If you do want to learn more about it in the history, Adrian did a really good video on hot staging the other day, so you can go check that out on our YouTube channel from 2 or 3 days ago.
Hang on, let me try and find it. Max, do you want to talk? I'm not going to ask you anything technical about hot staging, but let's ask you this question, Max, while I find this video. Do you think the hot staging is a clever idea to add to the rocket, or do you think it could be problematic? I always fear about the structural integrity of Starship. But what do you think? What's your thoughts?
It really depends on how you design it. I think SpaceX certainly is on the right path to it. With that, the bulkhead on the hot staging ring looks so. It looks really, really, really strong, and that's in stark comparison to a lot of other hot staging vehicles, where, especially on the Titan II, when the upper stage lit, it just completely blew apart the top section of the first stage, right? So that's of course what you don't want. So I think the way SpaceX has managed it, at least to this point so far, but of course we still don't know how it's going to work. Hopefully we will in a few hours. I think it's brilliant. Honestly, it's efficient. It saves sophistication. I think it's honestly, as long as it's built and designed well, it's a great concept.
That works for me. Yeah, they did a lot of testing at the Masses test site, where they did almost like load testing on the hot staging.
Yes.
I think it was a Boosty 11. It had B11 on the label, which was quite strange.
Yes. Yes.
Also, Maritor has thankfully found the video. I just found it myself, but Maritor has put the link. I'm going to take the opportunity while chat has moved up the scrolly to link that video to hot staging. It's a wonderful video, well worth watching. They've got plenty of time. It's 5 hours and 46 minutes to open the window to watch some of these videos. I highly recommend you either go on that video or even go on our channel, because we have a lot of Starship videos, not just the daily updates where they show everything that's been happening at the launch site and the production site, but also at Masses, and that will bring you up to speed. It's probably a very good little homework for you all, just to catch you up on some of the intricacies of this vehicle and ahead of the launch. But then you'll be able to watch this launch and go, oh yes, I watched a video on that, so I know what's happening right now. There we go. Bob Alexander, Upgrade to Capcom. That's great. You'll see you in the Discord. Capcom and above get you into our Discord. Our Discord is fantastic. I spend most of my time in it, and I'm not even joking. I spend way too much time in there. We have not just channels for every single rocket or different subject matters. We have like off-topic subjects like sports ball, which I find myself in a lot, with a lot of round ball fans and NFL fans and what have you. It's a great, great channel in there. Everything is nice and civil because it's a member Discord, not an open public one, where you get quite a lot of crazies in. This one is a member Discord, and it is a lot of fun. So we'll see you in there. Lots of people join at Capcom and above levels, so we'll see you in the Discord in not too distant future. Locroll, I'm hoping it flies tomorrow. Not able to log into my YouTube account at work, so Saturday launch is awesome. Here's a donation for all the great work and footage on a daily basis. Thank you very much for your support, and I hope you get to see it live. James Cover did 10 gifted Red Team memberships. That's crazy. Ivan did 5 as well. Gifted memberships. Lots of new members. Thanks to other people supporting you getting into it. YouTube does a lot of things wrong, but one of the things it's done right is this gifted membership thing, which they brought in, I think, about a year ago. It really is a wonderful thing where people can support us, but also support random other people in the chat, become members for a month and get a taste of what it is to be a membership. So thank you for doing that. It's very much appreciated. Damon just says, thank you for all the many years bringing STEM and space enthusiasm. It makes a huge difference in the world. That's great. I like that. And I'm going to go off on tangent a little bit like I always do. There's a lot of bad things happening in the world right now, as you all know. You don't have to watch the news to see what bad things are going on in the world. This is a cool thing. And I honestly do believe, and I've said this to a few people who are not rocket fans, saying spaceflight is probably the one thing that might take us as a species, as a society, into a better phase. Because imagine if the world united. I know that's asking a lot, especially with all that's going on. If the world united on a common goal of space exploration, it's something we'd all get into, and it's something that's positive. We all start thinking of ourselves as humans rather than individuals and fighting over different territories and what have you. I think it is a wonderful thing. I could put it into better words, I'm sure I could. Not this time in the morning, unfortunately. But I do believe that spaceflight is a common denominator. You see it on the ISS. We've got a problem between USA and Russia, and look at the ISS. They work together and work and get on, and the two space agencies still work together properly. It is kind of like that rule of the sea, where I know a friend in the Royal Navy, he says if there's a ship in trouble from a country who might even be in kind of a political conflict with, we will go to their rescue. It's the rule of the sea. And I'm sure there's probably naval people in chat maybe back me up on that one. Same with spaceflight. It's kind of a real uniter. And to have this rocket we're looking at right now, Starship, where it can take us into a potential future of cities on Mars, where we start having that common goal, it might just be a nice thing for the future. So that's a real long-winded way of saying to that question we got there, it makes a difference in the world. It does make a difference, and I think it will really prove that out in the years to come. WJ Patriot, I went on a tangent there. Sorry about that, chat, but I feel it's important. I will probably be able to write it better than I can speak it, because I'm a writer by trade. So, oh, look at this milestone on the left-hand side. This is cool. So here we go, countdown milestone. Trevor, do you want to bring us through this, read us through the list, if you will?
Yeah, of course. So as we've been talking about and showing, the road is closed and the blocks are up. So the next major step is the pad becoming clear. And as we've been saying, the pad is certainly looking more and more clear. There are fewer and fewer vehicles there. And it looks to me like they're preparing for final pad clear. As Chris was saying a bit ago, there's that seemingly meeting going on where they seem to be like, all right, let's clear the pad, let's get out of here. After that, at about T-4 hours, so in about 2 hours from now, the tank farm will start spooling up. But I thought it was usually a little bit earlier than that. I think it's more around T-5 hours. But somewhere in that window, we'll start to see the tank farm spooling up. Yeah, Alex is saying in the back channel, this is the old timeline. So then about 45 minutes before propellant load, the OLM vent will start and the CO2 load indications will begin. And a reminder that the CO2 load is something that is new on this flight since Flight 1. And what that is under the two chines that face the launch tower. And those chines are those big long streaks on the booster at the very bottom. The two that face the tower have these very long cylindrical tanks in them, and those tanks hold liquid carbon dioxide, which is used to purge the engine sections during launch. And the reason why SpaceX is doing that is because on the first launch, because of how high pressure Raptor is, there was a large amount of liquid methane or gaseous methane leak. And then they had this buildup of gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen in each of the engine bays, which then ignited and caused the engine to shut down prematurely. So on this launch, they're purging all of those engine sections to try to reduce the buildup of methane and oxygen. So then after that, at about T-minus 2 hours, we'll get the go for propellant load, which starts at T-minus 1 hour and 37 minutes. Then at about T-minus 1 hour, the OLM hold clamps will open, and about T-minus 90 minutes and 40 seconds, engine chill will begin. And that is when a little bit of the cryogenic propellant is sent through all of the engines to avoid the propellants becoming flash boiled at engine ignition. Then at T-minus 15 minutes, the ship header tank will be loaded, and we'll start seeing venting from that. And then at T-minus 5 minutes and T-minus 3 minutes respectively, the ship and booster propellant load will be complete. At T-minus 40 seconds, we will reach the optional hold point, and at T-minus 25 seconds, the fire X system will activate, followed 15 seconds later by the flame deflector activating. Then at T-minus 3 seconds, the Raptor startup sequence will begin for a hopeful liftoff at T+2 seconds. Hopefully that's enough detail.
It certainly is, Trevor. You gave me a break there. That was very much appreciated. Yeah, it's exciting. It just shows also that we are 5 hours and 38 minutes away from the opening of the window, but things will start to ramp up big time once dawn breaks. And when dawn breaks, we'll get some amazing camera views. So I'm really looking forward to that part of our launch coverage, which is done thanks to the support of people like you, WJ Patriots, have become a flight engineer member, which is the top level, which is incredible support. James coveted 10 gifted memberships, round 2, as you thought, you did some earlier. Hamster Space just says, thank you for changing my life. That's not even a question. It's just something I saw in the corner of my eye. It needed reading out. That means so much to us, because when people... We had a meetup in dirty Leeds. If you're not from the UK, Leeds is dirty. In Yorkshire. And it wasn't even a planned meetup. We just, in our Discord, we said, oh, anyone happen to be in Leeds on Friday night? 30 people turned up. And me and Adrian were like, wow, 30 people just turned up. And all great people as well. I found that, I said to Adrian after, I said, they were all amazing people. Just people who were like fans of us. And it brings it home when you meet people face to face who appreciate what you do. And you appreciate them back because they're cool people. That is just a wonderful thing I want to bring up there, because I really find that so rewarding, because there's a lot of hours involved. The team work crazy hours. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm trying to tell people to take breaks and they don't, because they do so much work. So it is very rewarding when people say things like that, and thank you. Jack Parsons Laboratory, hey, great name. No sleep, early launch. True. And James is back with another 10. James did round 2 and he's back again with 10 more red team memberships. That's crazy. JC Pilot, good afternoon from Hong Kong. Oh, sorry, moderators. I'm going to have to do it. Please put into chat where you're from. And then we'll go from there. Because Peter Foster started already with Sheffield, South Yorkshire, God's own country. Well said, yes, absolutely, Peter. I totally agree. Yorkshire and House. Let's see. Let's read them off best we can.
I wonder if anyone else is watching from Boulder after that embarrassing football defeat.
Oh, you mean American football?
Yeah.
Thank you, Trevor.
Somewhat round ball. The pointy ball.
I'm getting quite a few people from Leeds. So I'm considering regretting. By the way, if you're Leeds, so many people from Leeds. What's going on here? Are you all making up? Are you actually all from Leeds? Wow, lots of people from Leeds. There's one from York there. Alan Henderson. York, I'm YO31, by the way. Eworth. There we go. Thank you. I always find it fascinating because we're mainly American audience here. We're American site, blah, blah, blah. To see people just down the road from me is just bonkers. Quite a lot of UK. I think people in the UK are waking up now. It's now 7:24 a.m. UK time, so I'm not too surprised. We're getting quite a lot of UK in there. St. Petersburg, South Korea, Canada, Oregon, Norway, North Wales, California, London, South Korea, Thailand, Newcastle, Kent. So many people around the world. That is, I know the moderators go crazy because the chat is going crazy, but I do love to see this when people say where from. Wire 24. Oh, very nice. You're near the football stadium. Right. Anyway, there we go. Moving quickly on. Let's look at some questions people want to ask us, which is, will there be any video, Andy Morgan asks, any video from the second or first stage? Trevor, we know they've got a multitude of cameras on the launch tower. We've seen them. But as far as the rocket views, we didn't see too many during the first test flight. Do we think we'll see more this time around?
Yeah, I suspect on the first flight they were having some sort of bandwidth issues because we saw some weird telemetry stuff on the vehicle. Like, for example, some of the engines in the engine diagram that they had showed engines being reignited on engines that can't be reignited in the air. So I suspect there were some somewhat rough telemetry, which is why we didn't see too many views. But we saw in replays later a bunch of cool views from both the booster and the ship. So we know that there are some cameras in the flaps on the ship, and then we also know that there are some cameras on the top of the booster, similar to their position on Falcon 9 above the grid fins. So yeah, I would be, and we also know that there's one in the interstage. So I would say we can confidently say that SpaceX will show us those views during the live stream. And then we're also showing in the bottom, we're about to show a tweet from Elon Musk.
Oh, really?
I assume that we're staging it for a reason. There we go. And Elon tweeted about 20 minutes ago, getting back to productive matter, Starship Flight 2 in just under 6 hours.
There we go. So that just points to everything's on track. As we assumed anyway, from the milestones we're actually watching. But going back to the cameras on the booster, remember, the only real views we saw from on board was the tipple-tailing of the booster and the ship still attached when they lost control authority with the engines being fired out. But this time around, we've got quite a lot of modifications between Booster 9 and Ship 25. So we've got a nice little video to bring you up to speed with what is now a modified launch vehicle of Booster 9 and Ship 25. Kevin, you want to roll that video?
SpaceX is flying a new set of vehicles for Starship's second test flight, Booster 9 and Ship 25. These include changes not only to solve the issues found on the first flight, but also to include other general upgrades that should simplify and optimize the vehicle's designs. Of the two stages, Booster 9 is the one with the most changes, so let's start with that one. One of the changes to Booster 9 includes a new electric thrust vector control system. This is the system that allows the booster's 13 center engines to move during flight. This system replaces the previous hydraulic one, simplifying engine control, and, since it doesn't need a separate system to power the hydraulics, it removes unneeded hardware and lowers the mass of the booster. Booster 9 also has an upgraded engine shielding that should better contain the explosion of a Raptor engine should it occur during flight. This vehicle also has a new and revamped fire suppression system compared to Booster 7's. During Starship's first flight, propellant leaks on the engine section started multiple fires within it that severed connections to the main computer. This eventually led to the loss of control of the rocket. This fire suppression system uses much larger carbon dioxide tanks that are located on the tower-facing chines of Booster 9. The engine section also has vents that will allow these purges to occur while the engines are running. Another big change to Booster 9 is the new hot staging ring. This will allow the ship to start its engines while some of the booster engines are still running. This ring has a shield on top that prevents the exhaust from the ship engines from hitting the top of the booster. Booster 9 also has an upgraded flight termination system. During Starship's first flight, the flight termination system was not enough to, well, terminate the flight. This new system has the charges about a ring higher up on the vehicle, and each charge is larger than the ones present on the previous system. This should, hopefully, be enough to terminate the flight should it ever be needed again. Other smaller changes to Booster 9 include the relocation of the methane tank vents from right below the grid fins to right above them. Also, since Booster 9 introduces the new electric thrust vector control system, its Starlink communication antennas have been moved from the now-removed hydraulic power units to the top of the chines. Ship 25, while being largely the same as Ship 24, also introduces some changes. Just like Booster 9, Ship 25 also has a new flight termination system design. It's also located about a ring higher up on the vehicle and contains larger charges than on Ship 24. Ship 25 also includes a new set of openings and 2 new pipes on its engine section that, well, frankly, we don't know what they're for just yet. Hopefully with all of these changes, Starship's second test flight goes much more smoothly than the first, and SpaceX can gather all the juicy data it needs to continue Starship's development. Good luck, Booster 9 and Ship 25!
The Alicia fan club in chat, please. She's an absolutely fantastic addition to our team. Really cool. So we're just looking at the roadblock now. It is quite interesting because there is obviously police cars there, but there's also cars running around. That car is actually turning, so that's okay. But yeah, we're waiting for the absolute confirmation we've got pad clear, and hopefully that will be just another step on the milestone towards what is now 5 hours and 29 minutes, the opening of the launch window for the second launch of the world's most powerful rocket. I'm so excited. I love saying that line because it's true, it's factual, but it's just cool to say it. I really do like it. I've got a great question here from Chris who asks, how does SpaceX avoid the electrical arcing that affected Rocket Lab? While I ask Trevor that really hard question, I'm going to spam chat with Peter Beck talking about it on SF Live last weekend. Amazing Peter Beck came on and talked about it in depth. But does SpaceX struggle from the same issues? Is it possible that Starship could even have a same failure point, Trevor?
Yeah, I would need to go back and really listen to what Peter said caused the failure, because he gave a very technical explanation, which was awesome, and I am like words cannot describe how amazing I think it is that he's willing to go on a public show with a media outlet that's independent such as us and just talk about a recent failure that they've had. So major props to Peter Beck and Rocket Lab in general for that. But he was mentioning something about how some electricity arced from I believe it was the low power rail or the low voltage rail to the high voltage rail, which shorted the entire system, causing it to shut down. But I don't understand the exact conditions under which that happened well enough to answer how SpaceX avoids it. The one little bit of context that I can give is we've now seen SpaceX have I believe over 250 Falcon 9 launches. Yeah, 274 plus lessons from Falcon 1 plus Falcon Heavy. So they've obviously understood how to make these power systems in space. And I'm sure that's a lesson that they learned on Falcon that they can very easily transfer over to Starship.
Super duper. Now a question a lot of people have been asking about is from Noah, who asks, when is the next launch opportunity if it does not launch today? So, Max, I think you'll know because you're there, so you're probably prepared for this in case of a scrub or a delay. When is the next opportunity? And also take into account if it scrubs before propellant loading and after propellant loading.
Sure. So, assuming they scrub before they get into prop load or before they get too far into prop load, I believe they could still target the available launch window tomorrow morning. There's also a window and opportunity on Monday, but that would not be ideal because some nasty weather is coming to town around Monday morning. So, of course, that's not what you want, and that's not what Starship needs, especially on only its second flight. So to answer the question, there are chances Sunday and Monday morning if needed. Hopefully not, though.
Also, by the way, Max, while you're here, I know the answer to this question, but there's obviously concern after what happened to Danger Van. Debbie Bruce asks, are you all leaving the nice-looking pickup connected to the Danger Cart?
Oh, goodness. No, we are not, thankfully. No, the truck is back away from the pad, all safe and sound, and safe from any rock nados, thankfully.
There we go. And Max, thank you for joining us for what has been a very long stint. I think you were there from the very start. I do believe I'm told that you're now departing us for a while. So, Max, I wish you all the best with your photography, because I know you'll be looking to get some good photos for this launch, if it launches, of course. But thank you for joining us on this stream. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, it's been fun. I went on. I've been on since we went live about 3.5 hours ago. Golly, it's been 3.5 hours already. Oof. But yeah, I think I might go try and go catch a small little cat nap, and then I am off to get ready for launch. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and hopefully I will see y'all on the other side.
Wonderful.
See you, Max. Good luck. Max's
bio is there in the top of the screen and also in the chat to follow him on Twitter, because or X. I still call it Trevor. I still call it Twitter. I can't help it. I'm just told to stick in my ways. Yeah, but follow Max because he also provides some amazing photography in his tweets, and it's very much someone to follow. Absolutely. Brian asks, what if anything are we expecting to see on the re-entry side, since it will be still a couple of hours before sunrise? I'm thinking, hopefully, let's face it, if we get to that stage anyway, it'd be a massive bonus. But on board, I would expect some telemetry on from SpaceX. But I'm wondering, will we actually see anything else apart from on board?
My guess is no, and that's purely because we've seen Dragon re-enter a bunch now, and they never show live views from that. And right, there's the communications blackout that will occur. But even outside of that, they seem to not show views. However, I suspect that SpaceX will have some ground tracking assets or sea tracking assets that will hopefully give us some live views as it splashes down, if they make it that far.
If they did, I mean, this is why I keep bringing up some expectations here. Set your expectations accordingly. For this mission to be classed as a success, in the eyes of people like ourselves, people in chat, I'm sure as well, people who know rockets, will be to get to hot staging. Anything after that is a bonus. It really is. People who may see that achieved and then Ship 25 does not achieve its parameter of getting to Hawaii and then class it as a failure are probably not understanding it too well, and that's understandable. I'm sure the mainstream media will make a mess of it as well, but let's set expectations accordingly. Anything after hot staging is a bonus milestones, and very important for the progression of this test program for Starship. We're just looking now, we're T-minus, well, say T-minus. To start the window is 5 hours and 22 minutes away. So we're getting closer and closer, because when we started the stream, it was a good 8 hours or so. So we've seen the roadblock there with police vehicles. I don't believe the pad is yet clear, Trevor. We're not confirmed pad clear yet.
Yeah, it looks like there are still a few vehicles there. If you go to Starbase Live, we have 4 views up where you can really see that there are still some vehicles at the pad.
There we go. Yes, that's a nice little plug for the multi-stream, because the multi-stream has all the cameras live right now. On the actual live stream itself here now, we're just selecting cameras to show you at particular points, but on the multi-stream and on Starbase Live, we have several cameras on screen at the same time, so you can really get a good idea of what's going on. But obviously, when we get close to launch, this is a stream to be in, because we'll have all the best camera views, providing the directorship of Kevin and Patrick and Ryan. So you'll have a wonderful view of what's going on. We'll get the business end of this countdown. Right, Trevor, I'm going to try and test you with these questions here. Are you ready for this? Matthew asks, how does higher or lower air pressure on ground affect the engines during launch?
I think the amount that pressure changes, to my knowledge, is quite small. I think it's only on the order of a few percent. Even if it even is over 1%. So I think the effect is very minimal.
There we go. I'm trying to bamboozle Trevor with a question. I'm going to keep looking through for technical questions on this one, but yes. In fact, here's a good one. Falcon Heavy asks, which future booster do we think will utilize Raptor 3? And also, which future ship will be painted? Oh, well, that's not too technical, but it's a future question. So Raptor 3, let's first of all just cover Raptor 3. Currently, we're on Raptor 2 now with Booster 9 and Ship 25. They're both using Raptor 2 engines. We see the engines tested on McGregor Live. Let's get a pimp out to McGregor Live. We've got cameras at the test site just up the road from, well, I say just up the road in Texas from Starbase at McGregor, Texas near Waco. That shows the testing. They test so many engines every day, it's ridiculous. So it's well worth watching McGregor Live because it's a cool test site to follow. But Raptor 3, where do we stand with Raptor 3, Trevor?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And the first thing that I want to point out is while the engines on both Ship 25 and Booster 9 are both Raptor 2s, the ones on the booster are believed to be a little bit newer, and that's because they have the electric TVC, which is thought to have come along with some other upgrades when the ones that are on the ship are hydraulic TVC, which is before those upgrades came around. So even though they're the same version of Raptor, there have been some fairly major upgrades made to the engine. Because in SpaceX's way, they never stop innovating. As to Raptor 3, there's really some confusion about, and by the way, let's just talk about this text real quick.
Oh, yes.
Boca Chica Beach is now closed. So yet another really good sign that things are continuing to progress for a launch attempt in just over 5 hours from now. Anyway, back to Raptor 3. Elon tweeted, I believe it was probably about 6 months ago at this point, that Raptor 3 had successfully reached 350 bar sustained pressure on the test stand, which they were surprised by because they were not expecting the engine to survive. But aside from that tweet, we have not heard anything about Raptor 3. So if you kind of assume that the schedule from Raptor 3 hitting the test stand to Raptor 3 on a vehicle is somewhat similar to Raptor 2 hitting the test stand to Raptor 2 on a vehicle, then it'll be on the order of 1.5 to 2 years, if I remember correctly. So my guess is that we still have about a year or possibly even more of flights with Raptor 2 engines.
Super duper. I'm going to thank people again, because I think it's absolutely required, and I see names I've recognized from before again. Shane, become a Capcom member. I'll see you in a Discord, because that's Discord level access and above. Apocalypse Cow, a name you cannot forget easily, has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. Apocalypse Cow is a regular supporter of us with a fantastic username, but a fantastic level of support. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your support. Also, Dawson has supported us, becoming a Padret member. Old Finnish Farmer has become a Red Team member. Come on, let's put Apocalypse Cow up. Come on. I'm clicking. There we go. I'm clicking this thing, and my PC's going, this is a wrong time of morning for me working. Old Finnish Farmer has become a Red Team member. Chad Noda has become a Padret member. Andrew Kilpatrick has become a Red Team member. James Coffer says, wow. Members multi-view stream. This is awesome. Thank you, Edison. Yes, it is a really great audition from the team. Kevin and Patrick and Ryan have been working on the production side of things, and they're just incredible people who do so much hard work for us. And this member stream idea was amazing. I was like, wow, how did you do that? It's really cool. That is going to be really helpful for when chat gets completely crazy later on, which I know will happen. There's 13,600 people in right now, and we're still 5 hours and 17 minutes from launch. Or from the open under window. I keep saying launch. The open under window, hopefully a launch. There's another view of I think that's the hardware block, correct me if I'm wrong. Looks like it's out there near Macy's.
Yep, I believe so.
Yeah, I have a problem with Raptor where I kept on calling SpaceX's test site Macy's. It's not this department store, it's Masses, which is the former gun range. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you to Andy for your support. ACAR619 became Padret member again. Great. Just membership support. It's wonderful. And Freddie Energizer gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thank you again to everybody for your support. Without your support, we could not do this. So it's important to know that it's true. We're not owned by some big media company like a lot of sites and channels are these days. We are independent, and we can do what we do as an independent organization thanks to your support. It is so important to know that. I can't stress it enough. Okay, let's look at the questions here. Noah asks, if the ship destroys the booster during hot staging, is there any chance the ship will survive to finish the flight? It's a good question. Trevor, can you picture that scenario? We don't want to see that scenario, but I remember going back to, let's go back to was it CRS-7, where Booster 9 failed via the COPVs, which went boom. But Elon said that if they'd added one line of code to Dragon, it would have survived it and parachuted back. I remember that distinctly. The Dragon did survive that event. Let's apply that to Ship 25. If you could take that question and try and apply it, would it be possible that Ship 25 could get out of Dodge in the event of the booster failing by firing its engines?
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. And this is kind of what happens with every other vehicle that hot stages, is the first stage gets blown up or destroyed in some way, and the second stage just keeps on flying. And that's kind of a design of hot staging. So I think that's very probable. However, I'm honestly not too worried about the booster surviving hot staging, for two reasons. First of all, I think those loads are loads that you can simulate fairly well on the ground. And we saw SpaceX doing a lot of testing in Boca at the Massey's test site, where they were seeing how much force can this take. And the force is obviously one of the components, and then the pressure from the gases is another component. But I'm not too worried about the boosters surviving hot staging if they reach hot staging. And then I guess the other possibly interesting continuation of this question would be, do we think that SpaceX is going to try to force hot staging even if they're not at MECO? So if they have some first stage anomaly, will they try to just ignite the engines anyway to get that data? And from the first flight, with how long they kept firing the engines on the booster, it certainly seems possible that they would try something like this to try to get the data. But that's something that we're going to have to see later today, hopefully, when we have a liftoff.
Super. Quite a few questions about why is the launch window 20 minutes in this side, because I believe if they'd gone for the Friday attempt, it was a 2-hour window, if I'm correct, Trevor. This one is a 20-minute window. Is there any reasons why they've gone to a 20-minute window for this attempt?
Yeah, that's a good question that unfortunately we don't have a good answer to. My guess is that it's probably because it's a weekend and SpaceX wanted to cause fewer interruptions to airspace and whatnot, but unfortunately, we don't have a good answer.
Also, people asking who's in Starbase from the hierarchy of SpaceX. We know that Gwen Shotwell is now responsible for Starbase operations, and what a wonderful person to have at the helm there. I do believe Elon had tweeted, am I correct in saying so, Trevor, that he tweeted from the pad just earlier today, or tonight even, where he was at Starbase, and that's not unsurprising either. Is that correct?
Yeah, he posted, I believe, 3 images on X, the Everything app, from under the boosters with a variety of captions. And one of them was him walking under the booster with a flashlight pointing up at all 33 engines. And it's truly remarkable, and I can't even imagine what it's like to be under all 33 of those engines when you know that thing is going to have a launch attempt in just a few hours.
A great question from Need Pizza. I'm not surprised it's a great question. Need Pizza is all-seeing, all-knowing when it comes to Starship operations. I just know from our Discord. And absolutely does not miss a trick. So I probably think you know the answer to this question before asking it, but we're going to ask it anyway. This one will be obviously for you, Trevor. Do you think the FTS, which is Flight Termination System for anyone who doesn't know that, activation and failure to destroy the vehicle during the last flight was a good thing to happen now? Otherwise, it might have failed in a more dangerous situation.
Yeah, I think so. The first place where my head went was No, because this never should have happened in the first place. SpaceX should have never been in the situation where they have a 120-meter tall vehicle that is tumbling out of control that they cannot destroy in a timely manner, flying. However, that said, yeah, it's very good that they caught this in the situation that they did. As I've said many times, they got super lucky that the vehicle was over the middle of the ocean where there was no one. You know, one can only imagine how bad that situation could have been if the vehicle would have went off course and gone over to land or to a populated area.
Super. I'm looking for technical questions for you, Trevor. I really am. I'm definitely trying to bamboozle you before we end our segment of this live stream, but I think you know the answer to this one anyway. Xbar asks, how would 3 RVACs have higher thrust than a lighter booster with 3 sea level engine Raptors? Would these Raptors be throttled down? Okay, so can you digest that question and come up with the answer for that one? I think we could probably generalize that by talking about the difference between the RVACs and the sea level Raptors on the ship.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure what this question is getting at, but if I'm interpreting it correctly, they're wondering why is the thrust of the RVAC engines higher than the rated thrust of the sea level engines? And that's because the sea level engines have more cosine losses. So, right, you can imagine that because you have the shorter nozzle, some of your exhaust velocity, the vector has some component that is not purely parallel to the motion of the vehicle. And those are just going to fight each other out and cancel. So that's what we call in physics cosine losses. And then additionally, you have a little bit, because you have more motion sideways and you have higher pressure, you've converted less of the energy into horizontal motion. So you end up with a little bit less thrust because your exhaust is at higher pressure. So for those two reasons, the RVAC has higher thrust than the sea level engines in a vacuum. And then that difference is actually made even greater, where if you compare the thrust of a sea level engine at sea level compared to even a sea level engine in a vacuum, due to the greater pressure difference, the sea level engine will have more thrust in a vacuum than at sea level. So then I think the next part of the question is probably, because the RVAC is more massive, since it has a significantly larger bell, is it advantageous for them to have more mass on the vehicle instead of just having a higher number of engines or lower mass? And the answer to that is yes. And that's just where you have to do some calculations of, you have this one curve where as you extend the nozzle more and more, you get more performance out of your engine. Then you have another curve where as you increase the mass, you decrease your useful payload capacity. So at some point, there's an intersection of these two lines, which is where you want to target your engine size for.
Awesome. That's great. That's why we got you on, Trevor. Imagine me trying to read that out. No chance at all, no. A Grumpy Curler. I want to thank these people for support again.
Ooh.
I'm coming to the end of my... Oh, hang on. Breaking news. Alex did warn us, and I was going to bring it up after this, but Alex did warn us that we're getting to the potential window for Tank Farm Chilldown. We may also see the chopsticks opening up as well. We'll keep an eye on that, but look at this. We are starting to see Tank Farm activity now.
Yeah, Alex is correcting in the back channel that this vent has been going on and off for hours. This is not a sign of chill down quite yet.
But we are getting into that potential window for Tank Farm Chill Down, so that is an important note anyway. I got excited by venting, but there we go. It's obviously all good signs, all good progression towards what we hope will be the launch today in just over 5 hours, which will be opening the window. So that's going to get very exciting. But again, back to what I was going to do was thanking people, because it's so important to thank people who support us. It's the least we can do. It's Grumpy Curler, give the Red Team membership, a Grumpy Koala even. There we go. Lith did became part of a member. Acar became upgraded to Capcom. Yes, I saw your name earlier, but you've now upgraded to Capcom. That's great. 2 levels of support there. Jaden, gifted Red Team membership. Somebody again in chat, if you've got a Red Team membership, you don't understand why, it's because you've been gifted it. Please thank chat, because somebody in chat gifted you that membership for a month for free. No commitment. You don't get charged after a month. You don't have to cancel anything. You get a month of membership, and then it's just the end of the month. It's just a cool thing for free. Thank you to Jaden for doing that. Bob Snow became a flight engineer, upgraded to a flight engineer. That's our top level of support. Thank you, Bob. That is amazing support. Operator became Padret member. Jared became a Capcom member. Jared then gifted a Red Team membership afterwards. That's crazy. So you gifted yourself and gifted someone else as well. That is amazing support. Another way of supporting us is our store, by the way. Our store is where you can support us and get cool stuff in the post. The postman brings you cool stuff from the NSF store, and we get supported by you buying things from our merchandise. So we can bring our store up onto the channel. We can show you some of the cool things we've got, some of the cool wares we have in our store channel, which is a wonderful way of supporting us. Let's see if it comes up. I'm watching the live screen now. Let's see if the store comes up. Are we seeing the store? I'm here in the background. There we go. There's a store. Look at this. These are wonderful designs. We designed these. We've not basically bought things that look like rockets. We've got Pauline, who is an amazing artist and photographer, by the way, as well, designed these from scratch, and then we put them into this proper store that you can then purchase and come through the post. They're ready for Christmas. Knitted sweaters, they are cool as well. These are proper knitted sweaters. Literally, we have a team of highly professional grannies knitting these sweaters for you right now. But I don't think it's like that. But I envisioned it like that way because they are proper quality as well. And they are so on topic. Imagine turning up to your relatives and in-laws in this very much raptor-themed sweater. And these dragon ones are amazing as well. They are doing so well because they are so cool. When we first saw the designs for these, we thought, wow. And the reaction in the store has been similar as well. So we're very proud of what we're doing in our store, because we take time to plan these things out properly. We don't just randomly take templates and put them in the store. We design these things from scratch and then apply them to the store. And that's where you can get cool things. The calendars also as well. As I mentioned earlier, people who like to know what day it is, the calendars help you. There we go. You can put these on a wall, and they've got amazing photography from our photographers in every of the months, and you can get both different kinds of calendars, one for Starbase and one for general space flights, and you get a discount by both. So there we go. That is our store, and that helps us. You get cool stuff, but it helps us as well. There we go. We're coming close to the end of our stint, by the way, so we'll be handing over to other people very shortly. But again, I just want to quickly thank a few people. Molly Myron's gifted 20 Red Team memberships. 20 people have gifted a free membership. Thanks to Molly. That is amazing support. Thank you, Molly. Very much appreciated. Yes, Shane just mentioned it. Molly dropped a load of gifts. Great job. I absolutely concur with that comment. And Julian Lamb notes he's from Leeds. Well done, Julian. Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm from York. There we go. Just up the A64 from you. So many people from Leeds in chat. It's ridiculous. There we go. Let's just quickly put these thank people on the chat by putting them into the pile so they can come on the screen, because it's very important they see their name as well as being supporting us. Where are we to stand? Let's do a quick, before we come to our stint, myself and Trevor come to the end of our stint, let's just round up where we are. We're coming up on net 5 hours, the opening of the window. The window is 20 minutes long. That kind of precludes a recycle, but it gives them the chance for their mini holds we've seen previously with Starship testing, where they do have holds in the countdown for just a matter of seconds, maybe a minute or so. That allows it, that 20-minute window allows that to happen. So if you do see, when we get very close to launch, the countdown clock holding, don't panic, they have allowance for that in the T-minus 20-minute hold point, because they've got that window available to them. We don't want to see a hold past that, because they'll have to scrub. So that's where the 20-minute window helps them and doesn't help them as well. Hopefully that will be just the case where we have a smooth countdown. They're ready to go to start the countdown. They have a few little holds, and it loads about 5 minutes into the window. That's what we're hoping for. So hopefully it all goes to plan. But with 5 hours to go, everything's proceeding well. We're next waiting for the tank farm activity to pick up. We're in that window for that to happen. So soon, hopefully very soon, we'll start seeing a lot more venting from the tank farm as it starts to prepare for what will be much later in the countdown, the propellant loading of Starship. And that'll be fun as well. We've seen during the wet dress rehearsal that they load this vehicle, the boost on the ship, with amazing speed for such a large vehicle. So we'll see that live in the daylight hours as well, because dawn will be breaking soon, and that's where the camera views vastly improve, and we have a massive array of cameras for that to happen, to watch that happen. Thanks again to other people. Hef has gifted 10 Rig Team memberships. That is a crazy level of support as well. Very much appreciated. I do believe we're going to be playing a video next before we hand over to our next commentators. You lucky people, we have Sawyer coming on. Trevor's staying, in fact. So, Trevor, I was going to out you, but you're staying for a bit longer, aren't you? Yes, I just noticed on the planning sheet that you're staying, but I'm departing. Sawyer's going to take over from me. But I do believe that we're going to play you a video while I depart. I'm going to say thank you for now, because I'm going to leave you all, but I'll still be in chat saying hello to you all. But thanks for having me on for 2 hours. We're going to hand you over next to Sawyer and Trevor, but until then, we have a wonderful pad and operation changes video to play you. So let's roll that video.
For Starship's second test flight, SpaceX has introduced changes not only to the vehicles that are flying, but also to the launch pad and operations prior and after the launch. For the launch pad, we have probably one of the largest changes, the new flame deflector system for Starship, basically what we call the water deluge system. This system is covered in way more detail in a longer video, but it essentially should avoid the rock tornado that we had during the first flight of Starship. Lay a big concrete foundation with a water-cooled steel plate on top, and hopefully that'll avoid the engines from digging into the ground during liftoff. Another way to avoid digging into the ground is running the engines for a shorter amount of time before liftoff. This is another change for launch pad operations, which will now see startup of the Raptor engines occurring much faster than before. With the introduction of hot staging, the ship quick disconnect umbilical is now also higher to accommodate for the extra ring added to the booster. This quick disconnect umbilical now also sports a cute little door that closes after pulling away from the ship in order to protect the umbilical ports. The orbital launch mount also now has redesigned guiding pins to accommodate for the removal of the hydraulic power unit on the booster. And if all these launch pad changes aren't enough for you, SpaceX plans even more for future flights with more subcoolers, pumps, and tanks set to be activated in the near future. The changes to launch pad and vehicles means that the pre-launch and post-launch operations also change. Now, during the countdown, the ground systems will need to load a lot more carbon dioxide for the booster's fire suppression system. We'll know about this during the countdown as the booster aerodynamic chines closer to the tower will vent. Closer to liftoff, we'll also see the activation of the water deluge system, as mentioned before, which will come up right before engine ignition, now at T-3 seconds instead of T-8 seconds. During flight, we expect the booster's fire suppression system to activate, so watch the base of the rocket as you'll not only see the engines firing, but also perhaps a lot of venting from that system. And of course, one of the big changes that we'll see for this flight is the hot staging sequence at around 2.5 minutes into flight, at least under nominal conditions. We're definitely going to see lots of new changes put to the test during this flight, but one thing won't change: excitement will be guaranteed.
Hello there. Oh, new teeth. Oh, I'm not a Yorkshireman anymore. I'm an American. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I am not the newest doctor, but I will be your host for a short while here as we continue to count down now at T-minus 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 27 seconds until the opening of the window for the second Starship test flight. And you may notice I'm not the only one who has changed. We all have our cameras on now, so you'll be able to see us for a little while. We promise, though, when we get to the launch, you will have clean views of the liftoff and the, hopefully, continued flight itself. But, Trevor, good to actually see you now. We'll get your audio back there. There we go, now we hear you.
It's good to see you guys too, and thank you for joining the call with a horrible joke as always.
Would you expect anything less? And then, also joining the call now is Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero, or as we call him, Alex. How's it going?
There we go. It was a bit complicated to unmute myself, but yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I cannot believe we are like less than 5 hours away from the launch of a Starship. I'm like, I don't know. It's like all my nerves are activated at the same time. All my brain cells are like firing at full power. It's crazy.
It really is exciting, yes. All the time that we keep talking about, oh, it's coming, it's finally here. It is launch day. We are on the launch live stream, and happy to bring it to all of you. Which, a reminder, you are just as much of a part of this as we are. You can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many questions as possible. As we take a look here at the river roadblock, it looks like we see all the cars heading out there, Alex? Is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so right now we're seeing basically a convoy of cars just leaving the starbase area. That roadblock is right outside of a starbase, and so that's basically the one that is, you know, just as you pass the last few last buildings, the last property out there at starbase, you roll down the road a little bit more, and then you reach that point. And so that is basically the exclusion zone on the ground. That is the last point on the ground that people can even get to. So now everyone is going outside. Not only the village is evacuated, also SpaceX people are evacuated. There's no one at the production site. There's no one at Starbase during the launch operations. Everyone needs to get out of there, because even the police themselves are gonna exit as we continue in the countdown. That roadblock that is closer to the launch site will disappear, and everyone will get basically out of the blast danger zone, because when this thing gets going, it's gonna be a lot of energy in that rocket.
Yes, and as you saw in the video, hopefully with the deluge system and all the upgrades, it won't include flying concrete too. And Trevor, this is different because we know there are other roadblocks that we've been watching, especially that are more traditional during, say, a static fire or a spin prime, something where you're not fully fueling the vehicle. This is a lot farther out from that, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So normally there's the one kind of by where the dishes used to be, and that's the one that they use for most static fire tests and whenever there's not a large amount of fuel on the vehicle. But as you said, for when you're fully loading the vehicle and there's increased risk of being near it, like Alex says, they first set up that initial roadblock at the same location, and then they set a roadblock up further near the Massey's test flight, and then they push everyone out. And that's what we're seeing now.
And that is also a very good sign that hopefully we are getting close to the pad being ready to start chilling down all of those propellant tanks. So, Alex, what is that propellant chill down, and how does that exactly work that we're going to keep an eye out for now?
Yeah, so obviously right now most of the tank farm is currently at room temperature, or more like at ambient temperature, because it's not in a room. But you get what I mean, right? That right now it is not in cold conditions, just like it will at the time of propellant load. And so when you start rolling all of that cold propellant and all of the other cold stuff, like the liquid nitrogen used for subcooling, you don't want to put that basically all of that straight ahead, like just in 1 second or two. You normally want to condition the whole thing so that all of the pipes, all of the conduits and everything that is used during the propellant load, everything is conditioned, everything is at the same temperature, those cold conditions, so that they are able to properly load that propellant without any issues, like, say, sudden boil off. If you have sudden boil off, for example, you can get basically a pipe bursting or something like that, or a tank bursting. You don't want that kind of stuff. So that tank farm chill down takes a little while as well. It's at around, we're basically within that window right now, where it could start at any moment in the next few minutes. But basically it takes few hours to get everything chilled down, everything conditioned, and once the tank farm is conditioned, it'll be the time for the propellant lines from the tank farm to the launch mount and the launch tower to also get chilled down. It's the same procedure, but it takes much less time. It's about 45 minutes. And from that point on, we're going to see that propellant load on the rocket. So definitely very exciting, because we're getting closer. We're getting just any time now.
Oh, the excitement on that is definitely real, especially once we see everything starting to get chilly and frosty and ready to go there. Now, these are super cooled propellants here. So, Trevor, how cold are we talking here, and why is it so important that SpaceX is using these super chilled propellants as opposed to, say, more room temperature or just kind of cold?
Yeah, that's a good question. So for the exact temperature, that's one that I would love to know. But the boiling point of liquid oxygen is about 90 Kelvin, which is negative 182 degrees centigrade. So we know that it's cooled down a little bit more than that, likely on the order of negative 200 degrees centigrade. And that's about what they do on Falcon 9. However, like I said, we don't have any official numbers of exactly what temperatures they target for the for both propellants. That said, the next question, as you said, is why do they do that? Why do they cool it down further? And the answer to that is, as you further cool down the propellant, you increase the density. And as you increase the density, that means that you can not only load more propellant into the same volume, so you get more propellant onto the vehicle, but your engines also operate at higher performance since there's more mass flowing through them. So you kind of get this cherry effect of increased performance in multiple ways.
There we go. Yeah, that's something similar we see as well for Falcon 9, that they try and supercool it, get as much out of that propellant as they can. Let's see, I want to thank some support here. I know Chris B does a much better job of that than I do, of genuinely thanking these people, but I'll do my best. Jada Booth, thank you for upgrading to Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, so hopefully we'll get to see you in there, along with Steven Hansen, also becoming a Capcom member. We have Bartsy gifting 5 Red Team memberships, and Grumpy Koala gifting a Red Team membership as well. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. So that gives the chance for people who might not be able to monetarily, or who aren't quite sure yet if they want to join, to get a chance to experience it. And we have plenty of behind the scenes photos, pictures from Starbase, videos, and we also have our member multi-view, which is happening right now, where you get to see all of the cameras that we currently have at Starbase cycling through in 4K. So make sure you check that out if you become a member, such as Rocano becoming a Red Team member as well, and Ollie becoming a PadRat member. And that goes for any level of membership. You get that multi-view to enjoy as well. Let's take some more of your questions. We have one here from Khaled, which I'll pass on this one over to you, Alex, asking if the booster and ship land intact on water, do they retrieve it? What happens with the landing if we get that far of the booster, and then for the ship as well?
Well, I think I can go with the ship first, because it's an easy one. So it's not even attempting a landing per se. Like, it's not gonna do the flip and burn to land on the ocean. It's just gonna splash down at basically at terminal velocity. So it's gonna come down if it actually gets to that point. Obviously, this is like with a big asterisk on the side. But basically, if it reaches through reentry and gets down through the lowest parts of the atmosphere, it'll do just like we saw with the hops, where we had, you know, the ship basically horizontal, belly flopping, but it will not do the flip and burn to land, and it will instead just basically splashed on the ocean. So the reason why we know that is because for the first flight, SpaceX actually had to do a lot of environmental stuff with how it will affect the marine life and everything, and so they explained even how the vehicle will explode at impact with the ocean. One thing they were talking about is, you know, like the transfer tube will collapse and things like that, and the methane and oxygen the remaining methane and oxygen will combust and explode and things like that. So they looked very well into all of the details of what will happen if the ship were to impact the ocean. Now, the thing is, for this flight, if they had changed that plan, if they had, you know, if they had gone to a landing, just like we saw with the hops, you know, flipping and landing, we will have seen any sort of change, and probably some kind of, you know, additional thing from the Fish and Wildlife Service, because you know how picky they are and everything. We saw that already. So The point that I'm trying to make here is that these documents already make us think that this is not going to change. The booster the same. If it lands intact, the plan is to sink it. So there's not going to be any recovery for either the ship or the booster. And I believe we're looking here, because I'm keeping an eye, you know, in our feed. It looks like those cars might be about to abandon the launch site. If so, that will be very, very interesting, because that will be sort of the last cars, right? I don't think there's anything else or anyone else out there. So
yeah, these are the last ones we see.
And there we go. You can see that convoy of about 4 vehicles, it looks like, pulling out there. Maybe a few more coming out of the launch site, and there we go. We are expecting these to be the final vehicles to pull away from the launch site, which would then make the pad completely clear, and hopefully we'll not see any people on it until Starship lifts off. And you can see them tracking away as close as they've been. You still see some of the venting from regular activity that we've been seeing around the tank farm area. Not necessarily the chill down yet, but still just activity we've been watching there a couple hours. And you'll see it appears that is the final close security/police checkpoint there as well. Those cars will also move out of the way just to be sure to, you know, in case there is flying concrete or anything, you don't want anything there that could become another danger van, let's say. So as we track these cars leaving on a beautiful looking night so far ahead of launch, let's take a few more questions here. We've got one from Larry Norris asking, given a nominal mission, which is what we're hoping for, especially as the pad clears now, how long will the flight be from launch to the dunking off of Hawaii? Trevor?
Yeah, so if everything goes to plan, it's expected to last about 90 minutes, with Starship becoming transonic according to SpaceX at T+1 hour, 28 minutes and 43 seconds, and the entry beginning at T+1 hour, 17 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 90 hours total, and it'll be 8 minutes and 33 seconds from liftoff to Starship shutting down its 6 engines.
Or 90 minutes, either one. Probably minutes. Not 90 hours, but that would be
Did I say 90
a fun long
hours?
flight. It's one of those weird hours of the night, so 90 hours is expected. It's fine, but it's 90 minutes.
Yeah, 90 minutes.
Here's a great animation showing the timeline. As mentioned, about 2 minutes, 40 seconds in is when we should have Miko, the hot staging, which is the ignition of that second stage, and then the separation, where the first stage, the booster will do that boost back burn to aim it back towards the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Starbase there. It will then become transonic and attempt a landing burn to do a semi-simulated soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, we have second engine cutoff there, SECO, at about 8.5 minutes, as you were mentioning, with re-entry happening about an hour 17 minutes in, going transonic at an hour 28, and then at T+1 hour 30 minutes, hopefully blowing to smithereens by smashing into the Pacific Ocean, which is a weird thing to actually wish for a rocket, I gotta say, but...
Yeah, and one thing that I will mention here is that we usually get the comment of, like, how will they know if the tiles survive? And it's like, well, if the ship goes through re-entry, I guess that's already the answer, right? Because it will mean that it has survived the re-entry, and so the tiles work. And if they don't work, they have multiple sensors on board the vehicle. They don't really need a physical investigation of it. I'm sure that once they're worrying about the reusability of the vehicle, that's when they will actually be, you know, concerned about retrieving it and being able to gather information about all of the hardware on the vehicle.
And as we track the police and security vehicles now leaving from that checkpoint as well, as you can see on the screen, let's take a second and actually talk about the tiles themselves, which hopefully we'll get to see in action. Just a few days ago, I mean, they were having to reattach some of the tiles to the booster, were they not? Trevor, I think we saw that, right?
Yeah, and this is not super uncommon that as these vehicles prepare for launch, SpaceX will do a little bit of final tile work on them to get them to be as good as possible. And of course, that's not going to be perfect on these early prototypes, but SpaceX, if they reach reentry, they would like to get data on how this heat shield performs.
Right, and the material that's being used on those tiles is something called tough rock. So, Alex, this is a material that isn't really new to spaceflight, and especially to SpaceX, correct?
Yeah, so there are at least another vehicle that might use it, or at least something very, very similar. Ironically, that vehicle might actually be flying soon on another SpaceX rocket, but yeah, I'm talking about the X-37B from the U.S. Space Force, originally from the U.S. Air Force, and I think even before that, NASA was somewhat involved in it, which is probably why it has that tough rock. I think I said the word right? It's tough rock.
Yes,
or
you
something
did.
like that. Exactly. It's a weird acronym or whatever you want to call it, but basically, it's something that at least has been in use in some shape or form. So it's not entirely completely new of a thing. And also, we've seen it used during an actual reentry, like the actual tile that we see on Starship, basically the composition of that tile. Similar tiles were flown on a Dragon. I think it was Series 18 might have been, where the capsule had a few of these tiles on the rim at the bottom, and so they went through an actual reentry. So the issue with the Starship is not whether the tiles can survive basically the heat of reentry, but actually whether they can stay on the vehicle, or will they just basically fall, just like a rainfall kind of thing. So that is the big question here, whether those tiles will keep in place and whether the ship will be able to re-enter even if it misses maybe one or two on its hull. There's some hope that maybe if one or two fall, maybe it's still good enough to re-enter, but this is a way that they're going to figure it out. Doing an actual flight and re-entering the vehicle from orbit, or semi-orbit, if you want to call it like that.
Right, it's suborbital trajectory, although still making it into space. Which, for those wondering, because I know every one of you out there is going, but wait, what is Tough Rock an acronym for? It is Toughened Unipiece Fibrous Reinforced Oxidation-Resistant Composite. Everyone knows that, though, right? It rolls right off the tongue. I have to bring it up in terms of shuttle, because it's only 20 minutes into my stint here, so I have to bring it up. For those who don't know, when they flew Space Shuttle Columbia out from Palmdale, where it was being built, to the Kennedy Space Center ahead of its first flight, I believe this was the 1979 flight, it landed at Kennedy, and a large majority of the tiles just fell off on an airplane flight. Now imagine going 17,500 miles per hour, and you might have some serious problems there. So that's when they realized, oh crud, we have a problem with getting the tiles to stick. So it's taken a little while there, but they've learned from Shuttle as well for adhesives, and we'll see what goes on as we keep an eye out now of the cops also following those last group of cars out of there. And again, this is the hard checkpoint, the farthest one away from the pad, the last major one here ahead of clearing everything near the pad for flight. This is getting really exciting. Oh. Now I have a question here. It's a little more on the technical side. Let's see if we can stump the co-host here, Alex. Spencer's asking, how much of the delta V does the first stage use before separation? And for those unaware, delta V, that's the amount of force that it's using getting off the pad, right?
Yeah, it's in some sort of relationship between the amount of energy that it's basically like a way to talk about how much energy you're putting into the vehicles. Now, obviously, you have a delta V budget, and then you can consume that delta V in different steps. And so for the whole super heavy booster, because that's what the question is all about. Basically, you've got to think that while the booster may put the vehicle, the second stage, the ship, at about maybe 2 kilometers per second, maybe 60 kilometers in altitude or thereabouts. It doesn't mean that it is spent 2 kilometers per second on delta V. The actual delta V is expended on that trip, to that point, might have been much larger. In probably around 3.5 kilometers per second. The reason why it's that is because the remaining, basically those 1 or 1.5 kilometers per second, again, it is sort of like a value for the amount of energy expended. That has gone into, first of all, getting the vehicle into an altitude, which takes some energy as well, and also because the gravity is always dragging down, and then you also have aerodynamic drag. And so, you know, you have the amount of energy that you can expend, right? That is the delta V budget that the vehicle has. But then you also have things that are trying to, you know, remove some of that with gravity drag, the aerodynamic drag, and then you also need to put the vehicle into an altitude. So all of that takes energy away from your delta V budget. So at the end of the day, what you remain is pretty much with that about 2 kilometers per second of a speed at staging, which is, again, it's pretty much similar to Falcon 9 as well.
There we go. And also, a fun fact, a lot of the things that we talk about, you know, we talk about the delta V there. One of my favorite things for this vehicle, also related to that kind of, is the thrust to weight ratio. So, Trevor, this is one of the coolest parts of why the liftoff is so kind of slow off the pad. Can you kind of explain how that thrust to weight ratio works and what we're talking about, and specifically here for Starship?
Yeah, sure. So, as the name implies, the thrust to weight ratio is a measure of how quickly the vehicle will come off the pad. And so it's the amount of thrust that the vehicle is generating divided by the mass of the vehicle, or sorry, the weight of the vehicle, right, the downward force from it due to gravity. So at sea level, what this means is, right, every kilogram of propellant and on the vehicle is being pulled down at 9.8 meters per second squared, so 9.8 newtons. So you take that force and you need to overcome that force to even start lifting off, because if you're under a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1, your vehicle is just going to be using propellant but not going anywhere. And as soon as you hit a thrust to weight ratio of over 1.1, your vehicle is able to overcome gravity and start lifting off of the pad. So one of the interesting things about Starship is, even though it has 33 engines, its liftoff is somewhat slow for now, and that's due to 2 things. First of all, actually I guess technically 3 things. First of all, the way on these early launch attempts that SpaceX is letting the vehicle lift off is they're releasing the launch clamps about an hour before launch and then letting the vehicle just sit there. So that means as soon as the vehicle reaches a thrust to weight ratio of over 1, it's going to begin lifting up. And that's different from, say, Falcon 9 and most other vehicles, where the vehicle will be held to the ground with launch clamps, and then once the vehicle is seen to be healthy, then those launch clamps are released and the vehicle can launch, and it will already have a thrust to weight ratio of greater than, significantly greater than 1. Then the 2 other things that are kind of working against Starship in this situation is, first of all, since this is a development vehicle, it's very likely, like we've said, that not all 33 engines will be ignited from launch. I personally think that on this launch we'll probably see the vehicle lift off with 1 or 2 down. And on top of that, all the other engines are running at 90% throttle just to give SpaceX some extra margin. So between those 3 things, the liftoff of Super Heavy is relatively slow for now. However, once they overcome those issues and they ramp up to full power on all 33 engines, and they release and they use the launch clamps, Starship is going to fly off the pad with a thrust to weight ratio of something like 1.5, if I remember correctly.
And the other interesting thing with it is the fact that when they actually ignite those engines, it's about 5 seconds or so before it lifts off. They ignite them, if I recall, at T-3 seconds, and then liftoff is actually at T+2 seconds as you ramp up to that thrust to weight ratio over 1. Am I right on that?
Yeah, that is correct. And that's one of the big changes from this flight, or from the first flight to this flight, is they're reducing the amount of time that the vehicle is going to sit on the launch pad with engines ramping up by about half. So they're trying to speed that process up by roughly 2x.
we don't want any concrete craters, and we also now have the water deluge system in addition to FireX, which should hopefully help keep things a lot more intact than the first flight test there. I do want to thank some more people here. We've got Emmanuel Tilley, thank you very much for the support, saying, thank you for covering this with such detail. Keep it up. That's what we love to do here. We love this stuff, so we're happy to share it with you. And as you can see, we're willing to answer any of your questions, from the basic questions to thrust to weight ratios and delta V. So we've got that good mix for you there for the geeks and the newbies. William Weaver, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member, one of our higher membership levels there. Thank you very much for the generous support, along with Bill Thomas, also becoming a Launch Director member. Thank you so much to both of you for that kind of support. We also have more people becoming PadRat members. Gabriel Garbin, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. We also have Samantha Rayner becoming a PadRat member. And then we have Pascal Linder becoming a PadRat member. And then we have Tom Jenkins as a Red Team member. Thank you very much for that. We also have Matt's here with the Euros coming in, saying, when a vehicle launches, it needs dozens of people at mission control to watch the systems. Asking, how do you think they're going to do that when Starship gets operational and launch multiple vehicles in a day? Alex, I think this is a really good question, especially now that we've seen them, launch multiple Falcon 9s in a day. How does that work for Starship with their mission control?
Yeah, so that is a great question. I believe the teams for Falcon 9 are not really that much populous, in the sense that there's not a lot of people controlling Falcon 9 as far as I'm aware. They in fact are able to have multiple teams with multiple people to be able to do multiple launches at the same time, or at least close in time. As we see today, they already had done a Falcon 9 launch. They have Starship later today, and tomorrow they have another Falcon 9 launch as well. So, well, tomorrow, it's actually later today local, but tomorrow for me, so who's counting, right? We're counting down for this Starship launch, obviously. But what I'm trying to get to is that definitely there's plenty of opportunity here to optimize processes, to automate, checks and things like that, and maybe eventually have 1 or 2 people controlling the countdown sequence and things like that. Falcon 9 already, for example, has an automated launch countdown sequence that starts at 35 minutes before liftoff, and that runs through the whole countdown, basically through the whole propellant operations. All of that is done completely automated, and so there's not really any need for anyone to actually step in. Obviously, there's controllers, monitoring, things like that, and sometimes you need a manual aboard capability just in case. But definitely, Falcon 9 is already getting to the point of at least not needing a lot of people to be able to fly. So that's really good, and, plenty of opportunity to improve that for Starship.
Right, and they're also at a point where they can control a launch that launches out of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and one that then launches out of Vandenberg in California, from basically the same mission control center, or if not, one just down the road in Florida. I believe they have one that is located at the right outside the gates to the Space Force base, and one now at Roberts Road, if I recall correctly. So they're expanding those operations of where they can actually control the missions, but again, they can control it from one location, basically, just from then launching out of Texas or somewhere. But for this particular flight, the launch/mission control for this primarily is at Starbase, right, Trevor?
Yeah, that's correct. So we believe that the majority of the launch control is done from the Stargate building, which is pretty close, I guess, right by the production site.
Well, but not for this launch, though. Because during launch, they are not there at the production site.
Oh, that was the suborbital missions, you're right.
Exactly. They are at the Astra School, basically. Yep. So if you look at the map where Massey is located, the Massey outpost, across the road, across Highway 4 to the north, there's like a little piece of land with a few houses and things like that. That's where the Mission Control Center is located. It's basically the Astra school that they had there, but it's sort of adjacent to it, and that is where launch control is located, and the mission control is, as always, in Hawthorne. They're also controlling stuff there as well.
Yeah, thank you for that save. I had suborbital missions in my head.
Yeah, kind of making sure that the people that are actually controlling the launch are also a safe distance away. Just a minor detail. Let's take another question here. Let's see if we can stump the co-host. That's the game I guess we're going to play a little bit here. I don't know if we know the answer to this, but David asking, what percentage of thrust are the engines going to deliver this time? Because I believe it was 90% that we saw on the first integrated flight test. Alex, do we know?
Well, we're not fully sure though what is going to be the thrust for this mission, whether they're going to be running again at 90% or going to the full 100% throttle setting. It is true though, if you look at the timeline compared to the first flight, the nominal one obviously, the nominal plan for the first mission had basically a first stage burn that was 10 seconds longer, whereas this one is obviously 10 seconds shorter compared to the first one. And so that kind of implies that at some point, that basically the booster and the ship arrive at the same staging conditions as the first flight, but 10 seconds earlier. So it's like, does that mean that it is because they're running at higher throttle settings? Because if that is the case, then things like propellant consumption is faster, so the tanks get emptied faster, the vehicle goes faster, the staging conditions arrive faster. So obviously all of those things might indicate that maybe for this flight they actually are going for 100%, but you never know, right? It's still very early in the program. They may still play conservative here, where they don't run everything at full power. But if anyone, hey SpaceX, if you're watching, right, that kind of stuff, that's the only way to get our answers, to just call out, please give us an answer, because that will be very, very helpful. But definitely nothing official just yet, just that indication.
Yeah, more faster, more better, as Jack likes to say. And we're keeping an eye. I just saw a question asking when the chopsticks might be opening, and it appears as if the answer to that question is right now. As you can see on the screen, the chopsticks very slowly are starting to open up. So, Trevor, can you kind of explain the significance of this in the launch countdown?
Yeah, of course. So, right, those chopsticks are tied onto the vehicle during stacking operations, and when the vehicle is just standing there when they're not close to launch, just because it gives a little bit more support to the Starship. So for launch, what they do is they'll open them up all the way, and then I believe they lower them down just a little bit, and that's the launch configuration of the chopsticks. And that's yet another good sign when we see that here shortly, that they're continuing to smoothly progress through this launch countdown.
Right, and eventually the goal will be to hopefully use the chopsticks as well to be able to catch the booster coming back down. But for now, the main use, it seems like, of those chopsticks is for stacking and destacking operations, which, Alex, they've been used quite a lot for.
Yeah, so the stacking that we saw, I think it was yesterday when they finally stacked it for the final time. That was the 8th one, if I'm counting correctly. It's so hard to count them because it's like they've been stacked and destacked so many times. I think we had a joke with the first pair of vehicles, Booster 7 and Ship 24, that they had been rolling back and forth, from the production side to the launch side and back. This stack, these two vehicles, is actually the stacking and destacking. So for the first one we had rolling out and rolling in and everything, this one is a stacking and destacking. They have something, always something to be remembered for.
Yeah, back and forth, now up and down. Next it'll be inside out. Who knows at this point. But yes, we'll continue to watch those chopsticks slowly open, remove the pins that are attached there to the ship, have it slowly widen open, and then as mentioned, we're expecting to see them lower a little bit as well. So as we watch this, I do want to thank a few more people here. Pascal, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. NX, thank you for the support. Weebosh, thank you as well for the support. Hans becoming a PadRat member, along with Z, Nipu, and then a whole bunch of random characters and letters. Thank you very much. Kevin Hallier, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. And again, everybody who becomes a member gets access to our members-only multi-stream, which is all of the cameras that we currently have deployed at Starbase in 4K. We have a question here from Nikita asking how many people work at Starbase, and I think if you've seen from our 24/7 live cameras, Trevor, there's people working around the clock there.
Yeah, I remember SpaceX gave some stats on this a long time ago that will be very out of date now. But I also think that the number's a little hard to pin down because what exactly do you count as a worker? Do you count a contractor as a worker? Blah, blah, blah. But it's definitely in the thousands. I couldn't give you an exact number, though.
The short answer, a lot. You've got the teams working, as we mentioned, there are shifts going around the clock that we see during the day, middle of the night, all of this to work to help build this next huge launcher that will play a major role in spaceflight. And I think the important thing that I always like to address, and I think now's a good time to mention it while we're talking about the importance of it, is that this vehicle, sure, it's a SpaceX vehicle, it is a SpaceX launch, this will be SpaceX controlled, but Alex, this has significant impacts to NASA, and in particular, the return to the moon. So as much as this is a important flight for SpaceX, this is really important for humanity's return to the moon, right?
Yeah, because this is going to be the vehicle, obviously not this in particular that we're seeing on screen, but Starship is going to be the vehicle that will return humans back to the moon for basically, for the last 50 years we haven't had anyone going back up there. So now Starship is going to take that job of sending NASA astronauts back to the moon. And not once, but at least twice right now, they have the contract for Artemis 3 and Artemis 4. So definitely not just going to be a one-off kind of thing. And, you know, who knows, maybe in the future, maybe it get contracts for Mars stuff. You know, SpaceX has its own thing, right? But obviously NASA at some point is going to, you know, get fully charged and going ahead with Mars plans as well. So who knows?
Yeah, it is who knows, but we do know for sure, again, the plan for the return of humans to the moon the first people to step foot on the moon since 1972 will land in a Starship vehicle on Artemis 3. So that is why this testing campaign here, especially this second flight test now, is so extremely significant. And I do want to point out, talking about the multi-stream, it is a lot of our cameras. The number of cameras that we have at Starbase right now is kind of ridiculous in a good way. So there are a lot of cameras. We'll be able to show some of them in replays and things like that. So those are just some of the many NASA spaceflight cameras that we're bringing to you for this launch in the multi-view. So I just wanted to clarify that. But it's still a heck of a lot of cameras. Here's a question from TerraSpace, and I personally love the hot staging ring because I just edited the video on it a couple days ago, which I know was linked earlier in the stream. But Trevor, TerraSpace is asking, will SpaceX eject the hot stage ring from the booster in space? And the most recent documentation from the FAA suggests that might end up being the case.
Yeah, so the recent documentation from some of the reports from Fish and Wildlife had somewhat bizarre wording, but they said that SpaceX will expend the hot staging ring on some missions, and they didn't go on any further to say what those missions will be. So my conjecture is that at the start, SpaceX will be expending the hot staging ring, but then long term, when it's no longer a retrofit, they'll probably keep the hot staging ring on the vehicle. And the reason why I think that is because it's very un-SpaceX-like to expend anything if they don't have to. especially on Starship, which is meant to be a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle. It seems like it wouldn't be fully and rapidly reusable if you have to replace the hot staging ring for every flight.
True, and I mean, for right now, for Falcon 9, they do end up having to replace a brand new second stage for each mission, and sometimes including a stubby or non-stubby nozzle, but that's a whole other debate.
Gosh, thankfully Max
stubby
isn't
nozzle's
here
bad.
to give his awful opinion. We love you, Max.
But yeah, so that is not fully reusable yet. So the goal is to have Starship, as mentioned, be fully reusable, being able to catch the booster and the ship and turn them around eventually in a day or two, just to take off again, if not eventually the same day down the line. So it's a good step, but this is also the first time that we're seeing SpaceX use the hot staging ring. So it's very possible that it may just be, oh, let's see if it works or not. And if it does, great, we can get rid of it. And if not, go, well, it'll get rid of itself somehow. It may, rud on its own there, which we hope doesn't happen, but who knows?
Excitement guaranteed.
Excitement guaranteed, exactly. Speaking of RUD, Grumpy Koala here coming in with some good questions this morning, asking, is there a backup to the flight termination system after the first attempt? And while I don't think there's a backup, Alex, I do believe they have added some hefty upgrades to that automated flight termination system so that this time if something does go wrong, it actually breaks apart the vehicle.
Yeah, so just as we saw on that amazing video that Alicia voiced over, so basically both Ship 25 and Booster 9 have the FTS charges, the flight termination charges. They are located a bit higher on each vehicle, about a ring to higher up. I mean, if we were super precise, we're probably some different number, but it's about one ring higher. And then if you look at the size of the charges themselves and compare them to the ones on Ship 24 and Booster 7, they are larger as well. So they are larger charges and located a little bit different than the previous ones. So the hope with the previous ones, they were located right at the dome that separates the ship and the booster methane and oxygen tank. So basically sort of somewhat in the middle of each vehicle. Now the issue though is that these so with that, they were hoping that once you ignite the charges, it opens a hole in between the tanks, and the methane mixes with the oxygen and produces an explosion. The problem is it did not produce that kind of explosion. It did just do a hole in the side of the vehicle and did not explode. Perhaps with this slight relocation, that is what they're hoping for, that this time around they're going to have an actual mix of the propellants, and also with a larger charge, maybe the hole will be a bit larger as well. So hopefully, maybe we won't have to figure that out in 4 hours, but if we find out about that, how it works, hopefully it means that it is actually a perfectly functional flight termination system.
And two important things we're seeing here on screen. First, we can definitely see the faster movement of those chopsticks opening up. And second, in the bottom left, it appears we have the Pope stack, as we like to call it, going. Right, Alex?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is an early indication that the tank farm is becoming more active. That is basically part of that tank farm chill down that we are waiting to see, and definitely one of the early indications. We're gonna get a super confirmation about this in maybe in less than 1 hour, because this is a slow ramp up. People expecting something immediately will probably get disappointed here. This is a very it's a patience work here, right? Where you need to slowly see how things ramp up, and in this case we see those early signs. We're also seeing now the chopsticks are pretty much almost fully open. It kind of looks like like an angel kind of thing with the arms open and everything. that is really amazing. I really love that that view of the tower with the chopsticks open. But definitely, a little bit of patience work here, where we see that tank farm slowly spooling up. But there'll be a point, perhaps in the next 1 hour or 1 hour and a half, where that tank farm is going to be super active. There's not going to be any doubt at all that it is pretty much on that chill down sequence.
Right, and for those wondering, we don't think the name Pope Stack is the official SpaceX name for it. That is just the reference that we use for it because, for those unaware, in the event of a new Pope needing to be decided, they will update via a smokestack at the in Vatican City there. So it appears similar to that, hence why we call it the Pope Stack. But yeah, at this point, Ship 25 has not been anointed a new pope, but it will hopefully get frosty sooner than later. And hopefully we'll also be able to see those chopsticks lower a tiny bit too into the final launch position. Again, one more indication here at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes to the opening of the 20-minute launch window that things are continuing to progress so far and hopefully as planned. We've got a lot more support coming in, and some of those include some really good questions here. Here's a question, though, from Wheatfield Rails with a super chat. Thank you again for the support there. Saying, do you think SpaceX rolls out the next booster ship combo to the pad today? If all goes well, could we expand the road closure? I don't know about today, but it's a good speculative question of two things. First, when will it happen? And second, what is the combination of ship and booster that we think will fly that third flight test? I know you asked this a little bit earlier, Trevor, but has your opinion changed?
Yeah, so next flight, as of right now, is almost certainly going to be Ship 28 and Booster 10. We think that Ship 26 is not a flight article after it conducted that static fire testing several weeks ago, and that's probably not able to be flown at this point, although it is still technically in the realm of possibilities, but I would say it's very unlikely. And then as to when they go to the pad, my guess is it can easily be within a week of this flight, assuming that there's minimal damage to the infrastructure, which is a very big assumption. So if you take into account that they'll probably have to do some repairing of pads, I could see the vehicles being on the pad being tested within a month or so.
That is the hope with it, and yeah, I already see a lot of interesting opinions on Ship 26, including Eric Spittle, who super chatted just to ask us to say Ship 26 is beautiful on stream, which it's debatable. For those who don't know, Ship 26 is more bullet-like in shape, for lack of a better way to describe it. It doesn't have any of the fins that you see currently on Ship 25. It's a lot more slimmed down, shall we say.
I mean, for a bullet, sure, it might be beautiful, but for an actual Starship, it doesn't. It's not beautiful. I'm sorry.
I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't know who that beholder is. Oh, I apologize for that. Anyway, along those lines, Ian Tibbetts with the Australian dollars.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, there we go. There is a
Fancy
good indication
overlays.
of what we have here at the pad of all the different gases. Alex, do you want to break this down for us here?
Yeah, you can see pretty much the outline of the tank farm there with a water tank, the liquid oxygen, the liquid nitrogen tanks are on the other side, the liquid oxygen subcoolers, and obviously the carbon dioxide storage tank on the left-hand side. That is the one that is later in charge to be able to load the CO2 tanks on the booster, because those are going to be the booster's own fire extinguisher, and obviously the OLM vent, the tower vent, those are going to be coming up much closer to basically to the propellant load once we get into that point. Right now we are just on the tank farm spooling up, but definitely not at that point of seeing the tower and OLM vent.
Not yet, but it is exciting, and that's also a really great view of just all of the different systems that have to be in play for this to launch, that it's not just, oh, a couple tanks or anything. You've got so many different vehicles, vents, the subcoolers to get everything chilled down. It really is a fully involved process here, right, Trevor? I mean, this is a lot of stuff to keep track of.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that with just the sheer complexity of all of the vents that are going on, right? Like Alex said, we start with this Pope vent, and then we start seeing things in the subcoolers, and then eventually on the OLM vent, and on the tower, and all of the plumbing and everything in between needs to be cooled and chilled down for launch. And that is not an easy process at all. And it's honestly remarkable that SpaceX has figured out, and other rocket companies have figured out, how to transfer this amount of cryogenic liquid between some GSE and the vehicle itself.
Right, that is a good overview of all of the GSE, which is the ground support equipment, sometimes just known as Stage 0. So if you hear us use those terms, that's what we're talking about there as well. Now, again, Ian with the super chat from Australia was saying, if all the workers and contractors have to move out of their accommodations in the village during a launch, where do they go? Do we know, Trevor, where they end up going?
Yeah, I believe a lot of them go to some of the hotels on South Padre Island. I remember hearing before the first orbital flight test that SpaceX had booked dozens, if not hundreds, of rooms for employees and other members of the village for them to be placed for that night where they were displaced from their house.
Yeah, we have our very own Mary who's in the village there, and that's a lot of times how we find out about these evacuation notices, which are usually a great indicator of what is to come testing-wise. Those are usually ahead of when you get fully fueled vehicles, so a wet dress rehearsal, or especially today, a launch attempt. Allie, thank you very much for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Holy smokes! That is extremely generous. Thank you so much. If you got one of those memberships, please make sure you give them a big thank you as well. It gives a lot of people a chance to experience those awesome behind-the-scenes features. Check out the member multi-view. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we also have Phantom Rocket becoming a Capcom member. We have Steven becoming a Red Team member. Peter becoming a Pad Rat member. Eric with the very kind words saying, I'm broke so I can't get caffeine for everyone, but I hope this helps. Thank you, Com Team, and all the mods for making this awesome. Well, thank you. We are certainly staying caffeinated during the stream. Thank you for the support, Emmanuel, along with Peregrine Developments, becoming Pad Rat member, Mrs. M, all of you, thank you very much. And unfortunately for Hack, who has an exam at this time, but hopefully you do well in the exam. And the support has just been, again, amazing tonight. Absolutely tremendous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we also have Kevin now coming in too with 10 gifted Red Team memberships. The gift train, it appears, is upon us. So thank you, everyone. And then Andrew Kirkpatrick saying, ordered my STF2 patches, one for me and one for Dad. That's really sweet. Very nice. All right. Another question here. We were talking about the potential for Booster 10 and Ship 28 to be the next up. Infinite Smasher with a really good question here, Alex, asking how far along are Booster 10 and Ship 28 in their test campaigns?
Well, they have completed cryogenic proof testing, but they have not completed static fire testing or any engine testing for that matter. So Ship 28 got its engines a long while ago. I think it was around maybe the end of August, thereabouts. And then Booster 10, it's still in the Mega Bay, probably already with all of the engines installed as well. But obviously both vehicles, just because you get the engines doesn't mean that you're ready to go. There's a lot of other hardware that needs to go in the vehicles. There's a lot of other checks that need to be done before they go into static fire test campaigns. So definitely, maybe when these two vehicles launch, Booster 9 and Ship 25, perhaps they are not ready to go just yet, but the only way to figure that out is watch Starbase Live, and after this launch happens, the excitement just doesn't stop there. We'll see more vehicles, more testing, and definitely more launches.
More launches, more better. And Ali again with another 50 Red Team memberships. That is 100 Red Team memberships gifted there. I'm pulling a Jack here. I'm at a loss for words for all the generosity. Thank you very much.
And one thing about this person as well, we've seen them. This is a regular already on our live streams. They are very, very supportive, and definitely lots of thanks to them, because this is amazing, the kind of support that we get.
It's only from the support of people like you that we're able to actually bring you these views, that we're able to have as many dozens of cameras as we do out there, to be able to bring you a live stream in 4K with the multi-view, to be able to have a danger trailer, or whatever we wish to call it at this point, this close to the vehicle to be able to capture these fantastic views. It's because of you that we're able to do what we do and share what we love with all of you. So thank you. Just thank you so much for allowing us to be able to do this. All right, I gotta snap back into this one here. Whew. Into Leo with a good question here. And Trevor, I'll pose this one to you, saying, does the ship QD swing away before or just after launch? I know we've seen testing with it. We saw in the video the new little door that closes on the ship QD. How does that work?
Yeah, I believe it's once the vehicle is lifted off, the ship QD starts swinging away. And right, the ship QD has a little bit of an advantage over the QD at the base of the booster, because it has a little bit more time to get out of the way, just since it's higher up. So we've seen that at the base of the booster, that quick disconnect, they have that massive metal door that just slams shut as soon as the vehicle lifts off. When this one's a little bit slower and a little bit more of a controlled movement outward, and the God, Alex is making a bunch of motions in our video on the backside. But as soon as that door, or as soon as the vehicle lifts off, the door starts closing and the arm swings out.
Yeah. Yeah, and for those who don't know exactly what that ship QD arm does, Alex, it does a lot more than just maybe some fueling.
Yeah, it has all of the electrical connections to the vehicle. Obviously, if you think about it, the vehicle needs power to be able to recharge the batteries and things like that. Obviously, before the launch, it gets into on its own power, but before that, it needs all of that to be able to get the power and everything, the fluids, things like nitrogen for purges, helium for CPVs, you name it. And then obviously the big items are the methane and the oxygen for the main tanks, and also the header tanks. So it has a lot of connections in just a little tiny port compared to the whole size of the vehicle. It's still not that tiny though. When we see people up there at the arm, it's a very big umbilical that they have there on the ship. So yeah, it's very, very populated in that sense. It has a lot of things.
Yes, and you saw there for a short bit some of the roadblock, the hard roadblock there, that even the police cars and that are moving out. Vehicles are being turned away as we get under the T-minus 4 hour mark now until the planned liftoff of the second Starship flight test, or at least the opening of said 20-minute window. So yeah, you can see all the cops there blocking everything, someone there with a flashlight doing some final inspections, it looks like, out there. So we are in full kind of lockdown mode at this point. And chat, you're gonna break me here. You guys are too generous. Sorted with 20 gifted Red Team memberships. Apocalypse Cow, another name we love seeing here, with 20 gifted Red Team memberships. But wait, there's more. Ali coming in with 50 more gifted Red Team memberships. But that's not all. If you order now, KK Designs coming in with 50 gifted Red Team Memberships.
It's like a battle of people gifting. Oh my gosh. That is such an amazing support, guys. Jack is reminding us that all of this support is what let us do what we do, and as I actually replied to him that, and in turn, you also get to enjoy it. All of these people will get to enjoy a lot of things behind the scenes, exclusive member content, the multi-view and everything. So it's a win-win situation here, guys.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard my cat just as I mentioned all of that meowing in the background. So first, hi, Jake.
Oh.
But yeah, I think that he's also excited about all the support. Oh my goodness. Anyway, back to questions here. We've got Matthew Metcalf saying, if SpaceX are going to build a second launch tower, where will it go? And I know there's been discussions of the second launch tower at Starbase as well as down at the Cape, right, Trevor?
Yeah, so we've seen a bunch of plans about the future expansion of Starbase, and I believe it's kind of like right below this launch where the first launch pad was built, was where they would build another, and they would basically duplicate the setup with another launch tower, another orbital launch pad, and then another orbital launch or an orbital tank farm. However, we've seen very little work toward that, and if I was to guess, with SpaceX's reprioritization of Starbase to more developmental launches as opposed to operational launches, I find it kind of unlikely that we'll see the second launch tower, especially anytime soon. I think for SpaceX it's probably more important to start building the more launch pads and their launch infrastructure, building infrastructure at the Cape.
I think Sawyer's talking while muted.
Yeah, Sawyer, you're muted.
Thank you very much. The main goal, it seems like, from this is that they want Starbase to end up being more of the kind of testing site and then have all of the main launching activity happen out of the Cape, which right now they do have the Starship Tower at 39A, and there will likely be a second. Where exactly that ends up going hasn't been officially announced yet.
One thing that I will mention, though, we have our folks there in the field. Well, not right now, obviously, because the road is closed and everything, but we have had them in the past few days. There's been strange arrivals at Starbase, including parts of the Starship Tower. Now, these parts are not any sort of, random parts. They were parts for the top of a Starship Tower. Like, if you look at these pieces, you could recognize them as the top portions of basically the top levels of the Starship Tower. And it kind of brings me back to, if you've watched our KC flyovers, you probably have already known that there at KC at Roberts Road, they were building for a while another tower. And so those tower segments may be coming from there, because the top portion of that tower was not built at any point. Whether, like, the reason why they have come here, we don't really know. And whether they're building another tower or not, we don't really know for sure if it's going to be any time soon or anything. But definitely for that, we will need to see a lot of groundwork ahead of that. And there we can see a nice layout of basically all of the tank farm from the other side. We saw earlier from the south side. Now this is from the north. You can see the liquid nitrogen ground tanks, the liquid oxygen ground tank, liquid oxygen subcoolers, the OLM vent, the tower vent, the liquid methane tanks, and next to the liquid methane tanks to the left will be the liquid methane subcoolers. Those are going to get frosty as well, and as they basically fill them with liquid nitrogen that is going to be used for subcooling. I can actually see, I think, some venting maybe nearby. I'm not fully sure, though. These night views do not help, but, it's not us, the ones that put these launch windows. That's on SpaceX.
Right. I know someone was asking before where the liquid methane is, and, well, there's your answer for that. But one thing I think that people don't realize is, yes, we talk a lot about the liquid oxygen, the oxygen, and the liquid methane that's being used. But we saw a tank for carbon dioxide, and we saw the tank there for nitrogen. Trevor, what role do those two gases end up playing in the countdown here?
Yeah, so the main one that's new on this flight is the CO2 tanks. And those are installed under the two chines on the booster that are facing the tower. And those two chines are on the bottom of the booster. You can't quite see it in this shot. There are these four large, very narrow fin-looking things. And those are chines, and under two are these very long cylindrical CO2 tanks. And those CO2 tanks hold liquid CO2, which is used to purge the engine sections during launch. And as we've kind of talked about several times already, so I'll breeze through it, what happened on the first flight was, due to the really high pressure in Raptor, there was some CH4 leaks from these engines and some some oxygen leak, which then ignited, causing the engines to flame out. And that was the main failure mode of engines on the first flight. So what they're doing on this flight to try to not have history repeated is purging all of those engines with CO2. So it's basically carrying its own fire extinguishers up with it to help ensure that the engines don't flame out during flight.
Yeah, and then the liquid nitrogen. We're not making Dippin' Dots, Alex, right? We'll give Alex just a second there on the answer to that one. But yeah, it's a lot more gases involved. I know liquid nitrogen is also involved with Falcon 9 too. So
yeah,
what's the role here?
You cut me a bit there. I was a little bit further away from the unmute button. But yeah, the liquid nitrogen, especially on Starship, it is used in basically hundreds and hundreds of tons are even boiled off just because they are being used to subcool the propellants. They're being used to cool down systems and things like that. They are used to basically also make some systems inert. So we see a lot of systems being cooled down and using that nitrogen. There are lots and lots of boil off lost on that nitrogen. So definitely it's very, very important. Now thankfully the vehicles do not use, like, they don't carry themselves a lot of nitrogen per se. It's basically not a huge amount of nitrogen that they have. We think that they might have some nitrogen COPVs on board. COPV stands for composite overwrap pressure vessels. There are some cylindrical metal tanks that are overwrapped with composites, and so this is basically what we think happens, that those COPVs are loaded with things like helium, nitrogen, gases methane, and gases oxygen for the igniters. So some of it goes to the vehicles, but the great majority of that nitrogen is used to, again, inert some cavities and also for the tank farm activity. Falcon 9 is also in that way as well.
Right, it's an important gas, and again, it's a lot of things that people don't realize are fully involved with this vehicle. The slides we mentioned, the priority basically being focusing on the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane, but still super very important. Now, as for the window, we've been getting a bunch of questions on it, and I do want to reiterate that we don't exactly know why it's a 20-minute window, Trevor, right? But there could be a couple factors.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, I had troubles unmuting as well. Like you said, we don't have any good reasoning for why. And the window that was supposed to be for Friday, if they would have gone through with the launch attempt, would have been 120 minutes as opposed to 20. So my best guess is that the reason why the window is shorter is just because it's a weekend and SpaceX wants to interfere with the airspace and marine space for as short of an amount of time as possible. However, that's purely conjecture. The one thing that I will note, by the way, that I've seen a little bit of confusion in chat because of the TFR windows being 60 minutes as opposed to 20. Some people are wondering if the 20 minutes is just a typo or something. And the answer is no. Those TFR windows are generally a little bit longer than the actual launch window that SpaceX has, as they need time to make sure that airspace is clear.
In fact, the TFR for Friday was 2 hours and 39 minutes long, and the one for today, it is 59 minutes long. So for a window on Friday that was 2 hours long, the TFR was 2 hours and 39 minutes long, and today the TFR window is 59. So if you do the math and basically subtract 39 minutes, that gives you a 20-minute launch window. So they basically go over by 39 minutes, and I'm sure there's a ton of reasons why the TFR is a little bit longer at the end than the actual launch window, but sadly we don't really know. But it seems like they apply that same 39 extra minutes on each window.
And another important thing to consider is the fact that it's a 20-minute launch window. Let's say it launches at the end of the window. From our timeline graphic that we showed earlier, it's still almost 10 minutes until the booster hopefully comes and splashes back down in the waters just off of the Gulf of Mexico, still within that TFR for the flight restriction, the NOTMAR warning for mariners. So sure, it's, 20 minutes into the window, but add another 10 minutes for it coming down. Let's say it doesn't fully break up and they need to break it up, allow time for them to do that safely, or in the event of a RUD of some kind, allow all of the debris to fall down and splash down and kind of clear the area there. So a lot of that comes into play too. It's not just, launch itself and right at T0.
Yeah, and if there is some anomaly where SpaceX was not 100% sure that everything on the vehicle is depressurized, one thing that SpaceX will do is they'll very likely extend, especially the notice to mariners, to be careful and close that area down in case there are any pressurized COPVs or whatnot. Because, right, the COPVs are at several hundred PSI, I believe on the order of like 50-ish bar. So you don't want one of those just in the wild for someone to find, because since if it exploded, it could very severely injure someone. So we could also see in that event SpaceX extend them a little bit just to make sure that the area is completely safe.
Yeah, that these vehicles are pressurized for flight, and that pressure can be quite a lot. Alex, thank you for helping to convert that for an American like me. It can get as high as 6,000 PSI, 300 bar, which is nuts.
Yeah, I believe at one point Elon mentioned at least the CPVs for Falcon 9 can get to up to 6,000 PSI, which is about 300 bar or thereabouts. So definitely a lot of pressure on those CPVs.
It's a lot, yeah. So no pressure on getting that cleared, right?
There we go, pun token finally.
It's been too long.
It took you like an hour and a half almost to get.
No. When he started his own thing, when he was introed like an hour and a half ago, the first thing that he did was actually a joke and a pun at the same time. It was crazy. So
not the joke. The pun went over my sleep-deprived head.
Well, let's hope that at least the Starship also goes over many people's heads today with a successful launch.
Oh.
See, I can also do it.
You know what? I say for that joke, ship it. Well, I do want to thank some of the boosters as well that have been helping to support us here.
God, we got him started, Alex.
It's dangerous. More dangerous than Danger Man. KK Designs, another 50 gifted red team memberships. Not to be outdone once again by Ali with another 50 gifted red team memberships. Goodness gracious, wow. Thank you. And Sorted coming in with more gifted red team memberships as well, with 10 of them. And I don't want to forget the people that are even doing a little bit of the smaller ones, but they're still not small, they're still greatly appreciated. Blackhawk gifting 5 red team memberships, Steven Hansen gifting a red team membership as well. We had Newtopia gifting 5 red team memberships, Riggs gifting a red team membership, Steve Hansen gifting a red team membership, Jaden gifting a red team membership, Telstar 86 gifting a red team membership. A lot of familiar names in there as well. All of that greatly appreciated. And we are continuing to watch as we get ready for the vehicle, hopefully soon, to start getting the propellant load. But first is the slightly long process of getting all of the propellants chilled down ahead of flight. And it looks like we might have some LOX subcoolers active, Alex?
Yeah, so right now you can see there the recondenser. So of the 2 vertical vents that you can see there, the one on the right, so the one on the left is the one that we call the Pope vent, the one on the right is the recondenser vent, and that is good news because that means the methane side of the tank farm is getting activated, basically becoming more awake and more active as the time goes on. Just, you know, I mentioned it, I think it was about an hour ago, that, you know, this is a patience work here, guys. This is like, it starts very slow. You maybe see a vent here and there at the beginning, and you're like, oh well, this is nothing. But then within an hour or so, or even less, you start seeing a lot of more venting, a lot more activity, and definitely it's gonna get way more active in the next few hours. There you go. That's the outline sort of the tank farm, and to the left hand side where it says LOX subcoolers, that is sort of the general region where those subcoolers are located to subcool the liquid oxygen. That's why they are called LOX subcoolers. You're gonna see a lot of venting from that area. From the south side cams, we're gonna see as well a lot more activity. Then we have, you know, the liquid methane tanks to the left. There's the liquid methane subcoolers. Those are gonna get a lot more active, and we're just 1.5 hours from that go for propellant load. Like, if you think about it, and they're targeting the first, you know, the opening of the window, we're just not that far away from that point in the countdown. So hopefully we see a lot more activity in the next few minutes.
Yes, and we will continue to keep you updated on all of the different vents and chills and everything as we see them pop up on our feeds as well. So yeah, fear not, we're keeping an eye out for it.
And I see people in the chat a bit confused. Probably, you know, some people are new to this. That is not fire. That is actually the lights that are sort of yellowish, right? And they shine on the vents. Kind of looks like fire. Don't worry, it's just vents, normal stuff. It's nothing bad is happening. That is actually expected. That is precisely what we want, and definitely good stuff, guys. Nothing bad.
Right, and again, a lot of that, as you mentioned, is a result of the specific color of the lights there as well, which part of that has to also do with wildlife in the area, considering it is right next to a wildlife preserve there too. So, just little things around the launch site, nothing any worry about at the moment. Trust me, if there's a worry, we will mention it. Phantom Rocket coming in with a really nice message saying, hey guys, never been able to say it, but love the work, in a tough spot in life, but with a raise, I can now afford some things I like, including you guys. Go SpaceX teams. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. We know you guys work hard for your money and appreciate you spending some of it on us. Dan Fitzgerald, thank you as well, saying design rockets like this, study at Johns Hopkins. There's a lot of great universities out there working on space flight. Craig Lieberman, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Andres Carlson becoming a Capcom member. We've got another nice message here from Matt Goslar. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Great stream again. Respect to you guys stay up all night to show this to us. It's 10:15 a.m. in the Netherlands, so not as early for you guys. Yeah, here I'm currently on the East Coast where it is now 4:22 a.m. Central Time. It is 3:22 a.m. over there in Starbase, so great teams working there. We also have Leon becoming a flight engineer. That is the highest level possible of membership support here, so thank you very much for all of the generosity again tonight, everybody. I know I keep bringing it up, and I know I don't want to say beating a dead horse because Chris is here, but continually mentioning it. So thank you, everybody, for the support, which allows us to do this and bring you this.
If Chris is here, then can we say Endeavor is the best shuttle?
Yes, I promise I won't beat any horses. Nope, we love horses here.
It's true, the three of us like Endeavor.
It is true. This is Team Endeavor on
take
screen.
over. Yeah.
Anyway, as much as I love Shuttle, let's go back to Starship for a second here. Picklepock, fun name, asking Alex, is Starship physically attached to the hot stage ring or just sitting on it?
Yes, there are actual physical connections. So the hot staging ring has at the top 3 pins, and they're basically more to guide than connect. It is what is inside of the pins. There's like a little hook in the middle that connects to the ship, and that basically clamps onto it. And so you have 3 clamps at the end of the day with those guiding pins, a hook in the middle, and you know, as we saw on the first flight, because those clamps are also, or were also on the top of the booster. They're still on the booster, but now on top of that there's the hot staging ring, obviously. But on booster 7, those were there, and both the booster and the ship were connected to, you know, through that. And when they're spinning up there in the air and everything, they seem to hold pretty much really well. So I don't know. They're small, but they are very tough and strong.
Small and mighty, exactly. Let's see here. This is interesting because I'm sorry to keep giving it all to you, Alex, but I know you've got the spreadsheets for this. Andrew Rowe is asking, we had the Starlink launch just a short while ago, 6-28. We have this launch currently scheduled for no earlier than 3 hours and 35 minutes from now. And then we have Starlink 7-7 scheduled for later today out of Vandenberg. Would that be a record of 3 launches in under 26 hours?
I will have to look it up. I vaguely remember that the last time they did 3 launches very close together, I think the record is at 31 hours. So that is, I think, what is the current record, but I'm not fully sure. I will have to look it up though, and I'll probably post it on Twitter or somewhere else, and you know, we can figure that out. But probably it could probably be a record. Yes, 26 hours kind of sounds like it.
No, I'm not. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's make sure Chat can hear you as well there.
Yeah. All right, just wanted to make sure. Someone said I was muted. No, I saw another question asking about what is the chances that SpaceX hits their 100 launch goal this year. And I remember, you know, when SpaceX announced that at the beginning of the year, I was like, there's no way this happens. This is ridiculous. And Starship will be SpaceX's 86th launch of the year, and Starlink after will be their 87th. And tomorrow will mark the year being 86% over, if I remember correctly.
And there are 4 more launches in the month still, so they could reach 90 before the end of November. And you know, another 10 in December is completely possible from a Falcon 9 standpoint. Obviously,
Alex has done the exact analysis I have, and as of right now, it looks like they're going to reach 99 or 100, which is remarkable.
Yeah, and you know, we might not see Starship next month, because we want this thing to launch today, right, guys? And the third one, I'm skeptical that it's gonna be next month. To be honest, I'm sort of looking more at January, February at the earliest, but definitely that's gonna go into the 2024 stats, and you know, they have 144 as the target for next year. So yeah, looking forward to that, and when Starship gets those numbers as well, because that's gonna be very awesome.
It's exciting, unbelievable. I know I was slightly skeptical that they would get to 100 this year, and yet it now is in the realm of possibility midway through November here. It's unbelievable the rate at which SpaceX is going here, and again, including 2 Starship flights this year. Another question I've been seeing a couple people asking, Trevor, including Marek here, saying, will NASA launch their special plane observing the flight as last time? I believe they're talking about the WB-57.
Yes, we saw earlier they had filed a flight plan to go over Starbase to record the event. So, assuming it doesn't have any issues like it did last time, we should get some of that amazing WB-37 footage.
Yes, and the WB-37, for those who don't know, is a high-altitude tracking plane with a bunch of different cameras on it that will be able to observe the launch. It's not something that is specific for Starship, although it is nice to see it for it. We have seen it for other launches, including crew launches out of the Cape, and in particular, re-entries of crew as well coming back. So it's a really great resource that NASA has, and it's nice that they're able to kind of share it around for some of these other super important launches like this one. Thomas with a unique question here. Do you know of any plans for a Starship Heavy variant with 3 times the thrust? I don't think we're talking about 99 engines strapped together here, but Alex, is there a chance maybe for a heavy vehicle down the line?
I don't think so. That will be quite an impressive amount of GSC that we will need to see there. Because it's not just strapping, the boosters together, but it's also fueling them and igniting the engines and, making sure that no concrete is thrown out, as as we saw on the first flight. That will probably need a huge amount of rework of the ground systems.
Yeah, I got 99 engines and Starship Heavy ain't one. That's how the song goes, right?
Since it's the middle of the night, and who doesn't love math in the middle of the night, I would be I would be ashamed of myself for not bringing up the math reason of why strapping 3 cores together just doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's because the area or the mass of tanks, right, is proportional to the circumference, which grows by radius. When the amount that you can hold grows by radius squared. It's the area of the cross-section. So it's advantageous to have a larger radius because that means for less mass you can hold more propellant. So it makes more sense to just have one larger tank diameter than trying to strap 3 together.
Yeah, I'm ashamed no one actually addressed the pun there, but there's a reason why I studied journalism and you're studying physics-related topics, so thank you for doing the math on that, especially at this early hour.
Of course.
Now, we were talking about the roadblocks. As things are chilling down here, we've seen them do these chills for static fires before where they don't fully fuel the vehicle. We've got Juso asking, what is the safe distance for at least the fuel farm chilling phase? And while I'm at it, how far away is that hard roadblock as well for flight? Alex, do you know that?
I'm not sure in a straight line, but I think the radius is about, for at least for that, not for this roadblock, this one is much closer. I think it's about 1.5 miles away from the launch site. The other one, that one, oh, that was a nice transition, guys. Whoever is producing, they nailed it. So that one, I think it's more about 3.5 miles-ish, if I'm not mistaken. Probably someone in the back channel could correct me with that. I think it is about that. And so that is pretty much the end point, the sort of the last danger area where anyone cannot go in. Obviously, we just saw a van go in, but right now in the tank from chilling phase, it is not as dangerous. Boy, it's not as dangerous. It's what I'm trying to say here, that we're right now in a phase where you can stay close-ish, right? But still, you wouldn't be here for launch, for example, or even 1 hour before launch when they're loading propellants onto the vehicles. So soon, in about a few hours or so, we're going to see everyone, absolutely everyone, outside of that less danger area.
Right. It's not so much the danger of the super cool propellants there. It's mostly the danger of the 33 Raptor engines that will be firing hopefully shortly.
Yeah, and also if knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But if there was a case of, remember AMO 6 when the Falcon 9 exploded on the pad during fueling, if that were to happen with a Starship, geez, the boom will be quite catastrophic, but also you don't want anyone in that last danger area. That's why there's a safety zone when you fully load the vehicles so that there's no problems at all damaging anyone in there. That is the key point.
Yeah, I believe I've read, and I don't have a good trustworthy source for this, but it seems believable that if Starship was to explode fully fueled, it would be the largest non-nuclear man-made explosion ever.
Yeah, we definitely don't want that.
Yeah.
Only word for that would just be oof.
Yep.
Oh boy. As we continue the countdown here, we see all the venting going on. A big vent there from the Pope stack, it looks like. To the right of that, we see Hopper, or as much as Jack hates it when I call it this, Hoppy. I have a question here from Diddy Bobo asking, is Starhopper used for some propellant or water storage? Trevor?
Yeah, we know for a while it was used as a water tank around the launch site. I'm actually not sure if it still is now that they have the proper water tank.
I like that, the proper water tank now, yeah. As opposed
Sorry,
to
Hoppy.
the first Hopper vehicle that flew 150 meters up is the highest it got, but supporting all of these major flights now. So we still love Hopper/Hoppy here. And we also love the generous support still, the membership still unbelievably rolling in. Skulky Dre, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Yoron, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above, you get access to the NSF Discord, so hopefully we will be seeing you in there. Heavenly Messengers, becoming a flight engineer. Again, highest level of support that we have here at NASA Spaceflight. It is extremely, extremely greatly appreciated. We love all of our members, though. Flight engineer, though, very generous. We have a question from Dave here saying, are there any upper level winds / shear / weather info? I know we'll be getting weather updates coming in throughout the morning, but Adam in our countdown to launch yesterday, Trevor, was saying that it seems like things are pretty decent looking, just maybe some fog, right?
Yeah, and he was saying that there's probably going to be, as you were saying, a good bit of fog, but that the ground level winds look to be well within bounds, and that there wasn't going to be any large amounts of wind shear. And he said that all of the weather values that he can at least see in his models at that time were below what they launched with during the first flight, so that one can reasonably assume that there will be good for this flight as well.
Right, and you saw there an empty roadway, which is a good sign. There it is again. Thank you, Patrick. That is the normal testing roadblock area, again, that we typically see for testing involving less propellants, static fires, things like that. There's that faint blue light flashing, but as of now, it is cleared. So that is another step closer to launch and another indicator that things are continuing to proceed so far as planned. Always, it's one time it's a good thing to not see people out there. Although I know introverts would probably disagree and say always is a good time to not see people. We also have Andrew Kirkpatrick saying, grilled cheese sandwiches for everyone, straight from the pad, shortly after liftoff. Should be toasty. Yeah, for the people over in the UK, that is, brings a whole new definition to a cheese toasty, does it not? And then that guy, I believe in terms of why we don't have the larger vehicle there, saying, reason number 2, with complexity comes Murphy's Law. And for those who are unaware, Murphy's Law is that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. So let's hope Murphy's Law doesn't come into play too much today. While we were talking about weather there, I've seen a couple of people asking, when is the sun rising? Sunrise is scheduled for 6:49 a.m., if I recall correctly. And I know one of the other questions that's been asked as a result of that timing, is there maybe a chance for a Starship jellyfish? Alex, I don't think that's really possible, do you?
No, because the launch, even if it occurs at the opening of the window, it's going to occur with the sun already above the horizon. So we're not going to see that jellyfish effect. And we saw there the car coming back, but I think it was sort of like going around. I thought I saw at least the wheels kind of like as if it was moving around. I don't really have the feed up though, so I'm not fully sure if it's still there. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any sort of jellyfish effect.
For those who
Someone
don't
says in
know,
the chat, one day we'll get it though.
Yes, and for
Not
those who
today.
don't know what we're talking about with the jellyfish effect, that is basically as the vehicle gets higher up into flight, if you're right near the rising or setting sun within a certain amount of time, there is a good chance you will either get sunlight or moonlight that reflects off of the engine plume, especially in the higher parts of the atmosphere, which makes it look like the top of a jellyfish. So it's known as the jellyfish effect. And I do want to say, at the top of the hour here, we are expecting a very special guest to come in and help join us to answer some of your questions. So, just as a hint, we will have Marcus in the house.
That was not a hint. That was literally saying it.
I didn't say exactly who it was. I just added some words in between.
Sure, of course.
Maybe it's Elon. That's my current guess with that hint.
Yes, there you go. Here's a question from Hello KSP that hopefully we don't have to see the answer to, but what do we think would happen if the FTS fails as it did in the previous test? I know, in a way, we kind of got lucky in the last test that the vehicle ended up destroying itself. Trevor, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this ultimately, the FAA will have done enough analysis this time, and they will have done enough testing that failure is not an option for the FTS. And I think if it failed yet again and was insufficient in being able to take down the vehicle, there would be some pretty long conversations between the FAA and SpaceX about the tools that SpaceX is using to do said analysis and why they're able to replicate successful FTS activations on the ground, but not during flight.
Yeah, we have seen them actually test out the new flight termination system over at Massey's. So they have tried blowing some things up, basically, to prove that it will destroy the vehicle in the event that is needed this time, which we, of course, hope is not the case and that we have a perfectly good flight. That's what we want to see. And the gifting train continues to roll into Starship Station here. Martin Levy, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. The support this morning has been unbelievable, even as we are now 3 hours and 18 minutes away from the scheduled opening of the 20-minute launch window for the second Starship flight test. Popestack is going hard right now, Alex. A reminder, what are we seeing in the view with these two different vents?
Yeah, so on the left, or more like on the center of the screen, you can see there that's the Pope vent. That is not the official name, that is just some sort of like a friendly name that we give it to it. And then there's the other one to the right, that is the recondenser vent. That is the vent from basically from the systems that are able to recondense back the methane from gaseous form into a liquid form. Now, what that means is that the liquid methane side of the tank form right now is slowly spooling up as well. And, you know, one of the things that we should be looking up in the next hour or so will be the start of the OLM vent. That is basically a small vent at least at the beginning, it will be small. On the side of the launch mount, that will be growing up in size. It'll become larger and larger until the last five minutes or so, it'll be what we call the waterfall mode of that oil and vent, which will look really exciting because that will indicate that we're approaching propeller load. But that propeller load will not come until at least another 90 minutes more, so stay tuned and see what happens.
Exactly, and you'll be hearing some of those vents and some of the subcoolers and everything through the microphones that we have out there. So if you hear random loud noises, there's a good chance that is one of the vents being picked up. So don't be surprised.
At least
it's
for
completely
now.
normal. For now, it's normal, yeah.
For now. in a few, maybe 3 hours, 16 minutes and 30 seconds, the loud noises might be coming from, something around there. Yeah, the engines, basically.
Yeah, 33 Raptor engines are also, it turns out, quite loud, as we learned from the first flight test. I mean, that blew out a lot of our microphones from that first test, but at the same time, that was also really cool just to give you an idea of how loud it is, because normally the launches, there is still kind of that crackle to them, but to really give you an idea of the most powerful rocket currently ever built and currently in use, that's quite a punch it puts there, even compared to the anniversary that we just had 2 days ago now of Artemis 1, which at the time was the most powerful vehicle on Earth to fly. We have Dejan, hopefully I'm saying that right, saying, as much as I want to ask a Starship question, I've been wondering, where's Sawyer's cat tonight? He's been around. You may hear him meowing at some point. I'm sure he will jump up onto my lap once the cameras come back on. So there's potential to see Jake in a little bit, for those wondering. Blushy Boy, a name we see quite often here, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. We have Espen here asking, the grid fins, flaps, and now also the TVC are all electric. So Alex, does that mean all hydraulics are gone from the whole rocket?
Alright, we may have lost. Oh, no, never mind.
No,
Go ahead,
here,
Alex.
it's just sometimes it takes a while to reach the mute button. Sorry. Yeah, it kind of looks like every single component that used to be in some shape or form hydraulic, it seems like it is going all the way to electric. Both basically the TVC, the gimbaling, the flaps, the grid fins. I'm not sure what other parts of the vehicle might need hydraulics, to be honest. I think they've completely removed the hydraulics, but the only persons that might know about that are the people that are actually operating the vehicles. So we don't really fully know, obviously. We can only guess.
Right, and for the person who was asking, that was just Jake meowing in my back. So he's now in the room with us, so you can say hi to him. John Heyman with the $100 super chat. Holy smokes. They're asking, wondering if the re-entry will be caught on the Mauna Kea meteor shower feed. I believe we've had the confirmation, Trevor, that there are some assets out at Hawaii, right?
I'm talking while muted, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe so. We know that Chris had leaked earlier that SpaceX has teams out there. Chris is our biggest L2 leaker by far. But I'm not sure about that specific feed that you're talking about. To me, I think Mauna Kea is like more southern Hawaii, when re-entry will be more toward the north, but I don't understand the geography well enough to be able to answer that specific question.
It's a very wide-angled lens looking at pretty much the entire sky there, so it's absolutely a potential for that to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if it catches it, but it also has to get to that point. So we will keep our fingers crossed that we get there today.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Right, and I mean, I hate to say it, but we do kind of have to tamper our expectations a bit. I think, in my opinion at least, and I'll ask both of you this, of what your thoughts are, for me, the largest accomplishment I think that they would need to reach on this flight would actually be staging. So testing out the hot stage ring, and unlike last time, making sure that the two vehicles separate. Alex, what would you consider a success on this flight? And then I'll put it over to you, Trevor.
I think if the first stage of flight is completely done, from ignition of the booster all the way to the shutdown and stage separation, if the booster later explodes, if the ship strays, I think it's still quite a win, because they have demonstrated that at least the booster is capable of putting the ship at a certain amount of height and velocity to then let it continue. And so it's just a matter of, figuring out what went wrong up until that point and fly again and see, the next step for me will be obviously to reach that ballistic trajectory, that, that condition of near orbital velocity. But for this flight, at the very least, it will be awesome if the first stage of flight succeeds, and anything after that is going to be quite a bonus.
Trevor, what would be a success for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think largely what Alex said, that if they can, I think the most important thing is that they're able to launch with minimal pad damage and show that this pad design is good and that they'll be able to fly again from it fairly quickly. And then almost as important as that is getting the first stage booster design somewhat nailed down and showing that they're able to reliably fly. Like I've said, I'm sure there'll be some engines shut down early, but hopefully not as many as we saw on Flight 1. So I think if they make it to staging, that's a huge win right there, and that's basically what this flight needs to show. Then I think Stage 2, if that's able to ignite and they're able to hot stage, that's another fantastic data point that they have. And then everything from there on out is going to be a win. And if by some miracle it makes it to the suborbital trajectory that they're planning to put it in, that's about as good as you can ask. But really, right, I think it's important to emphasize that this is a test mission, and as such, the point is to gather data. And as Jack says, more data, more better. So if SpaceX gathers data that they learn from and can implement to the next vehicle, that's a success.
Exactly, and that's the other thing I didn't even think about there, but is also really important, is the Stage 0, how well it will be able to be turned around for a next flight. As we saw during the first flight, there was a giant crater under the pad, there was major scorching on the orbital launch mount itself, the tower had some damage to it, so I know they've been working hard to add some cladding to all of it, to reinforce it. You now have the water deluge plate underneath, which will hopefully protect the underside and not create a giant crater. But again, the only way to find out if it will all work will be to launch it, which hopefully they'll be doing in about 3 hours and 9 minutes from now when the 20-minute window opens. Let's see here, we have Adam saying, going back to the FTS, I want to remind everyone that if it fails and we don't get RUD, Starship basically becomes an ICBM, so that might delay some testing. Yeah, but the other thing to keep in mind, as we saw, is that the aerodynamic forces were able to thankfully break up the first integrated flight test after some issues there. So if you have it spinning that much at that speed, at that altitude, there is a good chance that just the laws of physics will take over and go, let's get rid of your vehicle for you if the FTS doesn't. I think, as the math person, Trevor, that would be safe to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely a lot of forces on that vehicle that it would not normally encounter, and frankly, on the first flight, I am amazed by how well the vehicle held up.
I think we lost you there for just a second, but yeah, it was very much amazing of what we saw in the first flight. Yeah, now you're back. Now we hear you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, on the first flight, we saw a bunch of forces on the vehicle that very much will not be experienced during a nominal flight. However, the fact that the vehicle was able to sustain said forces so well very much shows how good of a job the structural team did. And I imagine made SpaceX more confident in it during reentry and whatnot.
Yeah, almost too good in a way in that sense. Not a bad problem to have. We've got some more support that continues to pour in. We have a bunch of people becoming PadRat members. Asfaev, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Jane G, Tom Mid, Brian Goodsir, and Modicius. Thank you all for becoming PadRat members. Very much appreciated. Ellen Van Essen, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And then we also have Ryan Spooner becoming a Capcom member. Again, a reminder, Capcom and above, you get access to the NASA Spaceflight Discord, where I should point out we have a whole bunch of stuff in there. It's not just the, all the different stuff for Starship. There are different country ones in there, so for all of the China launches, for different companies, Rocket Lab, obviously SpaceX, things like that. There is a lot of different options all in there. So we'll actually be able to tell you all about that momentarily, and all the good things that you get with the different levels of support here. So thank you everyone again for all of your generous support so far during this stream. This is, it's getting exciting as we get towards the T-minus 3 hour mark. I just gotta ask, I know Trevor, you've been on quite a while, but how are you feeling right now?
You know, I'm definitely a little fatigued after being on for 4 hours, but it's impossible to not be extraordinarily excited right now. Like, we're coming up on some of the key milestones, like at T-minus 2 hours, so an hour and 5 minutes from now, we'll get the go for propellant load, and then about 23 minutes after that, we'll actually start seeing propellants loaded onto the vehicle. And once there's frost on those tanks is when it really starts feeling real, and it'll start feeling like this vehicle is about to go to space. And who doesn't absolutely love when the world's most powerful rocket is about to go to space?
And Alex, I know we've all been joking prior to this launch of, oh, now we're 25 hours away from the opening of the window. Now it's 23 hours. We're now at 3 hours and 5 minutes. How are you feeling at this point in the count?
Very nervous. Yeah, pretty much. So I don't know, as we go through this countdown and more activity is present there at the launch site, it's something that I don't know, I just become more nervous, and it's quite a mix of emotions, you could say.
Yeah, I've not been for a Starship launch in person, just on comms like we are for this one, but having been to many other rocket launches, especially I remember even for Falcon Heavy, when you have such a new vehicle, a powerful vehicle, and you're not exactly sure how it's going to go, as opposed to something more reliable like a Falcon 9 now, it really gets your nerves up, especially as you get further and further in the count and you realize, well, this is getting more real now. This is actually happening here. We might actually see this thing fly today. It really is kind of scary in a way, but exciting. Let's see here. We have a €50 super chat that just came in from Stefan Stutler. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. We will have Adrian on shortly to help with the German, but saying, so hyped, go Starship. I think it's true among all of us that the hype is absolutely real for this. Oh, I love it. Let's see here. We have a question from Kiri, going back to the flight termination system. I know we talked about it a lot, but Alex, is there a way to test the flight termination system? Obviously, we know it's usually if something goes wrong. How did they end up testing the FTS?
Well, they had a test tank out there at the Massey outpost that they were able to blow up with those charges, but that is just a subscale. If you want a full-scale test, that is a bit more complicated because you need to actually fly the vehicles, and turns out that is not a thing for for vehicles to just be flown and exploded mid-air on purpose to test flight termination system. Now, there are vehicles like that, but to test other kinds of safety systems and not that one. We are not aware of any sort of plans to test that flight simulation system, so definitely, at least in that way. And we hope that we never have to figure out how it looks, the new flight simulation system, and everything works just perfectly.
Right, and we have, as you mentioned, seen them test vehicles, but mainly crew capsules in regards to safety. So we had the IFT flight of Crew Dragon, we've seen it for Orion, we saw it for Apollo. So it's not anything new to test it for that sense, but for the booster itself, not so much. And I feel bad for the red team that would have to go out now if something went wrong with Starship and they needed to fix it. Speaking of red team, that is actually the names of one of our membership levels, and you've heard us talk about that and see a lot of people gifting it, but what exactly are the different levels of membership that we have here at NASA Spaceflight? Well, we've got a short video to explain it for you.
The NSF membership program is one of the best ways to support the channel, starting off with the Pad Wrap members who get their name highlighted in chat, they get access to custom emoji and a 4K multi-view for major Starbase events. Red Team get additional member exclusive photos and videos on YouTube. Capcom members get access to the member Discord where there's even more photo uploads. The launch directors get their name at the end of every NSF live show, and flight engineers get everything above at the top level of support. This is an example of the 4K multi-view during Ship 25 and Booster 9's wet dress rehearsal. There's access to multiple different cameras. This is an insight into the photos shared in the YouTube page for members, which is Red Team and above. Here is insight into the Discord server, the exclusive Discord, which is for Capcom members and above. And here's an example of the launch directors and flight engineers being showcased at the end of NSF Live.
Just a subtle flex there showing Jared Isaacman and Tim Dodd for the launch director and flight engineer names at the end of NSF Live there. Very nicely done. Well, that's a good explanation to it, and again, thank you to all of our members. As you see with all the different membership levels, it is really greatly appreciated. So thank you so much to everybody who's become a member throughout this stream. It's appreciated, and that's just one of the ways that we get support. Another is from some items in the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, which we really appreciate, including some of our special patches that we have right now for the second test flight of Starship. You can see these fantastic embroidered patches that we have. They're really great quality. These are limited edition for this second flight, and you can see they're actually designed there to show the beach of Boca while you have Starship flying up there into the sky. They're great colors, and if you're not a patch person, I get it, even though I do collect a bunch. They're also available on shirts, hoodies, mugs, hats, water bottles, stickers, whatever you desire, there's a good chance for it. And to make sure you know when you're getting it, you can mark your calendar, in particular your 2024 NASA spaceflight calendars. We have 2 of them from all of our amazing photographers, admittedly including one from myself in the general spaceflight calendar, as well as a full Starship calendar too. So we have both available in the store, and a reminder, if you buy both, you will get $10 off of the second one, and for any calendar, that includes free shipping. So it is a great opportunity to support and wear some merch out there. I do love if I'm out at the Cape and all of a sudden I'm going for a launch and I look and go, wait a minute, that's someone else in an NSF shirt. It's really cool. So thank you to everyone for the different ways to support. Now, I do want to thank Apocalypse Cow here again, a name we've mentioned before, gifting 20 Red Team memberships. So the memberships we were just talking about, well, now 20 new people get that chance. Thank you very, very much. Let's see if we can take a look at some more questions here from you guys. A reminder, if you have questions for us, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can. I know we mentioned this a bit earlier, but Lindsay Parker is asking here which version of Raptors are on this booster, just to reiterate. Alex, what version do we have here?
Well, this is Raptor 2, the ones that are installed on Booster 9 and Ship 25. These are the same Raptor version, but they're obviously of later down the line in the sense of, you know, their serial numbers are much farther down in the production line than the ones used on the previous vehicles. So obviously these incorporate a lot of the lessons learned on the previous engines. Ship 25 engines though are a little bit more older because they use the older hydraulic systems on the Raptors, and we've seen some of the outer engines on the booster as well. They seem to be even below the 100 serial number. So obviously there's some older ones still around, but they're probably the best of the older ones. Because SpaceX tries to always choose the ones that are, you know, the best behaving ones, as always. But yeah, these Raptors are newer than the ones on the first flight of Starship, but they are still yet Raptor 2 version.
So basically they need to tame the Raptors is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's been a good 15 minutes since I cashed in a pun token, so try and saved up as many as I could for this stream. Oh boy. So for a reminder, let's kind of just give a brief update of where we're at today, what vehicles are flying, and what we're expecting to happen. So Trevor, do you mind just giving us a quick rundown of what to expect here for this second flight test?
Yeah, of course. So as you can see at the top left of your screen, we're under 3 hours away from launch right now, or a possible launch, I should say. And today's launch will see boosters 9 and ship 25 lift off in what will hopefully place it into a suborbital trajectory that'll be roughly 200 kilometers by 50 kilometers. Now that we are nearing propellant load, we're going to start seeing some more action. So at T-minus 2 hours is when the launch director will pull the conductors and they'll give their go/no-go decision to begin prop load. Then 1 hour and 37 minutes before launch, propellant load will start on both the booster and the ship. Then at T-minus 40 seconds, SpaceX will reach the optional hold point. At this point, both stages will be fully filled with both liquid oxygen and liquid methane. If there needs to be any holds, they want to look at anything, they'll be able to work them for on the order of 15 minutes at this point. Later, then the fire system and the flame deflector system will be activated ahead of Raptor startup sequence beginning at T-minus 3 seconds and liftoff at T+2 seconds. That will then take us through the launch, which is supposed to have max Q 52 seconds after T0. And then at T+2 minutes and 39 seconds, most of the engines will shut off on the booster. And this is when the booster will start the new hot staging maneuver, which is when the Starship Raptors will ignite and the stages will separate. And then the boost back burn will start up on the booster. After this point is when a lot of the stuff is new since we didn't see it on the first flight. The booster will begin will do its boost back burn, and then it will do a landing burn, but no entry burn. Remember, Super Heavy as of right now is not going to have an entry burn. And then Starship is going to burn its engines for about just under 6 minutes, with engine cutoff occurring at T+8 minutes and 33 seconds. If this happens, we will see Starship entry 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 21 seconds after flight, with Starship becoming transonic 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 43 seconds after launch, for an ocean impact 90 minutes after launch. That's if everything goes well today. Again, this is a test flight. Things could very easily not go well. SpaceX could have, and likely will have, an anomaly of some sort due to the test nature of this program. That is expected, and what matters is that the safety systems work, and those are heavily upgraded on this vehicle to ensure that if the vehicle goes off course, it will be able to be detonated and destroyed. Sawyer, I think you're muted.
And it looks like we have some drone action going on there. So we've got great views there. And again, this is, I believe, from our hotel camera that we had there for just a moment. The Margaritaville down near South Padre Island there. So huge thank you to them as well for allowing us to set cameras up there. And a huge thank you to all the people here for the continued support. All of the memberships coming in and the support here. We've got Oliver saying, go Starship. That is what we're hoping for as well. Sean Grayling saying, thanks for the great views. Greetings from South Africa. Thank you very much. I know we've got a very global audience today, so it is really appreciated. We've got a bunch of new PadRat members. Regilio, we have Lisa, we have Starro official, we have Simon B, we have WG, happens to rhyme there a bit, JP Vernoy, we have Johannes Monk, we have Delane Finley, Ashley Ferrant, all becoming PadRat members. Thank you very much for that. Momentous Studios Australia becoming a Red Team member, and Avid Geek becoming a Red Team member. And now, Matej, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, asking, and Alex, I'll put this one to you. If today scrubs for any reason, what would be the next launch chance?
So it kind of depends on when on the countdown it aborts or it scrubs or whatever, right? If we see it deep into the count, we might have to wait a couple of days, at least until Monday maybe. Could even be Tuesday, depending on, because if you can imagine that if they scrub for a technical reason, they might need also time to troubleshoot the issue. And the reason why they will need to, even if they don't have any issue, say it's just for the weather and they need to wait for the weather to clear or whatever, and they run out of time, and that's why they scrub. If they were to scrub and they don't have any technical issues, they still need that time because the tank farm will have, we were talking before that it has a lot of boil off from the nitrogen tanks, it has a lot of boil off as well from the oxygen side, less boil off from the methane side because that is basically recondensed and reclaimed back to the ground tanks. And so once they run through the countdown, they have already spent so much nitrogen and oxygen that a lot of it boils off and they need to replenish it. So that's why they will need at least maybe a couple of days, even more depending on what they need to troubleshoot.
There we go. Yeah, again, let's hope we don't need to get to that, and hopefully we get to the launch today and that the ground systems will all stay intact. So we're about to do a little bit of a swap here. Trevor, I know you've been on for quite a while. Thank you very much for sticking around for all these 4 hours and now providing your insight. And I know Alex will be coming back to you hopefully again soon as we get further into the countdown. But we are about to come back with Adrian and a very special guest. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we talked about keeping the pad safe. So how exactly does this new water deluge system work? Take a look.
The new water-cooled steel flame deflector aims to precisely protect the underneath of the pad from the fury of the Raptors. This was something that was clearly needed if you saw what those Raptors did to the concrete pad during Starship's first flight. The pressure of the Raptor's exhaust essentially broke through and snuck under the concrete and into the sand underneath the launch pad, creating a crater. To solve this, SpaceX had to build a really strong foundation, something that wouldn't let the Raptors go through as easily. But on top of that foundation, instead of flat concrete, they installed a giant steel plate that the Raptors would be firing against. This plate would not be eroded as easily as the concrete, reducing the chance for pressure to go into the ground. But even this was enhanced, so to speak, with water channels inside of it and holes that would let this water come out in some sort of cooling system. This is when this goes from just being a plate to what SpaceX calls a flame deflector system. In the words of Elon Musk, this system is like an upside-down shower head. The steel plate is filled with water at high pressure that is then released through holes. The water is then vaporized from the heat of the engines. By doing this, the vaporized water takes the heat away, which would have otherwise gone to the steel plate. Without the water, the steel would most likely melt, and instead of raining pieces of concrete, we would have raining pieces of molten steel. In order to achieve this feat, SpaceX had to put together not just a lot of concrete, rebar, and the big water-cooled steel plate under the pad, but it also had to lay down a lot of pipes and bring in new water tanks and pressure tanks. The flow of water begins in Brownsville. Here, tanker trucks take the water mainly from fire hydrants, but they may also take it from other municipal water storage tanks. These then travel down Highway 4 to the launch site. Here at the launch site, the trucks unload the water into these 7 large storage tanks for use in the flame deflector. Multiple sets of pressure tanks, which are generally called multiple element gas containers, hold the nitrogen used to push the water out to the pad. 2 main pipes channel the water and discharge it into 3 manifolds that then distribute it into the plate. One pipe, the one of smaller diameter, supplies one of the manifolds, while the other, larger diameter, supplies the remaining 2 via the use of a Y-shaped connector. At around T-7 seconds, the water-cooled steel flame deflector system is activated. A relief valve opens on each of the pipes, leading to the plate to control the initial flow of water through the plate. 3 seconds later, at T-4 seconds, these valves close and the water reaches full pressure. At T-3 seconds, the engine startup sequence begins, and within less than 2 seconds, all engines should be up and running at 50% thrust. The engine should run at this level for about a second or so until the time comes to commit for a launch. When it's time to shut the system down, a set of relief valves on the water tanks open and liberate all the pressure in the system, which creates a really loud noise. With the pressure gone, the water recedes and stops flowing through the plate.
A great explanation there. Thank you, Ryan. And we are back with our cameras here, and you'll notice a few new faces. You'll see above me we have our very own Adrian Bile. Adrian, how are you doing this morning?
Glad to be back here. I'm looking forward to talk more Starship.
Yes, and you'll notice another face here. We have a fantastic YouTuber who does some great stuff explaining Starship as well with us here. We have Mr. Marcus House. Marcus, how are you doing?
Hey everybody. What's going on? What's going on here today? This is just so exciting. I'm just absolutely beside myself wanting to watch this thing go. So I couldn't be happier than being joined by such awesome guys to help talk this through, because the audience is strangely still largely unaware outside of the spheres of where we typically present. So I'm hoping this gets out there to a much wider audience. So thanks to everybody for being here. It's wicked. It really is wicked. I'd love to know how many people are joined from Australia with me. For us, it's 9:15 p.m. in Tasmania where I am. But yes,
I'm sure we'll get some people in chat who mention that they're from Australia. We have a very wide audience this morning / evening / afternoon, wherever you may be. So I can kind of sense it from your voice, but I got to ask the first question of how are you feeling about the flight as we're now T-minus 2 hours and 44 minutes from the opening of the window?
Oh, well, look, everything's been looking so good right through the day, right through yesterday when the repairs were going on, and we were sort of thought, oh, geez, we hope they can get this sorted before the next 24-hour period is up. And, they pulled out all the stops yesterday for repairing these actuators. Well, I think there was only one that was faulty, but they switched out all 3, I believe. So, it's been a wild ride the last 24 hours to see if we could actually get back into this this whole position to see this happen. So I'm really thrilled. Obviously, the big thing in my mind is, well, there's 2 big things. 1, clearing the pad without damaging this new water-cooled steel plate system. 2, obviously being able to get past the hot staging, which is a very new system that hasn't been tried before by SpaceX. So, those 2 things in particular, really, really want to see happen. Everything after that, I think, is gravy. I mean, obviously, we want to see it get to orbit. We want to see it re-enter. But if we can get past hot staging, I think that's a very good first step. I'm just so excited. I don't really even know how to present it in the enthusiasm that it really needs, honestly, because it's just an amazing sight to see. The scale of it. It's still, I mean, I follow this really quite closely, and the scale of it still surprises me when you see a certain shot of an amazing worker sitting there working on something, and all of a sudden the scale of it dawns on you yet again just how massive it is. So I hope everybody can comprehend that more than anything, especially if they're new to this.
Yeah, we've seen pictures looking right there at that hot stage ring with the little holes in it. We've seen people sticking out of those gaps in the hot stage ring. That's how big they are, that a person can hang out through them.
Yeah.
It's mind-blowing, the
crazy.
scale. And a reminder, if you have any questions about the flight and for Marcus, make sure to tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we'll be able to sort through them in our little panel that we have here and ask as many of them as we can. So, you were talking there about the actuators. I know this was originally supposed to fly yesterday. Marcus, what exactly is the role of those actuators with the grid fins?
Yeah, well, they sort of give it the control to actually rotate those grid fins. I believe they're sort of electric. I don't know how closely they're based on something out of like some of the Tesla technology. I think it's quite closely related, although I haven't seen exact model numbers and things on some of these actuators, but they're quite large, and as far as we know, are sort of largely related to the Tesla tech. So, I don't know why they needed to upgrade them. It seems like maybe they're just higher grade units and things like that. I think they switched out one of the 4 a week or 2 back, and then there was a faulty one, obviously, when Elon tweeted here not so long ago, like more than 24 hours ago now. But I think they just took the opportunity to switch out all 3, I think.
Yeah, we were expecting them to only change out 1, and yes, they changed out 3 of the 4. And they have retested them since. We've seen them do that little wiggle test, and everything appears to be good. And a reminder, unlike Falcon 9, these grid fins that you see here will stay extended throughout the entire flight, even though they're not really used during liftoff. Their main purpose is to help steer the booster back once it returns to the thicker part of the atmosphere after its first phase of flight.
Yeah, exactly.
Adrian, I do want to ask you a question here, because we see the events and everything going on as well, and we've been following this for a while with Starbase Live and everything. Raman is asking, when did we see the tankers come in? Last night, gradually over time, because it takes hundreds, and that's no exaggeration, of tankers to actually, fill this all up.
Yeah, it's really more of a week-long or weeks-long process. It's a thing where you see suddenly an increase in their replenishment, because there's always some replenishment going on in the tank farm, because you have some boil-off, you have some smaller tests where they use something, but really they start to ramp up, especially these nitrogen deliveries, because of course they need a lot of nitrogen to cool down all of this oxygen and methane. So once really you see these nitrogen coming in, and then the methane and oxygen, that happens more over days and weeks, because we are talking about hundreds of tankers. It's not a thing that you can just easily do in one single day. And there we, by the way, see such a beautiful overview of all the tank farm from this view, from the south view, and where you can see where the liquid oxygen, the water, and the carbon dioxide is also stored, which is now used to try to to stop fires in the Raptor area.
That's a nice overlay, that one. I think a point of confusion that a lot of newcomers might have to this is the subcoolers are sort of on both sides of the big vertical tanks there, and the ones on the left side of screen, your methane ones, and then obviously the LOX ones on the right there. But yeah, you're right. The scale of just trying to fill those vertical tanks is insane. Like the tanker trucks that have to roll in to fill those up. And if they do need to vent a whole heap, it takes quite a while to replenish. And obviously after a flight, there's many tankers that need to roll in to top that all back up again. So,
I believe, is that the first sign of the tower vent, which is the just to explain maybe for our viewers here, the tower vent is basically the first sign that they are subcooling the lines that later will fuel the ship, the upper stage here. So it seems they are now in the final phase of the pre-chill of all of the systems, and that's a promising sign. Like, once we see this tower vent and the pad vent, these are the signs we really want to see, because that's the last step that we see before propellant loading.
Right, and as Alex was talking about, though, it's still going to involve some patience, because it takes quite a while to chill down all of these lines that are running from those tanks there all the way up the tower to the vehicle, right?
Yeah, it's quite a significant amount of boil off when you sort of add it all up. And I think, I can't remember the number, but at the, when we saw some of the earlier documentation about the programmatic analysis and whatnot, it was a substantial amount that they lose just in venting. A lot of it being nitrogen, obviously, which is great. It's sort of inert. But yeah, I mean, the tanker truckloads are sort of nutso. It's I think to fill all the nitrogen or something's like over 160, 170 tankers or something like that. It's crazy.
It's crazy, but again, you're talking about the largest rocket in the world, the largest rocket ever built, the most powerful rocket ever built. You kind of need all of those propellants and everything to get it going. As it appears, we can see the OLM vent now going on as well down at the orbital launch mount there.
Sweet.
That is that vent that you kind of see going on behind the rocket right now. Sorry, I was interrupting there for a second, Adrian?
No, go, just to summarize, that means both tank farm areas, or like both stage ground equipment is now in the final stage, which is, again, I really like this. This is making me very excited, because we are getting close to a frosty Starship, and that's what we all want to see.
Right. And
yeah, I mean, quite often if there's an issue, it's usually found by now. So, the fact that they're getting this far is a really positive sign.
Yep, and you can see right there now under the OLM, there is that vent going as well. And that means hopefully soon we will start seeing them loaded up with the liquid oxygen, the liquid nitrogen, all of that going into both the ship and the booster. It's getting real, and it's getting even more exciting. Oh, I love that.
Just awesome.
Here's a question from Virgo. We've talked a little bit earlier about just how big that hot staging ring is, with the people being able to hang out of it. Virgo is asking, what are the actuators that hold together Stage 1 and Stage 2? Is it something new and risky, or common reliable that we can guarantee that will separate better this time? Marcus, how does that work?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, we've seen the mechanisms that attach the top of the booster to the Starship normally, apart from this case where they're attaching it to a hot stage ring. I'm assuming it's kind of a related system that connects in through the hot staging ring and almost actuates both at the same time, to a degree, to not at the same time, but individually, so that they can actually control when either thing will be able to separate. But yes, I haven't seen details on exactly how the hot staging ring connects into the actual Starship part itself, apart from to sort of assume that it's all electric and very much related to how the booster attaches to the hot staging ring. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of electric systems in there. I know one of the big points of hope for this flight is that all these new electric thrust vector control systems for the booster is going to work really well. I think they're still using the old HPU system for Ship 25. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, for the booster, all this is electric TVC. So this is really a great thing to watch. All those control mechanisms, because obviously in the first flight we had HPUs exploding and all sorts of stuff there that obviously helped to lead to loss of control. So yeah, these are all great electric systems that we're all hoping are much more reliable than what we've seen in the past. But yeah.
Yeah, that especially after the first flight where it wasn't so reliable and everything kind of stuck together. And we also had the potential documentation mentioning that they might end up jettisoning that hot stage ring as well. Marcus, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that was a surprise to me. I'm wondering if that's just temporary. Maybe they're just talking about that for some prototypes as they try to figure out whether this hot staging thing's going to work for them, or whether they need to go to some other booster cutoff and stage set type system similar to Falcon 9. I don't know if they've 100% committed to hot staging right down the line, or whether this is kind of a bit of a trial of that system. So I'm almost taking that with a grain of salt, what we saw in that document. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Interesting to see. I think if it all goes smoothly, that might be the answer, and then all of a sudden it may just become a more permanent fixture that they're not sort of. I mean, they might still need to pull it on and off all the time because obviously you've got all the mechanisms underneath the actuators and things to get to. So it may always be a second thing that they can pull on and off, but it'll probably become a more permanent part of the booster if it isn't already.
And we've certainly seen them pull it on and off quite a few times, that's for sure, in just the last week or two, if nothing else, with 8 stacks now. So.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing to consider with that is that it's obviously a system that's going to take a bit of punishment. So if anything, it may just need a refurb, or maybe they need to sort of, take that off to add a new layer of steel or heat shielding or something. I don't know. I guess they're just trying to make sure that it works first and then see where they go from there.
There you go. Along those lines, we have Come Hell or High Water with the 69 pounds asking, is the collapse of the hot stage ring a possibility? I don't think so right at takeoff, Marcus, but I think it could be something that is a risk, especially once those engines are activated.
Yeah, I mean, I think due to the scale, again, it can be a bit easy to sort of think, oh man, it looks so flimsy. When you sort of look at it from this scale, it sort of looks like a little thing that's just going to crumple in half. But I think if you were to sort of really get in there close and sort of look at the size of a lot of those support structures, the vertical ones, and there's horizontal ones in there as well and whatnot, I think you'd probably find that they're much more beefy than they actually look. If you compared it to, say, the rest of the rocket, or a lot of the rocket, a lot of these stringers would be quite beefy. So I suspect they've done all the testing they need to on that. I'll be surprised if it crumbles. I think it's, if anything, they've probably over-engineered it in that regard for this initial version. I'm more concerned that they do separate cleanly without, shredding the top of the booster to the point where it can't make its way back to land. That's what I'm sort of, got my fingers crossed about. That's going to be the interesting thing to see, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the main keys to watch for, especially at that point of ignition and the separation of the two vehicles. That's going to be fun and scary at the same time, I think. But that's a little further down the timeline here. So as we hit T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes till the opening of the window, Adrian, do you mind giving us a rundown of what's still to come in the timeline here?
Absolutely, it would be my pleasure. So as we get our beautiful countdown timeline here up, the next thing that we would see is actually also SpaceX confirmed timeline, because we now have the Tau vent, we have the OLM vent. So the next thing that would happen is actually the polling of SpaceX itself to confirm their go for propellant loading, which is basically the final step that they will perform. Before then, the Tau vent and the OLM vent will get stronger and stronger as they increase the pre-chill of the lines. And then at 1 hour and 37 minutes, confirmed by the SpaceX timeline, they will start the booster propellant loading. And quickly after that, 20 minutes later, the ship methane load. So basically after that, it's all about loading this vehicle, making it sure you go step by step, because you don't wanna risk it at that late stage, and then of course you also need to chill down your engines, because every part of the system at some point needs to be chilled down. Otherwise, you risk to cryoshock parts of your system, which can result in let's say unpleasant flight experience.
That's one way of putting it.
And then at 5 minutes, propellant load will wrap. They will potentially maybe do again their hold point at 40 seconds like they did with the first flight. And then we will see the Fire X activate, the Deluge activate, and then it's go.
Exciting, guaranteed.
I just can't wait. That's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, the thrust on this is just crazy. Those engines, especially as the engines evolve and keep getting more powerful, the thrust we're talking about is just nutso. You're talking double Saturn V type stuff. It's just bananas. And propellant capacity alone, you got to sort of think about the scale of it when it's full, the weight of it when it's full. It's like, I don't know, the super heavy alone's I think 3,400 tons or something like that. It's nuts. 6.8 million pounds, I can't remember, whatever it converts to. It's huge. It is just massive. And, you've got to have that sort of power on all those 33 engines, plus more, just to lift it at all. So, they've got at full thrust, it's got a thrust to weight ratio above what the Saturn V had. So yeah, it's crazy. We obviously hope to see it rise from the pad much faster than we saw with the first one, because the first flight was, they were losing engines and pressure and all sorts of stuff right from the start. So yeah, this is what we want to see. I really want to be able to put the two shots together and sort of show the difference in speed as it rises past that tower. It'd be amazing.
I love Electron in this shot, by the way.
I was going to say, while we're talking about heights, here's a really great comparison of just the vehicle sizes for scale with Falcon 9, the Space Shuttle. I think the closest one that's a real rocket there is SLS, which, again, we just passed the one-year anniversary of. I say real rocket because Ares 1 is also listed there for some reason at 100 meters. But yes, a little 18-meter Electron there just it really gives you an idea of scale of the small sat launcher versus the largest rocket in existence. So really love that.
Yeah, they might have even gained a meter or two due to the hot staging or something. But yes, it's certainly just around that 120-meter mark. It's just huge.
Yeah, I love that. As we continue to see the orbital launch mount venting going on there as things get frosty and chilly. Got a couple of super chats here that also have some questions that we will pass along to you here. We've got Agent Hambo with an interesting question from Australia, it appears, with the $5 Australian saying, assuming the launch doesn't destroy the pad, big if there, how long do you think until we see the third test? Enjoying the stream from Australia, have a coffee. Thank you very much. Marcus, what's your thoughts on Flight 3? I know there's been discussion of maybe a month. What do you think?
Yeah, look, I don't think that's too far out of the realms of possibility because, as long as everything actually goes to plan right up until, say, well past tower clearance and downrange by, several kilometres or whatever, as long as it's well enough away, they've proven then that the launch pad is doing its thing, assuming that, all of the water-cooled steel plate system holds up beautifully. And at that point, I don't think they're going to have a problem with them launching again, regardless of if it fails anywhere after that point. And we know that they've got the prototype sitting there, ready, very close to ready to go whenever. So I think it could happen quite quickly. If there's any sort of damage to the pad systems around that, steel plate system, maybe not. It depends how much work would need to be done there. One of the interesting points in this document that we've been talking about here was that, which confused a few people in my comment thread at least, was that they're talking about losing a certain amount of the plate for each time, sort of an ablation type thing. So the thing to consider there is we're talking about across the entire plate, and we're talking numbers of pounds. We're not talking about a ton's worth of metal going flying every launch. So I imagine what they really are referring to there is just an ablation of small particles of metal that are going to be sort of screwing around, and obviously they'll all just rust away and disappear, no problem. So yeah, I don't think any of those things are a concern like people were kind of making out it to be. But yeah, I think as long as the orbital launch tower, the launch mount and the steel plate hold together nicely, and we see a big thumbs up from a SpaceX in a day or two, I don't see why they couldn't launch in another month. It's a long answer to a very simple question.
No, that's fine. We have Curveless Sphere asking the same thing. Adrian, what are your thoughts on 1 month if things are still good with Stage 0?
I think 1 month is really like the upper boundary, the upper limit, but I don't think it's impossible, which is, I mean, they need to ship, they fire the next booster, they need to fire the next ship. That is 2 tests. Then they need to perform probably a wet dress rehearsal. That's a 3rd one. And, I mean, that's kind of it. Then they're good to go. If the hardware holds, if Stage 0 holds, if they can use all of this without major refurbishment, I mean, as Marcus said, the hardware is there. It's more a matter of getting that hardware to launch. And I mean, it will in the end probably slip a bit. You will have maybe some chances that there might be some regulatory work to do again if you trigger a mishap investigation. But I don't think it would be another 7 months. Let's say that like that. I'm optimistic.
I would assume that if it could get past stage SEP and most of the way to orbit, it would be considered pretty successful from a regulatory point of view, as long as they can sort of determine what the, whether it was an engine failure or something. All these things, I think, could be pretty well sort of navigated through. But yeah, it's quite interesting how people there's obviously a number of people that from environmental side that have been really debating the wetlands and all this stuff around it, and I found it really quite comical how quickly they turned from the comments of this will never fly in 2023 to they've pushed the regulation the staffing at the regulations for FWS and FAA in a negative way, and so there's no evidence of that. So, it's sort of tricky, and then they're already falling back on. Now they're talking about ejecting metals all over the place, and I think we were talking like 180 pounds or 190 pounds or something. It's like, I don't know, fraction of a millimeter, per launch. It's like it's probably hundreds of launches worth of ablation there before they would need to refurbish it. So, there's always someone that's got an interesting opinion to share here.
I totally believe in FAA and Fish and Wildlife Service that they looked at it and they in the end documented everything, and I mean their conclusion was basically it's good to go. There need to be some minor changes, there need to be some investigations, and everything is good to go, and that's why we are here today, right? Because everything is signed off and they're allowed to fly Starship again. Which is fantastic.
And look, that's right. And on the flip side of all this, you've got various YouTube channels and stuff that will sort of claim, this is the FWS and the FAA are standing in the way, or that I've never once believed that. Not for all the years that we've been watching this now. They're working very closely together. NASA's working very closely together. And although it can take a frustratingly a large amount of time for just general government process, there's nobody physically pulling strings to say, don't let this happen. I don't believe that for a second. Well, that's maybe it's personal opinion, but I always really dislike these hate threads that kind of start up around the FAA. They're just doing the job that they need to do, and they're understaffed, and that's why we've seen SpaceX back in the in these hearings and stuff, sort of, really urging the government to, double the capability because, commercial launch is waiting sometimes for weeks for these regulations to come through, and, maybe that can be sped up, but it shouldn't be eliminated. So, it's all fun, and these things take time. If I can't think of any rocket project that hasn't took longer than it was supposed to. I don't know. Somebody enlighten me about that. Has any rocket project ever gone on schedule? That would be a good question to find out. Apart from maybe Apollo. Apollo did go very quickly.
But I'm thinking about more the modern rockets, and I can't recall one that at least it didn't slip a few months, and most of them slip years.
Yeah. I mean, even Falcon Heavy, they had first announced it in 2012, and it flew in 2018. So it took some time. Now it's a workhorse. Same Falcon 9 with all the different upgrades. So it takes some time, but hey, as long as you get a great product in the end, I think that's the important thing of dealing with the delays, dealing with the regulatory, so that it's guaranteed that down the line, once you get this vehicle in its final configuration, you get all the bugs worked out, that you can just say, all right, we know this vehicle works, we know it's reliable, let's just launch a whole bunch, as we're seeing with almost 100 launches this year.
Yeah. And, I guess the speed is one of those things that can sort of agitate people that are really just wanting all this to happen tomorrow, I mean, I guess I'm no different. I want everything to happen tomorrow too. But, you've got to be realistic about these things. They're hugely complex projects, huge scales that we're talking about. And, I mean, I was chatting to one of the great guys on my team, and they were just saying that, a very fun fact is that it was 1 year ago today, I think, November 18th, when Ship 25 received its Raptor vacuum engines. So that's how long they've kind of had this one partially installed, So, and, there's plenty more down the line going on. So it's just good to keep in mind that time also really goes fast. Months disappear. It's like, wow, can you believe that was 7 months ago now? Jeez.
It's hard to believe that first integrated flight test was only back in April, as we're now in November here. That's the other thing. Even from Flight 1 to Flight 2, it feels like a long time, but in the grand scheme of things, after an entire RUD like that, a giant hole at the bottom of your launch pad, to be up and flying again in 6 months is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've just got to remember how much they've done there. That the base of the pad was all but destroyed. You know, they had that sorted and the steel cool, you know, plate system installed. It seemed like a blink of an eye. You know, we had maybe a couple of months of work on it, and it was you know, being tested. And it's like, geez, that's crazy. When you think about the scale of that, it's crazy.
I have to admit, after the first launch, I was one of the doubters that said there's no way they launch again this year. I fully admit that. And once I saw the crater and once I saw the whole overall situation, I was like, yeah, this is gonna need a year or so to fix. And being here 7 months later, I think that's quite an achievement.
Oh, I think so too. And look, I think originally the fear was that maybe it had actually damaged the legs of the OLM as well, which would have been a much bigger task. And, you know, it did damage to a degree, but they were able to sort of repair it without any huge OLM work. So, you know, that was a great sign as well. But, yeah, when you sort of saw some of the aerial shots there looking in, it's like, wow, that really got ripped apart.
Yeah, I was very happy to eat my words and, unlike Peter Beck, not have to eat a hat.
Yeah, it's very true.
Do want to mention some messages here. We have one from Justin Todd saying, NSF and Marcus House in one stream. I must be dreaming. Between the two, you keep me updated on all things commercial space. Thank you so much. Thank you, Justin. And again, Marcus, thank you for being here on the stream today. We really
no worries
appreciate
at all. No, it's absolute pleasure. It's been a while since I've been on. I will say it's been a bit of a wait as all these things have evolved. But you know, we're hoping if this flight goes well that there's going to be much more opportunity to watch these big beasts fly. I mean, I personally want to be able to get down there for well, one of these future ones. Depends on how well this one goes. But you know, I would love to be there for the event where they're trying to catch this booster, because that's going to be just bananas. You get like a double event in that one, and yeah, I'm wondering when that'll be. There's a lot of debate there. I'd love to know what everyone's opinion here is. How you know, what flight do you think that they'll actually try to attempt to catch the booster? Is it still several down the line, even if this one goes well, or is it you know they might actually risk it in the next 2 or 3 flights? That would be a very interesting thing to sort of see the crystal ball on. But yeah, but thank you, Justin. It's nice that we've all got fans that sort of cross over and things. I still find this whole thing bizarre, honestly. The attention that this gets and that we get, it's not even attention sometimes that I want, but it's like it's an amazing opportunity, and thanks so much to everybody for being involved in all the channels. I mean, we're coming up to I don't know, excruciatingly close to 500,000 subscribers. I know you guys at NSF have passed this a long time ago, but it's like edging so closely towards it, and it's like, man, just a couple of thousand to go. But yeah, it's I think as we've got closer and closer to these bigger events now, I think the enthusiasm's certainly starting to pick back up, as we've had a bit of a lull here, even before the first attempt at the launch. So yeah, it's just amazing. So thank you everybody for tuning in here. Again, tuning in from all over the world. It's amazing. It really amazes me what we can do with technology these days.
Yeah, after 5 months of videos all about OLM work continues. It's a nice change of pace.
Yeah. Exactly right. I always love the comments that are like, I wish you would just tell me, just put a video live when it's launching. I don't need to know all the details. Like, well, that would make for a very boring channel that doesn't post at all, And I mean, I really love the nitty gritty, as we all do, I love trying to understand what are they doing here? How are they engineering this to solve this problem? I find it fascinating. So I don't want to just show the ultra highlights. We want to show how they got to this thing, because assuming that this does become, and big hopes for it, but assuming it does become the largest, most powerful rocket that gets the most mass to orbit in a fully reusable fashion, all these dreams that we want to see, and then onwards to the moon and hopefully Mars down the track. These are big dreams, and we could be witnessing the history day by day here, and you want to make sure it's all well documented,
Yeah, it's great to have all the channels out there that are documenting it, including your work there too. We're not kicking you off yet. Just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you there while we had a second.
Thank you.
We do have some more Australian love for you. Michael Kneebone saying hi from Oz, Melbourne. I have my systems engineering class watching, so that's 25 from Australia, Marcus.
Nice. I was in Melbourne not long ago, actually. We've been to Queensland not long ago, so yeah, so we're sort of sitting in Tasmania doing all the work we do here, and yeah, we can't really be too much further from the actual action. So if you really took the kilometres from Texas, you'd probably find that you can't get too much further away than Tasmania. So again, like the latency and stuff that we're dealing with here seems almost non-existent. So, you know, the technology to do all this is great, you know, and that's why I love projects like Starlink as well, because, you know, that's adding this capability to you know, all these regions, and Starship will be able to launch huge, massive, you know, the much more massive version 2s and all this sort of stuff. So, you know, this could all be happening before we know it, assuming that these go well.
Right. I mean, just 5 hours ago, we had a launch of more of the V2 minis from Cape Canaveral. So
exactly,
it's an amazing network. And imagine, like you said, once we get the larger V2s up there as opposed to the V2 minis, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a lot more capability. I can't quite recall exactly how much, but I think they were talking some order of magnitude on top of like the version 1s, 1.x's, whatever they may have been. So, you know, these are huge units. I think they're like 7 meters or something. So they'll only fit in Starship. But the minis have been quite good, and they've certainly been launching loads of them. So.
And that goes along with a question here from Brian Goodsir, who was asking us and you, saying, do you have any idea as to how many test flights will take place before they try the hatch for delivering satellites, and especially before crew flight as well? But how long do you think we are test flight away? I know you were wondering about catching, but how far away do you think from trying to launch Starlinks?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if this one goes really well. It wouldn't surprise me if we're seeing it in the next 2 or 3 missions. I think I've always been interested to see whether they would have added any sort of mass simulator to one of these prototype launches. But I think they're just trying to get the maximum delta V out of it that they can, and, you know, reducing mass and not having a payload on board is probably a good move, just to sort of see, you know, what your remaining fuel is by the end, and then you can basically take that exact amount of mass and sort of say, well, we need this amount for re-entry and touchdown, and therefore we could shove this much on it pretty comfortably next time and give it a try. So I think as soon as they've got the data and the analysis for achieving orbit, then they're going to know exactly how much mass they'll be able to kind of put on it. And as far as I've seen, we've never had accurate ideas on the dry mass of this entire vehicle. I've never seen it anyway, a more recent one. So it's really hard to run the numbers. We've tried running like delta V calculations on it to sort of see how much mass it can get to orbit and all this sort of stuff. And without that dry mass figure, you really can't do it any justice. So I'd love for somebody to disclose that. What's the weight of it when it's empty? Both vehicles, you know.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of numbers that we're still waiting on, especially as we are in a test vehicle here, and it's SpaceX being a private company sharing when they so choose with us, which we do appreciate when they actually do.
Yeah.
We have Molly Miriam's here. Thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. I wanted to make sure that we didn't ignore that, as well as Pete and David both becoming Launch Director members. Thank you very much for that. We also have a question here from Juan Lambers saying, how long does the actual fueling process last now? And a really interesting addition to that is, what are your predictions for the same in about 10-15 flights in? Do you think it'll still be just as slow, or do you think they might be able to make it quicker? Adrian, I'll toss it to you first for the fueling process, and then Marcus, your thoughts on the speed.
So how long does the actual fueling process start now? It is 1 hour and 37 minutes. Well, technically it's 1 hour 32 minutes, because the last 5 minutes are no longer part of the fueling process because the rocket is already fueled. It's kind of like once it's done, it's doing other steps. But that's about the thing. But of course, you can you could argue that right now this is already part of the fueling process, right? Because this is already the preconditioning of the tank farm is kind of fueling. I think right now I would say if you go by the technical fueling, it's 1 hour and 32 minutes, or 37 if you go from the timeline. If you go by the actual tank farm activity, we are talking about 5 hours, because the tank farm becomes active around 5 hours before T0.
And there you go. And again, a great visualization of the timeline. Sorry, Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have any better numbers to talk about, really. I mean, it's all, when it comes down to it, it's all really limited by the speed of the motors that are within the sub chillers there. They're pulling that, or they're pumping that liquid, super cold liquid propellant through, and the limit is what speed they can run at. Whether they will upgrade them and add more is something that would probably happen. I mean, some of the interesting things we're seeing at the moment, there's lots of wild speculation that is also probably coming from me, which is, they're looking at bringing in all these, well, they're currently bringing in sections of a new tower, and we're trying to figure out, well, are we intending on having another tower built here at Starbase at some point, and therefore would there be 2 tank farms, or would they try to, we've seen earlier plans of this expansion, and we just don't know whether they're doing that. It could also be the reverse, that they're going to construct that last segment here and they're going to ship it off to the Cape, which is where this one seems to have been missing, all this time. So, yeah, a lot of speculation, a lot of guessing, really, but I don't think they probably don't need to speed up the filling at this stage, but as soon as it becomes something where they're launching, every day, then yeah. I mean, really the limiting factor is getting the tankers in there to refill it. that's really the limiting factor. You have like a train of these tankers rolling in all the time. That's the limiting factor. So
it's kind of a big limiting factor when it takes almost 200 trucks to fill up that giant tank farm that you see there.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they're sort of storing multiple launches worth all at one time, and they're just able to, synthesize it themselves at some point, which I knew was sort of an initial thought that they might do. It's apart from having a pipeline running direct to it from from wherever it may come from, which is not going to happen. The trucks are really the only way.
Yeah, that was. I saw people asking that of if there is the potential for SpaceX to make their own liquid oxygen and liquid methane there, as opposed to having to truck it all in. And it's been discussed, but as of now, they don't have that set up at Starbase, right?
Yeah, and as far as we know, they've just pulled the demo sort of station that they had there apart. So either they're doing away with that idea entirely, or maybe they're looking at some other option now, off-site maybe. I don't know. We really don't know. But, the amount that you can synthesize from one station, arguably you need much more capability than that, unless you're going to have a huge industry set up here just for that, which may not make a great deal of sense. But, remains to be seen. It's going to be fun. We've certainly got a good stream coming out of the OLM there now.
Yes.
Yeah, we just to update on the timeline. This is very close to waterfall, as we call it here, waterfall vent. And once this stops, we are into propellant loading. So this is it's getting more and more. Again, it will ramp up more and more, and then suddenly stop. And basically, a few seconds, if maybe not a minute after, we will see signs of a frost ring. We will see signs of condensation in the tank, because as soon as that stops, it feels like almost like this T-flip somewhere in there, where before they pump it out to the vent and then they flip it over, and it's like going into the other direction into the booster. So that will happen quickly.
Right.
We're just as a little side note, what we were talking about there, the comment I did see just scrolling past there in everybody's feed was that they have bought in new motors that I don't believe are hooked up currently for this flight. So we could see an increase in propellant load simply because of those coming online after this. I think there's an extra 2 on either side, so maybe it could come down under an hour. which is probably a much better answer to that question.
Yeah, it's not full waterfall yet, but it's starting to grow at least. So we're getting a little bit closer to that point. So hopefully we should get some information very soon about a go for prop load. That's what we're really hoping for here. Oh man, is the excitement getting more real for everyone else, or is it just me?
It's this weird feeling of like it always seemed so far away. Like even days ago, it seemed all so far away. Still, we were always expecting another delay. We're always expecting something to maybe take another week. And even at the beginning of the stream today, we are still sitting here like there might be a hold, there might be a scrub, but now we are we are 2 hours away. That's feeling very real.
Yeah, and we've seen all these tests run perfectly. We've seen the flap tests, we've seen the grid fins rotating. Everything up to this point just has looked perfect, and there's no reason to think otherwise at this stage. It's very, very exciting. I get this feeling of apprehension. I get those butterflies going on at this stage, especially in that last half hour. It's like, you can't help but think of all the different things that could go wrong, and just all the many mechanisms in place. All of them have to work perfectly for it to go right. So yes, it's going to be amazing to watch this, and can't wait. It's going to be just extraordinary, like it always is. Excitement guaranteed. That is certainly an understatement.
I mean, that is the perfect description for it. Excitement guaranteed. And I do want to thank Myron Fox here with the $50 super chat saying, "Wake the cam dude up to focus." Don't forget, we also have the members multi-view, which is 4K as well, so you can see all of it in focus. But trust me, we're all waking up now, especially as we get ready to pass the T-minus 2 hour and 1 minute mark now until the opening of that 20-minute launch window.
Yeah. And as far as we know, it's only that 20 minutes. Like, there's no way that they can really extend this today. Why do we think it is the 20 minutes? This is something I'm not actually... Is it to do with just closures and things that are limited on Saturday, or? It's
Probably something related to either some airspace closure restrictions or sea space closure restrictions. Like somewhere what they need is only available for this window. There could also be like some orbital debris kind of considerations where they like only want a certain window, and after that they have maybe some concerns about some trajectories. So that's the, but so far no confirmation of why they choose this 20-minute window, but they can't extend. And also at this point, they are so far into the countdown that there's a few things that are certain at this point. A, they basically have this 15-minute window that they have all the time to where they can hold, which we know from the last time. That was the last time where they said they can hold for 15 minutes. And B, they cannot recycle today anymore. That's out of the question. And they can probably not go tomorrow, because they will also already start to lose efficiency, lose nitrogen. I don't think I think at this point they're probably very close to being past having any chance to go tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, the capacity of the farm is pretty decent, but as soon as you've vented a lot of that nitrogen, you've got to truck it all back in. And just going through what we're going through here right now, where you sort of see all that venting, it ends up being considerable over the course of those couple of hours. And so if they get too much further along, they would probably need to be bringing tanker trucks back in to replenish. But yeah, it's going to be extraordinary to watch.
It is. Absolutely. And then of course there are the weather concerns going later into the week, so
exactly.
Oh man, I gotta say, the Starship is pretty small.
I think at this scale, everything just sort of becomes, oh wow, look at that, that's a great shot there.
Yeah,
I think
for
that's
reference there.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, that feels more accurate.
In comparison, there's the Empire State Building, there's World Trade Center, both of those in New York City. You've got the Shard, you've got the Eiffel Tower. It's it's small, but mighty. That's for sure.
The small set launcher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Final question for you, Marcus, is if people want to follow you, know more about you, anything like that, where can they go?
Oh, well, that's very kind of you to ask. We've got, it's basically all a channel under my own name, so Marcus House, YouTube channel there. You find it pretty easy by Googling it. And yeah, I just dedicate myself to having just a good rundown of the weekly events, fairly condensed and concise, all just once a week. So, you know, we try to give that overall snapshot fairly quickly without over explaining too much. Depends what people's personal preference is, but we absolutely love everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of this amazing community and supporting, obviously supporting what NSF do. You know, we see these donations coming in. Thank you so much to everybody for that, because these are the cameras. These are the source cameras, you know. These are the things recording history. And sadly, being so far away, I can't do that. So I am incredibly grateful to everything that you guys do, and other creators doing the same thing. So thank you for following my little corner of the internet. And yeah, with any luck, we'll actually pass that 500,000 at some point in the near future.
All right, Marcus, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No worries at all. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the launch. I'm going to go off and watch this in more detail, see what's going on, and enjoy everything that there is to see in this spectacle, because you know, you just never know what's going to happen. It's such a minefield just to watch these things play out when they've never been done before. So yeah, enjoy, everybody, and we'll catch you all soon.
Thank you very much. And your info has been spammed in the chat for everyone who wants to go and follow you now. So thank you again.
Thanks.
Oh, man. I do want to thank some of the support that we have been getting while he was on there, too. I wanted to just give him the opportunity to have the spotlight there for a bit, because he is a great creator as well and very informed there. Apocalypse Cow, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That is really generous and really appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Carl Magnus, for the support there. Afterburner, the industry expert there, thank you. Musical Wolves, Roland A. becoming a Red Team member, Daryl becoming a Pad Rat member. We have Bill Daly becoming a Pad Rat member. Angry, thank you very much for the super chat there. Lots of fantastic support from everybody. It's really appreciated. We also have a question here, Adrian, from Musical Wolves asking, depending on how this launch goes, what do you think do you think they may adjust the exclusion zone?
I don't think so. I think this is very much based on the methane load and the maximum possible damage that somebody calculated based on what could happen with this methane load. So I don't think there would be an adjustment to that. I think this is a more... There's probably very, very hard guidelines on how they have to calculate such an exclusion zone and how it's enforced. And also, it's just good spots to enforce these roadblocks. That's like, they have spots where they enforce these and make sure that from there on out everything is clear. So I don't think that will change.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see maybe if they end up adjusting the not Mars, the Notice to Mariners, and the no TAMs, formerly Notice to Airmen, now Notice to Air Missions. They may change those as they learn more, but right now, obviously, with such a large vehicle loaded with a large amount of propellant, once that starts, you want that larger zone just in case to keep everybody as safe as possible. A reminder, if you have a question for us, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. And as we are now under the T-minus 2 hour mark, let's take a look at those not Mars here first. We've got the Notice to Mariners. That is the exclusion zone where boaters are not allowed to be at liftoff. And then, of course, if we make it down to Hawaii, there is a separate one in the Pacific Ocean there as well for the potential re-entry and very high velocity splashdown of Ship 25 there. So those are the keep out zones for the boats that they will have to follow. And worst comes to worst, you know, if they do end up in that within the window, that could cause a delay or a scrub, which we hope doesn't happen. That is most important there. But as we pass the T-minus 1 hour and coming up on 1 hour 53 minutes till the opening of the window, Adrian, what are we expecting to come up next?
Propellant loading. That's at 1 hour and 37 minutes. We expect very soon for SpaceX to notify us that they're go for propellant loading, and once that's happened, they will go over to propellant loading itself, and we will then see what happens and how far we get today. Because so far it's looking good. So far we have heard about 0 issues in this countdown.
That's what we want to hear so far. Again, we haven't been able to hear much from SpaceX yet, but just based off of the timeline and what we're seeing in terms of the tank farm chilling down, of the vents now on the tower, and the orbital launch mount ongoing, that is all a very good sign from what we've seen from past wet dress rehearsals and other testing, that things, as of now, are continuing to be on track. Now, we told you there'd be more guests coming on, and we do have another guest here. You might know him. If you don't know his face, you certainly know his photos and imagery, especially with Jared Isaacman, inspiration for now Polaris Dawn, and just fantastic launch photography. Please welcome John Kraus to the stream. John, how are you doing?
Good. I'm super pumped for the second flight of Starship. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you for being on. So, from a technical side, camera-wise, how many cameras do you have set up for this launch?
I have 6 around the pad, sound trigger timer-based, and then I'll have probably 2, maybe 3 set up where I'm actually watching here with the NSF team.
So, just a few then.
Yeah. Hopefully at least one of them turns out. Sometimes that can be the case. Hoping the fog stays away, hoping the dew stays minimal, but have heaters and warmers on pretty much all of them, so hopefully keep that dew off.
You were also here for that first flight test of Starship. Were there any lessons that you learned from that first one that maybe you've applied while preparing for photography for this one?
I think the lessons that I've learned depend on the lessons that SpaceX learned as they rapidly and iteratively improve Starship and the launch site. So we had some cameras out last time that were a little too close, and another set of cameras that were also pretty close, but a little farther back. And those both got plumed out by like the big dust cloud at launch. So hopefully the new water-cooled plate minimizes that, and they have a little bit clearer views. The lean that Starship did, I did not expect. I'm not 100% sure if it'll do that again. I would assume it might as some sort of pad avoidance maneuver. So that was a surprise visually. I was definitely not expecting that. But, with these dynamic flight tests, it's really just, you shoot what you get and you try to make something great out of it.
That's a good way to put it as we take a look through some of the mist and fog there at the view at Starbase. Now, what portion of flight in particular are you most excited for during this second flight now?
I would say visually like the first 60 seconds, because that's probably when the really good in-flight shots will be. I don't know what altitude nominally that hot staging will occur. I'm assuming it's closer to kind of that Falcon stage step altitude more than it's closer to a lower altitude, at least I hope, if things go nominally. So I don't know if hot staging is going to be something that from the ground with the kind of consumer level equipment I'm using is going to be super capturable. I'm sure we'll see it if skies are clear and if the flight makes it that far. But I'm not using Hubble for this. I'm using a consumer telephoto lens, so we'll see what we get. But I'm excited for the whole thing. I just hope it makes it far, and I'm confident that it will.
Yeah, that's a big hope there. And now we also saw last night, or the late evening yesterday, we saw Jared Isaacman and his crew flying around Starbase, getting a good view of that. You've done a lot of work with him and with Inspiration and Polaris. It's got to be cool capturing him now with Starship there, too.
Yeah, it's great. So Polaris 3, the third mission of the Polaris program, will be the first human flight on Starship. So super pumped for that mission. Have the Polaris Dawn mission coming up Q1 next year that we got to get through, as well as the second Polaris mission. And then Polaris 3, as I said, will be the first human flight on Starship. So it's just cool that that team gets to see this development happen in real time. So they're able to bring down some jets, do a flyby last night. I was on the beach about half-mile south. Got to capture them flying by. It's just great to see. It's a really great team, and I pinch myself every time I get to hang with those guys.
Yeah, I believe Snap is your nickname with them?
Yeah. Kind of fitting with photography. Definitely doesn't stand for anything, but it's totally just a reference to photography.
Oh, Snap. Sorry, had to.
No,
Adrian,
you're good.
Any questions?
Yeah, of course. I'm also interested. Like after this, what's your what will the final hour look for you? Like once we at some point release you again to go to your cameras. What's the final hour? What's the final preparations for you?
It's not too much actually. I would say largely the bulk of the images that I'll capture of this launch, assuming it flies today, have either already been captured like pre-launch, just getting the rocket on the pad, and they're with remote cameras that are already set up. So I only have maybe 2 or 3 more to set up here. That'll take me half an hour or so, and I'll probably do that around 6 a.m. Make sure they got warmers on them so they stay dry, and then it's really just hurry up and wait. With still photography, it's there's not video stuff to set up. There's not mics, so it's fairly straightforward, and then it's just wait and hope they fly.
That is definitely the hope, is that we get to the flight today. But yeah, that's one of the things with spaceflight that people don't realize, is that yes, it's really exciting. There's a lot of major milestones, but there are hours where we're just sitting around going, all right, let's wait for the next kind of milestone to hit. And a lot of it is, well, nothing really to photograph. I mean, obviously the rocket itself is gorgeous, sunrise is gorgeous, things like that. But how do you keep busy in the time between?
So I drove here from Florida. It was about a 25-hour drive with charging, and I just got some sleep in the car. So in terms of, we just got a SpaceX tweet. All systems and weather are go for the second integrated flight test of Starship, and the webcast will go live 35 minutes ahead of liftoff. That's great. As I was saying, so I drove here. It's great because then I have my own car while I'm in town. So I drove to the NSF viewing site a couple hours ago, got some sleep in the car, just woke up. So that's how I pass the time. Luckily, if you just sleep, it usually goes by pretty quickly.
That's one way to do it, especially.
I'm doing some real-time talking and Xing here. So if you look out, tweeting, Jack says, then I have just dropped a photo as I'm on NSF Live. Awesome. Great.
And there's Jack in the background shaking his head.
So I post while I'm waiting. How's that? That's a better answer.
There you go. With that confirmation, I know things are about to get busy soon, so we'll let you get to it. Thank you so much for your time there, John Krause. For people that don't know, where can they follow you?
X at John Krause Photos, and then same Instagram, Facebook, but most of it goes on X, formerly known as Twitter first. Jack wants me to stop calling it that. But thank you guys. Thank you guys. Here's to a on-time launch in 1 hour and 45 minutes. And thank you guys for all you do. It's great to be here and see how this all works.
Thank you so much, John, for the time. Again, we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
This is getting good. I do want to thank some members that have been so generous with their support here. We've been displaying some of the names on the bottom of the screen throughout the show. Ilya, thank you for becoming a Launch Director member. Skrill, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom at above, which includes Launch Director and Flight Engineer, get access to Discord. We've got Oscar Hoffen becoming a Launch Director member as well. We have Zachary Zilak gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for the generous support. And a reminder, all of the members get access to our NSF Multi-View, which is a whole bunch of cameras we have at Starbase in 4K for you to watch there too, and that's any membership. We have the Harry channel with the $99.99 Super Chat. Extremely generous here, saying, I've been watching your content for over 2 years, and all I can say is you guys are the best. I aspire to follow Elon's footsteps and guide my community to the stars. Greeting from Alaska, and Godspeed 9 and 25. Well, thank you very much for the support, and yes, they're they are big shoes to follow. That's for sure. We have Craig Lieberman here with a question saying, how many Raptor engines failed at launch would prevent full mission success? Adrian, I think we had, what, 3 fail at liftoff on the first attempt?
Yeah, there's this hard criteria, if I recall correctly, of like, if it's more than 3, they will not go. So it's always the question of at what point would they abort. But of course, that's another thing about Starship. It doesn't have launch clamps. It has them, but they release at like T1 minus 1 hour. So once that thing has a thrust to weight ratio above 1, you either go or you go. That's the answer basically. At that point, you go. So there's no choice at that point anymore. So we'll see what happens. But usually they fire all of these engines first at 50% throttle, and then throttle up to go above this thrust to weight ratio above 1.0, and then it's go time. So we'll see what happens there.
We have a question here from Erlen saying, how are the weather conditions looking for today's launch, and do you believe they will launch today? If only we had someone at Starbase who might be able to help answer those questions for us. Do we have a wild Jack Beyer with us now on stream as well from Starbase? Hopefully Jack can hear us, and we'll be able to hear him momentarily to get his view there from Starbase. Now we hear you.
Hi.
So how's I know we just got confirmation that they are go for prop load and that the weather is looking good so far here, but how is it where you are, visual, temperature, everything like that?
It's a little chilly. You can see I got my Starbase sweater on. Well, this is the Raptor shirt, not the Starbase one, but I've got the Christmas sweater on because it's actually cold. And I've got my trademark orange beanie. So it is a little chilly. Thankfully, not a lot of fog, knock on wood. I don't want to jeopardize anything here, but I can see stars. I don't see a lot of fog between myself and the rocket. I see the rocket just fine. So, quite pleased with everything so far. The excitement is really starting to ramp up. So, we're under 2 hours now from the start of the window, and I have my stream camera set. I have a wide angle set. I have a telephoto set. I'm going to get another telephoto set that's sort of slaved to my stream camera so I can shoot stills and video at the same time. And maybe 1 or 2 other things that we'll show later sometime, maybe, on social media. So yeah, just getting everything up and running here. Team No Sleep. Yeah, it's going good. I mean, I'm super excited. It's a 20-minute window, so we'll see how it goes.
You wanna have something for about this 20-minute window? 2 hours from now, we either have a scrub or Starship is in the air. Like that's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's 5:20 a.m.
Sorry to interrupt, but we do have waterfall mode. It appears activated now at the bottom of the orbital launch mount. That is the final indication prior to the beginning of propellant load onto Starship. It is really picked up there. So hopefully in just a few minutes, we will see that waterfall vent stop, and that will indicate that fueling will be underway, followed shortly after by a frost ring appearing. That's exciting.
Go. Let's go. We got prop load. That's a big milestone today to get into prop load for Starship. So now the question is, can they get through prop load and successfully launch this thing? I mean, Adrian, prop load doesn't exactly take an hour and 40 minutes to get done, right? I mean, we got a little bit of margin here. I'm trying to be optimistic.
Well, it takes them 1 hour and 32 minutes, at least, plus some sequences after that. So they have some margin in the sense of that they can hold at the end. If they have at the T-minus 40-second hold point, they usually can hold for 15 minutes. So they have some wiggle room here, and that's the good thing about being still probably targeting the opening of the window, because that means they have all of these time still to troubleshoot. They're not locked into like the end of the window, last second kind of thing right now. They still have some amount of wiggle room. As we, by the way, here see this waterfall mode. This will probably stop in the next 60 seconds or so, and that will confirm once that happens that we are still targeting the top of the window, at the beginning of the window, because that will stop at T-minus 1 hour and 37 minutes.
All right, well, so all eyes are now on the orbital launch mount vent and hoping that it stops. Sorry, orbital launch mount vent, we like you. We like the indicators you give us, but please stop.
Yeah, it's like, you're great, but please go away now. You can rest.
Yes, you've done
Like
your
my
job.
puns.
We commend you. Oh, we love your puns, Sawyer. I mostly love to give you guff for it, but really, they're amazing. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know, but all I will say is if people are really interested in this fueling part, don't go chasing waterfalls.
Did it stop?
We'll have to zoom back in on the orbital launch mount and take a look.
I think it might have stopped.
It appears it might have, and again, that would be the indication that propellant load would be underway. That is filling the vehicle up with the supercooled liquid oxygen and liquid methane that will be used to help propel Starship.
Adrian, so you kind of predicted, or based on SpaceX's published timeline, that this was going to happen right now if they are still targeting the top of the window. And so this is exactly what we wanted to see. They do appear to be targeting the top of the window, allowing themselves, 20 minutes or so of... oh, no, it's still going. It's still going. I spoke too soon.
It's a bit... Well, we'll see what happens here. And maybe they're maybe a bit behind here. Again, they have wiggle room. They have 20 minutes. They don't have 0 minutes. They have 20 minutes here. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm a big dumb idiot. Sorry. I thought I saw it stop. That's my bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, we are. It's classic Texas tank watching, right? We are going by indicators.
I am riding on like 100,000% your daily recommended dose of vitamin B12 and 500% your daily recommended dose of vitamin C, plus several Red Bulls, plus just like sheer adrenaline. So I apologize for that.
I have orange juice.
This is... I also have orange. Well, it's not juice, it's liquid, but... it's orange.
I would argue that juice is a liquid.
And I think the important thing, though, again, this is a 20-minute window, and... Oh, is that it stopping right now?
Yep, that's it. This is the stop of the all-am vent, which means that Starship Flight 2 has officially entered propellant loading, and we will see a frost ring basically in the next few minutes, and this booster is getting tanked now. We are there.
That's what we wanted to see. But like I was saying, if anything does happen in those few minutes, they do still have the ability to hold. We've seen them in the past hold at T-minus 40 seconds. But do you mind, Adrian, running us through the rest of the timeline now that we are getting into propellant load beginning?
Yes, the next step would be the ship also being fueled at T-minus 1 hour and 17 minutes, because the ship is a bit smaller and needs a bit less propellant, and also you kind of want to structurize the booster before you fill in the ship. There were some issues with that before. Also, at that point, they will start the Raptor engine chill down at 19 minutes and 40 seconds, in which they prepare the Raptors for the flow of cryo, methane, and liquid oxygen through them. So that will also be another exciting step. And once then they arrive at 5 minutes, they will wrap the propellant loading. The tanks are full, and at that point, they will check the systems, pressurize the tanks for flight, potentially hold at the T-minus 40-second hold point. And once they go past that, it's Fire X first, Deluge after that, Raptor ignition, 3-second check, and then throttle up to a thrust-to-weight ratio of over 1, and then they go.
And it's worth noting we're also seeing activity on the methane subcoolers, which means that methane load is also about to, if not currently, underway. The next thing that we'll hopefully see is the frost ring beginning on the liquid oxygen tank on the first stage. So, Jack, how's that vehicle kind of stacked up in terms of which is on the bottom, which is on the top, the methane and the liquid oxygen for each?
On the booster, the LOX tank is on the bottom and the methane tank is on the top. And on the ship, the LOX tank is on the bottom and the methane tank is on the top. Is that correct, Adrian? Check me, because I'm like half asleep.
That appears to be correct, yes. I'm not sure
the header tank.
Yes, of course. We also have the header tanks, which are for the ship, both at the top. And for the booster, we have one of the header tanks at the bottom, and the other one is the downcomer. So that's the situation there. I'm not sure if we have that. I know we had some graphic for that, but I'm not sure if that's ready right now. And apparently also SpaceX has confirmed that they are in propellant loading. So
let's do this.
We knew that. We knew that, but it's happening. And there we go. That's the graphic I wanted. So there we go. Blue is the liquid oxygen tanks. Red is the liquid methane tanks. At the top of the header tank, you can see they're kind of inverse there. The liquid oxygen tank is at the top, while the liquid methane tank is below that. And that's how it is on ship and booster. I think there was some part, like in the history, there was one booster where they had inverted the tanks, and then went back to this. I think there was like BN1.
I want to say that was booster 3, but I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Oh, no, Alex is saying it's BN1. Thank you, Alex.
There we go.
Oh, I missed the old naming convention. Oh, well.
And I know there have been questions about the sunrise for this one. The sunrise is scheduled for 6:50 a.m. Central Time. So that would be an hour and 20 minutes or so from now. So about T-minus 10 minutes from the opening of the launch window is sunrise. So we should get some gorgeous views. In the meantime, yes, it will be a touch dark, but we should still be able to see the rings forming on the vehicle as prop load, again, confirmed, is underway at this moment. I want to take a moment to thank...
This is... Sorry, Sawyer, if I may wax poetic momentarily.
Sure.
I just want to underscore how amazing it is that we are finally at this moment in time where we are seeing propellant loaded onto the vehicle. We're seeing venting. Is that venting from the vehicle? Or is that the tank farm?
I think that might be the stack right in front of it. Is that
No,
Chines?
that's the Chines venting.
Oh, that's the CO2 tanks.
That's the CO2 tanks on the Chines that are used for the fire suppression system for the booster, for the engine section. That is excellent. So the vehicle is coming alive. This is the largest rocket in history. It's even larger than the previous Starship. This thing is a beast, and we're finally here. You know, Starship's next launch is a month away, haha, or 2 weeks, 2 weeks. But
TM.
It's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away for 6 months until it's suddenly tomorrow. And now it's not even tomorrow. It's today, and it's not even today. It's in an hour and a half. So I hope everybody out there watching is as excited as all of us are. I hope that everybody has some tasty snacks and got some rest and is ready to see. I hate to be flippant, and I'm sorry. I hope I'm not, just throwing words around willy-nilly, but I hope everybody's ready to watch history get made. And just thank you for choosing to hang out here on NSF's live stream. And holy cow, we're an hour and a half away from the opening of the window. Let's do this.
And I think there's the term history in the making is always easily said during rockets, but I think launching the biggest rocket of all time and beating its own record, and also launching a rocket that is very important to bring the next humans to Moon and potentially to Mars. Yeah, that's the history term is allowed here. That's totally valid to say.
Right.
Yeah, I don't often think of my imagery in this context. because not all imagery sort of has the same weight. Sometimes it's just a cool photo. But today, when the Polaris program crew flew by the stack and I was looking at my images, I was like, holy cow, this is a piece of history. Like, I could imagine looking in a textbook or online and seeing, you know, astronauts flying around in T-38s in front of the Saturn V or in front of the shuttle. And we got a little taste of that today. It's really an awesome day. Sawyer, I'll be quiet now, but just, wow, we're here. It's happening. The amount of happening is it's happening.
No, it's fine. The excitement is real today. That is absolutely for sure. As we are now T-minus 1 hour, 27 minutes from the opening of that 20-minute launch window. It appears for now we're looking at maybe the beginning of the window, but we don't have an official exact on that yet, do we?
There's another thing apparently that has happened. Looking at a website here, the WB-57 is airbound on its way to Starbase, and apparently it's on its way. So we have a tracking plane in the air.
Yes, for those who don't know, the
Excellent.
WB-57 is a NASA plane that is used obviously by other companies as well. It is a high altitude tracking plane, so it has multiple cameras on it. It's not just used for Starship, it's been used for some crew launches, in particular crew re-entries with Crew Dragon. But it will be high above the air just as it was for the first integrated flight test, hopefully keeping an eye on what of the flight itself, and we'll get some great views from that. So we will keep an eye on the tracking of that as it just departed Ellington Field in Houston, and it takes approximately 1 hour or so to get from there down to Starbase.
Indeed. This is just such a cool plane, and it's just, I mean, it itself is a piece of history. I think NASA has 3 of them, and they were the B-57, which is a 1950s era bomber, and these have been converted into an aerial reconnaissance platform with a whole host of cameras, a giant gimbal in the nose of the vehicle. They're absolutely beautiful. It's just a non-standard looking aircraft. It's truly a beautiful aircraft. And yeah, and that's why the W is in front of the B. So it's not a B-57, it's a WB-57. And it's a special plane, and the people that fly it and operate the cameras on it, I can't think of a cooler job. Like, I literally can't. And I have a pretty darn cool job.
I was going to say, what about you right now?
That's like, I feel like we are also in a cool job level here right now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like fighting off mosquitoes over here. I gotta reapply bug spray.
How dare you?
That's all right. As you can see there, we have a view of FlightAware with that tracking. That is NASA 927. That is the tail number there for the WB-57. You can see on the way there, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as it makes its way down towards Starbase, with hopefully providing us some fantastic views of it in flight, if not live, certainly down the road to be able to see those again. I do want to do some quick thank yous here of some generous support that we got. Nerd, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Leon21CS with the $50 super chat, saying happy to be supporting y'all for over a year now. Watching the development since Starhopper has been exhilarating. Great coverage as always. Go NSF and go Starship. Thank you very much for that kind support. And as well, we have a bunch of people becoming members, including Ingelis, who has become a flight engineer. That is the highest level of support that we have here at NASA Spaceflight. So thank you very much for that. It is greatly, greatly appreciated, all of your support there. Oh boy. So Jack, I asked this of John, but I want to ask this of you now. What portion of flight are you most looking forward to on this launch?
What did John say?
I'm not going to tell you. I want to hear yours first.
Oh, I thought.
What did John say?
Oh.
Wait, what? What did you? I missed it. I couldn't hear what you said. I'm excited for hot staging. That's personally the thing I'm most excited for, is hot staging. It's just different and new, and I mean, we've said it many times on this stream, but excitement guaranteed. I mean, come on. Well, how could you not love hot staging, and especially a test flight in all respects, but also a test flight because it's the first flight that they will attempt hot staging. So it's just like layers of different amazing sights that we hopefully get to see today. And I'm just so excited for the opportunity to be able to capture this and share it with everybody around the world. So just my heart goes out to everybody that supports what we do. And I mean, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's launch this thing. Let's gather the data that we need. Let's get this thing into the Pacific Ocean and Gulf of Mexico, respectively, and let's launch the next one. I mean, they have Booster 10 and Ship 28 practically ready to static fire. So hopefully, if the pad isn't super damaged, we see this thing get sent, they take the data, they make whatever modifications to the vehicles they decide they need to make based on that data, and then they get them out to the pad, and they static fire them, and then they launch those, hopefully, soon as heck, like beginning of next year, please. I mean, if you think about it, a fantastic article, actually, I just read while I was not on stream from Eric Berger at Ars, talking about Lunar Starship.
You mind if I stop you for one quick second here, Jack? I do want to point out that we are now seeing frost on the vehicle. That appears to be frost on the methane tank that is visible there on the booster.
Excellent. We have frost, we have propellant going into the tanks of the vehicle. That is exactly what we want to see at this point in time. And we have is the tower vent starting back up?
If you look just to the left of the merch order that came in there, yes, that was the vent starting up again slowly. We could see that the piping that goes up to that was already getting frosty. But yes, now it appears we have that venting coming out of the tower vent, which, what does that indicate, by the way, Adrian?
That's it's usually starting up again shortly before they will start the ship loading. So that's probably the last chill down again. And this will stop again, and then we are into loading. So that's good. Don't worry about it. Good news, not bad news.
Right. That is what we expect to see at this point in the countdown now. Again, that is an indicator that things are continuing as planned, and they start loading the booster before the ship, right, Jack?
Correct. I can't feel my face. This is so real right now. This is about to happen. We got an hour and 20 minutes to go. I don't even know what to say, y'all. This is amazing. This is amazing.
This is indeed amazing. Yeah, so we've been watching. We will continue to see that frost grow there. Again, that is the view from the methane tank, the top of the two tanks there on the booster. Below that is the liquid oxygen tank that will also be loading up. It's kind of hard to see that frost ring through all of the fog and the venting. But that is the methane tank. And again, as you see that frost ring go higher, that will give us a good indication of how far along they are in fueling. And Adrian, why do we see this frost ring as we get a big vent from the tower?
Yeah, basically the methane inside this tank is very, very cold. And what you see there is not only the outer shell of the rocket, that's also the tank wall. So in the inside of this tank right now, methane is touching this tank wall, and it is so cold that it starts condensation, it starts frost. It's basically, well, you see liquid methane rising up in the inside, and that causes frost on the outside.
And that's, as I was mentioning, a good way to indicate how far along they are in fueling, because it's basically a live indicator of how full those tanks are, which is great to see.
And it's better than some of these installation program bars that suddenly stop at like 80% and then take forever for the last 20. And it's constant.
It's 2023. Can we get an accurate loading bar or an accurate file transfer speed bar? I mean, come on. It shouldn't be that hard.
If we do see it end up pausing at any point, that is not necessarily a good thing. But so far, we haven't seen that frost ring there continuing to climb, the vent continuing right now from the tower, which is the precursor to fuel loading on that ship, which that goes through the ship quick disconnect, correct? Adrian, I'll put that one to you, because it does a couple of things besides just the fueling.
Sorry, can you repeat which commodity you asked for?
The ship quick disconnect, which will be loading up the ship, does quite a few things besides just fuel as well.
Yes. It provides probably electricity because it's it basically provides everything that is on this ship, including electricity, the loading of potential COPVs, of every tank, because in the end it's the connection. There's not like a second umbilical at the top or something that can provide it like some other rockets have, for example. This is the only connection. So everything, and probably also right now communication to the vehicle. There's also a very good chance that there's a direct communication link right now that is connected to this vehicle that is also going through the ship QD. So that's basically, imagine everything you need on this ship. That's going through the ship QD right now. It's quite an interesting piece of hardware, actually.
Yes, and you can see the vent appearing to be in waterfall mode right now with the large amount of venting coming from it, clearing out the lines that once those stop should be indication that ship propellant load has begun. But as bad as this looks, this is planned.
This is exactly what we want to see, and as we continue to see it happen, I'm just like, I'm looking at my heart rate on my watch, 100 beats per minute, and I'm sitting still. I can feel my heart like beating in my chest, and it's probably not just the caffeine, but for real, like this could really happen. We are an hour and 17 minutes out. This could really be happening, and I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I'm trying to wrap my head around what I'm about to see, it's just wow. I'm sorry, I'm babbling, but this is amazing.
Yes, I agree.
That's fine. And going back a quick second to the ship quick disconnect, which will hopefully get started on that prop load any moment now. Part of it is in the name, is that it disconnects very quickly from the vehicle at liftoff. So it's attached now. We can actually see it swing away, and there's now a door that closes and protects the covering where all of those lines are currently attached to the vehicle. It's a pretty cool process. We are now at T-minus 1 hour and... Yes, it was a slight pun, not a major one, as we try and continue to focus here on the launch. But I do want to address this message here from Justin Narker using tips.nasaspaceflight.com for a $500 tip, saying, "It's been a while since I've been able to donate, so I'm making up for lost time. Go NSF. Go Starship." That is unbelievably kind and generous of you, Justin. Thank you so much. And I do want to point out, I know we've said this throughout the stream, but the only reason we're able to provide these views to you is because of support from people like Justin and all these people that have been so kind with memberships and support messages, all of it. It's greatly appreciated. It allows us to have all of our team down there, to have all of these cameras set up, to allow any of our members to have access to the 4K multi-view all the way through launch here. It's only because of you that we're able to do all of this. So a humongous thank you, as well as to Mr. One Wolf for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. The support as we get deep into the count here, unbelievably kind. Yeah, Jack, I was pulling you earlier as there was a whole gifting train of just trying to find the right words to genuinely convey how much we appreciate this, because it may sound like we're just saying it to say it, but it's not. It means the world to all of us here. Thank you.
And we do say it a lot, but it's because we get a lot of support, and we're completely supported by our viewers. So it's huge. It's huger than huge, and it helps us do everything we do, like we always say. But one thing I really like to underscore is there's so much more that we could do that we can't, because it either costs too much money, or, you know, whatever reason, or it takes too much, like, person hours. So the fact that we get such incredible support on these streams, whether you're buying the merch, I mean, hey, there's calendars, hey, there's Christmas sweaters, hey, there's metal prints, there's all kinds of amazing stuff. Whether you're a member, thank you members, whether you're just hitting the like button and it's not a monetary thing, whether you're doing super chats, whether you're gifting, whatever it is, the amount of support we get on streams like this mean we can plow that back into our coverage, and we can absolutely start to do some of those bigger, crazier things that we all really want to do, you know, when we're all hanging out and just chit-chatting, and it's like, man, wouldn't it be great if X, or wouldn't it be awesome if we could Y? So it's not just about helping us do what we do, and I hope you all are enjoying the coverage tonight, but it's also about enabling us to continue to grow and do even more, even cooler things. And so, just once again, we do have the merch store, and we do have cool Christmas sweaters. This is just one of them. I think we can show... Oh, and we have calendars as well. So, again, if you get 2 calendars, you get $10 off one of the 2. There's a Starbase calendar, there's a General Spaceflight calendar, there's the sweaters, which are amazing. So you get a little bit of merch, you get something for yourself or a loved one, and you support what we do as well. So I can't underscore it enough. If you've ever considered supporting a channel or supporting or buying some merch or whatever it is, even just telling your friends about us, we appreciate it so much. And just once again, these sweaters are really comfy and they're warm and they're amazing. I've already washed this 2 times and it looks great still. Like, props to the store team. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, the work that they are all doing. Pauline and Adrian and the entire crew. So, and again, just tying it back into the support. I think like 40 or 50 people are on the team for this broadcast. Just doing different things, being involved in some way or another. 40 or 50 people. That's insane! So, your support helps enable that. So, thank you.
You know what's also very insane, Jack?
What?
The dying out of the tower vent and official confirmation of SpaceX that propellant load of Starship's upper stage is now underway, as now both stages of the stack are getting methane, getting oxygen, and they're getting ready.
Let's do this.
That is what we wanted to see. Again, like we mentioned, that tower vent dying down there, which was the indicator that everything is now underway at this point. That is liquid methane and liquid oxygen being loaded into the booster, as well as the ship, which has a couple of tanks. It has the main tanks, and it also has those 2 header tanks that we mentioned earlier, which, Adrian, what is the point of those header tanks?
The header tanks are very important for landing. Because especially imagine this belly flop maneuver that we have seen from Starship in the past in these flight tests. Now imagine a liquid in these tanks. You can probably imagine the physics that will result in these kind of things. So, and the problem is there's only one area where the Raptors get their fuel from, and that's usually at the bottom of the tank. So you kind of need a way to supply fuel to these Raptors in a reliable way. That's where you have header tanks. They're just a very compressed sphere of fuel and oxygen that is not, there's no air in that, it's not, there's no gas in that. It's basically just a very reliable way to get your Raptors ignited for the flip and burn.
There we go. Speaking of which, Jack, I know you need to flip on out of here, so I'll let you go, work on your cameras. Any final words before we send you off stream till after launch?
You know, we all get to do something pretty darn cool, and that's share spaceflight with people around the world. And I couldn't ask for a better job. I couldn't imagine a better job. And I'm just humbled and honored that I get to do what I do. And I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful that we live in a timeline where this is a thing that's happening. And I hope that through events like this, more people around the world take notice of what's happening and get excited about it. Maybe if it's somebody who is in school, they decide to pursue a career path that is involved in aerospace or spaceflight. I just hope we spread joy and we spread excitement, because this is a huge day for a huge rocket. And you know what? Let's send this thing. I'm going to go work on cameras. I love you all. I'll see you on the other side.
Jack Meyer, thank you very much. We are now under T-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes from the opening of that 20-minute launch window, which opens at 7 a.m. Central Time and runs until 7:20 a.m. Central Time. As mentioned, fueling is now underway on the entire vehicle. That includes Booster 9 and Ship 25 with liquid methane and the liquid oxygen. There you can see the coolness coming out of the ship quick disconnect, which is that square kind of claw-like looking thing towards the middle of your screen there attached to the ship. As we mentioned, that will be loading it up with those fuels that also provides electricity, data, and other things. And that white on it is frost on the actual arm itself, right, Adrian?
Yeah, that's frost because everything basically freezes when it gets contact with these cold liquids. So you can see there how the ship is getting fueled, and the frost ring will be very imminent here, which we will also see. And then, but we have frost rings on everything, and that's the thing we want to see.
Yes, looks like there's a little bit of condensation starting there right near the arm, so that means that we should be seeing that frost ring any moment at this point. If not right now, it appears there's a tiny, tiny frost ring that has just started there. So confirmation again that fueling is indeed underway on the ship now too.
Yep, absolutely. It's going. I cannot believe how smooth this all went so far. Like, it's the first attempt that they're doing with this and getting into a real countdown, and so far it's looking very good. It's very promising. We are just 67 minutes away.
Yeah, of course we don't want to jinx it.
I don't believe in commentator jinx.
I watch enough American football to know that it is potentially a thing. But anyway, let's continue on with Starship here. I do want to thank Andrew Fraser here for the 100-pound super chat saying, keep up the great work, guys and gals. Thank you very much again for the support. We greatly appreciate it. Jim with the $25 super chat saying, I wish I was there like in April. I will return for the first catch. Yes, hopefully we'll get a lot of people there. If not, we're happy to provide you the views and to everyone that's unable to make it down to Starbase for these launches. And we've got someone here, Liz, saying, I'm so excited, fly Starship, fly. That is exactly what we all want to see here coming up very soon. We did have a question here, someone asking if we could summarize what was going on prior to the prop word. So how have we gotten to this point?
I believe there was some loud venting there.
It was indeed quite loud venting, which again, completely normal. We will expect to hear that throughout the stream here today. So if you do hear it, don't be surprised. It may drown us out a little bit, but we do have confirmation again from Elon Musk himself now on Twitter saying propellant load has started.
Oh boy.
But yes, if you hear that venting, that noise, don't be surprised. That is completely normal. That is expected. And why does the ship vent like that, Adrian?
Because, well, there's no vacuum in it, right? There's some gas in it. And there's also some boil off that even increases the amount of gas in there. So if you want to fill this up with liquid, at some point there will be some gas that you need to release. That's just the way this will go. So at some point you have to vent out something, and this is basically what they're doing. They're kind of opening probably the top part of the tanks as they fill it from the bottom. So kind of imagine like a plastic bottle where you put in like something to fill it from the bottom, and then you need to still open the top, otherwise you cannot really fill it.
Right. It will be pressurized. I mean, obviously there's the flight pressures, which is a little greater, but it still has to stay within a certain pressurization limit based on the strength of the steel walls and things like that while you're loading propellant. And again, the more propellant you add, the less air that is in there, because those are not totally empty. There's still air. So as that happens, you'll hear that venting to kind of even everything out. We did have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Just want to point out that we have the slightest hint of daylight now. That is, it's some cameras now visible where we can see the first signs of dawn as a Starship gets ready here.
Right, that is that reddish glow. We are also about 50 minutes away from sunrise at Starbase as well. So that is, sunrise is expected at about the T-minus 10-minute mark from the window opening. So we will see that light start pouring in now though, as we saw from the kind of reddish glow in the backdrop from the wider angles. But from this close-up again, starting to see a very small frost ring begin on the vehicle there. You can see it, it looks like above that ship quick disconnect arm. You can see that ring forming. Getting really exciting. Also coming up now on T-minus 1 hour, which is a significant milestone for the vehicle itself on the orbital launch mount, right?
Yes. It's it's starting to be really exciting here. So sometimes I lose track. But absolutely yes. It's but there's so many cool milestones coming up here as well, and we will now see things picking up quickly, especially on Ship and Booster. But it's getting here. Sorry, I totally lost track there.
That's all right. No, T-1 hour is mentioning that the hold-down clamps will open. That is what is currently holding the vehicle down onto the OLM, the orbital launch mount. At that point, the rocket will then basically be standing on its own, using its own weight to keep it upright on the launch mount there. And that means that the second that the thrust-to-weight ratio goes above 1.01, basically, it will start lifting off of the pad, which we expect to happen at about T+2 seconds. So it is heavy enough, this vehicle, especially as the propellants load into it, that it doesn't run the risk of toppling over, even with those clamps removed, which again should be happening in just a few minutes from now.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, Sawyer, but there are, like, this is not an unusual thing for rockets, right? There are other rockets that also don't have, like, classic release clamps, and they are, like, more hold down by their own weight, right? And
right, I mean, in particular, Artemis and SLS, as we saw the last one, that's basically the weight of the vehicle is being held on to the two side-mounted solid rocket boosters that hold it upright until launch, which prior to Starship was the most powerful launch vehicle on the planet. So, yeah, it seems to be a thing with these heavier vehicles that you can kind of use their own weight to keep them balanced.
Yep, absolutely. It's quite like at first you would imagine that such a vehicle would always need to be like in some way, shape, or form be tied down, but then you realize no, the weight is enough, because this is approaching 5,000 tons once it's fully fueled. That's a lot of weight that just keeps it down.
Exactly. It's getting really exciting as we get to that point there. After that, we will keep an eye out as the fuel continues to load up. About how long can Starship kind of just stay there fueled? And I think that's also then a good way to reiterate of how long they have to hold with those fuels there.
Yeah, in theory. So in theory, the window is 20 minutes. However, in the last flight, they said that they can hold once they are at the hold point for up to 15 minutes. If that is still the case, of course, there could be differences in the vehicles. We cannot for sure rule that out. But if it's comparable to the last flight, they will be able to hold for 15 minutes. And of course, at this point, they cannot recycle or anything. Like if a bigger issue now arises that would cause them in abort fueling, that would for sure mean that today is basically done, and it would also for sure mean that tomorrow would be done. There's no way they would either launch today or tomorrow if there's a abort at this point. However, so far it doesn't look like that. So far, everything progresses smoothly in this potential second flight of Starship.
And it did appear that we had the SpaceX drone flying around behind the ship there just a moment ago, which they've been using a lot to inspect the vehicle as they go through the different processes, from stacking and destacking through tanking and everything, to ensure that the vehicle is exactly where it needs to be and everything is progressing. As we now pass the T-1 hour mark until the opening of that launch window for Starship's second flight test, which is really exciting. You see the sun starting to make its appearance there, rising a little bit. Everything getting closer to that liftoff point. This is really awesome. Now,
yes,
in terms of
totally
holding
agree.
there, we did mention that they do have the opportunity to hold as we get a vent coming here from the vehicle, which again is normal. That seems to be, again, one of those pressurization vents there.
That seems to be
their
the
main
booster
hold
LOX
point.
tank.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can see some of the new vents that they actually added after the first integrated flight test there, right in front of you. You can see that venting, right? The holes that they added there.
Yep, absolutely. That's it's one of these moments where you realize how big all of this infrastructure is, because you would imagine like, oh, that looks like a very tiny hole there where something is from, and then you notice when you're up close with these vehicles, no, this is actually a very, very big vent opening. But the whole thing is 9 meters in diameter, so everything feels smaller than it is, because Starship kind of messes with your perspective and your sense of scale.
Right, and 120 meters tall as well.
Yes. Yes.
Now, in terms of the countdown, we saw during the first integrated flight test that at one point they did have a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Are there any other major hold points, Adrian, or is that the main one that would be their kind of stopping point before flight?
So, this is of course still a very experimental vehicle, so there could always be other hold points or other checkpoints that we just don't know about yet, especially since SpaceX only communicates such holds at a certain once they achieve a certain point of time. So it's kind of coming down to there could be. However, as of now, we think that the T-minus 40 hold point is like the major hold point, because that's kind of the moment where you can still wait. Once you fire your Fire X, your Deluge, and everything, that's more. You're kind of locked in at that point. So that's the reason where they hold there and not hold at like T-minus 1 second, because they need a few more seconds before liftoff to prepare some other systems like Fire X or Deluge.
Right, and at that point, if you don't launch, this ends up becoming a wet dress rehearsal / static fire, as opposed to an actual launch there. And I think it's also worth noting for people that are just coming in, for the clock there in the top, it says NET. What exactly are we talking about there, Adrian? Why do we have it as NET?
NET means not earlier than, and this is because SpaceX, again, has in theory this 20-minute window, and they can probably at this point have used 15 minutes of that, and that's based on the window opening. This is the absolute opening of the window. Starship cannot launch before this net. It can launch a bit later, they can hold, it can go a bit down the line, but this is the absolute earliest.
There we go. So at this point, again, you hear more of that venting. You can see the sun starting to rise around the vehicle at this point. It is a gorgeous view, and again, realization we are getting very close to this second flight, approximately 7 months after that first integrated flight test, which, for those who are unaware, that was the one that launched, and then the flight termination system attempted to be activated, but didn't exactly fire, so it tumbled for a bit before aerodynamic forces eventually ended up breaking it apart. So for those who are unaware of the changes that have been made, what did they do to make sure that, which we hope doesn't happen, in the event something goes wrong, that the flight termination system should work this time?
Well, it sounds like such a simple solution, but they increased the charges. Because last time it seemed like the charges weren't beefy enough to really cause the full-on rupture of the tank and make sure that the FTS happens. They increased the charges there, and that's that solution. It's from what we can tell, it's the same system, but more.
There you go. And part of that problem, of course, was the issue with the actual staging itself, which, for those who don't know, SpaceX has made a new change to the vehicle, which you can see on the screen right there, right above where that venting is. You'll see it kind of looks like a hole punched out ring. That is the hot staging ring, which means that the engines on board the ship, Ship 25, will actually start firing before it separates from Booster 9. So that way, it can hopefully get that little extra push there. It is not a new concept. Although it is new for SpaceX, and it is new especially for Starship, this has been done before. We saw it originally in the US on the Titan II. We've seen it over in Russia with the Soyuz. And I believe some Indian and Chinese rockets also currently use that system. But at the same time, this is also the most powerful rocket in existence, so it's going to be quite a lot more force coming out of those engines there, which are how many of those 6 engines, the 3 vacuum and the 3 sea-level Raptors, are we expecting to fire through that hot stage there?
It's an interesting observation, but based on estimation and everything, we think it will be 3 and then 3 more, because the sea levels are kind of close to the hot staging ring and like to the forward dome. So it's gonna be interesting if they fire them right away, because they would be like half a meter away or so. That would be really close, because at some point you of course also get a bounce effect from the hot staging ring, because there's also a chance that the thrust and the power you put on that ring is also kind of deflecting onto your Raptors, and then you have the chance of damaging your Raptor engines.
Right, which is obviously something we don't want, and there is extra protection on the top dome section there of the booster to try and help prevent some of that damage. So hopefully all of that works, and we will see that a couple of minutes into flight. I do want to thank some people with their extremely generous support here. Isaac Chapman, thank you for becoming a flight engineer. That is the highest level of support here on NASA Spaceflight's YouTube channel. Colin Bailey with the almost $100 super chat saying, "Tankful." For you guys. I appreciate the pun there very much as the pun token person here. Parker Imrie using tips.nasaspaceflight.com with the $100 tip saying, "So grateful for the monumental work that goes into this historic moment and to be able to see it. Keep it up, SpaceX. Keep it up, NSF. This is a future to be excited about." And I think that is the perfect description. This is a future to be excited about. Because for those who are unaware, this is not just significant for SpaceX. This is not just significant for, the future of being able to lift satellites and things. What you're looking at is the prototype for what will eventually be the lunar lander. NASA has contracted SpaceX for Artemis 3 and 4 to use the Starship vehicle, the ship portion, as the lander on the moon. So that's why this testing is also so important. And, as much as there's comparisons between SpaceX and NASA, this is what humans will use to land back on the moon for the first time since 1972. So that just adds to the significance and the historic nature of all of this. So I always like to point that out, and thank you again for mentioning that with the generous support there. And Apocalypse Cow gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. And a reminder for anyone who does have an NSF membership at any level, you will have access to the Members Multi-View, which you'll be able to continue access through launch, which is a large number of the cameras that we currently have at Starbase that you can watch in real time as they cycle through them in 4K. So you get gorgeous views like this and more on there. So if you're a member and you have 2 screens, I think it's worth putting it up on a second monitor as well there. And again, it appears that light in the background is the SpaceX drone as the NASA WB-57 plane continues its trek from Ellington Field in Houston down to Starbase. And a reminder, Adrian, what is that WB-57 plane and its significance?
It's basically a very, very, very cool, as Jack so eloquently said before, tracking plane that NASA uses for these special occasions, especially for example, a launch like this, because it has, for example, a front gimbal. They can use it to track really, really fast and really interesting assets. It has a lot of ways to track things and analyze them in certain ways. So basically, NASA will probably help SpaceX here with some in-flight analysis while using this WB-57 to track the ship while it's going up and the booster. It's basically a good in-flight view. It's a beefed-up drone, kind of. It's a very beefed-up drone.
Yes, we did, through the power of something called FOIA, we were able to get some of the video from that plane from the first integrated flight test, and you've seen some of that on the channel here, I believe. Members got that full video as well from the plane. It was a couple of cameras, one wider and one close up, showing most of the upper portion of flight, including the RUD, Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly there at the end of the flight. But we will hopefully get some fantastic views from that vehicle as it flies over. Again, NASA kind enough to fly that in to get some of those fantastic views for us here, as we now pass the T-minus 50-minute mark, looking at T-minus 48 hours and 52 minutes till the opening of that Starship window. Here's a question from 20 past 4. Talking about max Q here, that is when there's the maximum aerodynamic pressure pushing down on the vehicle. Is Starship and Super Heavy more or less susceptible to wind? Because I know one of the concerns, especially at max Q, is those directional upper level winds. Do you think it's more susceptible?
Well, it's always a question because you kind of have a lot of... Starship is big, right? So there's a lot of area that a wind could potentially impact. But also Starship also has the approach to use its thrust to stabilize it against any wind coming. So it's kind of a debate. Elon Musk in the past has said that they want to make Starship a bit better in iffier weather conditions compared to previous rockets. So, but as of now, we don't know if they achieved that or what the exact envelope is that Starship is right now allowed to fly. It's probably, for this flight, very low compared to what they might want to do in the future, because you wouldn't risk pushing your envelope on your second test flight.
That is very true. And we did get the weather report yesterday from Adam, who's out in the field for us, that there was a slight concern for upper level winds, but not as much as if it delays a couple of days. And we did get the tweet earlier from SpaceX that so far systems and weather are go for today's test flight. So hopefully that will continue to hold as we go through the count here now. At this point, everything is looking good. You could see those frost rings continuing to grow. This is a look at it from the booster. A reminder, this was supposed to fly yesterday. And for those who are unaware, why did we have to delay a day, Adrian?
Because one of the grid fin actuators was apparently, according to a tweet by Elon Musk, a problem. They ended up replacing 3. So the question is, maybe 2 of them were also more a caution to also replace them once you have them have the area open, because the actuators are of course on the top of the forward dome, which is only accessible once you have removed the ship and the hot staging ring. So they had to destack the whole vehicle, had to remove the hot staging ring, and once they did that, they could then get to these actuators.
Right, and we've seen them stack and destack, this vehicle quite a few times at this point. It has now been stacked currently for the 8th time, and that hot staging ring is relatively new. This is the first flight that it is being used, so that is part of why they've kind of had to remove the ship and the hot staging ring to get to any of the work inside that booster there, of which there are quite a few systems inside that top portion of the booster, in addition to all of the flight computers and controls that are expected to be in the under portion, kind of near where the engines are for this vehicle. Look, you can see a really cool vent there. Again, as we mentioned, those vents are completely normal and expected as they even out the pressures inside the vehicle. I do want to thank a few more people here. Buzz Genie, thank you for the $50 super chat. You can hear those vents there.
Yep.
Bigger and Folds, thank you for the $20 super chat there. We also had Camille D becoming a launch director member. Thank you to everyone for all of the support during this stream. It is greatly appreciated. Now at this point, we mentioned that the clamps are released, so at this point the vehicle is kind of holding its own weight on the orbital launch mount as we get closer to this point, right?
Absolutely. At this point, it's its own weight pushing down on the orbital launch mount that fixes it. Of course, there's also the ship QD that is still attached on the booster QD that probably give it at least some stability, but it's not really probably the main determining factor why they're stable right now. That's the weight of this thing, because at this point it's already well into fueling. It's probably at already 1,000, 2,000 tons. So it's quite a heavy vehicle that is standing there.
Exactly, and as we pass the T-minus 45-minute mark till the opening of the window, I'm going to pass off the launch commentary to Lon, Alex, and yourself, Adrian. So I've been Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been happy to host up until this point, and now we will hand you over to your launch commentary team.
Thank you, Sawyer.
Thank you, Sawyer. It's great to be here. I think when they're rolling us out, the folks behind the scenes here are pretty confident we're going to see something exciting in the next about 43 minutes or so. And I guess, Adrian, we're looking at right now the window opening in about 44 minutes, but we don't know the exact T0 time just yet, do we?
Yeah, we don't know. I would say, and I'm not sure. Alex is, I think, also on that, so I will bring him in here after my initial answer here. My feeling is that they might be slightly behind the opening of the window, if maybe, based on the indicator we have seen, but it seems like they are so far very much on track to still be able to target around the opening of the window, so around the net time. Alex, what do you think?
And
yeah, hi, I'm back.
Hey, Alex.
The indications do appear that if they are behind, it might be like only a couple of minutes at most. It is also true that at the end of the day, they can always take that optional hold point at T-40. And look, for the first flight, we had the first attempt of the first flight had a hold. They had an issue with the booster. That was the first attempt when they had 2 hours of window. Yet on the second attempt, they also held, and that actually meant a flight. So just because they hold just a little bit, we're not there yet. So we cannot confirm whether they need that extra time. But if they need that extra time, it doesn't mean the end of the world. It doesn't mean that we're gonna on a scrub or anything like it. Actually, the opposite. We've had already the first flight on the second attempt. It had a little bit of a hold, just 5 minutes, and it went off. So, if they need a few extra minutes to complete, actually, I'm right now remembering the cause of that little hold that they had on that second attempt of the first flight was precisely to wrap up the propellant load on the vehicles. And so, look, if they need an extra 5 minutes, it's okay, it's cool. No pun intended, because we have 20 minutes. So, even though 20 minutes might seem short compared to 2 hours, if it's just like, oh, we need a couple more minutes to finish propellant load, that's okay. There's still plenty of time, right? So, no panic. We're good to go.
And it looks like the sun is coming up here at Starbase in Boca Chica. So a lot of people are wondering, is this a night launch? No, they are going to try to launch just after sunrise here. And as you can see, sunrise is happening right on schedule, believe it or not. So we should have some beautiful views here of the sun rising as Starship continues to get fueled. And Alex, as I watch this, one of the things that we've talked about in our Countdown to Launch show is trying to convey the scale of this rocket. And I think all of this fueling activity we've seen is another example of just how much larger this particular space vehicle is versus, for example, Falcon 9, because we're always focused on that big vent for Falcon 9. The big vent on Starship here is huge, right?
Yeah, so just for perspective, the Stromback on Falcon 9, it is merely less than 70 meters tall. That booster with that hot stage ring is already 17 meters tall. So the size of that vent is like probably twice or 3 times as large as the Stromback vent on Falcon 9 on that T-minus 20-minute vent. So it is an incredible sight to see, and especially now we look at this view with the full stack getting frosty, the sun rising. This is going to be such an... And look at the... there's no clouds. I don't see... There's maybe a few there in the horizon, but that's nothing.
Don't say that. They hear you. They don't say that. They hear you. They smell fear.
Yeah, maybe I could jinx it. But definitely, it's looking like a great day today to launch the world's most powerful rocket in history. It's not just right now or no, in history. No rocket has been as powerful as the Starship.
And the only clouds that we see are the ones created by the space fuel. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and we're just counting down here to the opening of the window. Now, Alex here wrote kind of our book on all of the milestones that are happening here. And it's amazing how much work he put in. And I have to say, everyone who's been working on covering this particular moment in time, they have been spending years really getting ready for what you're about to watch here. And it's amazing how much effort everyone here on the NSF team has put in, and we greatly appreciate your support, and we'll get to more supporters in a minute. But Alex, on your timeline here, we just passed a milestone that people may not be familiar with, which is the OLM hold-down clamps, because this Starship launches a lot differently than other rockets may have in the past. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, and so you referred to this very, very appropriately, that it is sort of like SLS, where you have the own weight of the vehicle. It holds it down, and so when those engines ignite, they don't fire at full thrust, and so because they don't fire at full thrust, they basically still not rise. They don't push the rocket up into the air. They need to ramp up the engines to full power, so they can unclap the booster way ahead of time, and precisely because those clamps will not be able to hold on the, it's 75 meganewtons. That will be 7,500 tons of thrust. There's no way you can really hold down that. It's not really like, you could maybe, but you will probably have to beef up the whole base of the rocket, right? Not just the OLM, but also the base of the rocket. So definitely it is quite a little known thing, but SpaceX has talked about that in the past, and definitely very, very interesting. And that also is the reason why the first second or so of that ascent portion will be very, very slow, because as they ramp up to full power, there's a little bit in there where it's still moving, but the engines are still ramping up. So it's gonna be first slow, and once they go up to full power, then we're gonna see the rocket speed up. That's gonna be awesome.
So from an expectation standpoint, Adrian, here we're not looking at this rocket leaping off the pad like we see with Falcon 9. We're looking at, probably, if I looked at our time frame here, 3 seconds ahead of T0 of just getting all these engines lit up. There are 33 that they have to light up in a sequence. And then we're pretty much going to be on the ground for 2 seconds afterward until we see any kind of movement.
Yeah, during the first launch, this segment was even longer, so it almost felt painfully long, and you almost get into this situation where you're like, oh no, it didn't abort. What's happening, right? You get in this situation. But don't worry about this. It's normal. You will have the second of doubt while they throttle up if it happens, and you'll be like, oh no, it's moving. The thing you will probably see moving first is the very tip of the rocket, because there will be a lot of gas going up from the deluge system, because in the moment of the Raptor ignition, we expect quite a cloud. But you will see the tip moving, and once that moves, again, they don't have, like, as soon as that moves, that it's all going. They don't have a stop anymore. They can't land that anymore. From there on out, right, it's either going up or going home.
Well, we hope it goes up, and we are right now just under 36 minutes until the opening of the launch window. I know I've been seeing a lot of questions coming through on chat. What time is it going to launch? Well, it'll launch anywhere between 7 a.m. Central Time and 7:20 a.m. Central Time, because that is the window. So it's a much smaller window than we've seen with some of these prior launch attempts where we had an hour or two. So we expect something one way or the other within that span of time, and they could very well get it off right at the opening of the window. So we will see what happens. I'm guessing, Alex, that they probably want to be totally ready, or at least as ready as they can be, for the opening of the window, so they have some time to make some adjustments.
Yeah, precisely. That is pretty much what we're expecting to happen here.
All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on all the doings over at Starbase here, and Adrian, right now we're just trying to get this rocket fueled, because I think about the adventure of Artemis, which was a year ago yesterday, I believe, where fueling took forever because these rockets are so large. So fueling is a very long process with this particular spacecraft versus what we saw with Falcon and other smaller rockets before.
Yeah, I mean, well, the easiest answer why this also takes so long is because it's a big rocket, right?
Right.
It just comes down to the fact that you need to move a lot of propellant, and that at some point is just not easy to do. There's a lot of things that go into this. Basically, one misbehaving valve can ruin your launch day. One yes. single thing that just doesn't work, that just doesn't open, that maybe has a bit of a leak, that can ruin your launch day. So making sure that you go through this process in an organized way, step by step, and well, that takes some time. And we now see the countdown of this, including tank farm, is about 5 hours. So it's a complicated rocket, but again, it's the biggest rocket of all time. So there comes some implications with that.
And you can only pump explosive fluid in so quickly and safely. So the laws of physics still apply in some areas, including making the rocket go up. So hopefully we will see all of that happening in about 33 minutes or so when we get to the opening of the window. We have a minute or two. Why don't we say thank you to some folks who are supporting the effort today. This is a huge turnout this morning. I think, by the way, I think our chat is pretty excited. You know, I've seen some excitement in the chat, but maybe we can see a little bit more. Let me get that chat rolling here. Let's go. All right. But Joe Keane is having a birthday today, 70th birthday. So happy birthday to you. God bless all who are responsible for making this happen, and God bless the USA. Yeah, this is a very important milestone not only for SpaceX, but it's also just as important for NASA because Artemis 3 depends on Starship being operational and operational frequently. So the hope is that we'll have a successful launch today and much more rapid testing to get Starship up to speed. We have a nice generous super chat here from W4WWW and $100 for 100,000 concurrent viewers. Congrats to NSF. Yeah, huge turnout this morning and 100,000 folks tuning in, all fellow space enthusiasts to watch this awesome launch this morning. Matthew's predicting a perfect morning, and I would agree with him on that for sure. So here we are. We're looking at the Starship stack here on the pad. All that venting is normal. And Alex, I guess you could kind of determine how full the fuel tanks are based on how high the frost level is.
Yeah, so the great advantage of a Starship is that since it doesn't have any insulation outside, like SLS or anything like it, we can kind of see the progress of the propellant load on the vehicle, because that frost is a great indicator of how fully loaded it is.
And Adrian, we have some updates?
Yes, apparently, according to SpaceX, they are targeting indeed the start of the window. So that will be right now, if no hold happens, that would be top of the hour right now, where Starship would try its second launch. So there you go. That's right now the target.
And we shouldn't be concerned if there is a hold, because they do have some hold time that they can build in for double checking things, right?
No, that's I would actually expect a hold at T-40. I would more set myself up for a situation where I would like them to check out things. They're also nervous, right? They're also, this is a big deal for this company as well. So I would imagine that maybe if they can, they might use this 15-minute window a bit to check a few more things, working through a few more things, and making sure they're really ready before they send it.
Yes, so I think we want to see it go a little bit further than last time for sure. And I want to thank Anthony Richards here with a super chat. It's like surfing on the rings of Saturn, go SpaceX. And you know what? If this thing works, that might be a possibility at some point in the very near future. Hey, while we're watching the fueling process here and just seeing the massive amount of venting and big rocket, bigger fuel, what is success here? One could argue that the prior launch, which to many in the general public saw as not successful, actually delivered a lot of lessons that went into this particular launch. And maybe, Alex, start with you. What do you think would be success here, even if the mission objective isn't totally achieved?
Well, I'll be happy if we get a full first stage flight with these vehicles. So we'll see.
So for you, it's stage separation.
Oh yeah, totally.
And Adrian, what about the engines? Because even during the static fire, we saw that there were a few engines that didn't quite stay ignited when they did that last test.
Yes.
And of course, on the prior launch, one of the reasons why it didn't get to the height that it was supposed to get to was that it did not have all of the engines firing fully at launch. What do you think they're going to have here? What's your prediction as to how many engines we can expect to be firing when the Starship lifts off the pad?
Well, I hope it's 33. That's my initial hope here, that we see all the engines going and performing normally, because they did a lot of work on this. They did a lot of work with the CO2 system to really make sure that stuff like fire in the engine section no longer should happen. So I think a great success here would also be including, maybe if they lose 1 or 2 engine, that's probably still a great thing to achieve. But I would not like to see another situation where we see 1 engine after another going out. I think that would also be a thing I would really like to see in progress. And I also agree with Alex. Stage separation, a nominal booster flight, and maybe then seeing the hot staging. I think that's my after that everything is bonus.
Right, because now they're learning something new when they get beyond that point, and that's what it is. It's all about learning and iterative development here, which is very different than I think what the public has been accustomed to, which are rockets that are built and fly the first time. This is all bleeding edge development here, and it's fun to be able to watch this as it unfolds. This has definitely been happening very visibly to the public, given how Starbase is just on the side of a road and you can pull up and follow everything. Hey, I want to thank Beth Sanders for a very generous super chat. Go Starship, up, up, and away. Also want to thank Mike and Marilyn Warren for their contribution here. Also very generous. Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll be putting in more of these super chats as we go. And B here says they are go for lunch. So wherever you are, the beauty of this thing is I often start these streams out saying good morning, like I'm doing right now. But my morning could be someone else's afternoon. I think, Adrian, you're getting close to the afternoon out in your neck of the woods. So we are an international audience here, and we will see what develops here. So yeah, so where we are right now is we are 27 minutes and 20 seconds outside the opening of the launch window for the second orbital test of the Starship. And what it appears to be, from what we're hearing, is that Starship will attempt to launch right at the opening of the window. Although, as Alex mentioned to us, we'll probably see potentially a hold just to make sure everything is where it needs to be prior to liftoff here. So we will be keeping an eye on everything as the developments here continue. And what we're in the middle of right now is the fueling of this massive rocket, and it takes quite a while to do that. Our next milestone, Alex, is coming up at T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
I can take that one.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yes, the engine chill will start. Yes, at T-minus 90 minutes and 40 seconds, we will see the chill down of both stages, where the Raptor engines are being prepared for methane and oxygen flowing through them. So basically, you opening the valves a little and make sure that you're kind of preparing all of these engines, all of the 39 Raptor engines that are on this whole stack, 33 on the first stage, 6 on the second stage. So that's the main thing right now. That would start.
And there you can see again some of the venting going on here. It's just remarkable. I've been doing a bunch of these Falcon 9 streams, and it's just remarkable just how much more venting there is on this system, and the volume of those vents are just remarkably large here. So, but we're keeping an eye on things. We're about 25 minutes now until the opening of the window, and this is kind of the quiet period, Adrian, isn't it? Because they're pretty much just trying to get this thing fueled up.
Yeah, this is mostly their goal right now. There's a lot of action at the beginning of the fueling, and then it's kind of starting again with the engine chill, and then a lot of things in rapid succession. But as of right now, they're just fueling ship and booster, and the ship appears to be kind of almost fully loaded at this point, which you can see there. Like there, of course, at the top there is this payload section, future payload section, no payload on this flight, but that will not be frosty. So you can see the ship is kind of full already. The booster is about 2/3 there, I would say.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it's almost fully fueled and ready to go, which is a good sign that the fuel continues to go in. And when we were thinking, I was thinking about the Falcon Heavy test launch, where Elon launched his Tesla Roadster up on there. A lot of times when you do a test launch like this, you have some weight that you can use to simulate a payload. Are they simulating a payload here, or is the action here just to get this rocket flying and controlled?
from what we know, there's no payload simulator in any way here on this flight. The payload door, in theory, the ship would have an opening for a Starlink dispenser, but this is welded shut, and it doesn't seem to be that there's any way, in any way, a payload simulator. And look at this cloud ocean.
Yeah.
That's
and that is not
fantastic.
That is all. It's amazing, and those clouds are created by the rocket fuel. That is not an environmental fog, if you will. Well, I guess you could say the condensation was, or the moisture was in the air that condensed, but still, that's a rocket cloud right there. Hey, I want to thank Russell Snodgrass. Go ahead.
Before you thank Russell, just a quick update. Right now, they're only working one issue, which is clearing the boats from the range, and that's it. So only that one issue as of now. Go ahead.
That is very good. Yeah, first of all, that's great that that's the only issue they have, especially given how complex these spacecraft can be. But that is good news. So the only issue they're working right now is just getting the boats out of the area, and hopefully they can do that before it's too late. And I'm sure there's a lot of interest in watching this today. We also have some crew out in the field that we hope to hear from soon. But I want to thank Russell for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. One of the beauties of this community is that if you hang around long enough, someone's going to gift you a membership. So thank you very much for your generous support of the channel. S.E. Friedman, thank you very much for your super chat, along with Doug here as well. TYJ Logistics wants to tip for a successful launch, as do we. Awesome. Hey, we have Gamer Tom here from Ireland. Thank you very much for your support. And also another good wishes to SpaceX from Shadow Gunner 66. We are stoked for this. I'm watching the chat fly by here. I know a lot of people are stoked for this as well. JC Davis got to see IFT-1 in person. Those who went today are in for a treat. It'll definitely be more visually stunning once it goes up. Absolutely. You know, the first rocket launch that I saw in person was the space shuttle. It was STS-133. And again, the scale of these rockets, you really can't appreciate until you see one in person. And this one in particular, Adrian, 394 feet tall, if I use my American measurements here. That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's giant, and it got even bigger because the hot staging ring made it 1.8 meters taller. So that's it's kind of beating its own record here, and which is kind of funny. It's the tallest rocket that will ever have launched. It will be the most powerful rocket that ever have launched, tying, depending how many Raptors it will have
That's
working.
Right.
And so there's quite some records here that will be attacked and broken.
And Donald Morrison with a super chat wants to light this candle. I agree. Let's get this thing lit up. We're only about 21 minutes away. Our next milestone, Adrian, I believe, is the engine chill down, which is probably minutes away here. I guess we'll have to wait for someone to confirm that. It's not something we can visually see, I think, because the engines are kind of obscured from view at the moment. But that's a big milestone. There are some pipes that indicate the chill down. We'll talk about that later if we can spot them, because it always depends a bit on situation, on how the visibility is, and especially how good you can see them with certain cameras. But there are some pipes that you can see that are used to transport some of the gas related to the engine chill. So, yeah. Awesome. And by the way, these views that you're seeing are coming from the NSF cameras, and those cameras are funded by your support. So thank you all for your support of the efforts here that this team, which is unbelievably dedicated to bringing this coverage to you, are out there doing right now. We've got a whole team in the field. They haven't slept in probably a week, making sure that everything was in place and ready to go here. We've got an awesome new mobile production trailer that is like completely self-sufficient with solar power, Starlink, you name it. And all of these assets are being brought to bear today for you to be following this along with us. And yeah, so we're just waiting on the countdown here. So we got word that if you're just joining us, the launch window opens at 7 a.m. Central Time, which is about 20 minutes from now. I am in Eastern Time, so that's 8 a.m. for me. And what is going to happen here is that they plan to launch at the beginning of the window, although they do have a 40-second hold time built in. So
yes, they can use, yes.
Which they may or may not use, depending on how things are going. And go ahead, Adrian, you got some updates?
Yeah, the contrail you just saw there, that's probably because technically this airspace right now is closed. This is probably the WB-57 tracking plane from NASA that is right outside the exclusion zone and getting ready to track this. At least that lines up with the flight tracker. So the contrail you just saw passing by, that's probably this WB-57 tracking plane that will be used to deliver some nice aerial views for today's launch for NASA and SpaceX analysis.
And NASA's very interested in this mission, Adrian, aren't they?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of the two cornerstone rockets enabling the Artemis program and enabling humans going back to the moon and beyond to Mars. Of course, SLS and Starship will work together for the Artemis 3 mission to bring humans back to the moon, where Starship will be the lander, the Human Landing System lander. And so this rocket is very crucial to bring humans back to the moon, and with that, very crucial to NASA, because NASA is the ones that are conducting these Artemis missions. So, of course, they want Starship as a partner rocket to succeed.
So they've literally hitched their ride to this ride here. So and you know, as we've been talking over the last couple of weeks, you know, there was a lot of regulatory hurdles that SpaceX had to go through to get to this point where they could get the launch license, get this thing stacked and ready to go. If we're successful today, do you anticipate that SpaceX will be able to launch more frequently if the design of the ground system and rocket are not changing all that much from one mission to the next?
I think you're absolutely nailing the most important point here, the ground system, because if the ground system holds, it really doesn't influence that much if the rocket at some point in flight will have a failure. Because if your ground system holds, they have the next prototype. They have B-10 ready. They have B-11, Booster 11 ready. They have several ships at this point being ready for static fire testing. So if this ground system is able to work, they might be able to turn around this very, very quickly. If it holds, we don't expect another gap of 7 months. We are probably talking more like in the ballpark of 2-3-ish months.
Right, and last time it was not only the regulatory issues, but also the fact that the launch area was pretty much destroyed and had to be reconstructed. And it's funny, if you just tune in every once in a while to these test flights, you know, everything looks the same as it did before, but they really reconstructed everything. Some of the only lasting examples of what happened there were some of the dents on those tanks that you see in the foreground there. So we're seeing more venting here, Adrian. What's going on here?
That's probably, so as these tanks are topping up, they need to at some point open top valves to let some of the hotter parts of the filling out, because there's a constant boil off. This is so cold, alone the contact with the tank wall, where the atmosphere is touching also the tank wall, that will make it boil. So you have to constantly kind of refresh and top off your tanks. So that's what we are seeing here. They're opening basically top valves and are filling colder liquids from the bottom to get this to goal temperature.
And the reason why this looks so much more significant than a Falcon rocket is because it's so much bigger. So you have more fuel, bigger rocket, bigger venting. So that's what we're seeing here. Hey, I wanted to put up this this chat from James Guilford, because I think it's important for people to understand what happens after it launches. We become so accustomed, Adrian, to SpaceX rockets launching and landing. Even some of the early Starship tests had some landing going on. But this one is going to not land, right? This is the last we'll see of this rocket after it takes off, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's basically the booster will perform a soft water splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico using a boost back burn, but not an entry burn, and then a landing burn to kind of soft splashdown. That's probably to gather data for possible reusability using the chopsticks down the line for later booster. The ship, however, will go all the way around the globe and try to attempt a re-entry and hard splashdown close to Hawaii, because there is no burn planned after the re-entry. The ship will basically still have a high velocity and without any Raptor engines igniting, which SpaceX has confirmed will not do based on their timeline. It will just splash down in the Pacific Ocean and be destroyed, because it will be high velocity splashdown.
I like the sound of that. Hopefully we'll have some imagery of that high velocity splashdown. Hey, speaking of Hawaii, X808 Drifter with a super chat is logging in from Hawaii at 3 a.m. Hawaiian time. So again, we've got people all over the world keeping an eye on this. Probably one of our biggest viewership numbers ever here at NSF, and we greatly appreciate everybody stopping in to follow along with us here. And we are just as excited behind the scenes as you are watching. I know I'm excited about this. I woke up super early this morning, even though I was not coming on until around now. So I've been following the chat and the stream as we go here. So we are just under now 14 minutes until the current T0 time, which is the opening of the window at 7 a.m. Central Time in Texas. And we are watching the Starship here, basically topping off its fuel. What you see on screen right here is the hot staging ring, which is a new addition, Adrian, to this system since last time. Do you think this is part of what they were hoping would work the first time? I guess hot staging is a little more reliable, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about hot staging.
Yeah, of course. Hot staging is the newest addition to this stack compared to the last one. The difference is a normal, the last launch of this, or for example a normal Falcon 9 launch, would see a shutdown of the first stage, then a short few second coasting phase, and then ignition of the second stage after it has been separated. Hot staging, as the name implies, means that the second stage will ignite while the third stage is still attached. This will happen here as well, hopefully, and this will not only reduce gravity losses, because you basically don't lose time, which you could use fighting gravity right now, but you also optimize things such the settling of the propellants in the tanks. Because imagine kind of like, well, pushing the gas in your car. You're getting pushed back into the vehicle, right? And that's kind of what would happen here with the propellants as well, because you accelerate and they get pushed all the way back. So that way you have them in the right position to bring them to the Raptor engines.
Right. So you don't have this skip, if you will, in the in the launch process. And Alex, this is a big change in design of this system. Would this require beyond the hot staging ring any kind of massive redesign of the system before this launch, or was it something they could just kind of roll in as a update?
Well, I'm not fully sure though. It's definitely quite a change, but you know, in the long run, it might actually be beneficial, because I think it's much simpler than the previous one, where they wanted to kick sort of the whole rocket around, and that seemed to me always quite complicated.
Yes, it all is extremely complicated, and I think we will see how well it works in about 11 minutes. And wow, what a very generous super chat here from our friend Russell Snodgrass, $300 super chat. Thank you very much for your contribution, Russell. It means means a lot to our team here. As you can see, we're all losing our voice. Everyone's exhausted, but we are basically fueled by caffeine and adrenaline right now, as I'm sure everyone in the chat is as well, because we are now just under 11, or just about 11 minutes away from the opening of the launch window and T0 here. And by the way, all these amazing views that you see are coming from NASA Spaceflight NSF cameras that are located all over Boca Chica, Texas, where we are anxiously awaiting the launch here. There you can see one of our camera rigs there. We got the logo on there and everything. It's official. And I know Das has been out there working his tail off, getting all the equipment going along with the rest of the team down there at Boca Chica. And it's paying off today, because we have some amazing views here as sunrise is occurring right now. And you might, say that this is the rise of a new era of human exploration and discovery, because if things are successful today, and I think there's a lot of optimism today that we will have a successful test flight, that this could be the start of a lot of activity and hopefully a moon landing in the very near future. So that would be exciting. There's never been a moon landing in my lifetime, even though my parents witnessed one. So I'm looking forward to that continuing there. So let me just talk about how you guys are feeling at this point. So I know Adrian and Alex, you two are, this is something you dedicate yourself to. How do you feel right now, Alex, watching this? I know you put a lot of time into just the research here. How do you feel right now?
I'm completely nervous right now. We're under 10 minutes to go, and seeing that rocket, the ship is fully loaded, almost fully loaded. The booster is again almost fully loaded as well. We're approaching the second flight of this vehicle, and I still cannot believe that. It's yeah.
Yes.
And Adrian, this one feels different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, it feels a bit more mature. It feels a bit more like you expect you have some expectation, right? Because with the first one, it was more like we are in for the ride, and what happens happens. And of course, with this one, you expect at least and it's more progress. But of course, there's also this NSF perspective about this. Like this whole team worked the last few weeks, months even, on all of this coverage, and got the trailer ready with all the people in the field. And I don't want to starting to name names here, because I will forget somebody. But there's so many people that make this all happen, and there's so many people that allow for such a coverage. And thank you all that allow us to do this coverage. It's quite amazing, and so far I think we had a very, very, very cool stream, and I'm looking forward to the next 8 minutes and 20 seconds as we see the WB-57 there cruising around, waiting for its mission.
Exactly. And this is NASA checking in on their investment here. So that's how NASA does it. So normally, like, you make an investment, you come down and visit the plant for the day, but no, NASA has their aircraft here floating around, waiting for this launch here. So yeah, things look like we're so far go. We haven't heard anything to the contrary, other than a few boats in the exclusion area, which I'm sure they are busy excluding from the exclusion area right now. And we'll keep an eye on things. And the NSF team, as we mentioned, has been working incredibly hard to make sure we had all of our cameras in place for this monumental occasion. And things are looking great here. And tip of the hat to everyone out in the field who's working hard while I'm in my basement lair here. So hoping I can get out to one of these at some point as well. So we've got a couple of minutes here. I definitely want to, because I'll tell you what, I want to see this thing in person. I want to thank a few more super chats here, because this is what makes this happen. So Dave in Texas, I bet you'll be able to see something, Dave, if you look up in a little bit, in about 7 minutes or so. So we will see that. As we mentioned, Ricardo here says, here the ship has a Pacific landing location. Yes, just outside of Hawaii, and it's going to be a very hard landing. So part of the spectacle of what we're about to witness here is the, pretty much Starship will be, one way or the other, going out in a blaze of glory. And we hope it will be one that actually results in a successful outcome here. And it's actually going to be in a partial orbit, Alex, right? We're going to go pretty much to the east and have not a full orbit, but almost a full orbit, and then end up in the Pacific. It's not going west.
Yeah, it's just a straight out to the east, out of the launch site, over the Gulf, Atlantic, South Africa, Indian Ocean, and all the way to the Southwest Pacific to get that reentry north of Hawaii.
Oh, here's a different view we haven't seen before. Look at those awesome engines there. Wow. So what are we looking at here? Adrian, what are we seeing here? Obviously, these are rocket engines, but there's a lot of them there. Very close together.
Yeah, it's 33 of these, yep. 33 Raptor engines below booster 9, and in about 6 minutes or so, there will be Inferno here, as they all ignite and try to get this thing to space. And also some updates here that the launch pad is configured for liftoff, the OLM clamps have been confirmed all opened, and also the tanks are pressurizing for flight, as SpaceX is now just 40 seconds away from wrapping up the ship and booster propellant loading. So we are getting very, very close here.
Yes. And there's another vent. We are within the 5-minute mark here. We've been waiting months for this moment, and where we are right now in our time frame is that we've got now a bunch of milestones that are going to be happening very quickly. So Alex and Adrian here are going to be calling the balls and strikes, if you will, as the launch countdown continues, because now things are starting to happen here, Alex, right? What's happening next?
Yeah, I'm already seeing some venting from the methane tank up there on the booster that is wrapping up its load. And so the booster is almost already loaded with propellants for launch. So yeah, we're just right now here on the final count, on the final few minutes, and we can see there the tower vent coming back.
Look at that shot.
Those are quite amazing views. But yeah, that tower vent coming back, that means we are basically done with the ship propellant load, both with the header tanks and the main tanks. The booster tanks are basically finishing that propellant load as well. and we're pretty much on the last few minutes of the count, getting ready for those final checks as well. Usually at this point in the count, they pressurize the tanks, they switch to internal power, they arm the flight termination system. All of those things happen in these few last minutes of the count.
And we just saw a little puff up at the top there, Alex. What was that? Just more topping off?
At the top of the ship, well, those are the header tank vents. They are basically maintaining the pressure on those, and definitely quite interesting. I really love when the vehicle is like this, fully venting and frosty, and it's alive. You can see
it feels like a living dragon creature, right? It's a monster.
Yeah.
It is a monster.
It is amazing.
We are
Go ahead, Adrian.
We are about 200 seconds away from the potential second flight of Starship. Just pointing that out here. Also pointing out that they are still apparently working on a boat issue in the range, but they might hold at T-minus 40 seconds to resolve that. They have the possibility to do that, as we hinted on before and probably guessed on before. So if this issue still remains when they are arriving at that point, they will probably hold to remain that one final issue in the range, because as of now, it seems that's the only issue they are working on. Everything with the vehicle, everything else seems to be good to go.
And on the
I
other
think everyone in the chat should tell that guy to move his boat. 100,000 people here waiting just in our chat alone for this. So
on the other hand,
how awful would that be?
It could happen that they just don't hold, and they go through. And it catches up. So once we get to that point of the T-minus 40 second point in the count, I think we all agree that we'll probably stand by and see if something happens. If nothing happens, then they'll probably have held the count. But definitely, it is a very tense moment in the count there.
So Alex, where we're at right now is that this rocket is fully fueled. The engines are chilled. If I look at our time frame here. And pretty much now it's just getting the systems operational and making sure all of the flight hardware is ready to go, right? Is this just a period now where we're just checking everything?
Yeah, this is actually when the vehicle is the most active. Now it is precisely the moment when operators can look at all the data they have in front of them and be able to assess what status.
How's that? Hey! We'll see have audio or not, but we're good to go.
So Doc's got a lot of equipment out there. Oh, he's got the patch. Awesome. He's ready to go. Doc, I know how hard you've been working for this moment. How are you feeling right now? I mean, you've been killing yourself here.
I'm not sure if he can. They may not need to hold. They may not need to hold.
Okay.
So we might be. Okay.
They are currently undergoing gimbal checks on the inner center engines of the booster. Boy, if they don't go through the hole, that means in 40 seconds we're going through that whole point and straight to a launch attempt.
Straight to space.
And just to make sure that our viewers understand, once the deluge system comes on at the Fire X, we will let you enjoy this until around max Q if we get there. We won't talk over like the engine ignition sequence. Don't worry about that. Once that Fire X comes up, you're on the in for a ride.
We're muting, and we have what we call rocket ASMR, and because of the speed of sound, you're going to see things before you hear them. It's awesome, and we look forward to sharing that with all of you. And we've got 30 seconds. It looks like we went through the hold here, gentlemen, right?
We are waiting for confirmation. We are waiting for the confirmation here. If they took the hold or not.
I think
they didn't. Because then we are
eyes on the OLM.
I see a hold.
No, I believe they're going.
Oh, they're going. All right.
If they're going, we see the Fire X, the deluge, and then it's going. Oh.
Right, and we're keeping an eye on that deluge system.
We have a hold.
It's a bit of uncertainty. Have your eyes on the OLM.
It's quite, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe they're holding, because right now there's no way they will be. There's no Fire X system activated, but I did see there's an indicator at T-minus 40 seconds when they clear the hold that somehow there's like a vent out of the side of the OLM, and I saw that vent. So.
And we should mention to our viewers that this is something that SpaceX has planned to do. They have that as part of their process here. So if they can hold it 40 seconds and still make the window. We have 20 minutes in this window, so this was something we expected.
Given what I saw on the OLM and the status, I'm mostly sure they went through, but something produced a hold.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so this is not their...
We will wait here. We'll wait here if we see the Fire X. Again, we need to... This is like short sentence commentary, as we sometimes call it. Because you always need to be able to interrupt, because as soon as that Fire X goes, it's action time. So...
Right. So we are past now the opening of the window. We are currently holding. If I'm not mistaken, we don't know the cause of this hold, but we're getting more information. Planned hold.
They're holding.
Okay, so Alex, what
this
do we got
planned
here?
hold. Teams are using this time for final checks. All systems continue to look good for today's flight test. That is an official update from SpaceX just right now.
That's good news. So, I like these news.
Yes.
Okay. Let's leave them,
let them figure it out.
Time
we got 20
to be
minutes.
able to. Exactly. Let's give them the time.
And it's about being careful because this needs to. And you know what? This kind of just adds to the excitement, I think. So, so for those of you just tuning in, we are in a planned hold, and we have 18 minutes left in the launch window here. So
if they can hold like they did with the first window, they can hold up until about 15 minutes into the launch window. So just to that's also maybe a limitation here. We just don't know. Clock has apparently resumed counting down.
Okay.
Yeah. We are going, because I saw the OLM vent, and there we go. The Fire X system has activated.
See you on the other side, everybody.
All right, enjoy, everybody.
I believe at this point it's safe to talk again, as we see Starship going with all 33 Raptor engines working here.
This is
already past max Q, approaching hot staging here.
Wow.
This is...
So it looks like those ground changes made a big difference here, didn't it?
Absolutely. We are approaching the hot staging here. They're about 30 seconds away from the hot staging moment. This is where we will see this event we all have been waiting for. Watch for it. I'm so excited to see this.
Yeah. It just shows you how much effort they put in between these two flights to get to this point. And hot
absolutely.
Next. Oh, wow. Great job by our NSF crew getting these images to us also.
I believe that's hot staging.
I think so.
That is. Oh my god!
So next up, we're going to see if we can see the boost back. That looks like, yep,
Oh,
looks
God.
like it's
It's
boost back
burn.
works. Look at that.
It works! Wow!
Fantastic.
That looked good to me, Alex.
It
Like
did.
initial impression, but that looked good to me.
Oh my God.
Controlled flight.
It looks like it's working.
And with this, Ship 25 is on its way to Hawaii.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Ship 25 is already past the McDowell line. It's already 90 kilometers up.
Wow.
Oh my God. This is unbelievable.
I mean, this couldn't be more picture perfect right now. And, you know, I think that shot we had at liftoff where you could see the boats in the foreground gave you such a sense of scale.
It
of
appears
the
that they
size
have
of
lost the booster on the boost back burn, but it's okay.
Okay.
Ship 25 is continuing. It's right now in space. It's past 100 kilometers.
So we
in
can
altitude.
confirm. So we can confirm now. Starship for the first time ever has entered
It's
space.
in space. It's in
in space.
space.
Oh my God.
Starship is in space.
And it's still burning in space too, which is great. So
And you can see all six Raptor engines are still running. Oh my God.
Now, Alex, when they say they lost the booster, was it did they have to employ the flight termination hardware on the booster, or was it atmospheric?
I was not able to really properly see it. It just appeared that it exploded. But again, you know, the important part was that ascent portion. The ship is continuing
to Hawaii.
Oh my God, there's no words.
Yeah.
There's no words.
Right.
And
this
I'm
is
sure there's
okay.
a lot of
I'm saying
this is bonus.
Yeah, this is all bonus. We are in bonus territory. We saw a good first stage flight. We saw hot staging. We saw second stage ignition. This is already bonus. This is unbelievable.
And what we were talking about earlier was that, you know, what we were looking for from a success standpoint. And here we saw just a perfect liftoff with no engine loss. We saw hot staging, and now we're on our way to orbit. Alex, you said the burn is longer than you thought?
Yeah, so the comparison between the booster and the ship is burning for 6 minutes. It's not 2.5, it's 6 minutes. So it's a long burn. So, you know, a lot of patience to get to that point. They have confirmed trajectory is nominal, so far
up
so
until
good.
this point, everything is good for the primary mission.
Yeah.
I'm fully admitting it. I never expected this. This is.
Those are ground cameras from us?
This is ground cameras from us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, apparently DAS is still tracking it.
That's awesome.
Wow. Wow.
And a real kudos. This is a manual track, by the way. Das is the master of manual tracking. So he is tracking this. This is with the DAS AI employed right now, and he's getting this. He's getting this done for us. Dare I say, you all? In my New England playing?
We are approaching step by step here a nominal insertion, step by step. We are getting close here, and so far it seems everything is going well. This is unbelievable.
And Alex, if I look
wow,
there,
Spacey.
If I look below there, that's our fuel tank level. It looks like they're having some telemetry on the fuel levels too, so they have plenty of fuel left.
They are about 2 minutes away from Starship engine cutoff, which, if they arrive there, I mean, we might see a re-entry. I'm just saying it. We might see a re-entry.
And by the way, that's
we're
another
about
part of this test.
9,000 kilometers away from that almost orbital speed, because orbital speed is about 27,000 kilometers per hour. Definitely getting almost there right now.
Yeah.
Remember that with...
Now, what are we seeing here? This is just...
I don't know.
That's, I think, just the exhaust of the second stage. Because
just interacting with the...
Yeah, that's just, at some point, the plume gets so big that it looks really funky here. But we are 1 minute away from Starship engine cutoff, and we still have 3 sea level and
so
3
far.
vacuum Raptor engines running. Wow.
Just remember that with second stages, the most part of the velocity is gained towards the end. So right now, we're on the last minute, and it's still like 5,000 kilometers per hour, but that's normal. I just heard terminal guidance. So
that means
it's getting there.
Final burn, right?
Yeah,
oh my
that
God.
is
Will
basically the computers saying, hey, we're close.
Okay, looks like we have shutdown there.
And we are waiting for
Looks
SpaceX
like
confirming normal insertion. We are waiting for it.
And hats off to Das for that camera work. Great job, Das. You followed it all the way up.
And we are waiting. Still. At some point they will confirm it, and once they confirm it, that confirms a bonus for us. I'm speechless here. I'm honestly speechless.
I just got the high heart rate announcement on my watch.
They're standing by so for a call out here.
All right.
Coming up on the projected time that ship would shut down its engines.
Do we hear it?
We're still standing
sounds
by.
like a...
But definitely...
As you can tell by the excitement from the crowd here at Mission Control Center in Hawthorne, there's a great view of our Star Command Center. That's our control center at Starbase Texas. The crowd here, Mission Control Center behind us in Hawthorne. Everyone is super exciting. What a successful day this has been so far.
Standing by for acquisition of signal here, because they might not be in an area of a ground station where they probably confirm the
yeah.
So we are waiting for them to get a telemetry, and once they have the telemetry, then they can confirm.
Up to this point, major successful milestones through hot staging, which was the big objective today.
We can there see Elon Musk behind the desk, standing there.
So
and we are waiting.
We are going to head into the coast phase, planned for the next about hour and 5 minutes. We'll be returning around the T+1 hour and 15-minute mark. And that's while we're waiting for Starship to continue on to its next step for reentry. We're not totally sure what video we're going to get, and that video comes normally by overflying ground stations, but we don't have a ton along our flight path. So fingers crossed that we will get some via Starlink on this mission, since we're testing that out.
So if you're just tuning in, we had what looked to be a very successful launch of
And also give
Starship.
us a moment. We are hearing some chatter on the net, so we're going to try to parse that for you.
And we don't get that chatter anymore, do we, gentlemen?
Oh yeah, that's. But this is no matter what the result is. This is already a huge, huge success.
And Alex, let me ask you this: if I guess the trajectory that they sent it on is going to have it, just by the math, end up off the coast of Hawaii one way or the other, right?
Well, if it was completely nominal, sure, it should reach that point. Obviously, as we were mentioning, there's not a lot of ground stations. One of my hopes, part of the trajectory brings them sort of near the eastern range in Florida, so I'm not fully sure if maybe they can get that telemetry back.
Also, we will, of course, just say this, after all of this.
In Hawthorne at our webcast desk, we have...
We will, of course, after this, bring you all the analysis of, like, you can see the launch pad there. That looks
it's
better.
Still there. It's still there.
That looked way better. I'm already, like, calling it. That looked amazingly better.
Yeah, it looks like most of it is intact there, which is important. All right, so we're going to keep an ear.
The light up of the 6 Raptor engines on Starship, and they're headed away. Everything really looked good. But what we do believe right now is that the automated flight termination system on second stage appears to have triggered very late in the burn as we were headed
apparently
down
it might have
Mexico.
it might have happened that the flight termination system of the second stage has been triggered. That's a belief of SpaceX right now. That might have happened.
Mhm.
We are waiting for confirmation.
Well, if it was, we can then confirm that it worked.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good. Then the FTS worked. Another checklist.
A lot of things
And-
worked today.
Yes.
The 33
and-
engines. Did you see that?
Yes, and actually, the flight termination
My
system
God.
working was probably a bonus too.
This is unbelievable. This is I said it before, but this is unbelievable. I'm completely speechless, and I believe we also have something special here for you, Kevin. If you're. We have something that we wanted to show you once this happened, because we had a celebratory design for this. We now have our new hot staging shirt, which is...
Ooh, that's hot.
Yeah, and it's staging. Which is the kind of our way to celebrate this. You can now get this in the NSF store to celebrate this enormous success of SpaceX. And I think it's a really, really, really cool way to do it. So get it while it's hot.
Get it while it's hot. And speaking of hot, we have some other great things in the store too that you can check out, including metal prints. And I am sure, with all the cameras that we had down there today, that there's going to be some awesome launch photography available in many different formats on the NSF store. So shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get your Starship orbital flight test gear on, including our high definition embroidered patch that Das was wearing earlier. So there is the launch pad, and it looks like most of it's still there. Yeah, looks really good. So, and really now that things are, we're kind of getting a handle on the information that's out there at the moment. What has happened is that we had a successful liftoff. All those engines, all 33 of them, were burning successfully all the way through hot staging. They lost the booster on the way back. And SpaceX is saying that it looks like the flight termination system on the second stage on Starship engaged itself. And to me, again, we're going to speculate here a little bit, but Alex, it looked to me as though that the flight termination system kind of must have looked like it actually enabled right after engine cutoff. We saw a big plume right at cutoff. What do you think?
Yeah, so I was sort of hoping that the big plume was perhaps the shutdown of the engines, because sometimes they do these weird effects, when they shut down and all of these gases from the shutdown combine and everything. I was kind of hoping that was the case. Quite disappointed, but hey, in the overall scheme of things, come on, the ship reaches space.
Is that then new, Alex?
I'm
not sure. That's
fully
the
sure.
most. That's the most dented tank. That's like the one that always looks a bit rough.
Yeah, I will have to probably look at other perspectives, points of views to really see if that's actually something that was there before. In any case, I wouldn't be surprised. It didn't seem like there was a lot of concrete like the last time. It did appear that the water deluge worked as intended. I'm currently reviewing all of our feeds as we speak, and so trying to process everything.
And I'll tell you what, a real tip of the hat again to our team out there in the field. We got some great imagery from our cameras. What you saw mostly was from us out there at Starbase. And wow, what a flight! I'm still trying to process everything here. I don't know about you two, because I know you've all been working really hard at making sure we knew everything there was to know about this launch ahead of time. We're seeing kind of the aftermath of the launch area. It looks a lot better to me, at least in this initial look, than it did the last time they fired Starship off. So that's a good sign. And here's our pad.
Like this. I mean, this looks pretty much normal, I would say. But the dent is new on the left tank. But if it's only a dent on a tank, that's
right.
I take that. I take that every single day. And of course, we are working on replays. We are working on other angles. We will get all of that to you. Just stay tuned with us. We are getting there. It's quite a lot, and it's also kind of overwhelming for all of us because we are also fans about this, right? So
yeah, right. And that's part of why we like to be quiet during the launch time, so we can enjoy it too, because we're all watching this together, which is really exciting. So if you're just tuning in, as you can see, there is no Starship on the pad. The Starship did successfully launch, and if you rewind in our stream, you can see it over and over again until we get our replays up. And it looks like we had a successful flight. We got essentially as far as main engine cutoff on Starship, the second stage, and we had a successful hot stage. And SpaceX is reporting that the flight termination system engaged shortly after those engines cut off. And we'll know more, of course, as the days and weeks progress here. But I get the sense, Alex, that now that we've had this successful test flight, which I think you could largely say is a success, even though the ship didn't make it, are we going to see a faster launch cadence now? Because it looks like a lot of the changes they put in place really worked here.
Indeed. I'm very... I'm just trying to process this whole thing, because if you think about it, whatever thing they need to fix, it needs to be with a booster return, which is not as, it's not as limiting right now. It will be limiting in the future, but not right now. This is basically the early stages of test flights for Starship, and then the ship needs to be able to fully finish that burn to orbit, basically. And so that is what, like maybe 10% of the whole mission today. That is quite amazing, to be honest. I don't think they will need to do as many modifications this time around, which will mean both hardware and perhaps even the paperwork will not last as long.
And just to say it again, we have replays incoming, we have analysis incoming, we have reactions from our field people incoming. We are working on all of that. The machine in the background is already working. I can already see it, and it's. It
looks like you got a metal print already, though.
Yes, I want to let's show this
Straight off
because
the
oven. Sean was getting you something.
Whoa.
Do you want this? Do you want this launch on your wall? Do you want this launch on your wall? Because you can now get this launch on your wall. Because this is fresh out of the oven. The second launch of Starship. There you go. You can now get it on shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
I can't tell you how perfect that launch looked to me. Now, granted, I could not build one of these myself, but it looked a lot better than the last one. That's for sure.
The first stage flight. The plume of the engines, that was clean.
Yeah. And what's great about the methane is that you can really see the engines burning a lot better than you can with some of the other fuels that we've typically witnessed. Right? It's very pronounced, the number of engines that were functioning fully. And Alex, there was a successful boost back. It looked like up until it was lost.
Until it was not successful. But I want to stress here that a booster return, a ship return will have been just the icing on the cake, and it is pretty much, I don't know, I will consider this a total success in the sense that we got first stage burn, we got hot staging, the ship went into space, Starship in space! Like, once they start getting those feeds back from their telemetry and whatever, we're gonna have such amazing views, which I hope they got, obviously. But, like, oh my gosh. The 33 engines. To me, the most striking thing, once that thing lifted off, was seeing those 33 engines all igniting. How complicated it was for them in the last, I don't know how many years already of booster testing to ignite those 33 engines. It's always been so complicated, such a headache for them. And being able to finally, Super Heavy, with all 33 engines, rising proud out of a starbase and getting that second stage, that Ship 25 into space, it is completely amazing.
Adrian,
I'm still...
Adrian,
go
ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, ask your question.
What is next now? Because obviously the mission here was to get pretty much to what happened here. I'm sure they would have liked Starship to have ended up next to Hawaii intact so they could test the reentry system. But But beyond that, what's next? I mean, are we looking at a full orbit now? Like, what's the next test going to look like?
Honestly, that's a great question, because I mean, I think they might be right on the edge of being very close to making the next test maybe like a Starlink flight. I don't like something like that. I mean, they got very close. Look at the first flight and look at this. I'm still processing what we just witnessed, because this exceeded all expectations. This is unbelievable.
Just this step change of going from a flight that barely was able to control itself to a flight that went to space and got almost like but maybe half a minute remaining on the burn of the second stage. It's like that's almost there. It's just almost. If they launch it again, if they solve all of these issues, like I'm mostly sure there's not a lot of issues remaining to solve here to get that ship, whatever it is, the next one to orbit, and get it all the way to Hawaii. The next thing, seeing this launch today, to me at least, the next thing will be get it to Hawaii now for real. Like now, finish that burn, get all the way there, attempt that reentry, and see if the heat shields tiles, survive that reentry. It is, my God.
Yeah. Well, I think for those that really
so
doubted. And I think for those that really doubted that something this large and complicated could work, I think those doubts have certainly been abated at this point. It was
for sure.
Really, I mean, for all the things that went wrong in the first one, it went totally right on this one, and that has got to be something that's got the SpaceX folks very excited. I'm sure NASA is happy to see this, and I think as we were talking about on Countdown to Launch this week, a lot of what took so long between April and now was the fact that there were so many changes to the ground systems and the flight systems that the regulators had to step in and make sure that things were compliant with all of their rules and regulations. And it looks as though, if this worked, we're going to see less big changes and a lot more smaller ones to get to that point. And we are waiting. I know our team is working hard to get things going. Hey, I think Jack is available too, so we're going to try to bring in some field commentary to see how everybody is doing out there. Here's our replay. Look at this.
Oh my God.
It's so amazing.
But look how, we didn't see much of a lean like we did the last time, did we?
No. You can also see there's not stuff flying around.
Yeah, there's a little bit, but not like the total destruction last time.
It's just going.
To me, the thing that I will consider seems to move away from the tower. I don't know if you guys see it, but it does seem like it does some kind of pad avoidance maneuver. Because for the first flight, it did something similar, but it seemed to, because Elon said, oh, we didn't do any pad avoidance maneuver or anything like it. And, backtracking the engines that went out during liftoff and everything, it seemed that it was because of that. But here, all 33 engines ignited, so obviously there must be some intentionality here, right?
Can I see the replay from the beginning again? Because I think you see the air shockwave.
Yeah.
At ignition. Like, could we? I'm not sure if that's possible. I'm sorry, production, but I think you can see the air shockwave. There.
Oh wow! Look at that. Yeah. And you see a number of them because you do have these engines lighting up in not all at once, right? They launch them in a sequence, so you're going to see multiple shockwaves there.
One of the things, look out for if we replay it again, obviously, look out for the quick disconnect arm. It separates, and then 2 seconds later is when the liftoff happens. So the QD on the ship disconnects, and then it starts rising 2 seconds later. It's amazing. Look at that.
I have something special coming, apparently. Apparently, we might have some footage of a booster explosion also in the pipeline. Just teasing that. We are working on it.
Okay.
But we have so many cameras. We have so many angles. You really don't want to miss what's coming over the next, I don't know how long. We will go as long as we can.
And what you're looking at here is the fruit of months of labor on the part of the NSF crew to get all of this footage to you, and of course we'll have this up on our YouTube channel in addition to just watching these awesome replays. And the debris doesn't look all that heavy that's flying around, does it?
No, it looks like, dare I say it, for the biggest rocket of all time, a normal rocket launch.
Yeah.
And that's good. It doesn't look like a destructive rock tornado, which is amazing.
It's incredible. I mean, you just look at the amount of energy being released there. And look at the shockwave through that smoke plume there as it's going up. I mean, insane. Let me ask you guys, would you want to be on the top of that rocket? Maybe not this one, given what happened to it, but...
I mean, it's just flight terminated, so I'm like, not yet, but Alex apparently saw something.
Yeah, we're watching Alex on his.
I'm seeing the photographs from our team, and oh my god.
Yeah, stay tuned. We're gonna have a lot more stuff for you. So keep everybody. If you're thinking of leaving, don't leave yet. Look at that!
It's so amazing.
Flaming debris that just went through the. Wow.
We honest. Oh my god! Yeah, I see that. Holy moly! We have some stuff cooking for you guys. There's there's still stuff to come. Wow.
Yeah. So we have more to come, and we will try to deliver some. Look at these great views we've got. How many do we have? I don't think I've seen the same view twice here yet. So
yeah,
it's amazing how much.
This is unbelievable. This will take, so there will, of course, this will all result in a long time of us talking about this, because we will just have to we will just have to try and learn what we just witnessed. And SpaceX probably is still in the process of like understanding what just happened. But there's no doubt about this. This was exceeding expectations. This is definitely on the right track. I would say basically everything that went wrong on the first flight, they corrected.
Yeah.
Everything, even the FTS.
Including the flight termination system, which you could argue is actually, I think that's going to make the FAA feel a lot better, right? That to know that it actually did work. It did its job, which it did not do the first time. So I'm going to put up some supporter messages here. We have so many, and I really thank everybody on behalf of the team here for your support of the channel, because I can tell you this team has been working their tail off to bring these views to you of this now successful launch of Starship, and we'll be running some replays here as we go. First Gear Gamers, thank you very much for your support. Thomas Anfang, when hop, right now. That was one heck of a hop. And that's in reference to the Star Hopper, which is now a tank down there. And look at that one. I think this was the view that... There's one other view that I thought was really a good way to get a sense of scale here. But look at that. And look how perfect those engines look on the way up.
Definitely nothing like the first one.
Yeah, where you could basically count them going out. It's
and see the debris flying down from underneath it. I was surprised that the first one actually got as high as it did, given what we saw at that moment of flight. So, and by the way, Aravale reminds us too that just about every rocket system or spacecraft loses its first stage upon launch and its second stage. So certainly this is not unusual in the space business. And ultimately they were planning for this this stack not to return in the form in which we saw it launch. Here's another view here.
It's honestly mind-boggling.
Look at that.
Oh my. I see some engine shots coming, and it's like there's this weird difference between the first flight where we had these like small dots of already shut down engine, and it just looks perfect here. And
oh my gosh, look at that! Wow. Yeah, I mean it is so. It's amazing how far they've been able to get this system working from the first flight. And I would argue a lot of that had to do with getting the ground system functional. I know they never confirmed this, but I can't imagine there was not concrete flying back into those engines on the first flight. And we've got some more stuff I'm seeing in the back channel here. You're going to be like, I just saw something in the back channel that I can't express in the words I wish to use right now because YouTube would be angry at me.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are family friendly, right?
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. We are the family friendly space channel. But when I say holy moly, you can know what I'm thinking. There's another, and that looks like it did do a little tilt there, didn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
Alex, we need to have like a multi-hour call at some point to just talk this through because like this takes some time.
I think there's going to need to be
really
an
takes.
analysis show to just go through all of this, and I think I'm sure you guys are going to be spending the rest of today just kind of going over this stuff. There's our water deluge system.
Wow. I am just speechless. This, and I didn't expect it to go today. Like, I think everybody of us kind of went like, nah,
Right.
It might scrub, it might not go, and then suddenly you see the engines and you're like, oh, uh-oh.
It's going. Well,
oh yeah.
and you know what? They were concerned about Sunday because of weather, right? And then there was the whole, there's a local rule about the road being open during Thanksgiving week, so there was a lot of things that really made today the day, and it looks like they were determined to get it up and off that pad in time for that. Don Colts thanks us for the coverage. Thank you for the support, sir. We appreciate that. We'll put your
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Jack is joining us. So I got to hear it, Jack. What was it like to see this? Because you saw both of them. So what do you?
Outstanding.
What's
It
and
looked
what
like
words
they had
did
all
you
the
use?
engines all the way uphill.
Mhm.
I can't use those words here, but it did look like they had all the engines all the way uphill. It just wow. It launched. It's not
It
there
sure did.
anymore.
And Jack, can you give us a sense of scale here? Because I saw the one shot that we had, I think, up on the hotel of the boats in the foreground, and it looks like a skyscraper taking off. What does it look like to you when you see these things launch?
I know this word gets thrown around a lot, but surreal would be the word. It's just surreal. I mean, you get close enough to this thing when you're down here in Starbase, and you actually start to get a feel for how massive it is, and then you see it. Just looks like, you know, it's almost like it's got marionette strings on it, just being lifted up into the sky. But for real, I mean, that is the force of 33 Raptor engines doing their thing, and it's just utterly mind blowing. I hope everybody enjoyed that as much as we all did here. I don't even know what views we had other than glancing back and forth here and seeing what you guys were showing. But
it's insane.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. Okay, this is my shot. This is my
That's
shot.
your footage.
This is
Yeah.
the booster. This is the
amazing.
booster exploding.
Whoa.
Really?
Here we go. Wait for it. Wait for it.
There you
Oh, it's gone.
Oh!
No soft landing on that one.
That's one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever had a camera pointed at. And I know
Oh
it's
my
the booster exploding, and I know eventually the booster will not explode. But
Right.
in terms of a spectacle, that was something.
Was this a flight termination explosion, or was this just a atmospheric pressure deal?
Apparently FTS. Apparently this was
I
FTS.
believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was FTS.
Yeah. The way that the booster explodes, you can see that the sort of in the middle of the booster, there's like this little flash and then the explosion. I'm mostly sure. Obviously, SpaceX needs to confirm it, but I will put my money on it if it were to come to that point. And you know, flight termination systems do not activate lightly. They normally is because there's some kind of deviation. So it's it's totally possible. The booster. This is the first boost back burn for this booster and for super heavy in total, right? So look, if it wasn't able to find its own way back, it's okay. It'll be the next time. It already lifted off with 33 engines all the way up, hot staging. Come on, let's give it a break, right? It's
And
I want to give a I want to give a special shout outs to the fog and weather who didn't ruin this all. So thanks for that.
Wow. Wow. We did not get clouds. We did not get, skunked, which is just amazing and so great, because what a perfect time for a launch. Like, that was beautiful. You can't ask for much better than that. You can see the ship continuing on. You can see the booster flipping around, clear as day. And I know we have more replays, and we have all kinds of stuff coming in. It's just like, oh my god, I didn't see that. Oh my god.
Yes. The more it's like, I'm already telling you, Jack. After you have seen all of the footage we have already seen, you will have another round of this. How awesome this is, because our cameras catched unbelievable things. It's insane.
Amazing. It is insane.
I'm so happy right now.
And Jack, how many hours have you slept in the last week?
Oh, I don't know in the last week, but I can tell you I've been up for 26 hours right now.
Oh my goodness. Well, I want to thank you and everyone else with you for all that you did today, because all these views we're getting were not something we pulled down from SpaceX or from the NASA airplane. These are all coming from our cameras, the ones that you and the team down there set up and keep running. And I know how hard it is to keep this stuff running. So thank you on behalf of all of us watching for the effort that went into this today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just me. I'm just a guy with a beard and a camera. It's an entire team. It's like 40 or 50 people. I mean, Das is out here working his tail off. I mean,
look at that picture.
Sean is out here working his tail off. It's just insane. I think everybody's working so hard.
All 33 engines.
And what we've got on screen here is the fruit of your labor from the team. and so this is these are prints now. They're available on shop.nasaspaceflight.com, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, of our photographers who are on the scene there. And this just happened, and you can now own this as a metallic print. They are beautiful, and look at the detail on the engines there. All 33.
That is my shot from about 4 miles away. This is Max's. Max did a great job. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. And the cool thing when you buy a metal print, you obviously get to see the print on your wall. That's awesome. But the photographer that took the print gets a cut of the print sale. So you're not only helping out NSF, you're not only getting something awesome for your wall, but you are helping out the photographer. I don't know. Do we have any inkling on what the status of the pad is? Hopefully cameras lived,
so far. So here's your update, Jack. So far, cameras are looking very promising at the pad. There appears to be no major damage from what we can see. At least the cameras we can see in our camera. Here you can see it. They're standing. Like,
yes. Let's go.
So Danger Trailer fared better than Danger Van, it looks like. So we will have even more once they let us out there to check it out. It's called Danger Cart, and this was something that Das and the team put together. It's got Starlink, it's got LTE, it's got 5G, it's got solar panels, the whole nine. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have some more amazing photography. And look at that, it even moves on its own here. So that's our tracker. So, yeah, it still moves. So that's a good sign that I think things have survived much better than they did last time.
I have another replay uploading. You should have it shortly. It is of shortly after liftoff. The mock diamonds, you guys. The mock diamonds.
Wow.
It's so crazy how if you look at this plume and compare it to Flight 1, this is a proper rocket flying plume. It is so insanely good looking. You should there's always these moments where Alex and I are just sitting here and be hands on our head because we are so speechless.
By the way, we had a bunch of super chats asking. I'll put them up here as I find them in the very growing list of supporters. And thank you all for your support. There was a bunch of people looking for some views of the launch pad, and we just put some up on screen. It looks like it's in much better condition. And there you go. There's another shot that's coming back in.
Oh my God! You can see. You can see the exhaust of all of the engines combining, and it's like a mega Mac diamond in the middle or something. That's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's like a big Mac diamond in the middle.
I don't even have
That's how
words.
it's supposed to look.
I was looking at my viewfinder and just like mouth open, couldn't comprehend seeing the ice, the chunks of ice come off and hit that. That is outstanding. What an outstanding launch, and it cannot be said enough. Congratulations to SpaceX for getting this thing off the pad in a 20-minute window on its second flight. That is, I want to say that is unprecedented. I don't know that for a fact, but I sure feel like it's unprecedented. And look at that. All of those Raptors are firing. None of those Raptors are exploding. This thing is hauling the mail downrange, exactly like it's supposed to.
And that is the enthusiasm we are looking for out there, Jack. And I'm glad you got to witness this in person. It is just remarkable. And again, this is this whole stack is 394 feet tall. I will let the folks in the chat do the metric conversion there. And Alex, 30 feet in diameter, is that right?
Yeah, 9 meters for those in metric like me. That is the largest and most powerful rocket in the world flying right there. And all 33 engines, like, to me the most mind-blowing thing is those 33 engines, because we had so many headaches that SpaceX has had with all of these engines trying to ignite them, and finally, all 33 igniting.
Crazy. Unbelievable. And we've got so many messages of support that I do want to try to get through as we look at some of the replays here and the aftermath footage. There's a Tesla running by. I wonder whose Tesla that is. And this is the scene live right now from Boca Chica. And it looks like everything survived. Much better than it did the last time. So great stuff. Nice comment here from Matt Green. I'll put him up here on screen once my control panel here catches up.
They're already back at the old closure point. They're like already daring to go there. That at least
that's a good sign.
Decent hope for me for the state of the launch pad. I think they wouldn't do that if they would suspect a giant methane leak in one of the tanks or something.
And that's true. I mean, it's not just the launch pad that has to survive. It's all of these tanks with methane and liquid oxygen and nitrogen. There's a lot of things to be damaged. We still see some venting there, but that's normal, Adrian, right?
Yeah. This tank farm is there's still a lot of going on. It needs to save. It needs to probably vent out some of the nitrogen it had in the subcoolers, but nothing there looks like a leak. Because a leak would be very powerful at the beginning and then over time lose pressure. And I didn't see anything that looked like a big leak.
Right. Here's another replay. I can't believe how many different angles we've got of this event today. It's amazing how many cameras we've had focused on this. This might be a good time to also point out that the grid fins on the booster are out on purpose. They do not fold in like they do on the Falcon rocket.
I'm still like so many things did go well for this, and I think we didn't point this out enough before the launch. How hard this is, what SpaceX is trying. How they are doing things like bigger than ever before. Like this is an enormous achievement, and it looks fantastic on pictures.
It sure does.
Which is also amazing.
It sure does. Now, if you're just tuning in, because I always like to bring people up to date, because it is the morning, and people are, well, at least where I am, it's the morning. People are waking up and kind of see what's going on. As you can see from our replays here, this was, for all intents and purposes, a very successful launch of Starship, especially compared to the last one. As you can look at that. As you can see, we had 33 engines light and stayed lit. We got to hot staging separation. We had a successful main engine cutoff of Starship when it got to its basically its orbital altitude and speed. And after that, the flight termination system engaged and blew up Starship. But everything that SpaceX was hoping to achieve today was achieved, namely a successful launch with the booster, a successful hot stage separation, a successful main engine cutoff. And I'm sure the FAA was happy to see that the flight termination system worked as it was supposed to. And actually, the flight termination system was engaged on both Starship and on the booster, but only after they had successfully completed the mission today. And we have some footage. You'll probably see in a little bit of that booster exploding. But the booster did do its initial boost back burn, so we did get to see that also.
And one of the things looking at the telemetry. Yeah.
Oh my God.
One of the things that that I actually noticed looking at the telemetry is that it appears that the booster probably wasn't able to relight some of the engines during the boost back burn. It did a really good flip. The views really indicated that it did a good flip just after that that hot staging. But it appears that maybe some of the engines didn't properly relight, and so that might have caused deviation.
We have here a tweet from Jonathan McDowell, our go-to guy on all things orbits. And he says, based on the last altitude velocity numbers on SpaceX's webcast, I estimate Starship achieved a trajectory of minus 1740 by 150 kilometers with, if not entirely destroyed by the flight termination system, impact northeast of the Turks and Caicos Islands. So it is back down in pieces.
So they had a negative, apparently, and this is Jonathan McDowell, so this is a very reliable source, I would say. So this would be meaning that the perigee was still like negative. So, but it's if you ever played KSP, this has been getting pretty close to positive. Like this is just lacking just a little bit, because at the end suddenly it goes to positive very quickly. Wow!
Right, here's some more replay footage.
That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I've seen so many cool things. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
And Jack, I think with today's pretty much successful launch here, you're going to be seeing a lot of cool things much more rapidly than we have between these two flights. As I would imagine, the FAA has a lot more confidence in the flight system here, both the launching part and the exploding part. And look at that, we had perfect ignition of all 33 engines. We didn't even have that in the static fire they did a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad we're going to have more opportunities, because let me just say this on air right now. I'm a big dumb idiot, and I destroyed our internet connection at T-minus 10 minutes, and that gave Sean a whole host of problems. It killed my slow-mo camera. It killed a lot of things, and I sincerely apologize to the team for ruining a lot of awesome things that could have been more awesome. That's entirely my fault. And you know what? I'm just going to say this. If you're considering buying a metal print, please buy Sean's print. It's an amazing shot. I don't know if we can show it, but I'm just doing this on the fly. Sorry, production team. I feel terrible. I mean, it's a great day. It's an awesome day. We got amazing imagery. But really, we're all out here, money out of pocket, trying really hard to make awesome imagery for y'all. So once again, I can't suggest the metal prints enough.
And we will put some of those back on in a minute. And Jack, don't beat yourself up here. I mean, what you guys were able to deliver is absolutely remarkable. I don't think I've seen the same replay twice here over the last 50 minutes or so. So what you all did, it's just amazing. And I think our viewers are, the support queue, I'm trying to get through the support queue here. We have so many people to thank, because they
have Sean's print, by the way.
Yeah, there it is.
Sorry, Dash.
That's Sean's print.
And these are metal prints, so these are not just like a piece of paper. These are just, they just look amazing. And guess what? The holidays are coming up. Hanukkah's early this year. It's like a week and a half, 2 weeks away or something. And then you got Christmas coming up. I mean, this is a great gift for loved ones who are into space. And what's amazing is how quickly this team goes from an event to things that you can own, like our knitted sweaters. I've been knitting for the last month and a half here. And you know what? You got that ugly sweater party at the office. I mean, how cool would you look walking in with these beautifully knit sweaters? Look at that. You got Starbase and Dragon, complete with working parachutes. I wouldn't use the sweater as a parachute. Are those Raptor Christmas trees?
Yes, these are absolutely Raptor Christmas trees, and I want to once again shout out Pauline for these amazing designs. Like working together with working together with Mark and Pauline on these stored items is such a blessing, and I love what we did with these cool items the last few months, and a lot of the work is on Pauline, who does these amazing designs and comes up with so creative solutions all the time. And I wanna give both Mark and Pauline a big shout out here for always making the gibberish that I sometimes talk into something amazing. So
that's awesome.
Thank you, my favorite store team.
Yeah, look at that. You even have a heat shield on your knitted beanie. So you know when the sun comes out and you're on the ski slopes, your head will be protected from both the heat and the cold. So they're engineered for that. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we also have some high-resolution embroidery of the mission patch today, too. So, wow, do we have so many people to thank here. I'm just going to kind of run through as many Super Chats as we can as we continue to look at the outcome here on the pad, and also look at some of the amazing replays that are still coming in to our control center here. Krillix with a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. We have Alan up there also with a very generous super chat. So thank you all for your support there. Joel Hagelman, thank you for your support. And I'm waiting for my control panel to catch up here. There it goes. Jay, thank you very much for your generous contributions too. Awesome support today, and we greatly appreciate it. Everyone's been working so hard on bringing this coverage to you today. What a nice shot that is. I can't wait to see the replay from this angle, because I think this one really gives you a sense of how big Starship is. Because you can see what we saw before was essentially a skyscraper, which is a rocket, lift off that pad and essentially go into orbit. So pretty amazing.
And I'm telling you this. We will see. I'm putting a lot of faith right now in SpaceX, but I think there's a very high chance we will see the next Starship launch before the end of the first quarter of 2024. That's my.
I have no doubt.
Based on the status of this pad, based on the initial results, and based on the fact that this will probably not be a very, very complicated regulatory investigation, but more like a lighter one. I think I'm putting my money on before April for sure for the next flight. That's my prediction here.
Yeah, me too.
And I think if you look at the mishap report and all the things that they adjusted here in response to that first launch, and it really speaks to the process that SpaceX follows here, which is launch and fail, and get to a point where, as you can see, this iterative development here. Alex, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I will agree with Adrian here that we're probably not going to see a ton of modifications to be able to get this ready back for flight. Because, most of the flights, it was a complete success. Obviously, there must have been something for the ship to have triggered its flight termination system. But definitely, the booster, it did the whole way uphill. The boost back burn, it seemed like the relight of the Raptors didn't quite work entirely, but again, that's an issue that they can work on the next flight. This was like the icing on the cake for this flight. The next flight will be all about nailing all of these little issues that happen after actually going uphill and going into space. I don't think this time around we're going to see that 63 recommendation list, right? Remember when Elon posted all of these recommendations and everything that they have found? I'm not sure that's going to happen this time around. Obviously, there's going to be some, because they themselves will figure out that they need to work on things. But hey, look, it's just the development process, and you can see, oh my God, every single time that I'm seeing all of those views, we're less than 1 hour since that launch, and still, I'm mind blown by these views.
It just keeps coming and coming. We had that view from the hotel roof. It's just amazing to see what we had there. Hey, thanks to Landon and Jim, who I had up there earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just looking at all of our feeds, and I was just looking at some of the feeds, and they have such Apollo vibes.
Yes.
There's more coming. There's more coming. There's one that I'm looking for, and we'll see if we get it. That definitely has huge Apollo vibes, and definitely looking forward to show that here on stream.
I'll tell you what, we've got so many great views, and I'm sure we've got a lot of footage to unpack and analyze. So if you are not already subscribed to NSF, hit the button, because we're going to be pouring over this footage quite a bit over the next couple of weeks here, because I know we've done so much analysis of what to expect, and it's going to be, I think, really interesting now to compare what we expected to what we actually got here. And Adrian, earlier you were saying that this was beyond your expectation. You didn't think we'd get this far today, did you?
No, absolutely not. I said it before. If they even get to if I see the maneuver of hot staging in some shape or form, and they would be able to gather some data on that, that was my honest, like, if they get that, I would have celebrated already. At the moment I see the booster with 33 engines, and B, the ship with 6 engines going to space, that is so far above what I expected to see today. And I think the most impressive thing about today is how clean it all looked, how clean this plume looked, how stable this rocket was during flight. It was just above anything. The first one looked so almost almost holding it together, like barely the parts flying off, and this looked so much better.
Yeah, it looked like it was really struggling to stay aloft last time, right? And then of course it started tumbling, and that was certainly the end of that one. But no, but this one, right? It looked like a regular spaceship that we typically cover on this channel, that was under control. Everything was firing off as expected. And Alex, you know, they obviously, a lot of what they learned from Falcon went into Starship here. Falcon's become the workhorse of the space industry. It sounds like SpaceX has made a lot of progress in a short period of time. I would imagine we're going to see a level of reliability out of this one in the future too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't doubt that, you know, Starship, as SpaceX learns more and more, they're gonna. I have all my hopes that Starship will become even as reliable or even more reliable than Falcon 9 in the long run, that we're going to see not just 200, 300 flights in a row, because the launch that we saw today of Falcon 9 was somewhere around, I think, 253rd flight of Falcon 9 in a row since the last failure. I kind of eye my spreadsheets here, that's why I'm sort of stalling there. But yeah, it's quite amazing that they have made this such step in the reliability of the system. I don't doubt that in the long run, within a few years, we're going to see multiple flights of a Starship already in a row that are going to be successful, and definitely not only launching, but, you know, that return, that super heavy return, it didn't work. But...
Right. But it looks cool.
Look at all, like Falcon 9 today, the launch that happened earlier this morning, 172nd successful landing in a row since the last failure of a Falcon 9 landing. So, look, they're gonna get it. It's just about giving them time, giving them the opportunity to gather that data and fix the issues. That's when they learn, and that's when you get a really reliable rocket.
And what you're looking at here is the flight termination system engaging on the booster as it was in the process of returning, but something went awry there. And of course, they'll be doing a lot of analysis as to what happened. But the fact that the flight termination system worked and effectively got it done is pretty impressive. Now, we've got a tweet here from NASA, from Bill Nelson, who is obviously the man in charge at NASA these days, former senator from Florida. And he says, "Congrats to the teams who made progress on today's flight test. Spaceflight is a bold adventure demanding a can-do spirit and daring innovation. Today's test is an opportunity to learn, then fly again. Together, NASA and SpaceX will return humanity to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And we are a heck of a lot closer to getting to the moon right now than we were this morning before we lifted off." And I'm sure NASA's feeling pretty good about their investment in SpaceX at this point, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I feel like that's Jim Free.
And Jim Free also chimed in here. Each test represents a step closer to putting the first woman on the moon with Artemis 3, Starship human landing system. Looking forward to seeing what can be learned from this test that moves us closer to the next milestone. So I would say NASA's happy.
Yeah, and Jim Free, for those that don't know, is basically the Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development, basically the side of NASA that works on the on human exploration development systems. There's an operational human spaceflight part, which is the ISS, Crew Dragon, Commercial Crew, all of that. It is operational flights. These are the development flights. That's Artemis, that's SLS, all of that is under Jim Free. Now, Jim Free is soon to move to another position in NASA, so there's going to be someone else moving in, but definitely encouraging words from NASA leadership today.
And I hear we might have the DOS track ready. Sorry, Adrian.
I was about to say the same thing. I want to see the DOS track.
So DOS is our human tracker, and this is his track of the launch.
Oh my
Let's
God!
see.
Look at
that first move of the tripod is always the hardest, and then you're good. There we go. Look at that.
Oh, look at that Mach Diamond.
Yeah.
This is a manual track, by the way. Just to point this out again. This is a manual track.
No auto track here.
Right. Who needs an auto tracker when we've got DOS?
Of course.
Locked on the end on the flames completely.
Wow. Awesome job.
Das has the auto track on his mind, obviously. He has
That's amazing.
That view, incredible. Look at that. The business end of Super Heavy. And you can see sort of the fire suppression system on the bottom of the booster. I can see those vents activated. If you see the business end a little bit higher up from where the engines are located, you can see like vents streaking out. That is the fire suppression system on the booster, its own fire extinguisher acting as the engines ignite so that there's no fires in the engine bay, just like we had with Booster 7, so that the engines are healthy, and they're healthy. Look at that. That is a really great ascent. It works.
And that was a big addition to this launch that we did not have the first time, was that suppression
And look
system.
how it expands as it grows, as it goes up. It expands that plume of condensation behind the rocket.
It's fantastic. This is fantastic.
And this is DOS's manual track.
We hadn't seen this with Super Heavy, because the last time it was certainly not this beautiful.
Yeah, last time we didn't get to the plume expansion kind of phase of the flight. That was a bit. It was.
This is definitely.
Yeah. Wow, DOS did amazing work here, because this is not some fancy automated tracking system. This is the DOS manual track.
We should get close to hot staging. Well, y'all. We should get close to hot staging here, right?
Yeah. I don't think any of us are actually qualified to say y'all.
No, I think it's
you guys.
it's like very close to a copyright infringement. I think when we say it, it's like. Might see this. Do we see the shutdown sequence here?
I think we do. It sounds like, from what I gather, DOS tracked this 99% of the way through.
Which is amazing, because we always talk about, when we see Falcon 9s launching for Florida and Max or some other of the Cape teams track the vehicle, we're like, oh my gosh, we're still tracking it 5 minutes.
There it is!
Oh, there we go.
Whoa, look at that.
Hot staging.
And the flip,
awesome.
the boost back burn.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, you kind of see that the booster is not firing in the correct direction. It's kind of firing
the booster,
sideways.
Yeah, the booster was a bit tumbly.
Yeah, I can see why that flight termination system engaged.
Yeah, I love how you can see. Yeah, I love how you can see when DAS decides like, nope, this going.
Yep, you're going this way. Well, it's hard. What do you follow after that?
It's auto-engaging.
Right?
It's engaging on another target.
Right. But what an awesome track from DOS there. That's amazing. That was amazing work. And this is from a team from DOS who hadn't slept in like 48 hours either. So they've all earned the rest of the day off, I think. Look at that.
Yeah, I think like maybe a few hours off.
Yeah. And we've got more to come. So just stay tuned, everybody. We've got And I'll tell you what, we've got a bunch more people to thank in the chat here too.
I just saw another shot from one of our photographers that is coming, and it's ridiculous. These people are so talented.
Talented and passionate, and I think that's what really defines the NSF community here. Not only everyone that works on the content, but also all of you who come in and join us for these things. It's just a bunch of enthusiasts who are passionate about getting off this planet, following developments in that area. So that is it. Hey, I want to thank Dom Talley for your generous contribution. Looks like from New Zealand. Thank you very much for that, sir. We appreciate it, and it helps keep all these cameras running for all this great footage that we're seeing here. Really cool. Matt, thank you very much for your support of the channel here as well. I'll put you up on the screen there. There we go. Daniel says a great achievement. I would say that's definitely the case. This was a great achievement today.
Yes. I mean, great achievement is like I still struggle for words how to properly put this into context, and because this is really so far above expectations. And oh my god, these shots are so beautiful.
Absolutely.
I kind of want to. I wish there was a video very soon where you can watch all of these shots combined in one single video. Oh wait, that's coming. Stay tuned.
It is.
Yeah,
and we have a bunch of people behind the scenes right now who are frantically editing all this stuff together for you. So we are going to bring you as much as we can as we continue streaming here. And then, of course, on the on-demand side of our efforts here, you will be able to pull these up on our YouTube channel whenever you want. Hey, Robert Weeks, thank you very much for your generous contribution, which helps keep everything rolling here. And I'll wait for my control panel to catch up here. And we got a few other ones here, actually a lot more to go through to thank as we watch some of these amazing replays of this awesome launch event today. Hey, we have a couple of celebrities in here like Scooby-Doo, who also made a Super Chat contribution. Thank you very much for that. You know who else I saw in here was Mark Hamill. I'm not sure if it's the Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill, but either way, somebody named Mark Hamill. Thank you very much for your support of the effort here as well. And what I'll do also is as we keep talking here, I'll put some more of these up. Oh, here's the boost back. Yeah. That hot staging looked amazing. I can't wait to see if SpaceX has any closer views of that. I would imagine they probably do later, given how good the conditions were today, visibility-wise.
Yeah.
That hot staging is going to look awesome when we see a closer shot of that.
It's gonna look absolutely fantastic. Hey Jack, do we have you again? I'm curious. I'm not sure if Jack is here, but either way, it's I want to really hear like more impressions from the field over time and like what they think, because there's a few people we have in the field that saw the first and the second, so I want to see like and hear, did it feel faster, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to hear that too, because you know what, we are kind of watching along with our audience, because none of us are there, because we have, we need to be in a place where we have a reliable connection. But yeah, I'm really eager to hear just what it was like, and it was great hearing from Jack earlier about just his feelings about it and just how awestruck he was over what he witnessed there, and he had seen these before, so this one was special for him too. Here's a question maybe that Alex or Adrian might be able to handle here from Logic Beach. Let me pull it up on screen here. Curious about the trajectory. This comes from Logic Beach. Curious about the trajectory of Starship debris. Because it's funny, as we were doing our countdown to launch shows, we were anticipating talking about maybe somebody recovering these stages in the ocean. That's not happening. So now we're talking about the debris. Would there be a he wants to know if would there be a Hawaii red rain? I don't think it made it to Hawaii, but obviously a lot of debris probably ended up in the ocean, but that's why they would keep the mariners out of those exclusion zones for safety purposes. Adrian, what do you think about the debris field here? Pretty extensive?
I mean, there will be some debris raining, because the smaller the parts, the less you can at some point, we'll see them destroyed. Again, that's, as you said, that's why the marine areas are closed. That's why you make sure that the corridor is clear. And I mean, maybe if you're lucky and you're in the right direction, some TPS are coming your way in the next few days if they are floating into the right direction. We'll see.
Right, you might have some stuff wash up. Right, it could wash up now. It could wash up months from now. Right, so there might be some floating debris, but the heavy stuff is. And we have some breaking news from the field. Who's joining us? Hey, there's Das. Das, you're looking great up there.
I don't know what sort of breaking news it is. The breaking news is that my heart is still beating. I don't know if y'all saw in the replay there, the shake. That was the fact that I was going like this trying to track that rocket. But that is one of the most crazy things I have ever had the privilege of seeing, folks. And I got to say, I asked them to patch me in. I've been so busy dealing with the network, dealing with everything, the cameras, deploying the danger trailer. I don't know if we're going to name it that or not. I was running a few cameras up here on the roof of the Margaritaville. But thank everybody who's watching right now for giving us the privilege of doing this. We couldn't do this if y'all didn't show up. And we're not a big, crazy company or anything like that. Some people think we are, right? Oh, NSF. We're a group of enthusiasts who love doing this. So I guess I just wanted to hop in real quick, and every single person out there that's ever liked a stream or chatted with us or gifted a membership or just showed up, thank y'all so much for making it so that this is what me and all the other people at NASA Spaceflight can do for a living. This is amazing to see. I had to hop in. Look, I got my patches on and everything.
Yeah, you're
just
good to go. You're
here.
living.
Thank y'all so much for making this possible.
And
yeah,
Dawson,
I am good to go. I'm like all decked out.
You are. You're ready to go. Everyone knows who you're working for. And I want to thank you on behalf of the viewers, because people have been just over the moon, literally, over the footage that has been delivered from there in the field. And I had the pleasure of spending like a long weekend with you, like just seeing all that goes into what happens here. And this is, there's not some big production crew that goes around and keeps all this stuff working. It's people with passion for what we're delivering to the audience, and it's just amazing. But here's what I want to hear, though, because you said you've seen a lot of these things, a lot of crazy stuff, but this was kind of topping the list. What did it feel like to see this lift off after all of this anticipation? To some degree, I think there was more anticipation for this than the first one.
I think, Lon, there's probably a little delay here, but I have a feeling that people could see what I was feeling. When you watch the track back, you can see that as soon as it started moving, I'm like, no way, it's moving, and the camera goes like this a little bit, right? And then it starts to go, and it's like, no way, there it goes. And I wanted to see the engines. I wanted to see the mock diamonds. I didn't look at the front of the ship. I didn't look at the middle of the ship. I was trying to track the engines because I wanted to see what the engines were doing. And I didn't want to guess at it, right? I didn't want to be like, oh, did it lose one engine? No. And I tracked the engines all the way up just because I wanted to see what would happen. And then I made the decision, right? The ship was going to go.
Yeah, which one do you follow?
The booster was going to go.
Yeah.
And I decided to go for the... Yeah, exactly. I figured that I would go with the ship and see what was going to happen. Was it going to tumble? Was it going to keep going? Jack got the booster explosion, the FTS, I think it was. It's just, you could see my heartbeat in the footage, and it was fun. It is fun to be able to come out here and do this sort of stuff, and it's fun to be able to share it with people everywhere else. What's up?
It was funny. My watch was dinging me for my heart rate throughout the whole lead up to the launch here, and I'm sitting in my basement in Connecticut, so I can't imagine what.
We'll get the production team. I demoed a thing for Chris G before Chris G moved on to put the heart rate on stream. I don't know if that's something we might want to do, but I was playing around with that, and it might just show that all our heart rates are pegged whenever it's time, but we have the technology to do that. We have lots of technology, thanks to folks keep showing up.
You know what? John Young famously had a super low heart rate on STS-1, and we got to do that just to find out who's the steely-eyed missile person, so that we can determine
who's the steely-eyed missile. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Oh man.
I hope we don't have any cardiologists watching. But Roger, I can't
show that. I don't know. Maybe they'd be like, "Hey, that little bump in your heart rate, like that's you should get that checked out."
Yeah, get it checked out there. So.
Anyways,
so what's next?
I'll let y'all get back to the show.
Next?
I have so much gear. Oh, well, I have a bunch of gear to pack up. Max is over here. If I could show you Max, is he in frame? He's actually looks a lot like a towel down there. Wave, Max. He's editing photos down there. I don't know if that was full screen or not. But he is editing photos in his own little photo booth, which is a pink towel, apparently.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But Max is over here on the roof with me. Jack and... Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I remember when I was learning photography, I used to have to enclose myself in a dark blanket to do development. So it's very full circle, even though it's digital. There he is.
Anyways, I have so much gear up here to pack up. Max, maybe we'll finish editing the photos and help me pack up some gear. I literally just wanted to get patched in here from the roof of the Margaritaville to say thank you to everybody that watches and supports what we do. Y'all keep saying it. We're not like a huge organization. You heard Chris B saying it earlier. We don't have millions of dollars behind us, but we show up and we try to make things happen for y'all. So thank you for trusting us to keep bringing y'all shots of what happens with rockets. I'll see you nerds later. Y'all can go ahead and send it back to the show.
And we wear that badge of nerd proudly here at NSF because we really do. Us nerds are going to make us a multi-planetary species, and I think we're one step closer there to that. So, hey, we got more people to thank here. Dwan G with a nice super chat. He placed a bet earlier and just following through. So perhaps he had some different expectations than the mostly successful launch we saw here today. Simon B mentions, I can't wait to look back on this moment and how emotional it was. It is emotional because this is very much kind of, we're at a period of time, really, that no other time in human history we've been at. Really, think about the whole development of the space program and the moon landings. It hasn't been that long that humans have been able to leave our home planet, and it's exciting to see another development there. Nice chat here from AJ Charbonneau. Excellent coverage of Starship Flight number 2. Thank you all that you do. And I'll be putting up some member milestones here also as we work our way through here. So, wow, gentlemen. It's just been amazing. Jack, I see, is joining us back again, I think.
Hi. Oh, I'm on camera. Oh, God.
There you are. Yes. So Jack, what's the mood down there? I'm sure this was like a party atmosphere. People coming out to see this today. Those of us who covered the event, but also people who maybe just want to see it. I'm sure it's going to be a pretty raucous afternoon down there.
Yeah, I mean, just like anything, rocket viewing and photography is a series of trade-offs, and the trade-off that we make by being at this particular location is we're close, and we're not around a large crowd of people, so we don't get that feeling that you might get if you were a viewer at Isla Blanca Park, for example, or if you are, around a large number of people, like if you're at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, for example. But there is a contingent of awesome people here, and yeah, we were all in this. Everything you guys have already said. It starts to move, and we're like, "Oh my God, it's moving!" It's just, yes, it's amazing. Now we wait to see when SpaceX lets us get our remote cameras. I am drinking more caffeine. I have not slept. I don't need to sleep. I don't even know what sleep is. Someday the adrenaline will wear off, but for now, we're just pouring over all of the amazing footage that we have and trying to get it on stream and get prints in the shop and get more replays. Speaking of, I've been dropping and having internet issues. Did we get that hot staging video? The hot staging replay that I posted up.
I think that's
Have we watched
not.
that yet?
I think we are still making it through all the replays. So I'm not sure if we are there yet.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
But stay tuned. You're going to see another cool video.
I want to see the replays from all the other cameras because I know what mine look like. I don't know what all the other ones look like. So if you have more replays, by all means, I'll shut my mouth and we'll watch more replays because holy moly, what a beautiful launch.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, it's been amazing. I've been having a hard time keeping up here with all of the support that we've been getting today of the effort here. And it's thanks to all of you folks on the ground who made it happen. So Tony Gibster here, thank you very much for your contribution. We got a lot of new members that'll be popping up here as we make our way through the stream here. Jack, how far away were you from the launch? You said you were closer than some of the other folks were.
Just under 4 miles, basically right on the edge of the exclusion zone.
So you're pretty much as close as you could get. So what did that Like, did you feel the shock waves as it was going up?
Oh, absolutely. How do I put this? The lens that I chose to shoot this with, specifically I chose because I knew hot staging was going to be a thing, and I wanted to have as good a view of that as possible. So I went with 1200 millimeters, which meant I couldn't see the base of the rocket while it was on the pad. All I could see was Starship.
Okay.
And when it ignited and started moving, it was just astounding to see it move. And then the sound hit. Lon, the sound is just bone rattling. It's amazing. And so I could have gotten on top of a shipping container that we have here and actually been able to see the base of the rocket and gone with a wider lens. But part of the reason I didn't do that is because, one, hot staging, and two, hey, did you know that the metal roof of shipping containers is like a trampoline when you hit it with a thrust? The sound of 33 Raptor engines thrust? Like literally like a trampoline. I learned that on Flight 1. So in this case, I kept my feet firmly on the ground, which meant my view was slightly obstructed. But you know what? The obstruction didn't matter because I couldn't even see the base of the rocket. So, yeah, just utterly and truly mind-blowing. Thank you, SpaceX, for launching on such a beautiful day at such a beautiful time.
Yes.
You can't really ask for much more than that.
I wanna give a special shout out to grid fin actuators. Special shout outs to all the grid fin actuators out there. You're doing amazing.
Yep.
I wonder if that should be a new membership tier here at NSF. You can become a grid fin actuator. That would be a fun one to add to that.
Absolutely carrying.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. I identify as a grid fin actuator, so great stuff. Hey, I want to thank Scott Farrow for your generous super chat. I got so many more here. Like, we're having a hard time keeping up with them, but we'll be keeping up with the supporter chat as we work our way through some of the replays. What you're looking at now, if you're just tuning in, is an empty launch pad because this huge rocket that's almost 400 feet tall and 30 feet in diameter, and Adrian and Alex can do the metric conversion for me after I'm done blabbering here. But that rocket lifted off successfully. All 33 engines stayed ignited or lit or functioning or thrusting, and we pretty much had a successful test flight here. Both the booster and the Starship were destroyed by the flight termination systems, but it did not result in a failed mission here. I think everything that SpaceX was hoping to achieve was achieved. And the FAA, who was very nervous about the flight termination system not working on the first mission, now saw it operate not once, but twice. And we have some spectacular views that we'll be sharing with you of the flight termination system engaging on the booster, which was unbelievable there. So pretty cool. Bolo Hawaii with a very generous super chat as well here. And unfortunately, Starship did not make it to Hawaii or off the coast of Hawaii like was planned, but I am sure we'll be seeing another one make its way there in the very near future. So just a crazy day here. So, hey, Jack, does this one seem louder than the last one, given that we had more engines working and less explosions?
Sorry.
Jack? Yep.
I think Jack is like staring at us right now. I think you might have lost him. Or he's like very intense right now. One or two.
Very intense. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm also like the volume level is probably an interesting factor here. And I mean, so far, by the way, it still looks like they're saving the launch pad. And I think the major damage is just one single tank that got a really major dent.
Yeah.
I
think
feel like
we've talked about with these tanks before. Those tanks, the outer tank is different than the inner tank. So to some degree, the denting may not be a deal breaker for that tank working in the future. It didn't puncture.
Yeah, oh, good. Go ahead, Alex. No, you insist.
Locally, so it's not really the end of the world just because they got one of those a little bit dented. it doesn't appear that this time around it was because of debris. I will guess that it might be related because of the pressure waves from ignition, which I would not be surprised, to be honest, because that rocket pucks a punch, basically. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. But, you know, we'll find out. Maybe, you know, some other perspectives. I think SpaceX had a tweet with, like, aerial shots or something like that. Maybe we can show that. But, yeah, definitely super, super impressive that the pad is mostly intact.
And it does look a lot better than it did last time, which means we may be having a lot more of these streams in the future, which is great. And helping us make those streams happen are supporters like you. Bidford here with a very generous super chat, and I'll put him up on screen here. We're getting so many things coming in that our control panel is having a hard time keeping up here, but it's a good problem to have. We also had Spherical Rat with another generous contribution here as well. Just amazing what we're seeing here insofar as support is concerned. Alfred Lorber with a super chat. Thank you all for the great work. And when orbit? That's the next question, right? It's no longer when hop, but when orbit. And when orbit is so proud of the NSF team. We also need to make sure we get Jack some bacon for his work. Jack runs on bacon, so we will be sure to get him. Hopefully he gets a nice good breakfast sandwich with a lot of bacon on it for all the energy that he has expended and all the rest of the team has expended. And we still have more stuff coming in. So what we are waiting on right now, Adrian, is that we have cameras very close to the pad. So we're going to have remote cameras to pick up soon. We're just waiting for SpaceX to allow us to get those. So those photos will be up a little later, I'm guessing, because we have to go get the cameras and pull the footage and upload everything. Where can people find these photos when they're up and running? I would imagine on our website, nasaspaceflight.com.
Yeah, usually there's parts in the forum where they will be shown, but there's also, of course, following our amazing photographers also on Twitter, on Instagram, on their socials is also always a good idea. I also want to promote the NSF Facebook and Instagram, who are very much posting all of these amazing shots from time to time. So give also them a look. And these are like the main sources, but of course we will also for the video views publish some videos over the next few hours, and they will also give you the ability to like rewind. You can watch it in like quarter the speed and do your best Alex impression of looking at every vent. There's so many things you can do.
Right.
So that's there. There will be a lot of content from us about this. We will make sure that you know everything about this, and I can already tell you there will probably be a post show somewhere. Either I don't think it. To be fair, I'm not sure if we will have a post show about this today. There might be tomorrow because I think everybody here is running on a very unhealthy low sleep.
Right.
But there will also be, we will talk about this. We will make sure that you, if you stick with us, if you're watching our content, you will know as much as you can about this.
Well, this is technically the after show. Yep.
Yeah, can I point out something here? That Starship, it launched on the first try.
Mm-hmm. Who would
it launched on the first try? Like...
Yeah.
Also, I'm amazed because I had this sort of background, and this is actually what happened. It actually flew.
Yeah,
so I'm super proud.
And it flew well. And I remember covering the early days of the Falcon 9 projects, and it was a running joke that it never met T0 on the first try. And now, of course, it's very frequent that it does so, and certainly here was the case as well. Now, we are doing the after show, and I just learned that we have a full or close to full flight edit that Sawyer has been working his tail off on. And I think we're going to go to that in a second, although there are some tanker trucks down there at Starbase.
Yeah,
I don't know if
and
we want to talk about that first.
The roadblock come back. So now that the vehicle is obviously out of the pad, the roadblock came back. And there's already tankers.
Yeah, I'm about to.
They're
I'm
already
about to say like
preparing for the next flight.
Yeah, it's like tanker trucks. Really, SpaceX, give us like a day. Like,
okay,
right.
I want to make a bet here in this live stream right now. Bets around the horn here between us three. when is Booster 10 rolling down the road for its
Well, I would
static fire
imagine-
test campaign?
I would imagine there's some pressure now because, first of all, just from the standpoint of logistics, they have a lot of these things they've been constructing over the last 7 months that I think they're probably going to want to clear out. And the best way to clear them out is to launch them. So I would say maybe not before the end of the year, but I would say they're going to pick up in January. And I think we're going to see the pace increase substantially now that this is probably, every part is hard, but really the hardest part is keeping those engines lit and getting the thing into orbit. We kind of demonstrated that they're pretty close to that point. So my prediction is we're going to see a lot more. But
Some
you know what I
people
want
in
to
chat
do?
saying today.
Today, yeah. Let's. Well, you know what? We can pretend that it just happened again because we got this great replay. So if you missed it, we're going to queue up this replay now that Sawyer has been working his tail off on over the last hour or so to give you almost. I think we go all the way to the hot staging and beyond. So I don't know if our control center is ready, but I'm ready for that roll. And you can, if you missed it, we're going to give you the launch here. Here we go. And we can do like the DVD commentary here. Look at that. And I think we talked about the other day that about 82% of those hundreds of thousands of gallons of water is instantly converted to steam.
More, 92.
It's like 92%.
And look at the QD arm moving away as it clears the path.
That QD arm is getting out of there. That's like, that QD arm is like, oh, nope, not having this.
And we noted before, you can see the visible shock waves going up. This is my favorite shot because I think this really gives the sense of scale about how big this thing is.
Yeah, it's like a giant skyscraper just taking fire.
Yeah. But it certainly got off the pad in a lot healthier of a fashion. We don't see a lot of debris flying around here as it's going.
This is just unbelievable.
It's a clean bird.
Engines.
It's a totally clean bird.
Look at these engines.
Oh my god.
They went from having one engine out after another to a perfectly clean burn on the booster.
And that's one of the beauties of this methane is that you can really see the detail a lot
You can
better,
see
right?
there the vapors from the fire suppression system. Oh my god. You can see there on the skirt around the engines. That's amazing.
I'll tell you what, if I was a SpaceX engineer, I would be over the moon today just because you think about there's only certain things you can do in a test flight, right? You can speculate and simulate, but the actual flight is where you see if all that work comes together, and it certainly did.
It's really hats off to SpaceX. They really worked hard to improve on this, and I mean they always say it, of course, that they learned from the first flight, but today they proved it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I think you know, again, a lot of the things that we saw between Flight 1 and now clearly have been rectified. So buckle up, space fans. We're going to be doing a lot of these, I think, in the near future. And the best part is we got so much crazy stuff that still hasn't happened yet, like, you know, chopsticks grabbing boosters and rapid reuse and refueling missions and landing on the moon. I mean, this is all next, and we're just at the beginning of this. And this was a real critical step to getting to that point. Here's the we're getting close to the hot staging here.
It's wow. It's just so amazing. You can see the shutdown here in this shot, and I love that you can see that it's kind of staged because the shutdown is not happening like all at once. It's just engine by
like
engine, and like pairs.
Until only the 3 inner ones remain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think you guys are, there it goes.
There you go.
There's a hot
and the
stage.
flip, and it's amazing how quickly the flip happens.
Have we seen this view before? I don't think we saw this one earlier. Maybe I missed it. Look at that.
See, and now the problem with the booster is that obviously once it starts to flip in the boost back bird, it starts deviating and pointing the wrong way. It's like,
it's like boom. It's kind of overshooting its rotation. It's like I'm rotating. Oh damn.
Yep.
And then well,
blaze of glory.
There you go.
Whoa.
That is awesome.
Well, just a bit of refinement next time.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, too? You know, this is an explosion that we just witnessed that was set off by explosives. Typically, when you think about rockets exploding, especially when we've seen them explode closer to the ground, there's a lot more fire in those explosions. This looks more like a puff of cloudy air, if I could be simple about it. Why is that, Alex?
The tanks were also probably more emptied by this point because they had flown this time around. The booster had a very successful first stage flight, so the tanks were not as full as for the first flight when it exploded. And so it is much more clean of an explosion kind of thing. But definitely, I'm super like they already have the tankers there.
It's like so you think those tanks are delivering fuel for the next mission? Is that what you think is happening there?
I mean they're delivering. I mean they're okay. So let's unpack this. What's probably happened? They are probably scheduled to be there for refueling in case of a scrub. That's why they are probably here. It's still hilarious though, because apparently they're still cute. So they will go there and refuel the tank farm. Apparently, at least part of it. I'm like, we'll see.
Well, it's a good way to test if your tank survived, is to put more stuff in them and see what happens, right? So, hey, let me ask you this question, Alex. This comes from a Roseanne in our chat, and wait for our thing to catch up here. Any idea when we'll see a Starship launch from the Cape? Because at Kennedy Space Center right now, next to Pad 39A, is another one of these Starship towers with chopsticks. Were they waiting on today's results to see what they had to do in Florida to basically make a system that works the same as it does here?
It is very likely that they were waiting for these bad systems to be proven. The bad systems at LC-39A are completely different. It is also true that LC-39A is a big complex. They can fit 2 launch pads, like one for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and another one for Starship Super Heavy. So it's definitely more room to get a new more improved design, for example, of the pad, the OLM, things like that. We're not sure what's the current status of their planning or when it's going to happen or when it's going to be worked on. But if the one that Artemis 3 landing, NASA has said that landing will be supported via Starbase and LC-39A. Therefore, we should see that work resuming really soon, probably in the next year or so. And so my hope is that 2024 will be the time when SpaceX comes back to 39A and resumes the work on Starship. Also, my hope for seeing a second tower at Starbase. So perhaps by the end of 2024, we'll have 3 Starship launch pads. Wow. Imagine that.
And a lot of Starships, no doubt, that they could put there. And Adrian, the next steps, obviously, this is an important step into getting Artemis 3 off the ground. Briefly, Artemis 3 requires a lot of Starship landings and launches and grabbings, if you will, to get their fueling capacity put together, to get the lander ready. How much more does SpaceX need to do here before Artemis 3 is ready?
So they need, of course, the first thing they need to demonstrate is a reliable way to get to orbit. Because they need, for Artemis 3, they don't need to do this once. They need to do is, I think the latest statement to Ars Technica was in the teens of flights for one Artemis missions. So like around 15-ish. Wow. So you need to be reliable here. And you probably need to also demonstrate orbital refueling. You need to get the depot ready. And also, and that's another part of their HLS contract, if I recall correctly, is a demonstration mission. So basically, they offered, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but SpaceX and NASA confirmed that there will be an uncrewed demonstration mission at some point before the crewed Artemis 3 mission. So we would also see a complete demonstration of Artemis 3 kinda before Artemis 3 itself happens, right?
I'm not fully sure.
I think there was demo mission confirmed, right at the sign off that they would do a demo mission.
Yeah, so there's going to be a demonstration mission first, an uncrewed demonstration mission first, and then a crewed demonstration mission. So the uncrewed demonstration mission, that was supposed to be like a whole year before the crewed one. So if the crew one needs to happen by the end of 2025, as they plan, the uncrewed one needs to happen by the end of 2024, which I'm going to say it's probably not going to happen. My bets are on the Crew One maybe being towards 2028, and maybe the Uncrewed One 2026, 2027. That is sort of where I'm hanging on. Definitely, you need a lot of cadence to be able to refuel this rocket, and this is the first step. Like, get to space, get to orbit, and then rendezvous and encounter with the other Starship and dock in orbit, refuel, whatever. Like, it's each step we're gonna get slowly. Obviously, the more that we get through in one flight, the better. But one step at a time, getting there, and definitely quite an amazing journey that we get to that point. I have no doubts that SpaceX will eventually get to that point of launching multiple Starships every week, just like we have multiple Falcon 9s every week.
And I think that's going to be the plan here. And they're certainly building them fast enough. There's a whole rocket garden of them waiting to be lofted into orbit. So we will see a lot more launches, and we'll cover a lot more launches thanks to the support of all of you. And I want to thank Ernest Galvin for a very generous super chat here. This definitely will help us continue to bring this coverage to you, because as the launch cadence increases, we're going to have to spend more and more of our time and resources to keep these videos going, because there's going to be a lot going on over at Starbase, and we're going to see a lot of crazy stuff over the next couple of months and years.
$500?
$500
yes,
is
wow.
Huge.
That's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you to everybody too, because it's amazing. I have so many more people to thank here. It's just hard to keep up with it all, but we appreciate it. And if we don't get to you, know that we are seeing these, and we do appreciate your support. And I'll try to get as many up as we can in the time that we have left. I guess we have a hard out because of YouTube at some point here, but we'll keep going until.
Is that cars to the pad?
This is an insane, we are what, like 1.5 hours or so after launch, and they are letting cars to the pad.
So that didn't happen before, did it?
No. That pad after the first launch was a bit.
It was a debris field, right?
Yeah, I think they needed to verify first that that it's safe to approach, and at this time it feels like they're very confident here.
Yeah, you remember from the first flight, it took like what, a day and a half until they were able to go down the road themselves. It's a complete different thing for regular people, because regular people, I think it was another whole day until they were able to go down that road.
I think if I recall correctly, it was that the initial rumor was that they would open it at like 4 p.m. after the launch, like basically and then everybody was kind of lining up, and then they basically went like, nope, tomorrow, not today,
too dangerous.
Definitely not today.
Yeah, and we looked at that launch mount. It looked like it was about to tip over, like the concrete was just blasted away. This looks, granted we have another dent added to the tank, but it looks a lot better. Do you think, and this is a chat here from Nutty Doctor, who says those tanks should be moved far away from the launch pad or a high concrete shield wall to protect it. Because again, it looks like that tank didn't burst on us, but it does have a new dent, which we verified is new, over there at the pad. Do you think they may need to shore up that a little bit, gentlemen?
Sorry, there was just another. Could you quickly repeat that?
Yeah, just we saw that there was an added dent to the tank there, and I have a chat here that'll pop up in a second from Nutty Doctor, who's suggesting that maybe they need to move the tank or put a concrete wall up or something. Because how many more times can that tank get hit before?
Yeah, I think I think that tank might be the reason that at some point they have to really replace it. That tank now got a first hit and a second hit. And also, sorry, what kind of interrupted me is that we got another $499 super chat here from Charlie Holm, saying, "Oh my God, I'm speechless," and thank you so much.
Just got speechless as well.
Basically, as you asked that question, it was like
we were
coming
speechless,
in,
literally.
like,
I saw it coming as well. It was like, wow.
And I'm trying to get Charlie up on the panel here, but it's a good problem to have. Our support is so strong today that our control panel is is having a hard time keeping up here. But there we go. So thank you very much, Charlie, and everyone who's been contributing to the effort today. And just like Angry American here, which I'll put up next, he broke his credit card 3 times keeping up with the like challenge. So thank you all for your support here. So yeah, it's been an amazing morning. I think the team is definitely, well, now I think all the effort to get all these cameras set up, the next step for the team is to get everything taken down. And of course, we do have permanent cameras there that will be live 24/7, as they always are, keeping an eye on all things happening down at Starbase. And if you just happen to be joining us, I think we still have a lot of, we have over 40,000 people still watching today's coverage. If you are just tuning in, the reason why Starship is not on the pad is that it lifted off successfully. It managed to do most of what SpaceX had set out to do on this mission. And we did have 2 activations of the flight termination system, but not before most of the major milestones were reached in this launch here. And what you're watching now is our replay of what our cameras captured over there at Starbase. And Adrian, Starbase is a lot easier to photograph than the Kennedy Space Center might be, because Kennedy Space Center is hard to get close. Here in Texas, just about anybody who can get down there can be close.
Absolutely. We recently, apparently, they're now starting to no longer let people next to the rocket garden. I saw.
Okay.
So there might be some
Yeah.
access restrictions coming in slowly. They're also building a wall. So and this is an honest recommendation for everybody. This access that right now is available for people that want to go to Boca Chica. This access to a rocket program is unprecedented. You will never be this close to a rocket program ever, probably again. If you have the chance, if you have the resources to go to Boca as soon as possible and enjoy it. And Alex, like what are we seeing here?
Yeah, I'm looking at the back channels, the video that, oh my god, Jack.
I'm putting
Kevin
here.
It's not this video, but it's like, there we go, that one. Look at the shock waves. And the QDR moving away. And like, oh my god.
Jack, you madman.
This is so amazing.
Oh my god.
When it's like mind blown, it's like right now. That's what I'm feeling. Because those views and the stream of the condensation on the side of the rocket.
And this is a slow motion view of the launch, so that's why it looks like it's moving slower. Although I'll tell you what, the actual liftoff was pretty slow because it's so much weight. And I think for those tuning in who haven't heard us say this before, typically when you have a rocket launch, you get all your rockets lit and you got something holding the rocket down, which then releases the rocket to go. Here, it's very different, Alex, right? This is not held down prior to launch.
Indeed, it is pretty much, just standing on its own weight. And the engines ignite. They are not ignited at full power. They are ramped up to full power once they make sure that the engines are ignited. That and they basically go with a launch commit criteria, which I think was like more than 30 engines. Obviously, this time around was all 33. Oh my god,
right?
All 33. Right? I'm still like 33 engines. All right.
And they didn't even have all 33 working on the last static fire test that they did. So
yeah, on the last static fire, they had 33 engines at the very beginning, but then they shut down, like 2 of them shut down early. And these are the same engines. They didn't change the engines.
We have people at the pad.
I see that.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And this is significant.
That's a good indication.
Yeah. Before, that was not the case. It was days before people could get that close to the pad again. So it looks like they're pretty confident that the structures have survived the liftoff. And I'm sure they'll have some repair work to do. And by the way, this also gives another sense of scale. Those people look like little ants next to all the equipment.
That's the tank farm. And the tank farm is like
the tank farm.
These little things next to the big rocket, and yet the little things are like huge, enormous tanks next to little ants that are called humans. So yeah, but as I was saying, these engines all ignited, and once they confirmed that they basically meet all of the criteria for liftoff. They ramp up to full power, and they actually don't lift off at T0. We think that the T0 point is actually when they ramp up, when they start that ramp up to full power. And so somewhere in the middle to full power, somewhere in the middle, that's when the thrust to weight ratio, when the thrust is higher than the weight of the rocket. And so that's when the first motion starts, and that's liftoff. Liftoff is actually achieved 2 seconds after T0. So it's actually T plus 2 seconds. It is quite a weird way of lifting off a rocket, but it's not unheard of that there's no clamps on the rocket at all. SLS is like that. Ariane 5 is like that. Many of the rockets are like that. It's not always that you can hold down a vehicle, especially when it produces 7,500 tons of thrust, like super heavy.
I will tell you though, it's pretty
mind-blowing.
scary to watch because you see this enormous, just this enormous output of energy, and it doesn't move right away. And you're thinking, oh boy, what's going to happen next? And so that's why this is such an incredible launch. Although, again, this one obviously looked a lot healthier at liftoff, primarily because there wasn't debris getting spewed all over the place. And all 33 of those engines were lit. And we got just an awesome outcome today. So, yeah, this was I think we've been talking about using the word speechless here. Oh, we have a statement here from SpaceX. I don't know if anyone can read that. I can probably look at this on my screen here. Starship returned to integrated flight. Oh, thank you. Perfect. This is for my aging eyes. I forgot. I left my glasses upstairs. Starship returned to integrated flight testing with its second launch from Starbase in Texas. Again, this is a statement from SpaceX. While it didn't happen in a lab or on a test stand, it was absolutely a test. What we did will provide invaluable data to continue rapidly developing Starship. Starship successfully lifted off under the power of all 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster and made it through stage separation. The booster experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or RUD, shortly after stage separation, while Starship's engines fired for several minutes on its way to space. And then there's another part of the statement here. With a test like this, success comes from what we learn, and today's test will help us improve Starship's reliability as SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary. We'll continue to share updates here as the team reviews data from today's test. Thank you to our customers, Cameron County, of course, that's the host municipality there, and the wider community for the continued support and encouragement, and congratulations to the entire SpaceX team on an exciting second flight test of Starship. And Adrian, let me ask you, did they learn more from this one than they did from the last one? We don't know for sure, but I think it's fair to speculate.
I think they learned different things. I think they exactly did the thing that you should. They learned out of the first mistakes. They learned out of the things that went wrong the first time, and this time probably they did some. Okay, not probably. They did some other mistakes because in the end. They had still some, it didn't reach full success, but that's a good thing because they learned new ways how they right now reach the limit, and with these they now can improve, they can now fix these and get it ready for the third flight, and that's a good thing. It would be a bad thing if they would have done the same things again, the same mistakes again, because then they wouldn't have learned something new. If it once again started to tumbling at around 20 kilometers because of Raptor's engines going out, that would be like, what did we learn?
Yeah, right. It looks like we got some photos coming in from the field here also. These are from our photographers. That's an awesome shot. Again, this gives you such a sense of scale when you look at the ground underneath it.
One of the things that caught my eye with that second picture is the amount of heat shield tiles that are missing on Chip 25.
Yep.
That's what we haven't talked about yet. You can zoom in on that on the upper portion there. Yep.
I don't know if we can zoom in, but either way,
Yeah.
you can kind of clearly see, even without zooming in, you can see a lot of heat shield tiles are missing.
And that was the problem Space Shuttle had, right? With the tiles popping off due to the violence of launch. And we're back to our live view here. That was some, and you know what too, Alex, the engines are much easier to see, if I'm not mistaken, because of the fuel being used. Am I correct in that we can see more of of what's happening with the thrust?
It is definitely not like the RP1, for example, where it's more of a kind of orange-ish color. Here it was clean blue, purple-ish kind of thing. I think it was really amazing to finally see a clean burn of the 33 engines burning on super heavy.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen before, was a clean burn. Yeah, there's our shot there. So you can see all those little white spots are where tiles popped off. This is a problem as old as time, I think, when it comes to tiles on your spacecraft. Would this, and it's hard to say, Adrian, but would this have made an issue for reentry? Because it looks like they've got some areas, like especially around some of the weld points there, that might have weakened things. Like, how much do you need?
I think, okay, this is, I wouldn't be surprised if, so I'm not a heat shield like specialist or somebody who can claim that to be an expert in like heat profile analysis.
It's almost like
however,
this picture.
Yeah, but overall, I think there's a reason why they have them right now, and I think that's a lot of missing. So I would be very surprised if a ship would be able to survive a re-entry with this amount of tiles missing. That's my initial impression. However, again, I'm not like I don't have any like data on heat profile or something to back this up.
Got it.
Yeah,
but yeah, you definitely want to have all your tiles intact, I think.
And look at that. You can see the vents. Oh, come on. I was going to talk about that. You can see the aft end of the booster. Those vents for the fire suppression system, it is like, I don't know, it looks super cool because you can see the fire of the engines, that blue, purplish kind of look, and then right above them, you can see all those vents coming off. It's like a coating there. Yeah, and it is quite amazing. We did a video about all of the differences that we will see both on the vehicles and during the launch and things like that. And I said, look at the engine base, not for the engine fire, but also for the fire suppression system, because it looks completely different. Look at the shields. The shields are intact. I don't see any sort of issues there. On the first flight, they were flapping around, they were breaking apart, right? All of the engine shields. Exactly. It was like confetti or something like that, and
it looked like it was disintegrating on the. I was surprised it got as far as it did last time, looking at all the stuff flying off of it when it launched. But
so this is what we need to keep in mind. If you look up on the rocket, sure, there's heat shield tiles missing. Whatever, who cares? This was probably not intended to get there, right?
Right.
They'll get it right when they get it right. Look at the engines. We saw on the previous flight, right? All of these Raptor failures and the shields blowing off. But now they have a clean burn, they have a clean 33 engines, that fire suppression system working as intended, the engine shields working as intended. That heat shield tile system, all of those tiles at one point will be working as intended. They will not fall off. They will have already figured out what to do to not get them to fall off. That's the whole point of all of this testing. And so, that's why I laugh, because it's like, I don't care. Right? It's not the end of the world.
Right.
And so
actually the fact that they did fall off is probably good now, because that'll give them some ideas as to what they can do to
exactly.
And one could argue most of them did not fall off. If I look at the glasses half full, most of those heat shield tiles, at least on this stage of flight, were there. So it's I guess the question is, how many do you need?
And one could say as well, if you look at what was the state of these heat shield tiles before the launch, it didn't seem like SpaceX was really too focused on getting them right. So if without really worrying about too much about all of these heat shield tiles, they got to that point, I think once they actually get all of the efforts into these systems, then they can get it right. And we can see there the people already doing the first walk downs. Seems like there might have been a few things here and there thrown out.
But
like that's completely fine.
Yeah, there's not like a crater where the rocket once was, which
exactly.
Which
there's no concrete or anything like it. That's just the normal things thrown out. Because, next to that, there was the world's most powerful rocket. It's completely normal. I will be surprised if nothing got thrown around. That would have been actually my reaction would have been of surprise if that were to be the case.
And I remember seeing the briefing following the launch of SLS. That pad was pretty beat up. Remember the elevator doors blew open because of the pressure. So there's no doubt there's going to be a very long to-do list for the ground team on Monday. Or well, actually, SpaceX is 24/7. They're probably already starting to get ready for this. Hey, here's a great chat, by the way. Let me pull it up here from because I was just having this very same conversation with my daughters last night. RDMDWYF with a super chat. Who woke up their 9-year-old daughter to watch the launch. We are inspiring the next generation of scientists and engineers. And my daughter last night was fascinated with the size of the rocket when I explained to her how big it was. And we started comparing the size of Starship to things that we were familiar with. Her mind was blown that such a thing can get launched into orbit the way it did. And I think, again, that's why if you can, and it doesn't just have to be a Starship launch, any rocket launch, even Falcon 9 when you stand next to it, is pretty darn big, and the fact that these things can just be lofted into orbit is just incredible. So again, thank you everybody for your support today. This is how we're able to provide this coverage. These cameras that you're watching here are not from SpaceX. These are our cameras, and we have people operating them 24/7, keeping an eye on things. And we have some news,
The
Alex?
chopsticks are moving.
Oh, wow. Well, that's amazing.
They are going down.
That's super good news.
It took, what, 3 or 4 days until they eventually moved on the first flight?
What a confidence. Like, the big news here is not that it's happening. The big news is the confidence that it implies that SpaceX has right now. That they are just looking at this hardware and be like, nope, it's probably fine. Just put it back. And that's an insane confidence compared to the first one. This is good news. Honestly, I'm trying to kind of limit my optimism right now because otherwise I might say some very stupid predictions on air, and we don't want to do that.
People are like, Booster 10 isn't coming.
Yeah. And it's funny because Adrian, you were not public in your expectations here, but you were not expecting such a positive outcome today. Oh, yep, the drone is out.
So
that's
probably
the SpaceX
it's looking.
Drone.
Probably it's looking at what is sort of the performance of those chopsticks after the flight, because we spent what, like 2 days until they finally moved those chopsticks for the first flight. So this time they only lowered up a bit. So that's at least one step. The other part will be closing them and then going all the way down. But definitely quite a good, a good move there from to at least know that the systems work. We see people already on the pad less than 2 hours after the launch, or more like a bit after 2 hours already. We see the chopsticks move, like. Everything is working. This bodes very well for a rapid turnaround for the next launch.
Yeah.
At least
and that's
from
a big part
hardware
of this
point.
program is rapid turnaround, right? Is rapid turnaround of the rocket, but also the ground systems. And a lot of what has transpired over the last 7 months has been, some degree regulatory, but also a complete re-engineering of what happens on the ground, fire suppression on the rocket going up, the hot staging, all of those things that were adjusted after the first flight clearly have worked. And if you're just joining us, I always like to bring everybody back into what we're looking at here. So this is the launch pad, and it's now missing a rocket because the rocket launched, and it launched successfully. We did have a test of the flight termination hardware for both the booster and the Starship, but it was well beyond the points that SpaceX was hoping to reach for their mission milestones today. So it was all in, I think, a very successful test flight. All 33 engines for the first time, I think, were lit and functional, and that includes some of the testing that they've done previously. It was an amazing liftoff. We have some amazing footage that you'll see later. This is a shot from our danger cart, I believe, and look how close our cameras were to the pad. And the fact that our cameras are still working is a good sign.
Yes. It's like it's night and day versus it's night and day versus Flight 1 in how this one. Look at that! They have like 15 people there.
Yeah,
they seem to be
collecting some debris there. The fact that he can pick that up means that it's not that heavy. So that means that it's not a lot of heavy debris that found its way out of the.
Yeah, some that looks like some kind of metal frame.
Yeah.
They're removing some small debris. This is like compared to the first flight. This is nothing compared to the first flight. The first flight, yeah, first flight was concrete everywhere. It was completely, sand all over the place. It was completely chaos. And this time around, seeing that, oh well, there's some metal pieces here and there. The roof of the building went off.
Yep. So it looks like they're taking pictures of what impacted there.
Because this is part of the post-launch process. Because one of the parts is obviously cleanup of whatever debris have been produced, and obviously part of the cleanup also involves saying here is where we found the debris. This is the picture and things like that, so that they take this seriously and especially because they have all of these regulatory issues. Well, not issues, but more like agreements.
And that piece looks a little heavy, so that was probably what they were focused on there. So that's definitely not something you want to have flying.
See, the entrance poster was also moved from the entrance.
Yep.
Not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Yep. Now it looks pretty clean, all things considered. Especially given the fact that how many meganewtons are we did we talk about of thrust? That just,
75 meganewtons, 7,500 tons of thrust.
That's a lot of newtons.
What was again the statistic? It dwarfs the second biggest rocket of all time by doubling about doubling the thrust. Like a right ballpark, wasn't that the stat?
Yeah, because this is the world's most powerful rocket by factor of 2, because the closest one is SLS and the N1 rockets were basically around 35 meganewtons of thrust. This one is 75, so it's about double that thrust. It is quite an amazing thing that this even works at all, and all you can see is a little bit of debris here and there.
Right. Unbelievable.
I want to take again a moment, because I saw this around the back channel, and I want to take a moment here to remind people to look at all of our photographers, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever platform you want to follow them, and make sure to watch for their remotes, because so far what we have seen on pictures is more their long distance shots. It's more their what they could get from where they are, but we still have a potential of amazing remote shot coming once they get to pick up their cameras. So watch out for all of these amazing photographers. And once again, thanks to all of these photographers we out there. We have such an amazing talent in the team. The shots we got are just mind-blowing. And are they just casually cleaning up quickly right now?
Looks like a piece of the shed there came off. But again, this is stuff that's not that heavy, so that's a good sign that the heavy stuff was not damaged like it was last time.
It's also funny because in between these people, you can see in the background, there's some pipes, right? There's some steel frames, there's some pipes. Those pipes are for the tank farm expansion. They're expanding the tank farm. And they're putting more pumps and more subcoolers and more stuff there. That's for the next few flights. There's more stuff coming up. If you're looking for more action, look at all that is the future. More tanks, more flights.
and I think for the ground team here, really, and actually for the Starship team, this is now how quickly can we get another one out there and turn this whole thing around? Because when Artemis 3 happens, we were talking earlier about the number of flights that are necessary for getting fuel up there, for getting the lander up there, all of which are going to be based on Starship. It's going to require a very rapid turnaround of getting these Starships back, refueling them, and launching them. And what I'm sure they're doing right now in their analysis, that's a big piece right there, is seeing what happened here and how do we lock some of this stuff down so that the damage that is done is not going to take all that long to repair in between flights here. But again, it looks from what we've seen from prior attempts, like the first launch attempt, far less damage. The launch platform looks intact. We did have a little more damage on those tanks that added another dent to the mix, but by and large, it looks like the scene there is pretty stable. Now, the reason why we don't have remote pictures yet is because these folks are SpaceX employees or contractors who are the first ones allowed to be on site. So what they're likely doing right now is making sure that the area around the launch pad is safe. And then once they determine that it's safe, they'll allow photographers to go in and collect their gear. So that's why it's really, if you really want to see some of the awesome close-up photos we have coming, follow us across all of our different platforms because that's where those photos will appear as we work our way through the day here. And we have, I think we got a few more minutes left in today's stream. And we have an FAA statement.
Yes, I would like to start here with I will explain this as short as possible, but this is an actual important explanation here because I already see people enraged about this. This is normal. The FAA just tweeted, and this information is preliminary and subject to change. A mishap occurred during the SpaceX Starship OFD-2 launch from Boca Chica, Texas. The anomaly resulted in a loss of the vehicle. No injuries or public property damage have been reported. So, now people are like, oh, but it was the test flight. This doesn't matter for the FAA regulations because there's a part of the FAA regulations about a mishap under 14 CFR Part 450 is that if you have an unplanned permanent loss of the vehicle or a failure to complete a launch or re-entry as planned, which both happened here, that automatically results in a mishap. And a mishap will trigger a mishap investigation. However, there are mishap investigations and mishap investigations. If you have a major one that, for example, failed to properly ignite the flight termination system, or you have one that violated multiple of these things, that results in a lot longer mishap investigation. You need to change a lot of things. This might be wrapped up faster than people expect right now. It's the job of the FAA to investigate this, to trigger a mishap investigation, and they now will work closely with SpaceX in a SpaceX-led investigation about the fixes. And to be fair, this investigation is something that SpaceX would do anyway, because SpaceX would look into the data and they would find fixes. This is a thing that the FAA has to do, and that SpaceX also probably wants to do. And once that is all completed, and I bet with you, this will not result in a 63-item list. I bet with you it will be way less than the first flight, and it might be way shorter. So don't get panicked about this. Don't start to write angry tweets about the FAA. They're just doing their job, and it's good that they're doing it.
Right.
Yeah, and this is precisely.
Good.
Oh yeah, we have made so many videos about what's coming up for Flight 2, but in this week in Spaceflight that we actually had to release on Thursday because we had the potential flight on Friday, etc. I actually tried to write on that story for this week in Spaceflight about what will happen for Flight 3 with regulatory status, and we. Not only I wrote that on that episode, but I also have repeated this multiple times on previous live streams that this is expected. That part where it says failure to complete a launch or reentry as planned, that will mean that Starship reaches all the way to Hawaii, the booster lands on the ocean. All of that will need to happen in order for the FAA to not trigger a mishap investigation. There was obviously some optimism that the flight was going to be okay, but not that okay. And so we were expecting these sort of what is considered a mishap to already be met. So this mishap investigation is not a surprise, but as Adrian mentioned, there are mishap investigations and mishap investigations. ABL, for example, had a failure in January. The mishap investigation was ended in November. Starship got a failure in April. The mishap investigation was ended in September. It was a much shorter mishap investigation than for a much smaller vehicle, which is ABL's RS-1 rocket, which is only 1 ton to orbit rocket. And then there's Rocket Lab, which had a failure in September, and they're coming back to launch again in November. Everything from an FAA standpoint is complete. All of that is already complete. So again, it's just a matter of what went wrong and what went right, and the more rights there are, the less investigation, because the less things you need to fix, and the less things that the FAA needs to review. So again, this flight went very successful. I'm mostly sure that we're not going to get a huge list of recommendations and modifications like we did for the last time. So it's very likely that this time around, perhaps the regulatory side of things is going to be much shorter. And even without the Fish and Wildlife Service, because if this time around they don't change things like the water deluge system, or they try to do some new things that might affect marine life, or whatever, right? If they don't have to do all of that for the next flight, they don't have to go through the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that means they can get straight through that
right.
mishap investigation to that third flight.
Right, it's one less regulatory hurdle to cross there. And with the rocket being the same size, the probability of hitting fish in the ocean, which they did have to measure, is the same as it has been under prior flights. So, which is crazy, but they did have to do that. Mike Wanzong, thank you very much for your generous super chat. We enjoyed bringing this coverage to you for sure. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to have as much of a wait between this one and the next one like we did before. And if you think about the first flight, there was a lot that happened there, right? Starting with the entire ground area with the concrete missiles all over the place, the crater, the reconstruction of the launch site. FAA doesn't like risk of injury to people on the ground, and that certainly was a risk that had to be mitigated. The fact that the engines were kind of exploding as it was going up, that's been mitigated. The fact that the flight termination system today actually worked not once but twice, and to some degree it may be a blessing in disguise that the FTS did engage, because that is an automated procedure, and it appears to have been successfully deployed in both the booster and on Starship. So to some degree, it may, again, be a good thing that we had the mission kind of take place the way it did. And if you're just tuning in, you're looking at a view from Danger Cart, which is the successor to Danger Van, which got pummeled in the, in the last launch. It looks as though Danger Cart has survived. We have cameras out there, and I know our team is eager and itching to get out there and start collecting stuff. And the good news is that we may get our photos a little later this afternoon, because there's already crews cleaning up around the perimeter of the pad. Yes. And we're seeing the chopsticks move. We've got people lined up here waiting to go in, it looks like. So quite a different scenario, a successful one may argue, versus what we saw last time with Starship launches here. So it's pretty crazy. We have a birthday today to one of our team members, everybody.
Yes.
Is it Sean's birthday?
Sean's birthday.
We can't sing happy birthday because of the copyright issue, but but we can certainly extend our best wishes to Sean. And we have tens of thousands of people in the stream who maybe can extend a happy birthday also to that. Oh, Sawyer says the copyright has expired, but I'll tell you what, I will save you the pain of me singing. How about that? So good stuff. So Sean, happy birthday to you. And yeah, anybody else having a birthday? I had one about a week ago, and I'm still kicking. And so is our coverage here of the second test flight of Starship. And if you're just tuning in or have been living under a rock, the good news is that Starship launched very successfully. All 33 engines ignited and thrusted to the way they were supposed to thrust. We had a successful hot stage separation. We believe that, we still have to get confirmation of this, but Starship did make it into space. And the flight termination system, as you'll learn later, have also both successfully deployed also, which was a problem on the last mission. I'm sure they were hoping that they could do a little bit more with the booster soft landing and Starship getting to the off the coast of Hawaii like was planned. Those two things did not happen. But again, I actually think it's a good thing that the FAA could witness the flight termination system successfully terminating both vehicles when things went off the track a little bit. But still, as far as where I think SpaceX is today, this was a very successful test here today. Would you agree with that, Adrian?
I would absolutely agree with that. Totally, 100%.
All right. So, and it looks like the launch pad made it. So it's, we'll have to take some bets to see how soon it will be until there's another Starship stack on that launch mount there. Because I know Alex, the other Starships are built, right? They're waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting in the wings pretty much, and so we're just waiting to see if they are truly ready. We will probably see some rollout here in the next few weeks, and get that pad ready back for action in the next month or so. I'm gonna be a bit optimistic this time around, because for the first flight I was very pessimistic, because to be honest I didn't have too much hope. And so what I'm hoping is that this time around we can all go to Hawaii on the month of love in February.
That would be very nice. Should have a road trip. So, but yeah, there's the orbital mount stand there, and as we remember last time, that was decimated after the prior launch, and it looks a lot healthier now. I don't see anybody walking up those stairs just yet, but it's a totally different scene there. The only visible damage that I see is that larger tank there. So that was it. But wow, this was one heck of a morning, and I know you all have been up for a long time covering all of this. So. You know, Alex, let me ask you, I mean, you've been really, both of you, but I know, Alex, you've been writing up a lot of documentation for us to follow here on the stream. Now it's over. At least this part is. I'm sure there's more to come, but what are you feeling right now?
Well, my feeling is that I gotta start with a one for Flight 3. And all of the resources that we have to put together for Flight 3, and definitely, you know, preparing all of those, the microphones, the lights, the cameras, and everything for the next campaign. Because obviously this is gonna start again. It definitely looks like SpaceX wants to start that test campaign really soon. We'll see how soon it is, but definitely, you know, follow us through, because we're gonna. This is just the start. This is just the beginning. It's going to continue. And there you can see that Starship proudly lifting off the shockwaves. It's, oh, God, it's so amazing.
Look at that. Yeah, no, we got some, I mean, this is just the start of our footage also, so it's crazy. Oh, my goodness. Adrian, what are your thoughts on today's, again, you've been, and not only, so here's the other thing, Adrian has not only been hosting here, but he's also kind of keeping the trains running on time too. So I get my assignment as to when I'm supposed to show up from Adrian. So he does a lot more behind the scenes than, and both of these guys do. I mean, it's amazing. But what are you feeling right now?
I think it's really time that I want to thank everybody that today worked on the stream, because we said it before, there are a lot of people here working on these streams, and I think there will be names now flying in, and then yeah, of course, me. I'm Adrian Bile. I helped today with the stream. I was on the stream, but we had so many people. If you could see our back channel, there was like constantly 15, 20 people sitting there working on it, and just making sure that this would be the best coverage possible. So I want to thank everybody here. I want to thank Alex. Alex, your knowledge, you provided so much for the stream today. You made sure we seemed so sharp that we were, and about knowledge here, and you provided amazing documentation for all of us. Thank you, Alex, for being on today, and thank you for being an amazing co-host here.
And now it's going to be the turn. I think we have planned something for Monday's Starbase update that I think I have to write, so...
Yep, that we will come to that. I also want to thank Brady. Brady's a person you probably never see here on stream, but he does all the amazing thumbnails and like makes sure that edits videos for us and makes sure that everything looks good on the presentation and design size. I of course want to thank Chris Bergen. Chris, our amazing our founder here, making sure that we are all here. Without Chris, we wouldn't be here, and also was on here hosting 2 hours today. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm stalling here while the next panel is coming out. It's a long day. I'm awake at this point. I think about.
Okay.
Okay, we're stalling. I shaved because it launched. There we go.
Yeah. I didn't shave with that intention. Next up, who are we next up queuing up? This there we go.
Oh, Alicia. Because she had all of the changes videos that I wrote about for her to, and also this week is Spaceflight. This week is episode that was Starbase special. That was yeah.
Alicia, in general, if you have a chance, check out Twiz. It's a format that I know Alex puts a lot of effort in, Alicia puts a lot of effort in, and Ryan puts a lot of effort in. It's your weekly way to watch really the news about spaceflight, and I think that's if you like the summaries today, you can get way more of that every weekend twist. So make sure to do that. I want to thank Ian. Ian was on during the countdown to launch yesterday. And made sure to help us there with commentary. Also was present in the back channel. Again, a lot of people helped us with commentary in the back channel. Jack, of course. Jack being in the field, giving us amazing views, being on commentary. Also helping us getting spontaneous guests sometimes. So thank you so much, Jack, for being awesome and providing amazing shots today. And just being an overall awesome person to be on.
Get that man some bacon.
On live stream. Also, enjoy some bacon, man. You deserve it after today. And again, there's Jay. Jay, another voice that you not will hear on stream, but Jay helped like all day with the stream production and was, I think, also there all window. Like I don't recall any moment when Jay wasn't around and just helping in the background, making sure we have everything working, helping with the cameras, helping with the whole setup here. It's an amazing team effort. Thank you so much, Jay. Of course, Das. I mean, Das is so crucial there, being out there now for multiple days, making sure that the van was working. Thank you so much, Das, for being on there. Kevin Michael Reed, Kevin producing all of this all today. Making sure that we have the right graphics and everything ready, making sure the show was organized. Thank you so much, Kevin, for being such a good partner to work together with. Lon, it was such a pleasure to have you on during the launch segment. That was so amazing, and I really enjoyed our commentary here as a triple cast together. Thank you so much for being on, Lon.
And I started as a fan of this channel. It's a real honor to be here to hopefully give you ask some good questions, because I'm learning so much just being around all of you. So thank you for having me. It's been great. It's been great. Loving it.
And we are looking forward to the next time. Marcus House. Yeah, we had Marcus House on earlier. Thank you so much, Marcus, for being on with us and providing amazing commentary with us in the crunch time of the countdown. Like that was when so much happening. Of course, Mary. The reason this channel exists, without Mary and starting to upload from Starbase, this channel wouldn't exist. We wouldn't all doing this all day. So thank you so much, Mary, for being so awesome. Max for also amazing shots, also being on 4 hours before he did all the commentary today. So Max was on 4 hours in the beginning and then did all the did also the photos for today. Patrick also helping basically all stream in the background, running the stream, making sure that every scene looked good, everything looked great. Thank you so much, Patrick, for being around. Again, there's a lot of producers. Another Patrick. Yeah, another producer. Again, we had such a team of producers here being around, making sure we look good. Patrick, also thanks to you thanks for being around. Pauline, making these amazing store designs. Thank you, Pauline, for being around and making these amazing sweaters, for example. And it was such a cool thing to promote. Ryan also helping us getting all of these commentary, especially these face cam areas running for us today, and telling us what to do in this in the setup here. Thank you, Ryan, for also running the stream today, and
also one of the videos that we put on the recaps and everything before the launch.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's like also editing like how many videos?
Yeah, the overlays, for example, were also done by Ryan.
Yeah.
Sawyer, which is now on the cards as well. He also made a couple of the videos that you saw during the countdown. Like everyone was so involved here on this live stream. Maybe we keep going, like just more stuff.
Yeah, also, it's so much like this has been ongoing for weeks. It's Sean. First off, happy birthday again, and also for continuously providing amazing footage from Starbase, giving us amazing shots, and also helping in the field with all the deployments and everything over the last few days. Thank you so much, Sean. Also, buy Sean's print. I'm being told by Jack right now.
Yeah,
buy Sean's
Jack
print.
wants you to buy that print.
Trevor being on earlier today as well, providing commentary and also starting to bring in math here right at midnight local time. That was the move only Trevor would pull off. Thank you so much, Trevor, for being on stream today. I want to also. So we have Thomas Hayden, who doesn't have a card here, but we also want to thank Thomas Hayden, who also edited videos for this, helped us look at other videos, and basically also had
the amazing video of the flyover of Jared Isaacman. That was Thomas. All of the Alicia videos, that was also Thomas. It is quite amazing the amount of work that our editors put through with all of these amazing, preparatory videos for this flight.
Yep, and Tyler also was in the field today, helping in the field. I were around, basically helping the team as much as he could. Again, we had so many hands on this. Thank you for that, Tyler. We had tea already. We're getting there. That's okay. I'm being told that's all the card.
Okay.
So,
and hopefully we got everybody, but it just shows you how many people it takes to do this. It's immensely complicated. You have to get all the video created or captured. You got to get it someplace. You've got to get it into a system. You've got to have somebody running all of the cameras and the control systems, and on top of that, the editing and the writing. And it's an amazing effort here, and everyone's doing it because we love what we do, and that is it's amazing.
Yep. And also, there's more people. Before I go to the members here, I want to thank also like our devs, our writers, our editors, our Facebook and Instagram team, our Strike team that helped moderate the chat all day, our SPL operators, all of our video labelers who help us spot errors in our videos before we release them. Thank you all for helping us, and I hope I don't forget a group, and I also want to once again shout out because it's my people. Thanks to my store team. I love you guys. And with that, I want to, of course, at last thank you all that watched us today, because without you all, this would be a very boring show where we just sit here and nobody would watch us. So thanks to you all, we have this amazing opportunity to be excited about all of this, and this is just the beginning of Starship. This is just the beginning of what we plan for the next few years with all of these new rockets coming up and all of these exciting times in spaceflight coming up. And we will be on for all of that. Today, at the evening of this, most of the team will probably rest. And I'm not going to lie, tomorrow we are probably back and bringing spaceflight to you. And to close this all out, to close this stream all out today, I think we have one final video we want to show you all, and with that I thank you all for watching, and we see you all on the next stream.
All right, we'll roll that outro, and thank you all very much for tuning in today, and we'll be back with more. So follow us, subscribe to us, smash the like button, all that YouTube stuff, because we are here to keep following these developments, and there'll be a lot more to come. And we're going to cue up that special outro, and thank you all for tuning in and watching and experiencing this momentous occasion with this Starship launch. And thanks again for everyone's efforts and everyone's viewership. And we'll take it away to the outro.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Echo Delta nominal.
Flight downside ST off. Say again, ST off. Off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane to be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? Sure. We don't need any more of these.